Chapter 81 The Natural Disaster of the Undead comes. Guchen opened the leaderboard. An interface quickly appeared in his field of vision. World ranking. First place, Xingtian, level 40, Huaxia region, Dawning Guild. Second place, Jianxia, level 39, Huaxia region, Dawning Guild. Third place, Changtian, level 39, Huaxia region, Dawning Guild. Fourth place, Hot Man, level 39, China region, Dawning Guild. Fifth place, there is Yamamoto Chuanxiu, level 39, Dongying area. Gu Chen's eyes were fixed on the word Xingtian. He was stunned. Level 40? How is that possible? At this time, it was not only him, but even the players around him exclaimed, "Damn it! What did Xingtian eat to grow up? It's actually level 40. Undefeated Shinigami Yamamoto Chuan ranked 5th? This is outrageous. Having the Dragon Blood God of War hidden occupation, known as the #1 player in the ancient world, is Yamamoto Kawahide, who is only ranked 5th, which is really rare. However, when they pulled down the rankings, except for those familiar faces in the secret realm of the ancient world, among the top 100,000 players, Huaxia actually occupied 99.99% of the places. What is this concept? At this time, the Huaxia district already has the strength to easily crush all the players in the outer district, and it is the strength of rolling back and forth against the players in the outer zone 18 times. There are players who find common ground. A shocking discovery. Look at the back stamps of the Huaxia players. They are all in one guild. Dawning Guild? Hissing, what a terrifying strength. Their family in Huaxia district is the only one. The president should be Xingtian. He has the highest level. Guchen also noticed this. It's really on the leaderboard. And the Dawning Guild that Huaxia players poked all the same after is too bright. He never imagined that the Huaxia district would be able to dominate the world. Moreover, the Huaxia district already has such a powerful behemoth as Dawning Guild. Guchen was in a trance at this time. He muttered, "We haven't been in the secret realm of the ancient world for a long time. Why does it feel like we have come to another world?" At this time, the players exclaimed again. "Guess what I saw? Xingtian's pet is actually mythical. Let me see. This guy's pet level is higher than ours. Is Xingtian so brave? I don't know who is more powerful between him and Yamamoto Chuanxiu. Of course, it's the undefeated god of death. Yamamoto Chuanxiu can single out 10 epic ranked players. How can you be suspicious? Your head is so funny." Listening to the players' conversation, Gu Chen's face instantly turned ashen. A level 40 mythical pet. The largest guild in China. The #1 Xingtian. He secretly squeezed his fists and said bitterly, "In the ancient world, I was crushed by Hideo Yamamoto. And when I return to the main world, I will be crushed by Xingtian. Damn it!" Chu Fangde looked at the ranking list and was stunned. He opened his mouth and dared not believe. This guy named Xingtian is actually level 40. How can he be so fast with the restriction on job transfer? And I can't even make the top 5. Chu Fangde wondered if he had hallucinations. Players also noticed this. That Xingtian is level 40? Finally. It's really cool to see someone who can hold down Hideo Yamamoto. The one who is Yamamoto Chuanxiu is still a Huaxia player. Double the happiness. As Sun Shan browsed the rankings, she suddenly exclaimed, "Have you noticed that Huaxia players on the leaderboard actually occupy 99.99% of the places? I found out. I'm suddenly very proud that Huaxia district is so awesome. Ha ha ha. As far as the strength of Huaxia district is concerned, wouldn't it be enough to have a hand in fighting the country in the future?" Listening to the discussions of the players, Chu Fangde's focus was on the words Dawning Guild. Look! The Huaxia players on the leaderboard are all the Dawning Guild. After Sun Shan reminded him, she quickly looked at the leaderboard. Yes, the Huaxia players on the list are all players of the Dawning Guild. This guild is amazing. It has unified all the elite players in Huaxia district. Have you noticed Xingtian? Who is #1? As long as he's not blind, he can see it. How did he practice at level 40? Knock on the blackboard to highlight the key points. Xingtian is also from the Dawning Guild. He must be the guild president. What's more, all of Xingtian's pets are level 40, which is higher than ours. Let's see. I rely on mythical pets. It's just against the sky. Chu Fangde listened to the players talking. At this point, a clear plan took shape in his mind. He said, "Brothers, we should go to Xingtian to talk. The undead natural disaster mission is about to start. We must use the power of Dawning Guild to minimize the loss of Huaxia district. Sun Shan nodded and said, I agree. We'd better go to Xingtian now. Seconded. Dawn City. Ding dong, there are a lot of updates in the world rankings. Please pay attention to check. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Massive update? Could it be that the group of players in the previous life ran out? In his previous life, Lin Feng learned about the ancient small world on the game forum. It turns out that at the beginning of the game, when the player just created the character, some players were selected by the game system and were directly born in ancient small world. Everything there is self-contained, and the two worlds are separated from each other. Players in their world, after completing the first wave of undead natural disaster pre-tasks, will come to the main world. Then the undead scourge quest will follow. Lin Feng remembered that after the arrival of players from the small world in his previous life, a large number of top-ranking players were pushed off the list. There is a player in a hostile region that is very eye-catching, and it dominates the list as soon as it appears. That player was Hideo Yamamoto from the eastern region. In the early stage of the game, he was known as the #1 player in the world. But this life has Lin Feng in. The world's #1 player is afraid that the Yamamoto family will not fall. Thinking of this, Lin Feng showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. He opens the world leaderboard list. Sure enough, there is Yamamoto Chuanxio's name on it. It really is them. Lin Feng blinked and said secretly, those Chinese masters also appeared. He still retains the names of these masters in his memory, but the impression is not very good. They will only fight in fighting. Not worth mentioning. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth turned cold. Players from these small worlds in previous lives were very domineering. Often competes with the main world guild for territory. Especially the one named Gu Chen. Do things every 3 days. These people really caused a few waves of players in the Huaxia area. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Or don't get in touch with them too much. The way is different. But their appearance means that the undead calamity is about to open. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This wave of undead natural disaster is worldwide. That is to say, all regions will be simultaneously invaded by the undead world. The destructive power of undead calamity is devastating to the game world. I don't know how many NPC powerhouses died tragically, how many cities were destroyed, and how many NPC civilians were displaced. Although the casualties of the players are also very heavy. Some players rely on this mission to gain a lot of fat, and their strength has skyrocketed since then. Lin Feng thought about the last small country war, and the total number of Chinese players was only 200 million. The total number of players in the world has reached 4.5 billion at this time. All in all, although the players in the outer zone were seriously injured, their vitality remained intact. Especially in the Great Power War, you have to face not only players, but also NPC powerhouses and countless NPC warriors. Thinking of this, a thought came to Lin Feng's mind. If you let the undead consume a wave of NPCs and players in each district. Lin Feng nodded and thought, it will be easier when I start working on other regions. At this time, a system announcement sounded abruptly. World announcement. The space channel between Undead Realm and Destiny Continent has been opened. Undead natural disaster is about to strike. Please prepare for players from all regions of the world. The countdown is 10 minutes. The world announcement sounded 3 times. Lin Feng's face was calm after hearing this. Sure enough, it's still here. Chapter 82, The Secret of the Protoss. World announcement. The space channel between Undead Realm and Destiny Continent has been opened. Undead natural disaster is about to strike. Please prepare for players from all regions of the world. The countdown is 10 minutes. World announcement. Undead natural disaster is coming. Players all over the world are forced to accept the natural disaster quest Undead natural disaster. Please check the details of the task in the taskbar. 3 times the world announcement is over. But seeing the sky that was originally clear suddenly darkened. Countless clouds instantly turned into black covers and pressed the sun, turning the whole world upside down. There is a vision in the sky. If it is not a demon, it is a disaster. Just as the world announcement was over, the NPC empires in various regions of the world instantly became like ants in a hot pot. Countless people came out of their homes and looked at the vision in the sky. They all fell to their knees and prayed to the gods. What's more, some people are desperate. Temple of the Imperial City. Brush, 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 brush. A large group of mythical powerhouses flew into the sky. They stared blankly at the dark scene at this time. What a strong undead breath. This time is in big trouble. The human race powerhouse said with a livid face. The human race powerhouse murmured with a resolute expression. Since it was recorded, the undead have opened up space passages every 3,000 years and invaded the Destiny continent. Almost every time it will cause countless deaths and injuries to the people of the mainland. Life and life are ruined. Yet there are countless mythical powerhouses desperately resisting. There is no way to stop the invasion of the undead army. This time, I am afraid it will be no exception. The superhuman human race side, the Destiny continent is a primary world. And the space is unstable. The Protoss does not allow us human race powerhouses to participate in the battlefield of the sky. And naturally there will be many disasters. Another strong man immediately changed his face and said angrily, "Don't slander the gods. The many disasters and misfortunes are the hardships that the Protoss has brought to our human race. Every time our human race can survive, it is nothing more than sacrifice." The super strong man immediately kept his mouth shut. But there was a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Imperial capital. The Emperor walked out of the palace with the help of his ministers. He looked up at the sky. The Emperor's body suddenly swayed. But fortunately, he was quickly supported by the ministers. His face was full of frustration. And he said hoarsely, "First there was the alien coalition. Then the demons invaded. And now there is the undead calamity. Why are my human races so miserable? Your Majesty, you have to take care of your health." "Yes, Your Majesty. This time the undead natural disaster strikes. And hundreds of millions of people rely on you." The Emperor suddenly waved his hand in disinterest and sighed. "I'm getting old. I'm afraid I can't make it through this." He said to the minister beside him, "Go to the temples of the gods, and come up with a countermeasure with the mythical powerhouse." After he finished speaking, he was still muttering. "The Empire really can't go through too many hardships." Dongying District. Roar. Roar! A blood-colored dragon suddenly flew from a distance. The dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. On the back of the dragon, a young man with long hair and a sword sat cross-legged on the back of the dragon. His cold eyes seemed to penetrate the dark clouds. There is Haikoa Yamamoto. He is Haikoa Yamamoto, who is known as the undefeated asterisk of death? It's him. Where did he come from as a dragon? I'm more curious, what is he doing in the sky now? There is Yamamoto Haikoa in a cold voice. The undead space passage is not here. Let's go to the next main city. The dragon under him said. Damn. You forced me to be your mount. And now you want to command me? You do. Suddenly, the giant dragon felt the strong murderous intent on its back. And it shivered suddenly. You sit still. With Yamamoto Haikoa. The scenery in front of him quickly regressed and changed. Dawn City. Lin Feng suddenly received a message from a high-level guild player. A player named Chu Fanga had something important to talk to him about. It is about this undead scourge quest. Lin Feng sneered after reading it and replied directly. Ignore it. In the previous life, Chu Fanga gathered many players around him. But most of them were ambitious. In the future, the guild established by Chu Fanga will be used as an empty space. Their guild fought in fighting every day, and they became the laughingstock of players in China at that time. Lin Feng's current guild is extremely harmonious. If Chu Fanga leads him, it will be a headache. So he just wants to stay away from them, and has no interest at all in cooperating with these ambitious people. And what I want to talk about is nothing more than how to deal with the undead disaster. Joke. When does Lin Feng need to cooperate with other players to complete the mission? Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the taskbar. Look at the mission. Undead natural disaster mission. Restrictions, all players. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission objective, repel this undead creature invasion. Mission introduction, the ancient small world that suppressed the passage of the undead world collapsed. The space passage between the undead world and the Destiny continent was reconnected. And countless undead creatures would descend on the entire Destiny continent. And undead creatures will destroy all civilizations. Every alien in the Destiny continent has a duty to survive. For the sake of the ethnic group. And for the sake of civilization. In the name of the eternal human race. Let's fight. Task duration, long term. Mission reward, wish point, the higher the mission contribution, the more points you will get. Lin Feng closed the taskbar after reading it. There was a smile on his face at this time. Make a wish. This is a good thing. In the past life, there were players who relied on a wish to make a wave of fertilizer and take off in place. As the name suggests, a wish point means, what do you want? Just use the wishing point directly. Of course, if you have enough wishing points, the higher the value, the higher the wish points that need to be consumed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng summoned all the strong men under his command and put them into the ring. He activated his wings, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Undead passage? I happen to know where it is. Lin Feng's wings shook, and he rose into the sky. He activated the wing extension feature, which was extremely fast. 2 minutes later, he came to a place thousands of miles away from the main city of Tianxiu. Lin Feng's figure stopped. At this time, in his field of vision, there appeared a black bone portal composed of black rotten bones, with a length and width of hundreds of feet. At this time, the black bone portal had already opened. Countless rotting corpse claws, ghost claws, and skeleton claws emerged from the portal. They seemed desperate to get out. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng frowned. He knew that after the 10 minutes mentioned in the announcement, these undead creatures would appear. Thinking of this, he activated the space ring. Brush, brush. Suddenly, 30 mythical powerhouses appeared out of thin air. They stared blankly at the undead black bone space portal in front of them. This is the passage of the undead world. This is the undead natural disaster. The most terrifying natural disaster in the history of the human race. Oh, I don't know how many people are going to die in the natural disaster. Lin Feng had a calm expression on his face. And while listening to the discussion of the powerful people around him, he released 9 clones. Brush, brush. 9 identical Lin Feng suddenly appeared. Their outfits, weapons, skills, buffs, and talents are all the same. Lin Feng then looked at the strong people around him and said, as long as we break this portal, the undead natural disaster in the Huaxia region will disappear. When the powerhouses heard him say this, they were instantly shocked and their faces showed joy. He raised his staff and said calmly, attack this portal with me. Follow the master. The strong men responded one after another. Chapter 83 used the power of mortals to build the great cause of gods. Lin Feng was the first to wave his staff. Frost from the sky. Thunderbolt lightning snake. The flame of destruction. Light divine arrow. -62257008. Crit. -62257008. Crit. -62257008. Crit. Lin Feng's 9 clones, and the main body released their skills simultaneously. That is to say, he now has 450 skills derived from one skill. Although his skills are not multipliers, even if the damage is superimposed, that is an extremely terrifying output. Lin Feng's total damage now is no less than the full attack of the mythical powerhouse. At this time, 30 mythical powerhouses also shot at the same time. Countless skills immediately drowned the portal of the undead, as if it were endless. In an instant, I saw that after the black bone portal of the undead was continuously attacked by skills, a slight crack suddenly appeared on the portal. Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. His skills kept pouring out. The mythical powerhouses saw that their masters were so hard-working. They dared not stop and continued to attack frantically. In this way, after a few minutes, the entire portal of the undead suddenly rattled, and there were cracks like spider webs. When Lin Feng saw this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then, a roar suddenly sounded from the black bone portal. Who destroyed my undead portal? Asterisk it. At this time, boom, the entire portal of the undead collapsed suddenly, and instantly disappeared into black aura. Only then did Lin Feng stop attacking and withdraw his clone. The mythical powerhouses also all stopped. At the same time, the world announcement suddenly sounded. World announcement. Player Xingtian in Huaxia region successfully destroyed the undead world space passage. Huaxia district was exempted from this civilized catastrophe undead calamity. Special reward to this player. Empire popularity plus 1W. Human race contribution plus 1W points. Announcement from Huaxia district. Player Xingtian will support the building with 1 person strength. From today, the 7 major cities in Huaxia district will set up Xingtian Square and erect Xingtian statue, which is an example for future generations. Announcement from Huaxia district. Player Xingtian will support the building with 1 person strength. Starting from today, the history of the various colleges in Huaxia must be added to the meritorious deeds of Xingtian. And this is an example for future generations. At this time, Ding Dong, you trigger a 10,000-fold increase. Gain the popularity of the empire plus 100 million. And the contribution of the human race plus 100 million. Wishing point plus 100 million. Reminder, you are currently in charge of the fate of the human race and the Empire. You have become the leader of the human race. In the future, the ethnic group will rise and fall, and the history of the ethnic group will be written by you. In the name of the eternal existence of the human race, please continue to make greater contributions to the human race. Lin Feng smiled as he listened to a series of announcements from the system. Finally made it this far. At the same time, Apocalypse main city. A square suddenly rose up. This plaza is huge, richly decorated but not dignified. In the square, a tall statue is rapidly taking shape. It was a statue of an alien. He was dressed as a mage, holding a staff in his hand, his head looking at the sky. His eyes were full of determination and unyielding. And on the base of this statue, two big characters Xingtian are clearly written. Under the name of Xingtian is to introduce his various deeds, starting from the eradication of evil in Maple Leaf Town, the deeds of suppressing evil dragons, smashing the conspiracy of orcs and dwarves, attacking alien races, fighting demons, defeating alien alliances, and breaking the passage of undead space. Such squares and such statues appear simultaneously in the 7 major cities. At this time, in the main cities, countless people of the Empire walked out of their homes and spontaneously gathered to go to the Xingtian square that appeared. When they saw Xingtian's series of deeds, they suddenly realized. It turned out that this alien called Xingtian had done so many things for the Empire and the human race. Xingtian is an amazing person. Xingtian is a great mage. And he is also a great warrior. Mama, brother Xingtian is a mage. How can he be a warrior? Children, all human beings who fight for justice, regardless of occupation and noble, they are all warriors. I understand, Mama. When I grow up, I will also be a great warrior like brother Xingtian, guarding you and my father, guarding the Empire, guarding the human race, and guarding justice. Good boy. As long as you follow the example of brother Xingtian, you will definitely become a great warrior. Pantheon. Bang! 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 In the Temple of the Gods, the weapons in the hands of the mythical powerhouses could not help but let go and fall to the ground. They were stunned one by one, and they didn't respond for a while. Xingtian destroyed the undead space channel? Is the undead natural disaster gone? I'm not dreaming. Why do I feel so unreal? Xingtian. I remember him. And I had an intersection with him in the Battle of the Demon. I also remember that I killed the alien alliance with him back then. It's incredible. How could he, an alien, break the undead space passage? Yeah. It will take a while to find the undead space passage, let alone break the space passage. How on earth did he do it? Anyway, Xingtian is the hero of our Empire and the human race. He saved the Empire and saved the human race. It's really amazing. When they received the news of the invasion of the undead world, they were still worried about the loss of this catastrophe to the human race. In the blink of an eye, this catastrophe was dissolved invisibly by an alien. This shocked and puzzled them. Confused and surprised. Imperial capital. The old emperor was refreshed at this time. He growled, "Come here. Announce the decree. Send a mission. And reward Xingtian with 1 billion gold coins." At this time, a minister trembled and said, "Your Majesty, you have sent 3 missions to reward Xingtian 3 times with 1 billion gold coins." The emperor of the empire was taken aback. He laughed and said, "Then send me another mission." "No. Send 10 missions. Let's see what else I can reward in this palace. And give it to Xingtian." The minister was dumbfounded and said helplessly, "As you order, Your Majesty." Outer Empire. Damn it! Why doesn't our empire have talents like Xingtian? Huaxia is too much. You guys have talents like Xingtian, but I don't. One Xingtian can reach 10 temples. Why do I keep so many wastes? Even Xingtian can't compare with half a finger. It's really annoying. World Channel is extremely hot at this time. Xiao Laiji. You Huaxia can't afford to play. So you have to attack. Bulge. Maid. Why do we have to fight the undead natural disaster? There is no need to fight in Huaxia district. The good things are all from the Huaxia district. And the bad things are all from our outer districts. I advise you to be kind. If you have the ability, you will also criticize the players in the outer area. If you don't have this ability, don't make a fool of yourself. Okay. What exactly are you Huaxia players superior to? Isn't there Xingtian? You let Xingtian bind our district. And you can still abuse your Huaxia district. Do you believe it or not? Upstairs is the jealous Xingtian boss in our Huaxia district. The appraisal is completed. Bah! You just have a good life. On the importance of reincarnation. Gu Qin trembled inexplicably the moment he received the announcement from the world. His mouth was in an O shape, and he lost his voice. Is there a bug in this Nima? Can you still play the undead natural disaster mission like this? Xingtian? Can he break the undead space channel alone? Gu Qin's head was muddy at this time. And he suddenly had doubts about this world. He really couldn't imagine that a player could be as powerful as Xingtian? Xingtian. With the strength of one person. Forcibly into the catastrophe. This is the dead natural disaster. It's a catastrophe at the level of extinction. This is outrageous. The players around him were also shocked. Mad? Where did Xingtian come from? These three views have collapsed. How can I feel that I am so hot as a player? Xingtian is criticized. Slap. Slap. I slapped myself in the face. I now admit that Xingtian is 10 times more criticized than the undefeated death god. No. 100 times. Gu Qin suddenly felt absurd as he listened to the players' discussions. For the first time, he felt like the frog in the well in the story. Chapter 84. It is God who blocks me. So what? Those who block me die. The 84th chapter is that God blocks me. So what? Those who block me die. Tianyuan main city. He.2a. What China's #1 guild? The #1 player. That's all? That is. We sincerely look for him to cooperate. But he actually looks down on us. My favorability to Xingtian now 1 million. Chu Fengda's face was very ugly. He smiled bitterly. Don't say it. Xingtian looks down on us because we are weak. With a bitter face. He continued, we still have our own guild. Sun Shan nodded and said, yes. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Their words attracted the players to echo. What's so great about the Dawning Guild? Wait for us. And clean up them sooner or later. That is, we play so much. We will definitely develop. When our guild grows, we will slap Xingtian's face hard, so that he understands what it means to not bully young poor. At this moment, the world announcement and the Huaxia district announcement sounded one after another. Gone! The two major announcements were like a bolt from the blue at this time, splitting them to pieces. A group of players look at me. I look at you, and they are speechless. Chu Fengda broke the peace. He said bitterly, it was we who misunderstood Xingtian. He really didn't need to cooperate with us. Those players who were dissatisfied with Lin Feng just now were as red as persimmons. Xingtian is so arrogant? It's against the sky. Isn't the undead natural disaster an SSS level task? That's all? I suddenly understand why the Huaxia district can dominate the world. And the Dawning Guild can dominate the family. Xingtian is a bug, isn't it? Evil. Can you still complete the task like this? We still underestimate the people of this world and Xingtian. Chu Fengda listened to the players discussing and sighed. Since we are not treated by Xingtian, let's improve our strength. Yes, the guild cannot be left behind. Gu Qin is also preparing to establish a guild. Sun Shan said. But Xingtian is so evil. We don't know if we can develop a guild in China. Players. Dongying District. Portal of the Undead. The sword light flashed in Yamamoto Haiko's hand. And one after another powerful skills attacked the portal of the undead. At this time, the portal of the undead was attacked by a slight crack. It's not enough. Time is running out. Yamamoto Haiko attacked frantically. Suddenly, a world announcement suddenly sounded. What? The Huaxia region actually shattered the undead space passage. Xingtian? The #1 Huaxia player? Yamamoto Haiko's attack suddenly stagnated. And his face showed an incredible color. This is outrageous. He looked at the damage he had caused to the portal of the undead. And then thought about Xingtian. Yamamoto Haiko couldn't help but feel depressed. Is the gap between me and Xingtian so big? Roar! At this time, the blood-colored dragon he sat down roared and woke him up. At the same time, a regional announcement sounded. Announcement from Dongying District. Undead natural disaster will be activated in 30 seconds. Players please be prepared. There was Yamamoto Haiko gritted his teeth. Damn it! If I can be like Xingtian, there will be no dead of the dead in Dongying District. Thinking of this, Haiko Yamamoto hurriedly urged the giant dragon to leave the place. Dawn City. Lin Feng returned to the base camp. He immediately called the top of the legion. Pass my order. The two armies are fully prepared for battle. He, commander of the Dawning Legion, suddenly asked. I don't know what my king wants to do this time. Lin Feng smiled and said, tread Mount Fuji and wash the Dongying district with blood. After he finished speaking, he paused and said, as long as we forcefully kill the border guards, we will be able to force a national war. You prepare for the war, and wait for my assembly order. He stared at his eyes and lost his voice, but, there are super god level powerhouses in the border guards. Brush. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Yes, the guardians of each national border are super god level, representing invincible strength. It's easier said than done if you want to forcibly kill the border guards. Lin Feng glanced at his high-level executives and said with a sneer, oh, super asterisk level? Whatever I want to do. The entire god realm stops me. So what? Whoever stops me, die. There were many mythical powerhouses and the top executives of the Legion present. And when they heard this, they straightened their backs. They looked at the young man in front of them with admiration. Perhaps in terms of strength, their king is not yet invincible. But in terms of daring, the truth covers contemporary. As a subordinate of the king, it is indeed an honor. My subordinates obey. I am willing to go through fire and water with my king. And I will do whatever I want. CLA. Mu Yuan and other senior leaders of the two legions all bowed and obeyed. Lin Feng nodded and waved the top of the legion to retreat. At this time, he said to the strong Luo Ping, this time, follow me to challenge the super asterisk powerhouse. Are you willing? When the strong men heard the words, they said in unison, I would like to die for the master. Lin Feng showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, nodded and said, very good. Then let's go. After he finished speaking, he let the strong people enter his space ring. Lin Feng has previous life experience. He had known for a long time that forcing the national war was a very difficult thing. Originally, he planned to lead all NPCs and foreign players to use human sea tactics to kill the border guards and start a national war. But now, he has 100 million wish points. Then you don't need to spend so much trouble. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know how many wish points would be needed to summon a super god level powerhouse. But even so, Lin Feng was willing to gamble and go crazy. As long as you kill the border guards in Dongying district, you can start a national war. Then you can complete your job transfer task. And you can continue to level up. Otherwise, you will be stuck at level 40. This is something Lin Feng cannot allow. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to retrieve his past life memories. I remember the border guards in Dongying district near the seaport town outside Izumo City. Izumo City. Brush. A figure walked out of the teleportation array. Lin Feng glanced at the map of Huaxia district and quickly turned it off. In the previous life, the national war was only started when level 40 players reached 1 billion. So Lin Feng didn't know where Haigang town was. He activated his wings, flapped his wings and flew towards the harbor town. Harbor town. 100 miles from the outskirts. There is a teleportation array here. The teleportation array here is 100 times larger than the teleportation array in the main city. Thus a large transfer area is formed. At this time, a super god level powerhouse was stationed here. He is the border guard of Dongying district. Mountain under the moon. At this time, brush. A figure suddenly fell to the ground. Lin Feng glanced at the border guard of Dongying who was sitting cross-legged on the straw mat. He threw the detection spell at random. The guardian of the eastern border, super god level. Seeing this attribute, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The powerhouse on the opposite side is the super god level guardian of Dongying. Lin Feng knew that there was also a teleportation formation behind the invisible teleportation formation. The one station there is the super asterisk powerhouse of Huaxia district. Before the time to start the national war, the super asterisk powerhouse will not disappear. In front of Dongying district guards, Lin Feng chose to use the wishing point. Ding dong, you are using a wishing point. Please say your wish. Lin Feng said without hesitation, I want to summon super god level powerhouse. Hint, you can only choose to summon super god level powerhouses from a friendly camp. Hint, you can only summon human sages and god realm powerhouses at present. I choose the sages of the human race. Hint, this summoning needs to consume all the wishing points on your body. And the summoned warriors can only exist for 30 minutes. Please confirm. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. Is there such a limit for summoning? He said decisively, Yes. Ding dong, you have used 100 million wishing points to successfully summon the super god level powerhouse. Please note that the summon powerhouse will disappear immediately when the time is up. The system beep just went off. An earth-shattering aura suddenly filled the area. Yuexia Guanshan was awakened by this overwhelming aura. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed away in his eyes. He turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you? Why did you summon the super asterisk powerhouse?" Lin Feng snorted coldly and ignored it. Humph! When Yuexia Guanshan was so insulted, his face changed immediately, and he was furious. At this time, Chapter 85, Forcing the National War. Target Easting District. Right at this moment, the forehead of Yuexia Guanshan suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He turned to look somewhere in the sky. Brush! An overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted from Guanshan Fei under the moonlight. Lin Feng saw the abnormality of the Dongying guard, and fluttered his wings and flew into the air, looking somewhere. At this moment, a thunderball suddenly appeared. The lightning ball in Lin Feng's field of vision was almost the same as the ordinary intermediate magic lightning ball technique. And the figure of the sage of the human race never appeared. And the thunderball seemed to appear out of thin air. What kind of power is this? Yuexia Guanshan suddenly let out a horrified voice. Apparently he had sensed some kind of message, and it was beyond his expectations. At this moment, Yuexia Guanshan held the sword in both hands, and slashed towards the lightning ball fiercely. The fiery red elemental sword energy hit the mysterious thunder ball. But the thunder ball did not change. Instead, the mysterious lightning ball absorbed the flame element sword energy, and it turned into half flame and half thunder. Huh? The sound of breaking air sounded. The mysterious thunderball suddenly accelerated between the electric light and flint, rushing towards Yuexia Mountain. At this time, Yuexia Guanshan only had time to make another sword. But seeing his sword strike on the thunderball, there was a loud bang. The lightning ball suddenly exploded, and the flames and thunder and lightning in it, like spirituality, instantly wrapped Yuexia Mountain. Soon, the miserable cry of Yuexia Mountain came from inside. Ah! Damn! What kind of magic is this? What strength are you? Why can't I see you? Are you the legendary Eternal Saint? Impossible. You can't come to this world. The screams of Guanshan under the moon are getting weaker and weaker. In the end, he only gave a weak voice and said, "Damn! How can a strong person beyond my strength appear at this time?" Brush! The elemental power that enveloped his body suddenly dissipated. The place is empty. Lin Feng stared blankly at the scene in front of him. The super god level guardian of Dongying just died like this? He didn't even see the shadow of his opponent. He was cold after only one skill? Thinking of this, Lin Feng wondered, didn't he summon a super god level powerhouse? Is there such a big difference in strength between these super god level powerhouses? And it's a pity that the guardian envoy of Dongying died like this. He also wanted to leave some wreckage in preparation for resurrection later. You must know that there will be no super god level powerhouses in the current version. In other words, it is almost impossible to revive the super asterisk level at present. Lin Feng originally planned to wait for the release of the subsequent version to take out the wreckage of the Dongying Guardian Envoy and resurrect it. It seemed that there was no chance. At this time, in the void of the sky, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Old. It's not easy to teach a super god. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the sound, and he wanted to chase the source of the sound. But when he did so, he realized that the clear voice came from all directions. It seems to come from the past and the future. This is outrageous. What kind of limit is this? Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly asked, Senior, what realm are you in? Why didn't you show up to see it? He also didn't know if the sages of the human race left, but asked with a fluke. Who knows if there is a voice to respond? Still the clear voice. Well, I am naturally super god level in the current time and space. But I have been certified to the magic of the time and space avenue, and I will prove it forever. If you want to see me, then unlock the time and space forbidden code. Maybe there is a chance to see you. Don't disturb my sleep. I'm leaving. Yawning. After hearing the words of the sages of the human race, Lin Feng seemed to understand, but not understand. It seems that he used 100 million wishing points to summon a great senior. Seniors can kill super god level powerhouses in one move. And this senior seems to be able to travel the long river of time and space, and also has the ability to manipulate himself in each time period. That's insane. Lin Feng felt that his strength was comparable to that of the sages of the human race. Still a long way off. Especially the last sentence of the sages of the human race. It's about the time and space forbidden code. This skill book is one of the most important items for Lin Feng. In the previous life, it was called the ultimate pursuit of the magician. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt more urgent about forcibly starting the national war. Because only when the level is up, there will be more chances to get the heart of elemental magic. Then you can unlock the time and space forbidden code. Lin Feng looked at the teleportation formation in the Dongying region in front of him. The mythical powerhouse he prepared didn't come in handy this time. Just because the 100 million wishing points summoned a mysterious powerhouse. But this wave of harvest is not small. As soon as the Dongying guardsman dies, this national border teleportation formation can be used. Thinking of this, Lin Feng released the powerhouses and let Emochi go to inform the top of the legion and gather all the army. Then Lin Feng built a teleportation array here. At this time, there are still many sets of teleportation array parts in his backpack. It was enough for Lin Feng to splurge at will. Dawn City. At this time, the Sky Tribulation Legion is urgently gathering. Countless players moved neatly, quickly found their team, and assembled them neatly. Legion players don't know what happened. They only knew that President Xingtian suddenly ordered the assembly. Why did you suddenly gather? There must be a big move. But I don't know who President Xingtian is going to fight this time. It won't be to fight the elves. I like this. Do you like to fight elves? I'm too lazy to expose you. As the commander of the Sky Tribulation Legion, Muyun watched his legion assemble almost at this time. He hurriedly said, "Silence. Silence." Sure enough, as soon as Muyun opened his mouth, the players closed their mouths abruptly. Muyun glanced at the players in front of him and said solemnly, "This time, our legion's combat target is overseas, and our final assembly point will be in Haiying Town." Muyun's voice fell. Immediately, the faces of the legion players changed. Overseas? This is the rhythm of a national war. Why didn't I receive a system prompt? Has the national war started? My game system won't be broken. Right? National war. Harbor Town is subordinate to Izumo City on the map. And Izumo City is the closest to Dongying. I'll go. Wouldn't it be to fight the Dongying dog? I mustn't put out 12 points of strength for this Nima? Cow wow cow wow. The president is so irritable. Forcibly starting the national war. Mad. I haven't had enough fun in the last small country war. There were only thousands of people in Dongying that time. Right? Yes. Yes. There are 100 million players in Dongying. And only 10% of the players came to the last small country war. Then I'm going to beat them up this time. At this time, the news that Lin Feng was going to forcibly start a national war and fight Dongying spread like wildfire. First of all, the news came from the Legion players, and naturally spread to the Dawning Guild. At this time, in the Dawning Guild channel, countless players are regretting. At the beginning, the level was low and did not catch up with joining the Sky Tribulation Legion. This time I can't go to fight Dongingu. It's really uncomfortable. Who's not? Now the number of legions is very dead. And if you recruit 7,000 W people, you will not be recruited. Although we have no chance to participate in the war, we can indirectly help the legion. Yes, we can go to the bank to save money, and let the chairman have money to consume. The national war is money. We can also purchase and manufacture potions, build weapons and equipment, and then use them for legion players. This is also an indirect battle. Yes, yes. We can also help transport the military supplies and siege equipment built by the dwarves of Bailuching. Although we can't participate in the battle, we can still contribute. Good brothers, let's act. Chapter 86 Arrive in the Easterning District. Tap tap. National War Transmission Zone. Teams of legionnaires came in neat rows. They were parked outside the teleportation area, waiting for orders. Lin Feng was flying in midair, looking around. In the field of vision, the heads of the legionnaires, who are full of praise, are endless. Like a sea of people. This national war expedition. A total of 7,000 W players. 500 W soldiers of the Dawning Legion. And all the powerhouses above the legendary level were dispatched. At this time, Lin Feng nodded to the top of the Legion, indicating that they can let the Legion soldiers enter the National Border Teleportation Array. Then, he fluttered his wings and flew to the National Border Teleportation Array. Ding dong, you are using the Dongying National Boundary Teleportation Array. After using it, it will appear in Dongying District. The map of Dongying District will track your coordinates in real time, and the national war will be enabled by default. Please confirm? Confirm. Lin Feng said. Hint, about to teleport. Brush. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he disappeared in place. Dongying District. Inside the Huaxia National Boundary Teleportation Array. A light flashed through it. Lin Feng just walked out of the teleportation formation. World announcement. Player Xingtian from Huaxia District appeared in Dongying District, 1241. 265, through the National Boundary Teleportation Array. At present, Dongying map will track the player's location in real time. Please pay attention to Dongying players. World announcement. Players from the Huaxia District Xingtian. Open the Huaxia District Dongying District National War. The National War system is officially open. Hint, after National War is turned on, players in each district will turn on regional battle mode by default. Killing players in hostile regions will get national war points, and those killed will drop certain items, and the national war standings will be activated. Hint, national war points can be obtained by killing enemy NPCs and players, and occupying enemy cities. Please pay attention to them. A series of world announcements made players around the world stunned. The game system has not started the national war, but Xingtian can force it to start? This is outrageous. Huaxia is so strong, and Dongying is still fighting the undead. This wave of Dongying pills. I suddenly felt shivering. After Xingtian beat Dongying, it won't be our turn. Right? And when Dongying players heard the world announcement, their anger was beyond words. Xingtian is despicable. It's shameful to invade us while we are fighting the undead. Devil Xingtian. There will be retribution sooner or later. I will draw a circle to curse you. Everyone, pay attention. You must not be killed by Xingtian. This asterisk Nemo will hang up. If he dies in his hands, he will not only be relegated but also owe him a lot of gold coins. This is a asterisk lesson. Chinese players are more encouraging and happy. At Xingtian. Come on. Big guy. Rush rush. And round up Dongying. Boss Xingtian. Tell Dongying what are you missing. I will go bankrupt to support you. At Xingtian. Step on Mount Fuji and teach Dongying how to be a human being. Huaxia National Boundary Transmission Array. At this time, countless Chinese players and NPC legions walked out of the teleportation array. China's border guards turned a blind eye to all this. I have never been abroad in the real world, and I even went abroad to play a game. Stepping into the land of Dongying, I feel that I have a violent buff. This time we must make Dongying District a Huaxia division. Ha ha ha. National War Command. General Staff CLA and He have already made a good battle strategy. We have chosen Donglu City and Liuqiu City, two big cities, as the strategic footholds this time. Lin Feng nodded. He also looked at the map and knew that the two large cities in the east were the closest cities to this place. And it has enough advantages in a strategic position. Lin Feng said lightly. That's it. I'm going to lay down the city first, and your legion will take over later. CLA and He said in unison. Yes, my king. Lin Feng left Lin Shan, Lin Xing, Lin Yu and other super powerful people to the headquarters, to prevent the mythical powerhouse from coming to do things in Dongying District. He took the rest of the mythical powerhouses to Dongying City. Lin Feng was flying in the sky. The sky in Dongying District was dark and gloomy at this time, because of the advent of the undead natural disaster. This vision has always existed. The undead creatures on the ground continued to harvest all the life they saw like a asterisk of death. And they did not let go of even the NPC monsters. Donglu City. At this time, Donglu City was heavily guarded. Not because of the start of the national war, but because of the undead invasion. At this moment, a figure stopped steadily above Donglu City. Lin Feng lowered his height. His figure was instantly discovered by Dongying players and NPCs. Enemy attack. A shrill warning voice just sounded. Lin Feng grinned and summoned 9 clones. His clones are scattered around the city very regularly, ensuring that the skills can fully cover the city. Lin Feng decisively waved his staff. Immediately, the mythical powerhouses around him also shot. The flame of destruction. Light divine arrow. Thunderstorm lightning snake. Frost from the sky. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. In an instant, Lin Feng's skills easily covered the entire city. Hint, You killed the Donglu Town Guard. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Obtain gold coins plus 1 billion. Qianyu battlefield tickets, mythology elementary, *1, and national war points plus 100 million. Hint, you killed the Donglu City Lord. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got plus 1.5 billion gold coins. Qianyu battlefield ticket, mythology elementary, *1, and the national war points plus 150 million. Hint, you killed the player Mai Shun. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got gold coins plus 100 W. National war points plus 2 W. You got equipment. Duplicate information ignored. Countless Dongying players in Donglu City were killed by Lin Feng before they could react. The unlucky player is the player who chooses to bind the resurrection point of Donglu City. After they died, they suffered heavy losses. Their backpacks were all exploded. Their levels were lost. Their equipment was gone. And they owed Lin Feng a lot of money. However, after they were resurrected, they were instantly overwhelmed by their skills. Players with higher levels were just repeating this kind of encounter. The low-level ones were directly sent back to the novice village by Lin Feng. You must know that the last time the Secret Realm National War, the players in the outer area added up to only 100 million. So only the last time only 10 million Dongying players were killed were relegated. This player is only 1/10 of all Dongying players. And now the mainstream player level in the world has reached level 30+. Therefore, many players can withstand Lin Feng's 2 kills. But whether it is 1 or 2 times, as long as they are killed by Lin Feng, basically this number is abolished. After a few minutes, Lin Feng stopped the slaughter. He led the mythical powerhouse into the city lord's mansion and smashed the city stone monument. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have gained national war points plus 1 billion. Ding dong, you broke the stone monument in the city. Please choose occupy the city or sweep the city. Occupied. Hint, you have occupied Donglu City. World announcement. Congratulations to the Huaxia player Xingtian for occupying the Dongying City Donglu City. Become the first player to occupy the outer city for the first time. And the special rewards will be changed to administrative NPC *100. Business NPC *500. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get administrative NPC *100W. Business NPC *500W. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his current national war points, 23.4 billion. So many points. I don't know how many national fortune gems can be exchanged. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the national war points interface. Chapter 87, complete the job transfer mission and capture 2 cities. The job transfer task of Forbidden Magic Mage requires 7 national fortune gems to complete. The only way to get national fortune gems is through the exchange of national war points. Lin Feng forcibly started the national war. The main reason is this: 23.4 billion national war points. After Lin Feng read the points, he opened the national war interface. He found the points exchange and saw the national fortune gem at a glance. National fortune gems, mythical grade, points required for redemption, 5 billion points. Inventory, 999 plus. Introducing Jingua's treasure. Using it can increase the luck of the country, which is not something that ordinary people can have. Lin Feng decided to exchange 4 after reading it. Hint, you have successfully exchanged 20 billion points for 4 national fortune gems. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt with a calm expression. It takes 7 national fortune gems to complete the job transfer task. And there are still 3. Lin Feng thought of Floating Ball City. As long as you harvest a wave of national war points in Floating Ball City, it will be enough to exchange for the required national fortune gems. Thinking of this, Lin Feng left a few mythical powerhouses behind and asked them to guard the city, waiting for the 2 major legions to take over. Then, he flew to the next city, Ball City. At this time, the sound of killing outside the city shook the sky. Countless Dongying players and NPC armies are fighting with countless undead creatures. The army of the undead is clearly graded. Hell Reaper is the strongest, with myth-level strength. At this time, he is fighting with the Dongying powerhouse on the battlefield of God's domain. The strength of the Lich King is slightly epic, and the vampire is legendary. The strength of Asterisk warriors is second-rate. Evil spirits are third-rate. Carrion is weaker, and skeleton warriors are the worst but the most numerous. You must know that the most terrifying thing about undead calamity is not the undead creatures themselves. Instead, NPCs who die in battle will immediately become manipulated undead creatures. In this way, the more the undead are fighting, the stronger they are. And the more they are fighting, the more and more they will be inexhaustible. Such terrifying characteristics of the undead are almost incomprehensible. This is also the reason why undead natural disaster is called the world-destroying natural disaster. Brush. Lin Feng flew here quickly. He hovered above the sky, silently watching the fierce battle on the ground. At this time, the Easterning players were in a state of excitement. On the other hand, the undead are fearless. Whenever there is fresh life, they will come like a tide. Kill these undead. Chong Chong. For the glory of Dadanjing. Long live Dadanjing. Kill it. Air. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He is suspended in the air, waiting for the two forces below to kill you or yourselves. It is best to lose both. However, the sharp-eyed Dongying player was stunned to find Lin Feng's figure suspended in midair. He is Xingtian? What is he doing? What else can we do? Of course we wait for both of us to lose. Mad. This old silver coin. Taking advantage of the undead invasion, he forcibly started the national war. It's okay to die in the hands of the undead, but it will be miserable to die in the hands of Xingtian. At that time, everyone should be smart and commit suicide if they can. Bah. You can say this kind of cowardice. Spicy chicken. What are our players afraid of dying? It's a big deal to resurrect and fight again. You are too young. You will understand when you are killed by Xingtian once. Dongying players and the undead fought extremely violently. Lin Feng watched with interest from the air. Players are known to be known as the Force Scourge. Can be called immortal. The players who died in front of them rushed out of the city after being resurrected and joined the battlefield again. Extremely fierce. But Easterning players have no rules and regulations in battle. Almost as brainless as the undead. Just rush and finish. In contrast, the player army under Lin Feng's command was completely different. The players of the Heavenly Tribulation Army have experienced many large-scale battles. Therefore, they pay more attention to the strength of the team. And they have their own cooperative operations from large teams to small teams. Lin Feng looked at the chaotic appearance of Dongying players and shook his head in disgust. Soon, the battle is finally over. Only the battlefield of God's domain continues. Easterning players finally paid a great price, and finally boiled down countless undead to death. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt that the time had come. He released a group of strong men and said, "You go to the battlefield of God's domain, and all the powerful Easterning gods will be killed, and all the remains of the Easterning powerful people will be brought back." As ordered. "Master," the strong men responded, turning into streamers and flying to the battlefield of God's domain. Lin Feng looked at the Dongying player below. At this time, Dongying players are still immersed in the joy of just winning. Long live Dadanjing. Long live. We won. We won. The undead exploded a lot of good things. And we don't lose this wave. Lin Feng heard the optimistic thoughts of Dongying players about this wave of harvest. He couldn't help but smile. The undead were indeed killed by you. But their drops don't necessarily belong to you. At this time, Lin Feng summoned a clone. He raised his staff and unleashed his skills. The source of darkness. The flame of destruction. Light divine arrow. Thunderstorm lightning snake. Frost from the sky. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. The smile on the face of Dongying players instantly solidified. But see, countless skills will instantly drown all Dongying players on the scene, including NPCs. All of a sudden, countless white lights flashed on the Dongying players. Every white light lit up. It represented the death of a Dongying player. Even some clever players wanted to commit suicide. But it was too late. Ding dong, you killed the Toyo player Tsukizawa Osamu. And you triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got gold coins plus 10W. National war points plus 2W. Samurai armor, extraordinary. Ding dong, you killed the Dongying player Dongxiang Yuren. And you triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got gold coins plus 15W. National war points plus 2W. Samurai war blade, extraordinary. Ding dong, you killed the Dongying player Aguri Suri. And you triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got gold coins plus 110W. National war points plus 2W. Bright sun bracers, purple gold. Repeated information folded. At the same time, the battlefield of God's domain suddenly disappeared. Brush brush. The strongmen returned home. Luo Ping was holding the severed fingers of two mythical powerhouses. See the scene. Lin Feng nodded. The resurrection of the mythical powerhouse, with remains only requires hundreds of billions of gold coins. If you only need Krypton gold to get a mythical powerhouse, you will not lose. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the resurrection altar. Ding dong, did you spend 1 trillion gold coins to resurrect two mythical first-level powerhouses? Yes. Lin Feng said nothing. For him now, gold coins are just a number. Hint, 1 trillion gold coins have been used to successfully resurrect two mythical first-level powerhouses. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. At the same time, two mythical powerhouses appeared in front of him. See the master? Please give me your name. The two strongmen said in unison. Lin Feng said indifferently. You can call them Donnie and Donger. Thank you for the name of the master. And I am willing to die for the master. Lin Feng nodded. At the beginning, Luo Ping paid 550 billion to resurrect. It seems that the gold coins needed for resurrection depend on the quality of the strong. There is no war here. Lin Feng looked at the city in the distance. He said lightly, follow me to capture this city. Follow your orders? Master. All the strongmen said in unison. At this time, there was chaos in Liuqiu's city. Countless players at the resurrection point are collapsing at this time. They denounced Lin Feng on the Dongying District channel and the World channel. My level has dropped by 10. All the equipment and backpacks are lost. Nima still owes him several million gold coins. I can't accept this. Is there such a thing in the world? If you get killed by Xingtian once, the account will be cancelled. Who can bear this? I suggest that we go to the game forum to sign a joint letter and report Xingtian for hanging up. Let's save you guys. Back when 100 million players in the Secret Realm National War were slaughtered by Xingtian. Wasn't that big enough? Do you see any official action? Wake up. This is a game without customer service. Bad reviews. Game experience 1 trillion. Wait. That's it? No. The great demon King Xingtian is here. Hurry up and commit suicide. It's over. I forgot to set a new resurrection point. At this time, Lin Feng was already hovering over the city, and he raised his staff indifferently. The source of darkness. The flame of destruction. Light divine arrow. Thunderstorm lightning snake. Frost from the sky. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. -69257008. Crit. Lin Feng's clone activates skills at the same time. In an instant, the entire floating ball city was shrouded in Lin Feng's skills. Dongying players can only helplessly watch the skills fall on their heads, and then turn into a light and return to the novice village. In an instant, Dongying players and NPCs in the two cities were slaughtered by Lin Feng. After a few minutes, Lin Feng rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Soon, the stone tablet of the city lord's mansion was shattered. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have gained national war points plus 1 billion. Ding dong, you broke the city lord's stone tablet. Please choose occupy the city or sweep the city. Occupied? Hint, you have occupied floating ball city. Announcement from Dongying District. Huaxia player Xingtian occupied Dongying City Liuqiu City. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and looked at his points. 38.9 billion. The points are enough. Thinking of this, he opened the points exchange interface and decisively exchanged 3 national fortune gems. Hint, you have successfully exchanged 15 billion points for 3 national fortune gems. Chapter 88 Successful Job Transfer. Ding dong, you have completed the job transfer task. Please return to the main city as soon as possible to submit the task. Lin Feng smiled when he listened to the system prompt in his ear. As long as you go back and submit the task, the experience bar will be unlocked. Thinking of this, he opened the city interface. Because Lin Feng has his own city in China, so he added Dawn City directly to the teleportation rules on the city panel. In this way, Lin Feng's entire force does not need to rely on the national boundary teleportation array, and can also carry out the national war teleportation. Of course, it is necessary to set the teleportation array so that it is forbidden to open to the Dongying District. After Lin Feng set it up, he teleported directly to the inside of the teleportation array. Brush. Apocalypse City Teleportation Array. Lin Feng used Dawn City as a transit, and soon came to the main city of Apocalypse. Career Minter Hall. Lin Feng Shiran walked in. The moment the guards at the door saw Lin Feng, they knelt down on one knee and saluted. "Meet your excellency." At this time, everyone in the tutor hall looked at Lin Feng. The tutors were stunned for a moment, and then they respectfully saluted. "Meet your excellency." When have the players in the hall seen such battles? Is this Xingtian? How could even the NPC treat him with such respect? "Your Majesty?" Xingtian has become a king. Hissing, defying the sky. This manner has to salute the big boss. The president is bullied. Lin Feng was very calm. After the game and reality merge, the whole world is reshuffled, and the strong are respected. He didn't know how many times he had seen such a scene. So, I saw him raising his hand lightly and saying, "Everyone get up. Swipe." All the NPCs stood up honestly. At this time, Lin Feng went straight to Lu Yan's mentor. Seeing this scene, Lu Yan's face was full of relief. She is someone who has witnessed Lin Feng's growth. Lin Feng has this strength, and she feels honored. "Lord Xingtian," Lu Yan said in a clear voice. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I have completed the job transfer task." After finishing speaking, he took out the 7 national fortune gems. Lu Yan was stunned when she heard the words. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a little weird. The national fortune gem, a job transfer task, has a lot of restrictions. What's more difficult is that it takes a lot of national war points to exchange for the national luck gems required for the mission. Lu Yan sometimes also finds this task very embarrassing. But Forbidden Spell Mage is the ceiling of the mage profession after all. So the job transfer task is so defiant. Lu Yan took the national fortune gem with a surprised look on her face. After confirming that it was correct, she handed the golden transfer scroll to Lin Feng. "Congratulations on completing this job transfer mission. Please take it." Lin Feng took the scroll with a smile. A system beep sounds. Ding dong. You have completed the job transfer task and obtained the Forbidden Magic Mage Job Transfer Scroll *1. Lin Feng couldn't wait to hear the system prompt. He immediately shredded the scroll. Stab it! The fragments of the transfer scroll turned into golden light and disappeared into Lin Feng's body. At the same time, "Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, your experience bar seal has been unlocked. You can continue to upgrade." Finally unlocked. Lin Feng directly chose to upgrade. "Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 41. You gain 20 free attribute points." "Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 45. You gain 20 free attribute points." "Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 50. You gain 20 free attribute points." Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in your experience pool. Please complete the job transfer as soon as possible and remove the seal on the experience bar. After listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng added all attribute points to intelligence. His damage output has increased again. This wave seconds has risen to level 50. And then, there is a level 50 job transfer mission. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Lu Yan. But before he could speak, Lu Yan skillfully shot a golden light into Lin Feng's body. Hint, do you accept the job transfer task collect immortal matter fragments? Accept. Of course Lin Feng chose to accept. Ding dong, you accepted the job transfer task collect immortal matter fragments. Your task bar has been updated, and you can view the task details on the task bar. Lin Feng opened the task bar. Collecting fragments of immortal matter, Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Task. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission target. 1. Collect 300 immortal matter fragments. Task introduction. After accepting this quest, you will get the Godfall buff. Anyone who kills the enemy mythical powerhouse will drop 100% of the immortal matter fragment. Immortal matter, also known as divinity. It has all kinds of wonderful effects. Please collect 100 immortal matter fragments. Special, Godfall buff disappears after completing the mission. Quest reward, Forbidden Magic Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Lin Feng closed the task bar after reading the job transfer task. He opened the status bar. And sure enough, he saw the blessing of the Divine Fall buff. Godfall buff, mythic level. Effect 1. Killing a god level powerhouse will drop 100% of immortal matter fragments. Effect 2. Immortal matter fragments synthesis amount -50%. Duration, permanent. Seeing this, Lin Feng showed a smile on his face. in the battle between the demon and the alien race. Lin Feng did not know how many mythical powerhouses he killed. Even the upper godheads were gathered. And there was no immortal matter fragment. It is precisely because this thing is extremely rare that it is so. Now with the blessing of buff, 100% explosion of immortal matter fragment. More than a fragrant word. It is simply against the sky. And the effect too of Godfall buff reduces the number of synthesis by 50%. That is to say, it only takes half of the original. That is, 50 pieces of immortal matter. To synthesize 1 point of immortal matter. It is indeed a mythical buff. It is simply superb. And this buff is still for free. This wave of blood is earned. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the backpack. He remembered that a fragment of immortal matter exploded when he killed Rand. Sure enough, the props are still there. As long as you kill a god-level powerhouse, you can explode immortal matter fragments. Lin Feng smiled. This is very simple for him. Whether it is a mythical powerhouse of an alien race, a human race NPC powerhouse of Dongying, or a mythical powerhouse of the undead natural disaster, they can all provide themselves with the output of immortal matter fragments. 100 pieces only. Not a lot. The current job transfer task has been completed, and a new job transfer task has been accepted. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer, and after saying goodbye to Lu Yin, he sat in the teleportation array and returned to Dongying District. Canyu Mountains. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 40. You gain 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in your experience pool. Please complete the job transfer as soon as possible and remove the seal on the experience bar. Gu Chen took a deep breath. He picked up the drop of the ground boss, and a smile appeared on his face. A group of players came together. Brother Chen, is level 40 full of experience? They got a positive response from Gu Chen, and all of them were ecstatic. Wow! Wow! Now there is a second level 40 full experience player in Huaxia District. The one who can catch up with Xingtian is still you, Brother Chen. Gu Chen had a deep smile on his face, and his joy was beyond words. Finally reached level 40 full experience. Now Huaxia District. No. There are 2 level 40 players in the world. Xingtian, the good days when you covered the sky with one hand have come to an end. Thinking of this, Gu Chen opened the world ranking. The moment he opened the ranking list, the smile on his face suddenly solidified. When the players saw his strangeness, their expressions changed greatly, and they opened the ranking list. Gone! Chapter 89 mutations are beginning to appear. The era of online games for all is coming. Sizzle. The players looked at the leaderboard and took a deep breath. Xingtian is level 50. No wonder players all over the world say that he is hanging on the wall. The more common occupations, the easier the job transfer task is. Hidden occupations, especially the only hidden occupations, have the most difficult job transfer tasks. Did he complete the job transfer task so quickly? Xingtian is a monster. If you look at him with the eyes of ordinary players, you will find that you are a big fool. Real world. China. In a small courtyard with an elegant environment, a group of experts and ZF executives gathered at this time. A sturdy man in a military atmosphere stood up, holding the report in his hand. He said, according to the experimental data, it has been proved that Destiny Continent has a significant effect on human evolution. He slowly said, we found in our initial experiments that the game initially only enhanced the basic attributes of humans. And now, there are even D-level talents capable people in the game world in the real world. We suspect that with the passage of time and the improvement of player strength, various talents and skills in the game, and even props will appear in the real world. This research report immediately stunned everyone present. You know, the time of human evolution is calculated in billions of years. However, the appearance of Destiny Continent actually broke the rules of this species. Such a shocking discovery cannot be exaggerated. At this time, a young man with glasses asked, is it possible that Destiny Continent will merge with the real world? The strong man's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He nodded and said, it's very possible. The man with glasses pondered, that would be troublesome. After he said this, all the eyes of everyone present turned to him. If the game and reality merge, the glasses man worried. Doesn't that mean that monsters and various natural disasters in the game will also appear in the real world? Sizzle. Those present are all human elites. They all reacted. And this is indeed the truth. Since the game and reality are very likely to merge, then this situation will definitely occur. But there is no resurrection point in the real world. In other words, when a person dies, he really dies, and the natural disasters in the game will appear at every turn. In this way, human civilization will be in danger. So, Game Fusion World is not exactly a good thing. Destiny Continent will speed up human evolution, but it will come with the risk of civilization dying out. At this time, everyone's eyes turn to an old man in the first seat. The old man is thin, but very spirited. His eyes glitter, and he only listened to him. If that's the case, then we must go deeper into the game world and learn more skills. He firmly said, only if everyone is strong. China, have the strength to resist various risks in the future. I suggest mobilizing the masses. As long as everyone who can enter the game will enter the game. The man with glasses echoed, I agree. This may be the only way out for us humans. The strong man frowned and said, this game has swept the world, and the number of online players in China has reached 600 million at this time, basically including everyone between the ages of 18 and 45. Of course, the key point is that this game world has its own operating system. For example, the power of the NPC empire, and the power of the players guild. If we put all our hope in the game world, whether to gain dominance in the game is a question. The man with glasses nodded and said, it makes sense. But at present, the basic pattern of Huaxia has been set. The old man snorted in confusion and said, I haven't played the game. Can you tell me more? The man with glasses nodded and said, now the most powerful player in the Huaxia area is called Xingtian. He smiled and said, this person has unparalleled prestige in the Huaxia district, and all the top players in the Huaxia district are under his command. Now he is dealing with the Easterning players in the Easterning district. The old man laughed when he heard the words. This person looks amazing. Since the game world has the rules of the game world, then we will follow the rules of the game. As for the dominance, do you think that we have really reached the point where the game and reality are merged? Will the dominance still be in our hands? The old man asked everyone present. Yes. When the two worlds merge, it is naturally a big reshuffle. Whoever has the most strength has the most say. The old man laughed. So there is not much we can do. So let's make a plan and let all the people participate in the game. Remember, the future is the world of young people. Easterning District, Ball City. At this time, the city defense has been taken over by the Huaxia army. The city is full of heavy soldiers from the Huaxia district. Brush. A figure walked out of the teleportation array. Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation formation and walked straight into the city lord's mansion. After receiving the job transfer assignment, Lin Feng had some ideas. First, hunt the god-level powerhouse. This is the current main goal. After all, immortal matter fragment cannot be multiplied 10,000 times, and it has to kill 100 god-level powerhouses abruptly to complete the mission. Ordinary players cannot participate in the battle of the mythical powerhouse. Therefore, ordinary players should not waste time in Dongying District. More should grasp the complex situation of Dongying District and carry out a wave of development. The growth of players is stronger than that of NPCs. Perhaps the strength of NPCs in the early stage is an unsurpassable mountain. But in the middle and late stages, players will definitely take off. One day, there will be as many mythical players as dogs, and super god level players will walk all over the place. So now is the time to level up a wave of players. The improvement of the strength of the Legion players is also indirectly equal to the improvement of Lin Feng's strength. It is necessary to know that the power of the Imperial NPC is beyond people's imagination. If there is no accident this time, the undead natural disaster will inevitably end in failure. But Lin Feng didn't want the undead natural disaster to fail so quickly. After all, if the undead natural disaster exists for one day, the heritage of Dongying District can consume one more day. So in this situation, it is extremely suitable for players to fight in small groups, and step by step cannibalize the strength of players in Dongying District. This allows the undead to face much less pressure, and can exist for a longer time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the task editing panel. After he edited the task, he chose to send. There are many benefits for the players of the Heavenly Tribulation Corps, and their wealth is considered to be the thickest group of players in the Huaxia district. So Lin Feng set the acceptance condition to 1 gold coin. Legion announcement. Legion Commander Xingtian released the mission Dongying Raiders. Mission acceptance conditions. 1 gold. The Legion announcement sounded 3 times in a row. After hearing the system prompt, the players of the Heavenly Tribulation Army were stunned. It was the first time they met President Ching and released the Legion mission for the first time. Although the mission has an access threshold of 1 gold coin, it is just a drizzle for them. Immediately, tens of millions of players took up the task. They opened the task interface. Clearing the Easting District E Legion mission. Task issuer, Xing Tian. Mission difficulty, S level. Mission objective, kill players in Zone E. Task introduction. The Easterning region has been divided into 5 regions. A, B, C, D. Now we have occupied some cities in District E. But there are still countless Easterning players in this area. Those who accept this quest can suspend the duties of the Legion, and can form a team or a single person to carry out this quest to hunt down all Donging players in the area. Wherever our swords point to is our territory. I wish you all the best of luck. Mission time, long term. Mission reward, a lot of military points. Legion players were very excited after watching the mission. President Niobe. For me to occupy the city in Dongying. I will stick to it, Squint. This is a real man. His mind is full of offense. And offense is a man's romance. I didn't say anything. I will do whatever the president asks me to do. Which priest has more buffs? I'll find you to add some buffs. The team of 3. Do you have a priest who knows resurrection? There are 7 people in the team. And there is no archer. Archers with more AoE skills in the range are preferred. Chapter 90 The Strength of Chinese Players. Barren Plains. The 5-member Huaxia team quietly ambushed here. Not far in front of them. There is also a team of 5 Dongying players who are brushing the undead boss. However, the configuration opposite the Dongying player is 2 arrows. 1 battle, 1 animal husbandry and 1 method. The Huaxia players have more complete configurations. Bows, assassins, mages, priests, assassins all. At this time, Dongying players had already consumed half of the blood of the undead boss. Seeing how powerful Dongying players are, the 5 Huaxia players felt a sense of superiority in their hearts. Warrior Han Zong frowned and said, 7 stars. Why do I feel that the strength of Dongying players is not on the same level as us? Captain Qi Xing said with a smile, you have to know how many group buffs we have now. With the buffs from the guild and legion. If we are still on the same level as the players of Dongying, wouldn't we be trash? 7 stars only said part of it. Assassin Oe said with a smile, the most important thing is, we have guild channels to buy experience pills, skill books, and a large number of military points, which allow us to exchange various excellent weapons and equipment. After speaking, his eyes showed admiration. If there is no President Xingtian, how can we have today's strength? Maybe we will be like the Dongying players. The damage output is still in 4 digits. Han Zong nodded and agreed. It is true. We must have been in the Legion for a long time, and feel that everyone is about the same strength. Now I have the opportunity to look at the outside world and other players, only to find myself the strength has reached a very good level. Do you have the feeling that you have been nested in the mountains for thousands of years, and suddenly found yourself invincible after going down the mountain? Ha ha ha! Pastor Luo Jing joked. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help but smile. At this time, Qi Xing suddenly said, "Oe, the time has come. You sneak over to grab the booze of Dongying dog." Oe nodded and used his assassin skills to sneak away. Everyone, pay attention. Dongying players are weak, and we have to do our best. Qi Xing urged. I know the captain. The remaining 3 responded. Boom! Minus 214. Resist. Shoda Hamashima raised his shield and blocked the attack of the undead boss in time. At this moment, a warm holy light suddenly appeared on his body, and a string of blue healing numbers appeared above his head. Plus 500. Shoda Hamashima, I know that this is my own priest who is controlling blood for himself. Exploding fireball. Brush. A fireball instantly hit the undead boss. Minus 8,366. Crit. Shoda Hamashima's eyes lit up, and Fong's mage actually triggered a critical strike. At this time, the hatred of the undead boss quickly turned from the priest to the mage. This Ghost Rider boss is about to rush to the mage. Shoda Hamashima quickly used the newly refreshed skills. Ridicule. Roar. As expected, Ghost Rider's hatred quickly shifted to Shoda Hamashima. At this time, the long-range attacks of the teammates behind were constantly falling on the Ghost Rider. Soon, Only a trace of blood remained on the top of Ghost Rider's head. At this time, only a high amount of damage is needed, and this super-level boss will hang up. Suddenly, call out! An arrow shot swiftly. At the same time, the figure of an assassin suddenly appeared behind the Ghost Rider. Backstab. Minus 28,456. Fatal blow. Now! Shoto Hamashima was suddenly stunned. He stared blankly at the assassin skillfully picking up the items dropped by the undead boss. He's a little confused right now. It seems that there are no assassins in our team? Then where did this assassin come from? Suddenly, the teammates behind Hamashima General Tai shouted, "Enemy attack!" They are Chinese players. Mad. These Chinese players have robbed our boss. Hamashima General Tai was shocked and quickly raised his shield. The Chinese assassin player opposite him actually grinned and said, "It's hard to beat the boss." After a pause, the assassin smiled and said, "Thank you." The voice fell, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Shota Hamashima hearing this sentence. I can't wait to vomit blood. Assassins also learn the taunts of warriors? This Nima is more slippery than a soldier. Han Zong, that stupid shield battle is handed over to you. 7 stars bent their bows and arrows, aiming at the 2 archers in the Dongying district. Han Zong, a soldier in the Huaxia district, said good. After he finished speaking, he started sprinting and rushed toward Shota Hamashima. At the same time, as soon as Qixing's fingers were released, 7 arrows hit 2 archers in the Dongying district at the same time. Minus 224,562. Minus 225,654. Minus 225,654. Swipe. 2 archers in Dongying district were killed by Qixing. At the same time, Luo Xing, the priest of Huaxia, has put all his debuff skills on the mages of Dongying. Exploding fireball. After Master Dongying finished singing, an explosive fireball appeared from above his head. Only, this burst fireball has shrunk by 60 to 70%, and it looks smaller than the fireball technique. And the speed of the burst fireball is extremely slow, less than 1/3 of the heyday. This is outrageous. This also uses a will skill. Even the blind can escape. Master Dongying had an incredible look on his face. Are all Chinese players so strong? Just when he was stunned, a loud shout suddenly sounded behind Master Dongying. Lightning triple strike. The disappearing assassin Oe suddenly appeared behind Master Dongying. A set of 3 lightning strikes will take the mage away. At the same time, a lightning strike from Huaxia's mage landed on the head of Dongying priest. Minus 22,366. In an instant, Dongying's crispy priest was instantly killed by Huaxia's mage. Qixing gave Master Jinglu a thumbs up and said with a smile, "You did a great job." Jinglu shrugged and said, "It's just that Dongying players are too weak." At this time, there was only one person left in the field. The Eastern warrior Hamashima Shota. Han Zong saw that his teammates were all waiting for him. He couldn't help laughing at General Hamashima. Goodbye. Flaming sword. Han Zong's sword was instantly enveloped by a strong flame. He slashed at Hamajima Masada's shield, and immediately smashed the shield into pieces. Then the blade slashed on Hamashima Shota's body without any accident. Minus 21,252. Masahiro Hamashima. Die! Han Zong blew up the Empress Dowager Hamashima and picked up his drop. Qixing and others gathered together to distribute the spoils of this time, not counting experience and military points. This wave of light is the drop of 5 Dongying players, and it is worth their shot. Not to mention, there are also items dropped by super-level bosses. This wave of blood earned. It's the wisest choice to mix with President Xing Tian. The 5 people have gained a lot from this trip. And Qixing can't help but sigh. Yeah. Thanks to the president who always remembers us. Let's hunt down Dongying players. Han Zong said with emotion. I believe that when the mission is over, our strength will skyrocket again. Oh, he said with a smile. Pastor Luo Zheng said indifferently. So we have to work hard and kill more dogs. That's right. It's a rare opportunity to both improve your strength and kill Dongying dogs. Mage Jinglu agreed. Then let's choose the next target. Qixing's eyes glittered, and he said, we ignore the lone Dongying players, and let our lone rangers hunt them down. With the strength of the 5 of us, we can do great things. Agreed. I'm going to hit 10. Chapter 91 The Challenge from Undefeated Death. Dongying District. The imperial capital. General's house. Yamamoto Haikawa led tens of thousands of players to sit here. This scene is spectacular. It attracted countless NPCs and players from Dongying District who were watching the fun. I heard that the undefeated asterisk of death Yamamoto Haikawa is here. Dongying player asked curiously. That's the one with long hair. A player explained. Then why is Xiaochuankun called the undefeated asterisk of death? Because Xiaochuankun has the hidden profession of dragon blood god of war. It is said that he also has the only talent of the SSS level unyielding fighting body. And because he once played against 10 epic level NPC powerhouses in the ancient small world and undefeated. One person suppresses all players. And on average, every player dies in his hands once. So he is called the undefeated asterisk of death. He is so terrifying. So strong. Dongying players exclaimed in shock. Then what are they doing? Some other players asked suspiciously. Xiaochuankun is for the Chinese players. A young Dongying player explained, this time. Xing Tianqiang in the Huaxia district started a national war. Occupied my Dongying city. And slaughtered my Dongying players. But the empire didn't seem to take action. Plan. Speaking of this, he sighed, probably because the dead soul calamity has restrained us from too much energy. And we have no time to take action. After he explained it, the nearby players suddenly realized. Some Dongying players guessed. Then the purpose of the Xiaochuan regiment coming to sit here is to ask the empire to send troops to crusade the Huaxia players who invaded the Dongying area. Probably so. Saying that, there are Dongying players filled with righteous indignation. And said angrily, Huaxia players are really hateful. Last time, I was not only robbed by the Huaxia players of the undead boss, but also killed by them. Boom. His words seemed to open the door to a new world. There are players who have echoed their words and told their experiences. You are just being robbed of the boss and then killed. I have experienced worse than you. In an instant, all eyes were on him. I just heard the player say humiliatingly, this group of Chinese players can do all kinds of evil. They actually led the undead army to attack the small town of Dongying. When our players and the undead were almost consumed, they suddenly jumped out to pick up the peaches and wiped out the undead first. Destroy us all. You say this is not hateful. Hateful or disgusting. It's a shame. The Dongying player finished speaking. The nearby Dongying players felt the same way and became angry. Baga. Huaxia players are very bad. These devils are simply insane. Cruel and inhuman. Mad. It's no wonder that Xiaochuankun wants to ask NPC to send troops to destroy Huaxia. These Huaxia players really deserve to die. Originally, Dongying players thought that what they encountered was unlucky enough. I can't imagine anything more disgusting than what happened to me. And if you don't say it, you don't know. But when you say it, everyone has encountered it. Immediately, these Dongying players were excited about the Chinese players. Down with Huaxia players. Drive the Huaxia players back to Huaxia. Dongying district is Dongying for Dongying players. Not for Chinese players. At this time, a cavalry suddenly rushed out from the palace. The knights galloped towards the great general's mansion. And the easterning players gave way one after another. Soon, the knight came to the front of the Xiaochuan regiment. Who is Haikawa Yamamoto? The knight asked while holding the reins. Brush. Yamamoto Haikawa stood up. He looked at the knight and said, I am. The knight looked up and down at Fanzhan Bingzhuquan, and then took out a scroll from his arms. The task you requested? Your Majesty agreed. After the knight finished speaking, he handed the scroll to Haikawa Yamamoto, turned and rode away. Yamamoto Haikawa reached out and took a look, and he took the task scroll steadily. At this moment, a smile appeared on his face. The backbone players of the Xiaochuan group came one after another. Lord Xiaochuan, we have succeeded. We can finally mobilize troops and horses to crusade against Chinese players. Lord Xiaochuan, please take me with you in the crusade against Huaxia. Please. Xiaochuankun, take a look at the mission. Have we allocated dozens of mythical powerhouses for us? Xingtian is too powerful. Only mythological powerhouses can deal with him. Yamamoto Haikawa looked at the scroll in his hand and nodded. Soon, the news that the undefeated god of death, Yamamoto Haikawa, who is the #1 expert in Eastern will send troops to attack Xingtian, has spread throughout the entire Eastern region. And it is becoming more and more mysterious. In the end, it was rumored that Haikawa Yamamoto would lead an army of hundreds of millions. And hundreds of mythical powerhouses would attack Xingtian, This makes the entire Dongying players in a state of boiling. No matter how powerful Xingtian is, can he kill hundreds of mythical powerhouses? No matter how powerful Xingtian's army is, can there be hundreds of millions of them? And Yamamoto Haikawa is the #1 expert in Dongying. And Xingtian is the #1 expert in Huaxia district. Who says Yamamoto Haikawa is no match for Xingtian? Are players in the Easterning region necessarily worse than those in the Huaxia region? Maybe Xingtian was hyped by Chinese players. Xingtian has phoenixes. And Yamamoto Haikawa has giant dragons. At this moment, Haikawa Yamamoto is attracting attention in Dongying district. Countless Dongying players have blind worship to Yamamoto Haikawa. Just like the Chinese players so worship Xingtian. Xiaochuan Group must win. Xiaochuan Group. Drive away the players in Huaxia district. Long live to Dongying. Long live. Even because of the high profile of Dongying players. The whole world knew about it. The world channel is also very hot. The undefeated asterisk of death. Yamamoto Haikawa. Come on. Let's do the death penalty. Korea district supports you. Xiaochuan Kuan just fell. Undefeated death god will never be defeated. Congratulations from the European region. Waiting for Xingtian to fall to the altar. Come on Yamamoto-san. The Huaxia regional channel was also swiped by this incident. Undefeated god of death? What a big tone. Pictured. I know this person. The #1 expert in the ancient small world. Che, the ancient world is at most a mountain nest. And the first place is at the level of village players. Our Xingtian boss is at the level of the earth. Upstairs, village level players are hyped to be earth level. Is he worthy? Xingtian, I look at Yamamoto Haikawa even if I lose. Squint. But it is said that the Dongying district has sent hundreds of millions of troops. And the mythical powerhouse is hundreds of millions. Can Xingtian really stand it? Doubt. Upstairs, you need to know that there are two eternal truths in this world. One is, people will die if they are killed. One is, Xingtian will always drop God. Cool do. Xingtian is my idol. Xingtian is invincible. I'm a brainless fan. I refuse to accept it and fight. Provocation. When will the war start? It's a pity that I can't go to Dongying and have no chance to watch Xingtian take action. Sorry face. The game has a teleportation array. And the decisive battle of the army should be very fast. Pushing glasses. I don't want to watch the decisive battle of the army. I just want to see how Xingtian tortured and killed the #1 master of Dongying. The undefeated god of death. Funny. Come here. Crowdfunding to buy fireworks. And celebrate with the result of the final battle. Applause. Count me in. I'll pay. I said you guys are too optimistic. Drip sweat. A real man is to be so confident, cool face with sunglasses. Chapter 92 Huaxia 1 vs Dongying 10,000 people. The battle for the world's first master. The decisive battle between Huaxia district and Dongying district. The first collision between the great demon King Xingtian and the undefeated god of death. Such a conflicting event has instantly spread across the internet and the real world. There are even more Dongying players in the game forum world section at the same time. And the Dongying section has opened a text live post. Record this big event that is destined to be recorded in the history of the world game. Coincidentally, players in the Huaxia area also started live text live broadcasts in the world section and the Huaxia section. This kind of post has no content at this time. But it has been artificially pinned by countless enthusiastic players in the two districts. Xingtian and Yamamoto Haikawa. These two players who can decide the historical direction of Huaxia district and Dongying district. At this moment, it has attracted the attention of players around the world. Even in the real world, media in all regions are scrambling to report on this upcoming gaming war. Destiny Continent. The century showdown between Dongying district and Huaxia district. Who wins and who loses? Dongying TV. The battle for the first player. Xingtian and Yamamoto Haikawa. Who is stronger? Easting Trading News. Entertainment News. Dongying's popular idol group. Support Yamamoto Haikawa. Dongying Entertainment News. Destiny player duel is out of the circle. The banner of 100 merchants in Dongying supports Haikawa Yamamoto. Attack it. Xiaochuan Group. This is Dongying's influence on this event. In Huaxia, the attention and scale of this duel battle is 100 times stronger than that of Dongying. According to statistics, fireworks in 58 cities have been bought out of stock. There are 123,692 businesses in various industries holding activities to support Xingtian. There are 1,252 traditional media and 2,226,668 self-media support Xingtian. It is suspected that a decisive battle between the two regions of the Destiny continent will break out today. A TV station. Breaking news. The strength of the strong NPC under Xing Tian's command. Huaxia Wanxing. Wanxing. A newspaper. Shock. Xingtian is actually such a person. A certain C News department. Not only Huaxia District and Dongying District. All regions of the world are bombarded with reports of the upcoming confrontation of the century in the East. Compared with Huaxia District and Dongying, it pays more attention to the outcome of the post-war outcome. Countries around the world are paying more attention to the impact of the game Destiny continent on the real world. For now, the game world has had a huge impact on the real world. Donglu City. Lin Feng's ears kept hearing the information obtained by the scouts. The details of the troops dispatched from the Dongying district are as follows. The Imperial Legion has 3,000 people. The proportion of special arms is 10%. And the average level is 40. The player legion is dominated by players from the Xiaochuan Group headquarters, with 150W players, and 1,000W players from Dongying who spontaneously follow. There are not so many rumors about the powerhouses. Dongying dispatched 25 to 35 mythical powerhouses, 126 epic powerhouses, and 12-20 legendary powerhouses. My lord, the Eastern Empire Legion has appeared in Jingyuan City. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the last sentence. King One Castle. Brush. Jingyuan City. A figure crossed the sky. Lin Feng stopped 100 miles outside Jingyuan City. At this moment, the Easterning Army has marched here. Tens of millions of Dongying Corps stretched for thousands of miles. Endless as far as the eye could see. The sudden appearance of Lin Feng made the Dongying Army abruptly stop its progress. At this moment, countless Dongying players raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng in midair. Baga! How dare the great demon King Xingtian take the initiative to attack? Is the great demon King Xingtian scared and stupid? Isn't he here to kneel down and beg for mercy? Ha ha! Dare to come alone? Who gave him the courage? At the same time, the second hand in the east is holding a Chinese player looking here not far away. Yu Ji was very excited at this time. He did not expect that he would be lucky enough to be selected by President Xingtian as the recorder of this war. The grievances between Huaxia District and Dongying District are destined to make this battle go into the history of the game. What an honor to be a witness. Thinking of this, Yu Ji quickly opened the in-game forum. He recorded the text live broadcast in real time in the World section and the China section simultaneously. At 17:52, Huaxia Xingtian went to the meeting alone. Yu Ji wrote his feelings about the battlefield in the post. The army of the Easterning Empire stretches for thousands of miles. More than 10 million. Xingtian appeared in front of the Dongying army at this time, standing proudly in the wind. Xingtian wants to fight against the Dongying army with one person. And under this live broadcast, countless Huaxia players have built buildings and posts. Is Xingtian alone? This reminds me of the Secret Realm National War. Don't panic. Xingtian is a famous humanoid nuclear bomb. And he is enough alone. True bullshit. Facing an army of tens of millions alone. The advantage lies in me. Come on, Xingtian. If you win, I will set off fireworks for you to celebrate. Lin Feng looked forward indifferently. He turned a blind eye to the thousands of Easterning warriors in front of him. For some reason, the mounts of the Easterning army were restless. Countless Dongying warriors felt a chill rise out of nowhere. This person in their vision is obviously so ordinary, but it makes them feel like they are fighting against the mythical peak powerhouse. At this time, the momentum of tens of millions of Dongying warriors was suppressed by Lin Feng alone. I feel Big Brother Xingtian is suppressing Dongying with his aura. The general idea is that I will not only crush you in terms of strength, but also crush you in terms of momentum. It's not very harmful. It's very insulting. I've served it. I've really served Xingtian. It's too arrogant. Xingtian is really bad. But I really like it. Even in the face of the entire world's enemies. I can't stop me from being handsome. Being handsome is a lifetime thing. How one person can crush thousands of people in momentum. Just watch Xingtian. At the same time, the live broadcasts of Dongying players were also sent out. Xingtian is arrogant. Speak wildly. Sit and wait to slap in the face. Easterning players also actively responded. Xiaochuan Regiment. Attack. Xiaochuan Regiment. Teach Xingtian to be a man. Xingtian is alone? If this is lost, Yamamoto-kun will go to the abdomen. Idiot! Court death. The players of the Xiuquan group had their eyes spitting fire at this time. This Nima is too arrogant. It is simply an insult to Dedanjing. They all turned their attention to Yamamoto Haikawa. Yamamoto Haikawa's face was blue and his eyes flickered. At this time, 9 clones suddenly appeared around Lin Feng. As soon as these clones appeared, countless teleportation was used to approach the Dongying army. They waved their staffs, and pieces of skills fell like a torrential rain. The flame of destruction, the source of darkness, frost from the sky, light divine arrow, thunderstorm lightning snake. Hundreds of skills appear in 1 second. How spectacular this scene is. But seeing countless damage figures floated out instantly. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. In an instant, the number of soldiers in the Easterning Legion was instantly reduced by 1/3. That is to say, in just 3 seconds, this mighty Easterning Legion will be completely killed and wounded. Yuji faithfully recorded this scene. Xingtian has taken action. 1/3 of the Easterning army was wiped out. Now the advantage is mine. The threads of Chinese players skyrocketed rapidly. God's special advantage is in me. Big Xingtian wiped out tens of thousands of Dongying dogs with one move. Bullshit. Xingtian, come. Let's go to class. Today I will teach you the correct operation of the AoE skills. I've lost my teacher. So I'm going to be a plugin. Where can I buy a plugin? Chapter 93 Suppression. Hi Yamamoto. Who was broken defense? Punishment. God. Suddenly, a dragon roared in the air. Yamamoto Haikawa suddenly appeared. Holding a sword, he stood on the back of the giant dragon and said with a gloomy face, "Killing the weak is not a skill. Your opponent is me." As soon as the voice fell, the giant dragon under him carried Yamamoto Haikawa swiftly toward Xingtian. Lin Feng's face was calm. In his eyes, Yamamoto Haikawa obviously did not have the qualifications for him to take it seriously. Yuji faithfully recorded what he saw. Haikawa Yamamoto appeared. Lying. Killing the weak is not a skill. Your opponent is me. However, Xingtian was very indifferent and did not take Yamamoto Haikawa in his eyes. At this time, Yamamoto Haikawa is about to play against Xingtian. Xingtian, I'm looking at you even if I lose. To be my opponent. Are you worthy? It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Chongya. Xingtian boss. The fireworks are ready. The celebration is about to begin. Lin Feng hedged against Haikawa Yamamoto and slowly raised his staff. The binding of the wind. Hint, you have been silenced. Imprisoned. Yamamoto Haikawa was instantly imprisoned. At this time, Yamamoto Haikawa sneered and shouted, "Do you think you can control me?" The voice fell. A ray of light suddenly flashed on Yamamoto Haikawa's body, instantly releasing Lin Feng's control skills. But Lin Feng waved his staff again. Another wind restraint shot out instantly. In an instant, Yamamoto Haikawa is under control again. He has unlimited control? Damn! My immune control buff needs time to refresh. Yamamoto Haikawa's face suddenly turned pale. Now, as long as Lin Feng randomly uses a skill, he will definitely die. When Yuji saw the scene, his heart was beating wildly. At this time, he stared at Lin Feng, expecting him to kill Haikawa Yamamoto in seconds, and completely pull the top master of Dongying from the altar. However, Lin Feng didn't even look at Haikawa Yamamoto, who was imprisoned by him. He stood there with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was waiting for something. Seeing this, Yuji shuddered. A terrifying emotion rose from the bottom of his heart. Right now, a group of mythical powerhouses suddenly rose into the sky from the Dongying army and flew toward Xingtian. They are the mythical powerhouses in the Easterning district. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and the space ring was instantly activated. Come out. In an instant, dozens of Chinese mythical powerhouses appeared. The moment they appeared, they turned into the mythical powerhouses, who rushed towards Dongying. God's domain battlefield. Open! Yamamoto Haikawa originally wanted to pin his hopes on the mythical powerhouse. But when he saw the Chinese mythical powerhouse suddenly appear, a heart instantly fell to the bottom. Xingtian has ambushed so many mythical powerhouses. Yamamoto Haikawa instantly fell into despair. However, when he saw Lin Feng's clone coming to the battlefield. Tens of millions of Eastern Legion soldiers and players, like ants, were easily crushed to death. See the scene. Yamamoto Haikua's eyes were splitting. He suddenly understood why Lin Feng hadn't killed himself. Lin Feng wanted to suppress all Dongying players and slaughter Dongying NPCs in front of him. Realizing this, Yamamoto Haikua felt ashes, and a sense of grief welled up from the bottom of his heart. Is this despair? He couldn't hold back the tears. I lost. Lin Feng looked at Yamamoto Haikua indifferently, like a dead man. At this point, he raised his staff. Light Divine Arrow. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. Yamamoto Haikua. Die. Yuji, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was very excited. The battle of the world's first masters. The outcome is already divided. Ching wins. The undefeated asterisk of death Yamamoto Kawahide was completely defeated. Dongying undefeated death god was beaten and cried by Xingtian. Xingtian kills the undefeated god of death. China wins. At this moment, as a witness to history, there is only pride and pride. In an instant, the record sticker exploded, criminalizing the heavenly bull. Huaxiao Wan Xing. Xingtian. I would like to call it the strongest on the surface. Be confident. The Milky Way has basically no opponents. Brothers, let the fireworks go. The major cities in Huaxia district. Congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. Ignition. Tweet. Boom. Boom. Countless firework salutes bloom in the sky. At the same time, major cities in Huaxia district. Countless mages formed a group, and they held their staffs high. At the same time began to sing. After a while, countless fireballs appeared above their heads. Congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. But I saw countless fireballs rushing into the sky and rumbling in the sky. And more than that, countless priests shouted at the same time, congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. I don't know how many flash bombs rushed into the sky, blooming with holy brilliance. Countless shield warriors beat their shields with their weapons, and their voices were loud and loud. Congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. Congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. Congratulations to Xingtian. Congrats to Huaxia. Brush. Lin Feng fluttered his wings behind him, and suddenly flew to Jingyuan City. Dong-Er quickly carried Yuji and quickly followed. He was ordered to follow his master, and he would be where his master was. Jingyuan City. Resurrection Point. Ding dong, you have been killed by Huaxia player Xingtian. Triggered the severe injury effect. All current attributes -50%. Duration, permanent. Hint, you triggered the death curse buff current level -10. Equipment -10 pieces, all backpacks exploded. Hint, you have triggered the pain buff, and the current gold coins are -150 million. Your wealth value has been locked. Return the player Xingtian debt as soon as possible to release the wealth value seal. After Yamamoto Haikua listened to the system prompt, the whole person suddenly numb. Wow! Yamamoto Haikua spurted out a mouthful of blood. Hint, you trigger the heavy wound effect. The blood volume -100 points. Yamamoto Haikua was confused at this time. He knew that Xingtian was terrifying, but he never thought it would be so terrifying. Brush. A person suddenly appeared in Yamamoto Haikua's field of vision. Punishment Day. Lin Feng smiled when he saw Yamamoto Haikua. You really are here. He came here just to try his luck. Who knew that he could really find Yamamoto Haikua? Lin Feng gave a grim smile and raised his staff. Light Divine Arrow. -79225708. Crit. Brush. Yamamoto Haikua. Die. Lin Feng waited for Yamamoto Haikua to appear again. And it was another skill. This time Haikua Yamamoto did not appear again. Yuji, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, recorded this scene. 3 kills Yamamoto Kawahide at the resurrection point of Xingtian, and personally send Yamamoto back to the novice village. At this moment, I am shivering in the face of Xingtian boss. Xingtian, a real man not only wants to kill you, but also kills you unscrupulously. If the second kill is twice the happiness, the abuse of the spring is 10 times the happiness. That's right. I just want to kill you thousands of times in front of all of you in the city in your district. 666. Xingtian boss will always drop God. Lin Feng sent Yamamoto Haikua back to novice village. He looked at Dong Er and said, "Put down Yuji, and follow me to the battlefield of God's domain." Dong Er heard the words, and immediately put down the set. Lin Feng's wings vibrated and disappeared in place. And Dong Er turned into a streamer to keep up. The battlefield of the gods. The battle is now over. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's order, the Chinese powerhouses would have already killed all the Dongying powerhouses. The reason why they were kept was because Lin Feng came to harvest. At this time, in the battlefield of God's domain, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. He glanced around and found that no one was injured. On the other hand, most of the Dongying mythological powerhouses on the opposite side were severely injured. The battle situation is like this because in this batch of Dongying powerhouses, there are only a few high-level powerhouses, and the rest are all middle and low-level ones. On Lin Feng's side, there are only a few super-level powerhouses, and there are more than 10 high-level powerhouses. Seeing such a situation, Lin Feng smiled slightly and raised his staff. Harvest begins. Chapter 94. The title of the Lord of Destiny. Brush. Lin Feng used teleportation and appeared directly beside a Dongying high-level powerhouse. At this time, the strongman was struggling to support Luo Ping. At this time, Lin Feng instantly raised his staff, and several skills poured out. The Source of Darkness. Thunderstorm Lightning Snake. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. Under the terrifying skill attack, the Dongying mythical powerhouse instantly emptied his blood and fell directly. And this time, Ding Dong, you killed the Dongying mythical powerhouse Daisuke Amima, high level, and gained experience value plus 156 billion. Gold coins plus 12 billion. National war points plus 10 billion. Dragon Rite God Blade, mythical grade. Ding Dong, you get the quest item Immortal Matter Fragment *1. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. His eyes moved slightly. With the Godfall buff, the mythical powerhouse will drop Immortal Matter Fragments 100%. To know, at the beginning, in the Battle of Lin Feng and the Battle of the Great Wall in the north, many mythical powerhouses were killed. But just like this, the Immortal Matter Fragment did not explode. One can imagine how rare Immortal Matter Fragments are. Lin Feng is very clear about the importance of Immortal Matter Fragments. Being able to prostitute such a mythical buff for free is no less than prostituting an SSS-level super talent. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued to harvest the mythical powerhouses in the Eastern Ying district. Within the next 10 minutes, 35 Dongying strongmen were killed by Lin Feng one by one. Ding Dong, you killed the Dongying mythical powerhouse Kano Yuki, low level, gained experience value plus 156 billion. Gold coins plus 12 billion. National war points plus 5 billion. Dragon Rite battle armor mythical. Ding Dong, you get the quest item Immortal Matter Fragment *1. When Lin Feng killed the last Dongying strongman, the battlefield of God's domain instantly dissipated. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the resurrection altar from his backpack. Then, he put the remains of the 35 Eastern Ying strong men that had been collected into the resurrection altar one by one. After paying 18 trillion massive gold coins, the 35 mythical powerhouses from the Eastern Ying district once again congealed their bodies on the altar. After they were resurrected, he became Lin Feng's slave directly and lost all memory. Certainly, Lin Feng would only use these powerful gods as cannon fodder in the Eastern Ying region. When they are difficult, let them go first. As for the powerful gods in the Huaxia region, of course, it is the core strength, which must be stabilized, and it is best to reduce some losses. At this time, Lin Feng followed the old rules and named them according to Dong San to Dong Senki. At this point, Lin Feng's command has added a group of mythical powerhouses, and the strength has increased a lot again. After the naming was completed, Lin Feng looked directly at his job transfer mission. The mission requires 100 fragments of immortal matter. Lin Feng murmured. Forbidden Mage's level 50 job transfer task requires 100 immortal material fragments. This task is simple and easy, but it is extremely difficult. At present, Lin Feng has completed 1/3 of the task progress. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart moved. The next moment, I saw him flying back to Jingyuan City with a group of mythical powerhouses. In Jingyuan City, there are still a large number of aborigines in the East Ying region. And this time, Lin Feng summoned 9 clones and waved his staff at the same time. The Flame of Destruction. The Source of Darkness. Frost from the sky. Light divine arrow. Thunderstorm lightning snake. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. Massive high-value attacks, coupled with uninterrupted continuous output. No one can survive under Lin Feng's skills. In just half an hour, Lin Feng completely slaughtered Jingyuan City. And after slaughtering a wave of NPCs in the eastern region, Lin Feng quickly occupied the city. This city is just a big city, and there are no world announcements and mythical powerhouses. But these Lin Fengs don't matter. There is none here. Then the main city must have it. Go to the main city of Dongying District. This crazy idea suddenly popped into Lin Feng's mind. There are only 7 main cities in a game area. One can imagine how important the main city is to a large game area. Basically, every main city is a separate kingdom. Occupying a main city is no less than attacking a kingdom territory. However, Lin Feng quickly accepted this crazy idea. It's just the main city. With the mythical powerhouse he currently has, isn't it enough to capture it? Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly activated his wings and led dozens of strong men to the nearest main city of Dongying. The main city of Tianyuan, the main city of Dongying. In the sky, a figure suddenly appeared, suspended in midair. Swipe! Dozens of rays of light fell, and dozens of mythical powerhouses appeared behind Lin Feng. At this time, the mythical powerhouses unscrupulously exude god-level coercion on their bodies. And in Tianyuan City, countless Dongying people and players look to the sky. It's Xingtian. You're going to die. Run away. It's too late. Let's kill ourselves. At this time, 5 rays of light erupted from the city and rushed towards Lin Feng. Protect the master. Luo Ping's eyes were filled with murderous intent. And after a loud shout, dozens of strong men instantly opened the battlefield of God's domain. At this time, the space becomes distorted in an instant. In the battlefield of God's domain, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He was in a good mood after seeing the 2 super-level powerhouses in the eastern region in front of him. At this time, dozens of mythical powerhouses contained these powerhouses. No matter how Dongying powerhouses use their means, they cannot break through the restrictions and attack Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng sneered and raised his staff to activate his skills. The source of darkness. The flame of destruction. Frost from the sky. Light divine arrow. Thunderstorm lightning snake. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. Ding dong, you kill the Dongying mythical powerhouse Moss Hang Takuren, super order, and gained experience value plus 356 billion. Gold coins plus 62 billion. National war points plus 18 billion. Unifying blade, mythical class. Ding dong, you get the quest item Immortal Matter Fragment *1. After a few minutes, these 5 easterning powerhouses were all resurrected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked them to be named after West 1 to West 5. By this time, the main city of Tianyuan is no longer guarded by mythology. Lin Feng once again summoned his clone to slaughter and occupy the main city. At the same time, the world announcement sounded. World announcement: Huaxia player Xingtian successfully occupied the Tianyuan main city in Dongying District. And the popularity of the empire in Dongying District -10%. Emperor Dongying is furious and has dispatched Xinhua envoy to lead some of the powerful Palestinian temple to hunt down the Chinese player Xingtian. World announcement: congratulations to the player Xingtian. He became the first player to occupy the main city in the outer area. The player will be specially rewarded with plus 10 W points in the national war, plus 10 W in prestige. Specially reward the player with the special title Lord of Destiny Mythical. When the world announcement sounded, players around the world were already numb. Xingtian, this evildoer, God, come down and accept him. Breakthrough. Xingtian can even occupy the main city now. Won't it be the Dongying imperial capital next? At Xingtian, our Koryo district and Huaxia district have been separated by a strip of water since ancient times. They have been friendly neighbors to each other. The friendship between the 2 districts has a long history. Congratulations to Xingtian for his achievements. Cough. Let me explain the subtext upstairs to everyone. Xingtian, don't come here. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained plus 1 billion points in the national war. Plus 1 billion reputation. The special title Master of Destiny Mythical. Ding dong, you are currently listed at the top of the Empire Wanted list in Dongying District, with a reward of plus 10 billion. Ding dong, you are currently wanted and hunted down. Dongying District Jinhua Envoy will lead some of the powerful people in the temples to come to hunt down. The current countdown, 9 minutes and 56.9 seconds, 55. Lin Feng listened to the world announcement. He took out the title scroll with a blank expression. Lord of Destiny Mythic Level. Grade 1. Tier, Mythical. Effect. Once worn. Required equipment/skills level 10 requirements. Introduction. Only the truly strong can have this title. After reading the details of the title, Lin Feng moved in his heart. Now that I am level 50, I am still 20 levels away from the level 70 requirement of Forbidden Spell. If you wear this title, then as long as you complete this job transfer task, you can use the Forbidden Spell. Only then will he truly take off. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively chose to wear the title. Ding dong, you have worn the title Lord of Destiny. Chapter 95, Killing the Envoy of the Kingdom of Dongying Town. After wearing the title, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the system prompt. It seems that Dongying God Envoy will come to hunt him down. Xinhua Envoy? Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the current version, Super God level powerhouses will not join the WDO. In other words, the God Envoy of Township is at most high level peak level. Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't care about the Envoy of Jinhua. It is said that there are many mythical powerhouses in the temples of the gods? Lin Feng pondered slightly, looking in the direction of the imperial capital of the Dongying Empire. The next moment, I saw it activate the wing extension feature and head towards the Eastern Imperial Capital. Easterning Imperial Capital. At this time, more than 60 strong men turned into streamers and stopped over the Imperial Capital. They turned their attention to the young mage at the front. Lin Feng was in midair, looking down at the Imperial Capital in front of him. The Emperor deserves to be the Imperial Capital. Whether it is scale or momentum, it is far from comparable to the main city. At this moment, a system prompt rang in Lin Feng's ear. Ding dong, your pursuer Dongying Jinhua God Envoy is approaching rapidly. Players, please pay attention. Lin Feng ignored the system prompt. He searched the Pantheon buildings in the air. At this time, swipe, swipe, swipe. More than 100 mythical powerhouses rushed out of a certain building in an imperial capital. They only hovered at a height of 10 meters above the imperial capital and looked at the powerhouse Lin Feng. Huaxia people. He should be Xingtian. What did he want to do when he came to the imperial capital? Do you want to attack the imperial capital? He is crazy. It's just arrogant. Arrogant. The envoy of Jinhua should be back soon. The mythical powerhouses of Dongying were shocked by Lin Feng's actions. They never dreamed that someone would dare to be so bold. To dare to come to the imperial capital of a country is simply lawless. You know, this is the imperial capital, a place with a large number of mythical powerhouses. Just then a loud voice came from a distance. By the order of my empire, come to suppress the evil. Swipe. A peak powerhouse of Easterning mythology. Led a dozen high-level powerhouses to turn into streamers. He looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, the first evil punishment day. Be punished. Presumptuous. Bold. Protect the master. When the strong Luo Ping saw the Dongying strong words being rude, they scolded him, and at the same time surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the envoy of the Jinhua indifferently. A word came out of his mouth. Kill. Shhhh. However, seeing the strong Chinese powerhouses open the battlefield of God's domain, pulling the powerhouses such as the envoy of the country into the battlefield. At the same time, the Easterning powerhouses above the imperial capital joined the battlefield one after another. In this wave, the number of Dongying mythological strongmen has the absolute upper hand. And in the battlefield of God's domain, kill the envoy of Jinhua first, Lin Feng said to Luo Ping. Luo Ping and Mochi, two super-level powerhouses, quickly confronted the divine envoy of Shenzhen. Lin Feng used the reconnaissance technique. Eastingjian Kingdom God Envoy, Mythic Superorder Peak. Grade? Tier, Mythical. Immortal Divinity, 1200. Blood Volume? Attack? Defense? Skill? Introduction. The myth of the town of a country. With the strongest combat power in the current version, Lin Feng's eyes froze after seeing the attributes of the envoy of the kingdom of Dongying Town. It is indeed the strongest combat power in the current version. Immortal matter actually broke through thousands of points. This is the powerhouse with the most immortal substances that Lin Feng has ever seen since he met a mythical powerhouse. You know, the strength of a strong man. It is measured by immortal matter. This is also the reason why immortal matter fragments are so rare. Thinking of this, Lin Feng teleported to keep up and waved his staff. The binding of the wind. The envoy of Jinhua is not afraid to face the siege of two super-level powerhouses in China. He paused suddenly, feeling restrained. There was a look of disdain on the face of the asterisk of the country. But with a slight shock, the confinement magic skill was cracked. Ding dong, your skill binding of the wind has been cracked. Lin Feng was not surprised when he heard the system prompt in his ear. In the last battle to suppress the demons, some demon powerhouses forcibly consumed immortal matter and cracked the skills. And the immortal substance on the envoy of Jinhua is several times that of a high-level powerhouse. And it is simply unrealistic to expect skills to imprison him. This is also the reason why Lin Feng did not start the whole process when he suppressed the demon lord Bei Ge. Because the powerhouses of this realm simply do not take this skill effect into consideration. Lin Feng summoned 9 clones and continued to wave his staff. The source of darkness. Light divine arrow. Frost from the sky. The flame of destruction. The binding of the wind. These skills fell on the body of the envoy of Jinhua. A series of damage numbers floated up. -124,522. Crit. -124,522. Crit. -124,522. Crit. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw the damage numbers floating in front of him. This damage is 100 times less than his strongest output. Lin Feng threw a detection technique again. Eastingian Kingdom God Envoy. Immortal Substance. 1010. Really? As expected by Lin Feng, this god of suppression consumed the immortal material points. Added his true damage reduction. Only the mythical powerhouses, who also possess immortal substances, can crack this state. Suddenly, just as sanctions, the sword in Luo Ping's hand flashed with golden light, and a sword hit the envoy of Jinhua. -15600W. Sure enough, the damage of a powerhouse like Luo Ping was not weakened, because Luo Ping also consumed immortal matter. Therefore, it offsets the immortal substance bonus effect of the asterisk of the country. Lin Feng took it for granted. After reincarnating at level 100, he merged with Godhead, and could also cultivate immortal matter. When he fights with mythical powerhouses, he can offset this effect. And this kind of use is just the most basic use of immortal matter. Extending life, preserving beauty, and even escaping from the sky are just some of the conventional methods used by immortal matter. Lin Feng is in a good mood, because the enemy's immortal matter is ultimately limited. On the other hand, his mana and skills are infinite, and there is a limit to the infinite. So Lin Feng earns it no matter what. Lin Feng was not impatient, and continued to use various negative states and various skills to attack the envoy of the town. For him, it's enough to treat the god envoy as a blood cow. 10 minutes later, Luo Ping and Mo Qi were both injured. But the envoy of Jinhua became more and more uncomfortable. The source of darkness. Light divine arrow. Frost from the sky. The flame of destruction. Thunderstorm lightning snake. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. -79225708. Crit. Lin Feng looked at the damage he caused to the envoy of Jinhua and returned to his normal state. His eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The immortal substance of the envoy of the state is finally running out. At this time, Luo Ping and Mo Qi rose up again, desperately pouring their skills on the envoy of Jinhua. -18500W. -16700W. Lin Feng's skills kept going. After a few seconds, no! I saw the Jinhua envoy let out a wailing and then fell completely. Chapter 96 beat the Emperor Dongying to tears. At the same time that Lin Feng killed Dongying God Envoy, the system prompt and the world announcement sounded simultaneously. Ding dong, you killed Dongying Jinhua Envoy. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Gained gold plus 500 billion. Gained experience plus 450 billion. Gained prestige plus 100 billion. You get a special item badge of the Tyrant, mythic grade. Immortal material fragment *1. World announcement. Huaxia player Xing Tian killed Dongying Jinhua Envoy. And the whole people were shocked. People's hearts of the empire in Dongying region -10%. Congratulations to player Xing Tian for becoming the first player to kill Dongying Xinghua Envoy. And the player will be specially rewarded with a special item copy gem, mythic grade, *1. As soon as this world announcement came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Players don't know how popular God Envoy is, but just by hearing the name, they know that it is definitely the pillar of a country or the strongest force. With this kind of ceiling combat power, he was killed by Xing Tian. Isn't that Xing Tian already invincible? God, hurry up and open the next version. I've had enough punishment. Xing Tian singles out a country and asks if this is outrageous. Xing Tian will always drop God. From the love of Baba Yang. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get copy gem *1W. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and took out the drop of the asterisk of the country. Tyrant badge, mythic grade. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Special, growth. Effect, after wearing it, it ignores all its own restrictions and makes all damage reach 100 million points, current upper limit, but the final output damage is affected by the target's strength. Upgrade condition, mythical skill book, 0/10. Introduction, Tyrant badge. The best growth special prop. Lin Feng nodded secretly after reading the introduction. This item is as high quality as your own weapon. The first is to have growth, which is undoubtedly the core of this item. If it is effective, it will directly increase its output to 100 million, ignoring the restrictions of its own level/equipment/skills/basic attributes, etc. It can be said to be as powerful as the sky. But if you encounter a super peak powerhouse like Xinghua Divine Envoy, before running out of his immortal matter, he couldn't deal 100 million points of damage. This is a normal phenomenon, because the effect of immortal matter is above everything else. Simply put, with immortal matter you are a god. Without it you are immortal. It's such a bullshit. Then, there are the upgrade conditions. The mythology skill book is not difficult for Lin Feng. In terms of the hundreds of billions of national war points Lin Feng is now, there is no pressure at all to exchange some mythical skill books. Still the same sentence. The strong are always strong. An existence that ordinary players can only look up to, but not worth mentioning to Lin Feng. If the treatment of ordinary players is the same as that of the strong, what is the meaning of the existence of the strong? Therefore, Lin Feng hated some people in his previous life. After the game and reality merge, moral kidnapping of the strong is carried out. In this regard, Lin Feng just wanted to say that such people who speak for the weak are stupid. In this world, strength is respected. Whoever has the bigger fist can define justice and fairness. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly put on this prop. Lin Feng then took out copy gem mythic grade. Copy gem mythic grade. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect, this item can copy various mythical fragments. Times of use, 0/1. Introduction, it is said that it is a thing passed down from the gods. The original intention of making this thing is to use the immortal regeneration feature to automatically restore the fragmentary item into a complete item. But by accident. In the end, only the fragmented item can be copied. After reading the details, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Copy the shards. Doesn't that mean that immortal matter fragment can also be copied? To know, the duplicated item can trigger a 10,000-fold increase. So Lin Feng can get 10,000 immortal matter fragments as long as he uses it once. And as long as these fragments are obtained, his job transfer task can be completed quickly. Blood earning, Lin Feng murmured, and quickly put away the prop. Next, Lin Feng looked towards the battlefield. At this time, the situation on the battlefield changed suddenly. The death of the mythical super peak powerhouse immediately made the Dongying powerhouse feel close. Kill! Luo Ping and Mochi were liberated. Just like a tiger going down the mountain, it rushed to other Dongying mythical powerhouses. Lin Feng also joined the battlefield in an instant. He keeps swinging his staff. One after another spells are shot from its hands. The source of darkness. Light divine arrow. Frost from the sky. The flame of destruction. Thunderstorm lightning snake. Minus 100 million. Crit. Minus 100 million. Crit. Minus 100 million. Crit. Ding dong, you killed the Dongying mythical powerhouse Xinshan Xiangda. Super order. Gained experience value plus 356 billion. Gold coins plus 62 billion. National war points plus 18 billion. Crescent armor mythical. Ding dong, you get the quest item immortal matter fragment *1. With Lin Feng's current strength, with the cooperation of the mythical powerhouse. It is not too difficult to consume a superorder to death. Soon, dozens of Dongying powerhouses fell one after another. Run! 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 The envoy of the country is dead. Hurry back to the imperial capital. Xingtian is powerful and cannot be beaten. Run! The remaining 70-odd Dongying mythological powerhouses rushed out of the battlefield of God's domain in embarrassment, like a bird in shock. They were so frightened that they gathered after rushing into the imperial capital, and everyone looked horrified. The powerhouses of Dongying could not imagine that Xingtian could even kill the envoy of the Zhenghua. That ceiling combat power. Lin Feng saw a sneer on his face when he saw the strong Dongying run away. You can run and monks can't run away from the temple. Easterning imperial capital. Lin Feng led a group of Chinese powerhouses out of the battlefield of God's domain. The Dongying strongman not far away was shivering when facing Lin Feng. Emperor has a magic circle. Lin Feng glanced at Luo Ping and said proudly, "Go ahead. Let's see how long the magic circle in the imperial capital lasts." "Yes, my lord." Luo Ping led a group of mythical powerhouses, activated their skills, and attacked the imperial capital of Dongying. Boom boom boom. Countless skills have not yet attacked the imperial capital, but were blocked by the magic shield activated in midair. Boom boom boom. The skills of the Chinese powerhouses kept pouring out on the eastern imperial capital. Lin Feng watched this scene coldly. He knows. The imperial capitals in every game region have strong magical protection. Without continuous attacks for days and nights, it would not be easy to break through the defense of the imperial capital. The reason why Lin Feng did this was to let the powerhouses in the easterning region know. In front of him, you are only worthy of shrinking in the imperial capital. Boom boom boom. Imperial palace? The emperor's face paled as he listened to the movement from the sky. He actually covered his ears, choked with red eyes, and roared, "A bunch of trash! 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 All trash!" The emperor of Dongying looked like a madman. My dignified imperial capital in the easterning district was allowed to be bombarded by foreigners. This is a great disgrace. This person has made me humiliated in Easterning. This is a humiliation to me. And it is also a humiliation to the entire Easterning. Wuh. To Dongying. It's over. The Easterning Empire, His Majesty the Emperor, burst into tears at this time. In the court hall, all the ministers also choked and wept. The Easterning players in the imperial capital stared blankly at what was happening in front of them. They raised their heads numbly and looked blankly at China's strongmen wantonly attacking the magical defense of the imperial capital. And 10 meters above the imperial capital is a group of Dongying strongmen who are shaking and cold. Although the Easterning powerhouses felt great insults, they never had the courage to rush out of the magic defense. They were terrified that they had been blocked by Lin at this time. At this moment, the hearts of Dongying players are probably dead. Dongying mythology is like this. The empire is like this. What can their players do? Lin Feng smiled after humiliating all the Eastern Empire and the players. It's almost over. This time the harvest is too much. It is time to go back and digest. Most importantly, use props to copy 100 immortal fragments. Then return to Huaxia district to submit the job transfer task. After leveling up, you can use the forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said to Luo Ping in a humane way, "Stop it all, and leave the Emperor Dongying alone for the time being." "Let's go!" The strongman responded, "As per your order, Master." Chapter 97, Level 60 in seconds. Learn forbidden spell skills. Donglu City. Lin Feng returned to the city lord's mansion. He first took out the resurrection altar. Only then did the remains of the Dongying strongmen obtained this time be put into it. Next, he spent a few gold coins and successfully resurrected all the 38 Easterning powerhouses. Among them, there is the existence of the Super Peak, the god of Dongying town. Lin Feng deliberately named the asterisk of the country Dongnu. And the other 37 strong men also had their own names. After resurrecting the mythical powerhouse, his faction's strength skyrocketed again. Lin Feng now has more than 100 servants of mythical powerhouses, especially Dongnu. The strength of the Super Peak is the strongest among the servants. After Lin Feng resurrected the mythical powerhouse, he looked at his backpack. At this time, there are 73 immortal matter fragments in his backpack. In other words, he only needs to use one copy gem, and he can successfully complete the job transfer task. Duplicating gems can not only duplicate immortal material fragments, but also godhead fragments. Lin Feng has already accumulated 100 high-ranking godhead fragments. But there is no need to waste the precious number of replica gems. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out copy gem and immortal matter fragment. Ding dong, you are using the special item copy gem, mythic grade, to copy the special item immortal matter fragment, mythical grade? Please confirm. Sure. Lin Feng affirmed. I saw that the copy gem flickered for a while, and suddenly turned into the appearance of immortal matter fragment. Hint. You used replica gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment asterisk 10,000. Lin Feng looked at it. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, ding dong, your job transfer task has been completed. Please submit the task as soon as possible. The job transfer task is completed, and the representative can be upgraded. It's just that he can't go back right now. He has to deal with the things here first. In addition to the system rewards, this wave of harvest, it is the increase in the number of mythical powerhouses, plus the harvest of a big city and a main city. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately summoned the top executives of the Legion and ordered them to send troops to guard the city. At the same time, another strongman was dispatched to occupy all the more than 100 large, medium, and small cities in the main city of Tianyuan. Up to now, there is a main city Tianyuan in Dongying district, and 3 big cities, including Donglu, Liuqiu, and Jingyuan, have been occupied by Lin Feng and become his territory. If all the cities in the main city of Tianyuan are occupied, then Lin Feng has occupied 1/7 of the territory of the Easterning region. And the powerhouses under Lin Feng's command are of extremely high quality. And there are also super peak powerhouses. Even in terms of the number of strong people, the faction that Lin Feng controls is enough to fight a tough battle with the Eastern Empire. So he didn't have to worry about his territory being attacked by the Eastern Empire and the undead when he was away. Next, after Lin Feng roughly arranged everything, he used the teleportation array to return to the Huaxia region, in the main city of Apocalypse. As soon as Lin Feng stepped out of the teleportation formation, he noticed the changes in the main city. At this time, the main city was full of people. The crowd was bustling, and it was very lively. Lin Feng didn't know at this time that the game was promoted in the real world much earlier than in his previous life. This caused the number of players in Huaxia district to skyrocket overnight. It has grown from 700 million players some time ago to more than 1 billion players today. Now no matter which city it is in, it is a scene of overcrowding. Lin Feng watched all this calmly. Today, he is already standing at the top of the entire game world. No player can ever catch up to him. And the most elite players are all under his command. Even if other guilds appear in the future, Lin Feng doesn't care. As long as it doesn't touch Lin Feng's interests, he doesn't care. If any other Huaxia guild dared to challenge him, then Lin Feng would be able to destroy him with a wave of his hand. Lin Feng thought of this and shook his head. Then, I saw Lin Feng quickly spread his wings and flew towards the career tutor hall. After a while, Lin Feng came to the professional tutor hall. I saw Lin Feng descend. All the NPCs looked at them and said hello. Lin Feng, on the other hand, landed in front of Lu Yin with an expressionless face. This is the item for this job transfer mission. He handed the immortal material fragment to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not surprised that Lin Feng was able to complete the job transfer task so quickly. It seems that no matter how difficult the job transfer task is, no matter how difficult it is, Lin Feng can easily complete it. At this time, she put all the task items into her backpack, and then handed a golden scroll to Lin Feng and said, "This is a career transfer scroll." Lin Feng took the scroll. At the same time, "Ding dong, you have completed the job transfer task and obtained the Forbidden Magic Mage job transfer scroll *1. Lin Feng smiled lightly as he listened to the system prompt in his ear. Can be upgraded again. After this wave of upgrades, Lin Feng can learn and use forbidden spells. Thinking of this, he immediately shredded the scroll. In an instant, the scroll turned into a little golden light and disappeared into Lin Feng's body. It didn't take long for a golden light to fall on Lin Feng's body. And then the system prompt sounded slowly. "Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, your experience bar seal has been unlocked. You can continue to upgrade." Lin Feng chose to upgrade simply and neatly. "Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is 51. You get 20 free attribute points." "Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is 55. You get 20 free attribute points." Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 60. You get 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer yet. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please complete the job transfer as soon as possible and remove the seal on the experience bar. After listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng looked at the experience pool. Experience pool, 100 billion/100 billion, upper limit. He glanced at it and looked back. Now is the time to step up your wave. Lin Feng took out 3 forbidden spell skill books from his backpack. These 3 forbidden spell skills have been accumulated during this period of time, including the fire-type meteor fire shower, the thunder-type thunderstorm, and the ice-type frozen miles. Originally, the threshold for learning the forbidden spell was level 70, but in the last wave of harvest, he won the title of -10 learning skills. So you can learn forbidden spells at level 60. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately smashed one of the skill books. Ding dong, you have learned the forbidden spell meteor fire shower. There are new skills in your skill bar. Please check it carefully. Lin Feng opened the skill bar. Meteor shower, mythic grade, low level forbidden spell. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect, a fire forbidden area is formed within a range of 1000 by 1000. And the fire element is condensed into 100 W bolide, which continuously bombards all targets within the range. Deals 50% of the caster's attack damage every second. Duration, 1 minute. Proficiency, 0/20,000. Introduction, one of the most common forbidden spells in the fire department. It has the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng's eyes lit up after reading the skill introduction. As expected of a forbidden curse. At full level, it is 100% damage, which is 100 million damage output per second. At the same time, the time after the forbidden spell is full is 10 minutes, which means that it can cause 60 billion damage. A forbidden spell goes down. 60 billion output. What is this concept? I am afraid that the mythical powerhouse below the super order can be killed in seconds. Even a powerhouse above the super rank. If he can't find a way to escape the forbidden spell, he can't hold it for a few seconds. Now as long as Lin Feng is willing, occupying the Dongying district is just a matter of placing more forbidden spells. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued to learn skills. Ding dong, you have learned the forbidden spell Thundering Gintian. There are new skills in your skill bar. Please check it carefully. Lin Feng opened the skill bar. Thundering Gintian, mythic grade, low level forbidden spell. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect, a lightning forbidden area is formed within a range of 1000 by 1000. And the lightning element is condensed into a 100 W phantom object, causing 50% of the caster's attack damage per second to all targets within the range. Duration, 1 minute. Proficiency, 0/20,000. Introduction, one of the most common forbidden spells of the Thunder system. It has the power to destroy the world. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This is also a very good skill. After reading the skill effect, he continued to learn the last forbidden spell skill. Ding dong, you have learned the forbidden spell Frozen Miles. There are new skills in your skill bar. Please check it carefully. Lin Feng opened the skill bar. Frozen Miles, mythic grade, low level forbidden spell. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect, form an ice-based forbidden area within a 1000 by 1000 range, and use the ice element to freeze everything in the range, and at the same time cause 50% of the caster's attack damage per second. Duration, 1 minute. Proficiency, 0/20,000. Introduction, one of the most common forbidden spells of the Thunder system. It has the power to destroy the world. The forbidden spell itself is extremely heaven-defying, and after the professional bonus of Forbidden Magic Mage, destruction is really only in Lin Feng's mind. Have to say, Forbidden Mage is a terrible profession. Chapter 98. The power of the forbidden spell destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Lin Feng finished learning the forbidden spell. Today, he can finally exert the full strength of the Forbidden Magic Mage. Mastering the forbidden spell is mastering the power of destroying the sky. Lin Feng decisively used the potential point to upgrade the forbidden spell skill. Ding dong, you have used potential points to upgrade your skills. The Frozen 1000 Miles level is level 10. Ding dong, you have used potential points to upgrade your skills. And the level of Thundering Gintian is level 10. Ding dong, you have used potential points to upgrade your skills. The Meteor Fire Shower level is level 10. Lin Feng raised all the forbidden spells to full level. After the forbidden spell is fully upgraded, the duration has reached 10 minutes. And the total continuous damage has also reached 60 billion points. And it's all really hurt. If you add the skill engraving buff and weapon effect bonus. And 9 clones. At this time, Lin Feng was pedestrian's nuclear bomb Gatling. Done all this, Lin Feng looked at Lu Yan, a professional magician instructor. I want to take on the level 60 forbidden magic mage transfer task. Lu Yan understood. And a golden light sank into Lin Feng's body with a wave of his hand. Ding dong, are you the forbidden spell mage to transfer the quest fate of the human race? Accept? Lin Feng frowned slightly. The name of this task is not easy. Ding dong, you have accepted the job transfer task Human Destiny, Elementary. Your taskbar has a new task. Please check the task details on the taskbar interface. Lin Feng found the task according to the system prompt. Fate of the human race, Elementary, forbidden spell mage transfer task. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission target. 1. Reach Tianyu top cloud peak. 2. Obtain the Tianyu achievement suppression of the contemporary. 3. Obtain the god level heavenly domain title. Mission introduction. The battlefield of the celestial realm is the battlefield of 10,000 races in the current astral realm. Only the peerless geniuses, who have the luck of all races, and are the best in the contemporary era, are qualified to enter the super realm dungeon. 100 tickets are required to enter the Tianyu battlefield. The entrants are based on their own life-based. Take group luck as bet. Accept all kinds of tests in Tianyu battleground. After completing the test, your own group will increase luck and get rewards. If the test fails, the luck of the own ethnic group will be greatly reduced. And you will be punished? In the Tianyu battlefield, there is Yufeng Mountain. The elegance of the endless starry sky in the past dynasties is a peerless figure. Don't be proud of reaching the top of the cloud peak. Quest rewards. New version open scroll. Forbidden spell mage transfer quest *1. Sizzle. Lin Feng read the mission introduction. He took a deep breath. Only at this time did I realize that the task I received was so defiant. The Tianyu battlefield tickets, Elementary, that I collected before were originally waiting for me here. And this task, to bet on the fate of the human race. Passing the test will increase the luck of the human race. And there are mysterious rewards. Failing the test will reduce the luck of the human race. And there will be punishment. Not only that, the mission objective actually lists the detailed completion items. That is to say, you have to complete the mission objective. In this way, not only must we win, but we must continue to win until we reach the top. It is enough to step on all the peerless talents of the 10,000 clans under your feet. This task is also related to the life and death of countless human races. And it is also related to the fate of the human race. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This task is very challenging. In order to prepare for this mission, I must concentrate on everything and prepare well. Lin Feng thought of the unfinished war in the Eastern Ying region. After all the worries have been dealt with, I can go into battle lightly. Thinking of this, he quickly adjusted his mentality, bid farewell to Lu Yan, and began to return. Dongying District. Lin Feng summoned all the senior officials under his command. He said lightly, in the next battle, I want to destroy Dongying. The top of the legion heard the words, and his eyes showed excitement. Lin Feng's vision stopped to Muyun. Muyun, subordinates are here. Lin Feng said, the Heavenly Tribulation Corps is responsible for dealing with the players of the East Ying. Whoever sees it will be killed. As ordered. My lord. Muyun responded. Lin Feng nodded, and then looked at He Yi. Subordinates are here. Lin Feng said, I will lead the strong men to capture the city. And the Dawning Legion is responsible for taking over the city. Yes. My lord. He responded. Tianyuan main city. Lin Feng came directly to Tianyuan city. He blatantly showed up, and was spotted immediately. At this time, Lin Feng was only one person left. In the main city of Tianqi, there are thousands of Dongying people. But since Lin Feng appeared, the people of Dongying and the players were instantly desperate. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. My god. It's the great demon King Xingtian. Run. Run from the teleportation array. Countless Dongying NPCs and players rushed to the teleportation formations around the main city. Huaxia Xingtian is invincible. He once used the power of one person to slaughter the first person in Dongying. But he ravaged the imperial capital. But the empire was helpless. Xingtian has already killed the strong man in the mythology of Dongying. And he is terrified. Today, no one in Dongying has the courage to fight against Lin Feng. They are afraid of forest seals, just as they are afraid of natural disasters. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the main city that was in chaos because of his appearance. Run? Lin Feng sneered at the corner of his mouth. He summoned 9 clones and raised his staff. Meteor shower. But see, the world that was originally clear sky suddenly became red. Even the noisy wind carried a scorching temperature. First, countless trees spontaneously burned without fire. Then the clear icy lake water slowly smoked. And then gradually became scalding hot. Such clouds in the sky have turned into fiery clouds. The majestic fire element condensed into a meteor as big as a mountain, burning with flames. One by one, thousands and millions of bolides quickly condensed successfully. For a skill of this scale, there are 455 skills. That is, hundreds of millions of bolides. The fleeing Dongying people and players felt the changes in the heaven and the earth. And they looked in horror at the flaming meteor that blocked the sun and occupied the entire field of vision. Escape! 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 At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to escape. In an instant, shhhh, countless fire meteors fell from the sky, dragging long-tail flames into the main city. Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! In an instant, the entire main city was submerged by hundreds of millions of bolides. No matter how huge the building, how small the vegetation, all turned into ashes in front of this world-destroying skill. Like the end of the world. Asterisk scene. Destroy the city in one move. No life left. The power of the forbidden spell. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Lin Feng watched all this indifferently. In his field of vision, the original large-scale main city was now in ruins. At the same time, the system prompt sounded like a tsunami in his ear. Ding dong, you destroyed Tianyuan main city, Dongying district. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And gained 100 billion national war points. Gained plus 50 billion in prestige. Plus 550 billion in gold coins. Ding dong, you have destroyed the Tianyuan main city, Dongying district, which has severely hit the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire. At present, the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire minus 10%. Hint. The current popular sentiment of the Eastern Empire is 60%. If the popular sentiment of the empire is less than 10%, an imperial uprising will occur. At the same time, it is more able to identify with the rule of foreign forces. Lin Feng blinked. It turns out that the people's hearts of the empire still have such a role. That is to say, if you beat the popular sentiment of the Eastern Empire to below 10%, it is easier to get the recognition of the NPC in Dongying, and it is beneficial to rule. Thinking of this, Lin Feng turned around and left. Proceed to the next main city. Chapter 99. Destroy the myth of Dongying. Kill it in seconds. Easterning Imperial Capital. The Emperor of the Easterning region visited the temples in person. The powerhouses of the temples silently greeted him. They knew what the Emperor meant. But Xingtian is already invincible. Fighting against it is no different from sending him to death. At this moment, the Emperor of Dongying district glared at all the mythical powerhouses. Xingtian occupied the Tianfu first, and now destroys Tianyuan. The Emperor said bitterly, the 7 major cities. I have already gone to the second of the Easting. In this way, I let Xingtian attack my Easting city, and the Easting will only be destroyed in an instant. Between, there was grief in his eyes, and he choked up a little. If the Dongying region falls, you will all become citizens of the subjugated country. If you fight for your life, you may be able to get a chance for Dongying. The Emperor looked at the strong men in anticipation. When the powerhouses of the temples heard the words, they were all moved. They were entrusted by the Emperor. There are strong men who came back from the front line of the battlefield of the dead. There are strong people who have been invited out from deep mountains and old forests. In addition to the original powerhouses of the temples, there were more than 200 powerhouses gathered at this time. Seeing that the Emperor had moved the strong men, he immediately gritted his teeth and said, I don't care if I don't do this, Emperor. And Dongying will leave it to Xingtian. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. When the powerhouses of the temples heard the words, their expressions changed greatly. Huaxia Xingtian came to be the Emperor. Isn't this nonsense? The Dongying is the Dongying of the Dongying people, not the Dongying of China. Let the Chinese people rule Dongying. What is this? Although the strong in the temples are afraid of Xingtian, but I am even more afraid that Dongying will be unified by China from now on. Thinking of this, a strong man in the temple said with grief and indignation, "I am willing to fight Huasha Xingtian to the death. Count me in." Immediately, a strong Dongying voice echoed, "I'm willing to fight too." One after another, the strong joined. "Then let's fight." In the end, the powerhouses of the temple said in unison, "Tianyuan main city." After Lin Feng appeared, the turmoil started again. "No. Xingtian has come to Tianyuan city. Just destroyed Tianyuan. Come again? This is the rhythm that will destroy Dongying. Run. The great demon King Xingtian will not let anyone from Dongying go away." Lin Feng looked coldly at the main city below. After he summoned the clone, he raised his staff. Frozen thousands of miles. But see, the originally warm sunshine has changed at this time. It was irradiated in this forbidden area of ice. But it revealed a bone-chilling cold. An inch of the ground began to freeze. Those buildings of different heights were covered with a thin layer of frost in the blink of an eye. And the noisy main city disappeared in an instant. Countless NPCs and players were horrified. Panic, collapse, despair. All kinds of expressions solidified on their faces. And this time, these Dongying people are like being imprisoned. The whole body was gradually completely frozen by the eternal cold current. And it became an ice sculpture. And the ice is getting thicker and thicker. Just momentarily, a series of system prompts rang in Lin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, you destroyed Tianyuan main city, Dongying district. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And gained 101 billion points in the national war. Gained plus 51 billion in prestige. Plus 600 billion in gold coins. Ding dong, you destroyed the Tianyuan main city, Dongying district. Which severely hit the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire. At present, the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire minus 10%. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. Expressionless. He activated his wings and flew to Tianfu City, the main city of Tianfu. Lin Feng is galloping towards here. Before he got close, he saw that more than 200 Dongying strongmen were already waiting. "It seems that you are trying to stop me." Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. And he smiled lightly, "But that's fine. It's just enough to catch me all at once." When the voice fell, Lin Feng's wings shook. And he instantly appeared not far from a Dongying strongman. Swipe! Lin Feng instantly summoned 9 clones. When the strong Dongying saw this scene, they did not dare to be careless. It is no secret that Xingtian owns a space ring. And it is not certain when a group of mythical powerhouses will appear around him. What they don't know is, Lin Feng came alone this time. At this time, facing the group of Dongying powerhouses in front of him, Lin Feng sneered at the corner of his mouth. He waved his staff. One after another spells exploded wildly. Meteor shower. Thousands of miles are frozen. Thunder. In an instant. This world has changed color in an instant. Feel the absolute forbidden place formed by the forbidden spell. The faces of the Dongying powerhouses changed drastically in an instant. This is a forbidden spell. No, no, no. This is not a forbidden spell. This is a great forbidden spell. Hiss. How did Huasha Xingtian disappear for a day? And it has become so terrifying. At this time, the faces of the Dongying mythological powerhouses were gray and defeated. They knew they had 2 choices left. Either to live under such a terrifying forbidden spell, or they could only kill Xingtian before the forbidden spell took effect. But the forbidden spell came faster than they thought. The world was frozen first. Even a mythical powerhouse cannot break the check and balance of the forbidden spell without using immortal matter. Now, the phantom spirits of the thunder system assembled with countless thunder elements, like a landslide and tsunami, drowning many powerhouses. At the same time, countless bolides descended from the sky, madly bombarding this group of easterning powerhouses. In the face of such a terrifying forbidden curse, even the mythical high-level powerhouse will be killed in seconds. The super-level powerhouses are just lingering, and they only need to support them for a few more seconds. In a blink, more than 200 Dongying powerhouses actually killed 99% of the time. After a few seconds, the super-level powerhouses were also killed. The system beep sounded like a tsunami. Ding dong, you killed the Dongying mythical powerhouse Fu Jiuyo, super order, gained experience value plus 356 billion. Gold coins plus 62 billion. National war points plus 18 billion. Blood star bracers, mythic grade. Immortal matter fragment asterisk 1 inch. Ding dong, you killed the Dongying mythical powerhouse Wu Wade Sukaharu, low level, Gained experience value plus 156 billion. Gold coins plus 12 billion. National war points plus 5 billion. Dragon's Well armor, mythical level. Immortal matter fragment asterisk 1 inch. However, the forbidden spell continues. The power of the 3 forbidden spells caused the main city of Tianfu to be destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the face of disasters like the end of the world, countless Dongying people can only scream in despair. Boom! The main city of Tianfu. Destroyed. Ding dong, you destroyed the Tianfu main city, Dongying district. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And gained 950 billion national war points. Gained reputation plus 40 billion. Gold plus 450 billion. Ding dong, you have destroyed the Tianyuan main city, Dongying district, which has severely hit the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire. At present, the people's hearts of the Dongying district empire minus 10%. Dongying district announcement, at present. The popular sentiment of the empire in Dongying district is 30%. Please pay attention to Dongying players. When the popular sentiment of the empire is 10%, there will be an NPC uprising. At 5%, the empire will collapse. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt in his ear, fluttered his wings, and continued to the next stop. Currently, there are still 3 main cities of Tianqi, Tianxiu, and Tianlin that have not been occupied. However, Lin Feng has the means to fly, so he won't waste much time on the road. And next, in less than 10 minutes, the other 3 main cities were destroyed by Lin Feng. Dongying district announcement. The current popularity of the Dongying district empire is 0%. Please pay attention to Dongying players. NPCs in various cities are about to launch an uprising. The Dongying empire is at stake. Easterning players listened to the regional announcement, and they were already numb. At this time, the player has no mood. When Xing Tian fought against the Xiuquan regiment, he had already knocked down the spirit and morale of Dongying players. And this time, Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and quickly flew to the imperial capital of Dongying. The imperial capital of each region has a very strong defense. Last time, Lin Feng attacked a wave over the imperial capital of Dongying. It's just that at that time, he didn't want to waste too much time. So there was no strong attack on the defense of the imperial capital of Dongying for the time being. However, this time, in order to prepare for the job transformation, Lin Feng absolutely did not allow himself to have any worries. Therefore, Dongying district must perish this time. Even if it takes a lot of hard work. He will take down the Dongying Emperor and kill the Dongying Emperor here. Chapter 100 Destroy Dongying. Yin Huangli. Easterning Imperial Capital. A figure flew through the wind. Lin Feng stopped steadily in the air. He looked at the city below him, which was called the capital of the Easterning Empire. At this time, the magic defense array of the Eastern Imperial Capital had already opened. The light blue defensive formation was in an arc shape and enveloped the entire imperial capital. The inside of the city was unusually calm. With a desolate look, Lin Feng took a deep breath, slowly raised his staff, and summoned 9 clones at the same time. As long as the magic circle of the imperial capital is broken, this city representing the imperial power of the Easterning Empire will become Lin Feng's possession. Today, the backbone of Dongying players has been interrupted by Lin Feng. Dongying's largest relied on the Pantheon was also destroyed by Lin Fengtuan. There was no more power in the entire Easterning to stop Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Lin Feng slowly raised his staff. Meteor shower. Frozen thousands of miles. Thunder. Boom boom boom. Minus 100 million. 100 million. 100 million. Countless damage came out of the magic defense formation. And this damage will last for 10 minutes. Lin Feng's skills seemed to be endless, and he was pouring frantically toward the defensive formation. At this stage, even Lin Feng, it is extremely difficult to break the magic defense formation of the imperial capital. But even so, he has to consume it until the capital of the Easterning Empire is completely occupied. And at this moment, what Lin Feng didn't know was that his actions had already attracted great attention from the outside world. Huaxia region. Almost every Huaxia player knows that Lin Feng is killing the quartet in Dongying, and the national war is about to have a complete result. Every Huaxia player tried his best to show his usual mentality. But this day, they have no intention of leveling, brushing gold, or even doing quests, just because their whole hearts have crossed the borders and invested in this area of Dongying. Not just them. Even the NPC empires in the world are paying attention to what is happening in the Eastern region. This will be a battle to subvert the human race. As long as the main city of Dongying is broken, Xingtian will be the controller, who can decide hundreds of millions of lives and deaths in one word, and the maker of the rules of the world. At the same time, they were also worried that if Xingtian destroyed Dongying, the next target would be themselves. If you change your situation with Dongying, how can you deal with Xingtian? After thinking about it, they have to admit that Xingtian itself is an unsolvable problem. If they were enemies with Lin Feng, these imperial powerhouses felt that .it wouldn't be much better than the fate of Emperor Dongying. This is terrifying. After thinking about it, they seem to have no choice but to avoid conflict with Lin Feng. After a while, Easterning imperial capital, Lin Feng continued to attack. At this time, the magic defense formation in front of him was as thin as a cicada's wings. It seems that this magic defense formation can be pierced with a single jab. In seconds, boom, a loud bang. The magic defense array of the Easterning Empire was finally broken. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. His forbidden spell had already destroyed the defensive formation at this time, constantly attacking everything in the imperial capital. Just in the blink of an eye, the imperial capital of Eastern Ing was completely destroyed. Lin Feng looked at the site of the imperial capital and instantly stopped releasing the forbidden spell. At this moment, the huge Eastern Ing imperial capital was reduced to ruins. Thousands of creatures were killed by the raging power of the forbidden spell. And this time, Lin Feng's wings vibrated behind him, and then quickly flew into the collapsed palace. As we all know, the occupation of the stone monument of the city lord's mansion is regarded as the complete occupation. If you don't plan to occupy it, then destroy the city to 100%. And you can directly destroy it, just like Lin Feng did with the main city a few times before. The Imperial Palace is an advanced level of the city lord's mansion. There's the Imperial Stone in there. Lin Feng was flying in the palace. He saw many corpses, including NPCs wearing emperor clothes. But he turned a blind eye and flew straight in. Soon, Lin Feng found the Imperial Stone Steel. At the same time, Lin Feng raised his staff and released his skills. Light Divine Arrow. Minus 100 million. Crit. Ding dong, you destroyed the Dongying Empire Stone Monument. Hint. Please choose occupy the city or destroy. Occupy. Lin Feng said coldly. Ding dong, you occupied the Dongying Imperial Capital. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You got a special item Jinghua Seal, mythical unique. Prestige plus 800 billion. Gold plus 800 billion. National War Points plus 5,100 million. At the same time, world announcement. Huaxia player Xingtian occupied Dongying Emperor Capital. Obtained Jinghua Seal, mythical grade, unique. And from then on, Xingtian will be the Lord of Dongying. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Xingtian for occupying the Dongying Emperor Capital and becoming the first player to occupy the Imperial Capital in the outer area. The player's skill books Hankong Yunda's skill book, Mythology Beginning, and Blinking skill book, Myth Beginning, will be specially rewarded. Artificial Opening skill book, Mythical rank. Specially reward the player with the special title Lord of the East, unique. Boom! The 3 consecutive world announcements exploded in the ears of players, like a bomb. Xingtian. Xingtian again. Xingtian did it. He, with only 1 person's strength, suppressed the entire Eastern Ing. Today, I finally conquered the Eastern Ing Empire, and became the first player in the history of the game. Get an unprecedented achievement. Especially the Huaxia players. After hearing this world announcement, they all liked the big Pubin. Some players even shed tears of joy. Huaxia district actually occupied the entire Dongying district, fulfilled the dreams of countless Chinese players, and made Dongying district a Huaxia division. Xingtian. Bull criticism. Broken sound. Slaughter the city and destroy the country. Only I. The asterisk of war. Xingtian. Broken sound. Xingtian. God of war. Xingtian. Myth. Roar. Countless Huaxia players are excited and excited. A leveling point. Gone Niliang. Kill. Pastor. Don't add blood today. Add violence to labor in capital. Thank you. Explode. Little universe. This group of players who were originally absent-minded, after listening to the announcement, suddenly felt that their blood was burning. And they were attacking the boss like they didn't want to die. The boss was taken aback by the players' actions. It doesn't know why the player who was so gentle just now became so violent at this time. The priest in the back row smiled bitterly, waved his staff, and applied the frenzy buff to the players in the front row. In a certain city, Brother Yi, this silver level equipment is good. Or should we buy this? A female player asked her boyfriend for his opinion. The male player smiled. He pointed to a piece of gold level equipment behind him and said, "No. Let's buy this." The female player rolled her eyes at him and said, "Then we don't need to repay the loan we owed to Xingtian?" The male player smiled and said, "It's still returned. But today is a good day to celebrate that China has finally settled down on Dongying. We are happy. Buy a favorite equipment to help it. It's not an example." The female player said directly, "Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained the skill book Volley Void skill book, Mythic High Level. One step into the world skill book, Mythic High Level. Sacred Artifact skill book, Mythic High Level. You have obtained the special title the Lord of Eastern Ing, the only." After Lin Feng heard the system prompt, a smile appeared on his face. In a sense, occupying the entire Eastern Ing is the biggest gain. But he never imagined that the rewards of the system would be so superb. 3 mythological advanced skill books, plus the only special title. Lin Fengdu couldn't wait to take out the reward and take a closer look. But he held back. There is one last thing to do at this point. The importance of this matter is above everything else. Ding dong, please be sure to spend 100 billion gold coins to change the country name of the region? Sure. Lin Feng secretly clenched his fists. Hint, you have spent 100 billion gold coins. Please name the new area country name. Lin Feng said without hesitation. Yellow. Ding dong, you have successfully changed the country name. At the same time, world announcement. Huaxia player Xingtian officially changed the country name of the new area to Yinhuang. When Lin Feng heard the system announcement, his face was full of smiles. Chapter 101, Blood Earned. Seal of Zhenghua. World announcement. Yinhuang Xinli. Specially reward players in this area with double experience for 3 days. Congratulations to Yinhuang. The world announcement sounded 3 times in a row. Players around the world were shocked by this wave of world announcements. It's amazing, my brother. Double the experience for 3 days. I'm envious. Doesn't the Huaxia district have 2 major districts? Huaxia Nyobi. Xingtian Nyobi. I look forward to the day when the world is opened up. I want to join the Xingtian camp. It's a real hammer. Xingtian is the father of the game. And all the benefits are his. Angry. The country code of the new area has been changed. Lin Feng looked at the harvest this time. This wave of harvests is very complicated, including skill books, titles, and special props. He took out the title first. The Lord of Yin and Yellow, Rare Unique. Note, the original title has been changed. Special, Unique. Effect. 1. All attributes of Yinhuang players plus 10%, superimposed. 2. Yinhuang player experience plus 100%, not superimposed. 3. The chance of spawning monsters for Yinhuang players is plus 30%, not superimposed. Introduction. Possessing the title of Lord of a Nation. It can greatly increase players in the entire region. After reading the detailed introduction, Lin Feng couldn't help but light up. The role of this title is for players in the Yinhuang area, which means that only players in the Yinhuang area can enjoy this increase. Among them, the effect? All attributes plus 10%. Needless to say, all players are based on attribute points. Not to mention all attributes. What is the ultimate effect? This is it. And experience and drops are also crucial to the player. It directly affects the speed of the player's strength improvement. Players in the Yinhuang district have the experience of brushing 1 monster, which is equivalent to the experience of brushing 2 monsters for players in other areas. And it also increases the drop by 30%. The same monsters. The Yinhuang players get more and higher quality things. It's simply human beings. Maddening. With these 3 effects, players in other districts have seen it. And they will get pink eye disease. It's just that the household registration of the players of the Dawning Legion still belongs to the Huaxia region. So if you want to get the above benefits, you have to change your household registration. Lin Feng thought of this and took out the Zhenghua seal, rare, the only one. Zhenghua seal, rare unique. Restriction, Lord of Yinhuang. Special, not to be worn. Not to be dropped. Effect. 1. Zhenghua. This thing has the power to change the rules of a country. 2. Supreme. This thing is supreme. It can order the subjects, who are loyal to the monarch and mobilize the resources belonging to the citizen. 3. Supreme. The person who owns this item can issue tasks to all subjects, unlimited task rewards, unlimited task difficulty, and has the supreme power to reward or punish all subjects. Introduction. This object represents the authority of a country, and it is the most important weapon of the country. After reading the introduction word by word, Lin Feng understood. It turns out that with the Jinghua seal, the entire Yanwang region is truly under control. This item has absolute control over NPCs and players in the region. It's just that this treasure cannot be worn. It can only be put into the backpack, and it can be taken out when it is needed. Lin Feng put the props into his backpack. He took out 3 skill books at the same time. Sacred Artifacts, Mythology Advanced. Grade 1. Isometrics, Myth. Effect. 1. Grand Ceremony. This book has 180,000 copies manufacturing drawings of various utensils and other grades. 2. Sacred Works. Use immortal matter to unlock the development direction of technology tree. 3. Open Object. You can use immortal matter to automatically deduce manufacturing blueprint. Introduction. The foundation of a strong country lies in the strong, but also in the prosperity of the country and the strength of the people. This book is the best science and technology book. Sizzle. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading it. Your luck is really good. It is very fortunate that this kind of classics that can determine the direction of technological development can be obtained. When Lin Feng was in his previous life, he experienced a big explosion of technology. Because of the frequent invasion of natural disasters in the previous life, the human race lived in dire straits. In order to survive, human beings have developed many new technologies. Among them are magic technology, such as magic elemental cannon. There are also magical mechanical technologies, such as magic mecha and magic battle armor. It's even better than any Iron Man's technology. And this skill book can unlock the technology tree, and can also deduce various manufacturing blueprints. This is insane. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the book in his hand. Because this is a classic. Not a simple skill book, but a combination of props and skill books. So Lin Feng temporarily put the books back in his backpack. He thought about taking it out when he needed it, and making use of it. Next, Lin Feng took out a skill book. Void Crossing, Mythological Advanced. Grade 1. Tier, Mythical. Effect. 1. After using this skill, consume 1% mana per second to free yourself from gravity, and you can fly or walk in the void. 2. After using this skill, 5% mana can be consumed to accelerate the flight. The acceleration limit is 50%, and the maximum speed limit is 6500 m/meter. 3. Duration, none. Proficiency, 0/5W. Introduction. Is it important to be able to fly? No. Handsome is the most important thing. With it, you are the most beautiful cub. Lin Feng smiled slightly after reading it. This skill is really suitable for me, because the recovery speed of his blue quantity has reached the height of the sky. There is no need to worry about whether the blue volume will be enough. As long as you think about it, you can stay in the sky until the end of the world. The second is to accelerate the flight. 500 m is only the effect of level 1. After the full level is 5000 m. To know that the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. At present, the fastest missile in the real world is only 6500 m. In other words, Lin Feng accelerated with all his strength, exceeding the speed of most missiles. What is this concept? That's more than 10 times the speed of sound. It's scary to imagine. Lin Feng decisively smashed the skill book. Ding dong, you have learned the skill Void of Void. There are new skills in your skill bar. Please check it out. After listening to the system prompt, he instantly released his skills. Brush. Lin Feng suddenly rose from the spot. He tried to walk in the void, feeling no difference between stepping in the air and stepping on the ground. After he tried it, he simply took out the last skill book while floating. 1 step to the end of the world, Mythological Advanced. Grade 1. Tier, Mythical. Effect, after using this skill, it can appear anywhere within a range of 1000 m*1000 m. Mana consumption, 1% per time. Skill proficiency, 0/5W. Introduction, as long as the speed is fast enough. Death can't catch up with me. Lin Feng shook his head after reading it. I can't help feeling that my luck is really outrageous. This skill is obviously an advanced level of the mage's high-order displacement skill Blink. After the full level, it can reach a range of 1 meters. It is close to 1/10,000th of the speed of light. It's just outrageous. Thinking of this, Lin Feng used the skill book without hesitation. Next moment. Ding dong, you have learned the skill one step to the end of the world. There are new skills in your skill bar. Please check it carefully. After learning the skills, Lin Feng used potential points to upgrade all skills to full level. Ding dong, you have used potential points to upgrade your skills. And the one step to the end of the world level is level 10. Ding dong, you have used potential points to upgrade your skills. And the void crossing level is level 10. After listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng opened the skill bar again and looked at the skill details. Really? After the full level 1 step to the end of the world, its effect has advanced to the range of 10,000m asterisk 110,000m. After the full level Linkhong Void is a basic acceleration of 5,000 meters per second. If you consume 50% of the mana, you can reach the limit speed of 6,500 meters per second. Lin Feng's current strength has skyrocketed again after acquiring these two skills. Chapter 102, Construction of Yanwang District. After Lin Feng learned the skills, he immediately used the Resurrection Altar to resurrect hundreds of mythical powerhouses, plus more than 200 strong. Today's Yanwang District has more than 300 mythical powerhouses. This background is not much different from other regions. It's just that the Easterning region was devastated by its own beating, and it needs to be repaired to tame the rioting NPC people. Otherwise, I am afraid that even the most basic taxes cannot be obtained. For the time being, the current Yanwang District cannot function normally. It takes a step-by-step restoration of order to form a new region. Thinking of this, Lin Feng directly opened the Yanwang District interface. In the interface, from the most basic tax rates to buildings, there are function pages for various regions. Seeing the function panel in front of him, Lin Feng directly chose to repair all the city buildings. Next moment. Ding dong, are you spending 2 trillion gold coins to rebuild all the destroyed cities? Sure. Lin Feng did not hesitate. Hint, you have successfully spent 2 trillion gold coins to rebuild all the destroyed cities. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt, but was not satisfied. He really couldn't get used to Dongying's architectural style, so he decided to buy some city skins. Ding dong, did you spend 1 trillion gold coins to change the templates of all cities in Yanwang District? Lin Feng confirmed, yes. Ding dong, you have successfully spent 1 trillion gold coins, and all the city templates in Yanwang District have been changed. The current city template is Huaxia style. Lin Feng was satisfied after listening to the system prompt. After all, the Chinese style looks more comfortable. After Lin Feng finished this, he continued to set up. He first unlocked more currency systems. In the past life, 100 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 magic crystal coin. Lin Feng thought that he couldn't follow his previous life. He redesigned the currency system, filled with platinum coins and purple gold coins. And finally the magic crystal coins. 10,000 gold coins, 100 platinum coins, 1 purple gold coins. At the same time, 10,000 purple gold coins, 1 magic crystal coin. That is to say, 1 magic crystal coin in Yanwang District can now be exchanged for 100 million gold coins. After setting, the gold coins in Lin Feng's backpack will be automatically converted into magic crystal coins in an instant. And Lin Feng's wealth value is already very rich, and the money keeps rising every second. Now that he has the entire Yanwang District as his territory, his wealth will grow countless times faster. The monetary system is set up. Lin Feng set Luo Ping as the master of the gods, and managed all the god-level powerhouses in the Yanwang District. As for the court ministers and the like, there is absolutely no need. Lin Feng directly hired a group of top-level administrative NPCs and arranged for them to be done. In the future, these NPCs will be responsible for managing the daily operations of the region. As for the Legion, it was still the same. Lin Feng also served as the Legion commander of the 2 legions. After setting these up, that leaves the 3 most important things. The first thing is to open up the border, so that Huaxia District and Yanwang District can communicate with each other. Lin Feng looked at the panel that appeared in his field of vision. He decisively opened all the teleportation permissions in Yanwang District to Huaxia District. In this way, there will be no obstacles between the 2 regions, and players from the Huaxia District can choose which city they want to come to in the Yanwang District. The second thing is to open the household registration. The moment Lin Feng got the title of Lord of Yanwang, he was automatically converted to Yin Huang household registration. At the same time, all members of the Dawning Corps under his command also changed their household registrations. But the Heavenly Tribulation Army did not. Just relying on the tens of millions of players from the Heavenly Tribulation Army is not enough to fill the entire region. So Lin Feng thought about opening the Yin Huang household registration to Chinese players. There must be restrictions on the conversion of household registration. Otherwise 90% of Huaxia players will join Yin Huang. It will go against the original intention. You must know that the current double experience in the Yin Huang district lasts for 3 days. And the title effect of the Lord of Yin Huang can bring great benefits to the players in the Yin Huang district. And players are the ones who can break through the bottom line for the sake of profit. Therefore, if there are no restrictions, players in the Huaxia district will be swallowed up by the Yin Huang district. Lin Feng thought more about how to distribute players more reasonably. He himself is the top existence among the NPC forces in China. In the Yin Huang district, it is supreme, and there is no difference between the two districts to him. Therefore, Lin Feng wants to plan for the future and absorb some players who are useful to him. He set it up on the panel, giving priority to life players. The upper limit of the number of places is set at 500 million. The reason for this setting is because Lin Feng has already gathered the top players in China, and there is no shortage of high-end combat power. And what is even more lacking is the sub-professional players. The huge role of the deputy player will gradually be reflected in the middle and late game, even play an important role. As for the setting of 500 million places, it is because there are more than 100 million Dawning Guild players. But there are actually only 400 million. Now there are more than 1 billion players in China. And 400 million life players should account for about 90% of life players in China. After all, professional combat players are more popular in the early stage, and fewer people choose to be life players. After Lin Feng set it up, priority was given to the Dawning Guild to issue a household registration application. Dawning Guild announcement. President Ching invites you to join Yin Huang District and become a Yin Huang District citizen. Click here to apply for household registration. Dawning Guild channel. President Ching has finally opened the household registration application. And I'm here to double the experience. The president is mighty. The president will always drop God. I love you 3. I took the test. There is also an increased buff for falling. And this wave has earned it again. President Ching is really a conscience in the world. Be careful with the president. I like it. Lin Feng looked at the number of household registration applications and confirmed that all members of the Dawning Guild became citizens of Yin Huang District. Only then did he send the application to the players in the China region. Announcement from Huaxia region. Player Xingtian invites you to join Yin Huang District and become a Yin Huang District citizen. Click here to apply for household registration. Huaxia District Public Channel. At everyone. Come out soon. Xingtian boss is giving out benefits. Double experience is cool. Thank you, Xingtian. I have applied. I didn't think I could join at such a low level. I'm so happy. At Xingtian. Why can't I join the boss? I think my strength is okay. T.T. Xingtian, I don't want you to think. I want me to think, Squint. Yin Huang District. I really look forward to going to Yin Huang District to see if there are any friends to form a group together. Lin Feng is mentally prepared. And players in the Huaxia District will definitely rush to apply. But the results still exceeded his imagination. In less than a minute, the system prompts that the quota of 400 million citizens has been fully applied for. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. The last thing is to stop the NPC people in the Yin Huang District. This is hard to say. According to the normal operation, it is nothing more than Krypton gold, tax reduction, and come forward to appease. But it is very time-consuming and very troublesome. Lin Feng hated trouble the most. So he directly opened the National War Exchange interface. At this time, the National War has started, and it will continue until a certain empire is unified. So you can also exchange points for items. Lin Feng looked at his trillions of points. He was too lazy to look for it. Buy 10 national fortune gems directly. The 7 main cities have 1 for each city, and 3 for the imperial capital. The effect of the national fortune gem is to increase the national luck and unite the hearts of the people. Therefore, it only takes a short period of time for the rioting people to return to their homes. After doing all this, Lin Fengkai took a deep breath. Managing a region is not easy. It's more difficult than fighting. Lin Feng shook his head. He thought of going to participate in the Tianyu battlefield next. and glanced at the exchange interface. I don't lack anything right now. Lin Feng turned his attention to the pet skill book interface. He directly exchanged all the mythical skills in the skill book interface with points. These skills vary, whether it is active or passive. There are positive or negative gains. But Lin Feng couldn't look down on these skills. He now has forbidden spells. And these things are worthless in his eyes. Only assigned to their own pets to learn. Lin Feng summoned the Phoenix, and let the Phoenix learn a bunch of skill books in one go. At the same time, use the experience to raise the Phoenix to level 60. And then put it back into the pet interface. There is a reason why Lin Feng doesn't use the Phoenix often. The Phoenix cannot share the buff on Lin Feng. That is to say, the Phoenix kills the player according to the normal punishment mechanism. Of course Lin Feng would not let the player get this benefit. To know that the difference is 10,000 times. Naturally, it is more fragrant to do it yourself. So the Phoenix is rarely released. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the Tianyu battlefield ticket, elementary, in his backpack. Chapter 103, New Journey. To complete this job transfer mission, you need to go to the Tianyu battlefield. 100 tickets are required to go to the Tianyu battlefield. Lin Feng's backpack happened to have more than 100 tickets for the Tianyu battlefield. He was also curious about the Tianyu battlefield. From the literal meaning of the mission, the Tianyu battlefield seems to be in another world. And this mission is the first time that there are 2 mission rewards. The reward for completing the task. In addition to the job transfer scroll, there is a new version of the opening scroll. Simply unheard of. Doesn't this mean that the entire process of the game has been mastered by Lin Feng? Therefore, Lin Feng attached great importance to the Tianyu battlefield. Enlightenment World. Candy Reception Hall. OM-. The space suddenly vibrated, activating the special formation here. A divine might appeared out of thin air and instantly enveloped the entire hall. The messenger in charge of receiving and quoting saw this scene, and his expression was shocked. He looked forward to the reception and lead formation. Such a powerful divine might must be a middle-level powerhouse in mythology. Today, when I was on duty, I actually encountered such a strong person. And the messenger immediately smiled. Good luck. Middle-level powerhouses are hard to come by. The messenger smiled and said, the first few messengers were all primary powerhouses. As long as you have a good relationship with this middle-level powerhouse, the benefits are endless. The Enlightenment realm is just a small world, relying on the elementary heavenly domain battlefield. It has become the temporary residence of countless peerless geniuses in the heavens and the world. Those peerless arrogances are all young and famous. With great luck, they have strength and heritage far beyond the powerhouses of their generation. As long as they leak a little bit of resources from their fingers, it is enough for ordinary people to eat for more than 10 lives. If you can befriend these peerless geniuses, the benefits will be even greater. The best opportunity is to make one's own daughter become the concubine of the Tianjiao, or the wife. Let the blood of the peerless geniuses be passed down in their own family. This is a huge benefit. At that time, not only will he lose a Tianji leftover in vain, but he may also end up with a lot of wealth. No matter what. It's all blood. Thinking of this, the reception envoy looked at the reception formation with hot eyes. Brush. A figure suddenly appeared in the large formation. The creature looked arrogant and looked at the envoy with suspicious eyes. The receptionist quickly looked at the creature. It has 2 feet on its head, a nose ring, and hard muscles under its blue skin. Monster. The envoy's eyes lit up. The demon clan is good. The demon clan can be passed down from generation to generation. And the demon clan is also one of the great worlds. Thinking of this, the messenger Pai Dian ran over and said, Your Excellency, I am the messenger of this enlightenment realm. You can call me Wupani. The demon clan powerhouse frowned. At this time, he was suspended in the air and said condescendingly, You are the legendary messenger? Listen to my parents. You can be responsible for everything I am here? Wupani nodded quickly and said, Yes. The demon clan is worthy of being a great world. And it has been passed down for a long time. It turns out that you already know a lot of the rules of the enlightenment world. What is your name? Hearing the words of the demon clan powerhouse, he proudly said, My name is Niu Jiao. I am the arrogance of the same generation that swept across the demon world. Wu Pingyi smiled even more, and said with a smile, Your Excellency is indeed the #1 person in the contemporary demon world. Presumably this time in the Tianyu battlefield. It will definitely come out on top and overwhelm all races. He paused and said, It's really an honor to meet the adults. Now I will take the adults back to the mansion to rest. And at the same time, how about tasting the food in this world? Yo Jiao grinned and said. Then, there is work. Soon, Wu Pingyi was on duty. And the news of the arrival of a demon clan's arrogant powerhouse spread throughout Qiming City. Countless wealthy families in Qiming City were shocked. The demon clan is one of the largest clans in the heavens and the world. And it is one of the top forces. It is also extremely rare for the Yaozu contemporary Tianju to possess the mythic middle-level strength. This is enough for the major families to bring first-class treasures and outstanding women in the family to visit. Although Wu Pingyi is the first contact of the demon powerhouse, it does not prevent the major families from attracting the demon powerhouse. In fact, before the arrival of the powerful demon clan, there were many arrogant arrivals. These families cast a wide net, and none of the strong ones want to let them go. Because as long as the arrogant powerhouses from all walks of life and races can spill a little bit of stuff between their fingernails, they can make money. It would be even more perfect if Tianjia powerhouses could take a fancy to their own women, accept them as concubines, and leave their bloodline behind. For a time, Wu Pingyi's house became the most watched existence in the city, and the powerful monsters also became the only protagonists of the day. The imperial capital of Yanwang City. In the palace. Hint, you used re-engraved gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment *10,000. Hint, you used re-engraved gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment *10,000. Hint, you used re-engraved gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment *10,000. Lin Feng looked at the immortal matter fragment in front of him. This time, he used 9 secondary gems and copied a total of 9W immortal matter fragments. 9W immortal matter fragments can synthesize 1800 immortal matter. The battlefield of Tianyu is the place where the arrogance of all races is fighting. Every opponent is a peerless genius who is oppressing the contemporary era. And it is rare to see it in 10,000 years. Lin Feng's preparation is to get some immortal substances. As we all know, those who possess immortal material are gods. This thing is also called divine substance. Mythical powerhouses can be condensed through their godhead. In addition, the only way to fuse immortal matter fragments. The mythical low-level powerhouse has the longest time to condense immortal matter, the least amount, and the maximum does not exceed 500 points. Intermediate powerhouses are generally below 800 points. The mythical high-level powerhouse is below 1000 points. As for the super-level powerhouses, they are somewhat special. The super-level powerhouses are divided into super-level and super-level peaks. The immortal substance condensed by ordinary super-level powerhouses is above 1000 points, and below 1200 points. The super peak is below 1500 points. The higher the level of the mythical powerhouse, the faster the time to condense immortal matter, and the greater the quantity obtained. Lin Feng has not merged with Godhead now, because Godhead needs to be reincarnated at level 100 before it can be merged. Therefore, Lin Feng could only use immortal matter fragments to synthesize immortal matter. Lin Feng is brushing a bug. He obtained the immortal substance with the help of foreign objects. So if he uses it, the consumption of the immortal substance will be larger than that of the mythical powerhouse. For example, the ability release strong control. Mythic powerhouse may need 500 immortal substance. Lin Feng needs 1000 immortal substance. Fortunately, Lin Feng has a 1W copy gem, which can trigger a 10,000-fold increase. Immortal matter if you only use it as a trump card. It will be enough. This time, Lin Feng only spent 9 replica gems to fuse 1800 immortal matter. 1800 points. What is this concept? It is already more than the immortal material of the mythical super peak powerhouse. And as long as Lin Feng wants, he can copy and synthesize a large number of immortal substances at any time. Lin Feng tidied up his backpack. After confirming that he was ready, he spoke to the strong men under his command. He was ready to leave and set off for the Tianyu battlefield. There is only a wave of undead natural disasters left in the Yanhuang district. This is what Lin Feng specially left to the player. If he wants, he can destroy the undead at any time. But after thinking about it, killing these undead, it is better to keep them in captivity and let Yanhuang players brush some strength. Therefore, the Yanhuang district is very stable. He has no worries. Thinking of this, Lin Feng held the Tianyu battlefield ticket and activated the mission. Chapter 104. Arriving at the Enlightenment Realm. Brush. Ding dong, you discovered the Enlightenment Realm. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase and gained plus 100 million prestige. Lin Feng appeared in the reception formation. He looked around and found that this was a palace. Enlightenment realm? Lin Feng frowned. It turned out that he was not directly teleported to the Tianyu battlefield. At this time, he found a young man walking towards him. The young man had the name of reception messenger Li Yun on his head. Li Yun hurriedly came over and said, "Your Excellency, I am Li Yun, the messenger of receiving and attracting. And I am in charge of receiving and attracting otherworldly arrogances. What's your name?" Lin Feng was stunned. A guide is roughly equivalent to a beginner's guide. "My name is Xing. Lin Feng said lightly. The messenger, Li Yun, said quickly, "Lord Xing, welcome to the Enlightenment realm." He paused, then said, "Let me explain the rules of Tianyu battlefield to your lord." Lin Feng nodded. The envoy Li Yun began to explain. Tianyu battlefield is in our Enlightenment world. You need 100 tickets to enter Tianyu battlefield. You can get 100 tickets with other Qinjia from other worlds, which is more cost effective. Or you can consume 100 tickets to enter it alone. Having said that, Li Yun, the envoy, looked at Lin Feng. "I have more than 100 tickets myself. But I don't need to fight with others." Lin Feng thought to himself, motioning for Li Yun to continue. Li Yun continued. "After entering the Tianyu battlefield, life and death depend on fate. And the levels inside are constantly changing. And the specific details can only be known after entering. If you want to return to the original world after the end of the Tianyu battlefield, you can return here to receive the lead formation." Lin Feng understood. He said, "Where is Tianyu battlefield?" The messenger Li Yundao handed out a map with both hands and said, "Tianyu battlefield changes its orientation every day. But with this map, you can track where it appeared." Lin Feng took the map. At the same time, "Ding dong, you have obtained a special item Tianyu battlefield, rare unique, tracking map." Lin Feng opened the map. There is a circular mirror pattern flashing somewhere on it. Tianyu battlefield is here. Lin Feng put away the map and walked with his legs up. One step at a time. Brush. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared. Brush. The lead array lights up again. Li Yun was stunned. Was this reception and lead formation broken? Xingtian just left. Another one? At this moment, a boy suddenly walked out of the reception formation. The boy stepped out of the array. Boom! The entire reception hall suddenly shook. Li Yun was inexplicably horrified, and only felt that his vision was spinning, and his whole body was shaken to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura emanated from the boy's body. Boo boo! Countless porcelain pots could not bear his breath and shattered one after another. Li Yun's eyes widened. His heart trembled. This? How powerful is this? The boy's face changed abruptly. He retracted his foot and smiled shyly. He muttered, "Oops. I forgot to hide my strength." Take it. Moment. The terrifying aura dissipated immediately. The boy looked at Li Yun, who was lying on the ground. He stepped forward, squatted on the ground and said with a smile, "You are the messenger. Have you met anyone from the Star Clan? Starry Sky Clan?" Li Yun rolled his eyes, remembering that there was indeed a Starry Sky Clan's arrogance some time ago. He nodded and said quickly, "Yes. Yes. He has entered the Heavenly Field battlefield." The boy grinned when he heard the words. His body gradually thinned until it disappeared. Li Yun touched the sweat on his forehead and forgot to get up for a while. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Lin Feng followed the map index. Found the entrance to Tianyu battlefield. He looked ahead. A huge, irregularly shaped mirror is suspended in the sky. Lin Feng flew over and put his hand on it. Ding dong, do you want to enter the Tianyu battlefield? This entry requires 100 tickets. Yes. Ding dong, you have entered the Tianyu battlefield. It was detected that you have 8 luck points. Please put the luck points into the camp. In Lin Feng's field of vision, an interface immediately appeared. That is the faction interface of Heavenly Field battlefield. Only one option above is highlighted. Divine Kingdom faction, highlighted. There is no limit on luck points. Celestial faction, dim 20 or more luck points. Lin Feng pondered slightly. There are 2 camps. One is unlimited, and the other requires 20 points of luck. Lin Feng only has 8 points of luck on his body, so he can only choose the Divine Kingdom faction. He followed the system prompt and put all 8 points of luck into it. Ding dong, fortune ranking is on. You can check the luck points of the participants in it. Reminder, your mission has been updated. Lin Feng looked at the mission first. The faction interface in front of him became the Tianyu Battlefield Quest interface. Task: destroy the Sky Vault camp. Accept abandon. Lin Feng blinked. Now that you have chosen a camp, of course, it is impossible to give up. He made a choice. Ding dong, you accepted the quest destroy the Vault of Heaven camp. Hint: Tianyu Battlefield map is open. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and opened the fortune list. Luck list. First place, Jones Heller, Star Family, luck points, 21.2 million. Second place, Lu Xiuan, Protoss, luck points, 10 million. Third place, Nosner, Prisoner, luck points, 9.89 million. 100th place, Xingtian, Mandate of Heaven, luck points, 0. Remarks: if the mission fails, the luck points will be negative. After completing the task, you can get the luck points. Every time the luck points exceed 10/100/1000, you will get a group reward. The luck points are negative. Clan will be punished once. After reading the list, Lin Feng was speechless. The fate of the Destiny human race is only 8 o'clock. Compared with other ethnic groups, it is really indescribable. Is this a bet on the luck of the ethnic group? There is absolutely no way out now. Lin Feng shook his head and opened the Tianyu Battlefield map. This map marked the territory of the Kingdom of God, as well as the territory of the Kingdom of Heaven. After Lin Feng glanced at it, he couldn't see anything. Open the task interface directly. Destroy the Vault of Heaven camp, Heavenly Field Battlefield. Mission objectives: 1. Stop the attack of the Vault of Heaven camp. Reward: 10 points of luck. 2. Maintain the rule of the God Kingdom camp. Reward: 20 points of luck. 3. Destroy the Vault of Heaven camp. 50 points of luck will be awarded. Special: the reward card points for this quest is 30 points. Obtaining more than card points luck reward will trigger advanced quest, and the difficulty will be doubled. The difficulty depends on the number of luck points obtained, and the more points obtained, the higher the difficulty. Mission introduction: the Kingdom of God and 18 vassal kingdoms rule this interface. But the new emperor is brutal and immoral, making the people of the Kingdom of God in dire straits. This led to the rise of the Vault of Heaven Kingdom, and erected the banner to overthrow the Kingdom of God. For a time, the people of the world responded, and many vassal states helped one after another. Countless powerhouses joined in to overthrow the tyranny of the Kingdom of God. Mission time: until the 2 camps of the Kingdom of God or the Vault of Heaven are destroyed. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly after reading the mission details. It turns out that the Divine Kingdom camp is the villain camp, and the Sky Vault camp is the decent camp. He couldn't help but let out a wry smile. No wonder there are no restrictions on joining the Divine Country camp. Joining the Divine Country camp is extremely difficult to complete the task. On the contrary, if you join the Sky Vault faction, you may lie down and win. So the required luck points are also high. Lin Feng figured it out. I am afraid that only like myself, a strong person from a small ethnic group will have no choice but to choose the Divine Kingdom camp. And those big clans and powerful clans will choose to join the Sky Vault faction. To be hard to say. The small clan is the tool person who increases the game experience for the big clan in the Tianyu Battlefield. Thinking of this, there was a fierce look in Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 105, Repression. Lin Feng closed the interface. Slightly pondered. He saw it on the map. The Kingdom of Heaven is already eroding the territory of the Kingdom of God. Judging from the current progress, it is about to advance to the Heartland. In other words, the Kingdom of God is about to end. Soon, he figured out what to do. According to the map, he flew to the imperial capital of the Kingdom of God. Imperial capital. The Emperor of the Kingdom of God is entertaining his ministers. Delicious wines and delicacies, singing and dancing are prepared, and there are constantly long queues of waiters, carrying food from in and out. Lin Fengfei was over the palace, frowning to see the scene. Worthy of being the king of a subjugated country. Lin Feng shook his head, and quickly fell into the palace. His appearance immediately alarmed the guards in the palace. Clang! The guards drew their weapons, and faced Lin Feng. Who are you, and why are you trespassing in the palace? Lin Feng didn't even look at them. He glanced at the palace indifferently. And soon, his eyes turned to the Emperor of the Kingdom of God. He said coldly, I'm here to find your Emperor. Bold. Presumptuous. How dare you offend your Majesty? The guards were furious and scolded. Cough cough. The great Emperor of the Kingdom of God cleared his throat, looked at Lin Feng arrogantly, frowned and said, How many great powers have joined my camp? but none of them are as arrogant and domineering as you. He paused and said, but this great emperor is broad-minded and doesn't care about you. But if you can't show your true skills, this emperor will never forgive you. After he finished speaking, the ministers spoke in succession. The great emperor is thirsty for talents, and he is really a wise man of the world. The emperor's heart is like a sea, and he deserves to be a generation of emperors. This is the great emperor, and such a wise man will surely make my kingdom of God brilliant again. Lin Feng felt a chill when he heard the courtiers flattering like this. He walked straight forward, smiled and said, if you want to see my ability, it depends on how much treasure you have. Hearing this, the emperor suddenly laughed. Ha ha! The great emperor occupies the entire world, and there are countless treasures in the treasury. Everything, the emperor said with a show-off look, as long as the emperor is willing. He can cover the entire palace with treasures. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took out his staff and smiled. Very good, the great emperor said inexplicably. What is it? Lin Feng grinned and waved his staff, and said, it's very good to prostitute the treasure of a country for nothing. Meteor shower, frozen thousands of miles. Thunder, the forbidden spell that destroyed the world suddenly appeared. Covered the entire palace. Bold, you are crazy. Escort, escort, the master guards around the emperor. The mythical super peak powerhouse felt this aura of destruction, and his face suddenly changed. He never imagined that a strong man would dare to take action against the emperor. That is the existence of the honor of a country. Several mythical super-level peak powerhouses protected the emperor at the same time. I want to leave this place with the emperor, Lin Feng said coldly. You can't leave. He directly used 1500 immortal matter to add to the skill. The Binding of the Wind, with a bonus of 1000 immortal matter. This confinement magical skill has become more powerful, and the mythical super-level peak wants to crack. And there are not so many immortal substances. At this time, this skill has no solution. The super peak powerhouses can only watch. Countless fire and rain meteors raise the entire palace to the ground. At the same time, countless divine kingdom powerhouses die tragically. Minus 100 million. Crit. Minus 100 million. Crit. Minus 100 million. Crit. Ding dong, you killed the super level peak powerhouse Pangji of the myth. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You gained plus 210 billion gold coins. Moon Blade in the Well, super mythical. Ding dong, you killed the super level peak powerhouse Wang Gang of the myth. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Gained plus 210 billion gold coins. Drilling Helmet, super level myth. Ding dong, you killed the super level peak powerhouse Zhixiang of the myth. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Obtained plus 210 billion gold coins. Silver Dragon Armor, super myth. Hoo-hoo. At this time, a khaki light suddenly appeared on the Emperor of the Kingdom of God, covering him. However, as the forbidden spell continued, the khaki light was gradually weakening. Lin Feng saw that everyone in the palace except the Emperor was dead. He stopped consuming mana, and the forbidden spell stopped. At this time, the great Emperor of the Divine Kingdom was already pale. Even the dignified Emperor of the Kingdom of God, in this life and death line, was also frightened to the point of being incapacitated. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor and said slowly, "Where is my treasure house?" The Emperor of the Kingdom of God was taken aback. "That's my treasure house. When did it become your treasure house?" But he looked at Lin Feng's indifferent expression and instantly reacted. He can live, not because he has the national sports protection, but because he wants to stay alive. The Emperor of the Kingdom of God trembled and said, "It's in the palace." "In the palace? This is the secret key." As he spoke, he threw a key to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attention was all on the key. One step at a time. Brush. He appeared at the key drop point and took it steadily. At the same time, the Emperor of the Kingdom of God did not know what secret method he used, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. It is not surprising that the honor of a country has some means. Lin Feng didn't care. The task is clearly stated. It is to let oneself target the Skyvault faction. But it didn't say how to deal with the God Kingdom camp. He believes that most of the powerhouses will choose to join the Divine Kingdom camp when they receive this task, and work for the Emperor of the Divine Kingdom. But he didn't think so. As long as you have strength, you can completely ignore the Kingdom of God. Rules are for the weak. The strong can not only flout the rules, but even change the rules. That's when. What if he killed the Emperor of the Kingdom of God? Has the kingdom of God collapsed? Since the kingdom of God cannot collapse, it is better to take all the wealth of the kingdom of God as your own. Then I was trying to find a way to confront the Skyvault faction. The treasure house of the kingdom of God is indeed in the palace. The entire palace was ravaged by the forbidden curse, and there were remnants everywhere. Only here are some intact buildings. Lin Feng held the secret key and opened the treasure house of the kingdom of God. Boom! Lin Feng was shocked by the sight in front of him. There are countless treasures of all kinds, and there are many things that Lin Feng has never seen. Lin Feng was rude and looted the entire treasury. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Obtain UN crystal, super god grade, *1W. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Obtain endless starry sky map, holy grade, in seal, *1. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase, and obtain starry sky teleportation array, holy grade, in the seal, *1. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase, and obtain starry sky giant egg, holy grade, in seal, *1. Ding dong. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase, and obtain space expansion array, holy grade, in seal, *1. Ding dong. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase, and obtain time recalling array, holy grade, in the seal, *1. The tsunami-like sound in his ears made Lin Feng feel ecstatic. Holy level. According to legend, the realm above the super god, saint-level props are naturally the top-level props. Originally, the items in the treasury were only super god level at most. But after going through the 10,000-fold amplification system, it has reached the holy level. You know, this is another world, and it is not suppressed by the game version. Theoretically, unlimited treasures can be obtained. So it's not surprising that you can get the holy level. If it was the Destiny continent, it would be impossible to obtain items above mythology. However, at this moment, Qianyu battlefield announcement, human race Xingtian. Slaughter the palace of the kingdom of God. Assassinate the emperor of the kingdom of God. Now the emperor of the kingdom of God has issued a proclamation, declaring that Xingtian of the human race is the eternal enemy of the kingdom of God. And the strong of the kingdom of God see it. Everyone can be executed. Qianyu battlefield announcement, the human race Xingtian. Fierce and monstrous, with unparalleled suffocation. The special award title, Peerless Murderer, Mythic Elementary. Ding dong, you trigger a 10,000-fold increase, and get the title Unparalleled Fierce God, Super God level. Lin Feng listened to the announcement ringing in his ears, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 106, The Unparalleled Fierce God. Ding dong, you have completed the transfer task, Human Destiny Branch Target God level title. The progress of the current task is 1/3. Lin Feng looked at the title he had obtained. The Fierce God of the World, Super God level. Grade 1. Level, Super * level. Effect, wearing this title, you can create Ferocious God Realm within a range of 1,000 by 1,000. Ferocious God Realm, passive, make the specified target, or multiple, all attributes -10%. Ferocious God Realm, passive, for every 20% decrease in own HP, attack power increases by +20%. After seeing the effect of the title, Lin Feng smiled even more. Good guy. Worthy of a super god level title. The effect is superb and awesome. Nothing to say. He put it on immediately. Ding dong, you have already worn the title Unparalleled Fierce God. This job transfer mission requires the completion of 3 stages of mission objectives. God level title has been completed. The next step is to obtain the achievement Suppressing the Contemporary and climb to the top of the cloud peak. Lin Feng then looked at the harvest this time. There are a lot of holy level props, but they are all in a sealed state. He randomly chose a holy level item. Endless Starry Sky Map, holy grade, in seal. Grade 1. Rank, holy. Effect, this item records the major star realms and star fields of the endless starry sky, and marks the major forces in the starry sky. Special, sealed. Introduction, if you want to travel far without navigation, you deserve a map. Lin Feng understood after reading it. Originally it was a star map. Not only bounded, but also star field. And even marked the many forces of the endless starry sky. It was also the first time that Lin Feng knew that the structure of the game world was so huge. Astral world. Star field. He couldn't help but sigh that all the players in the previous life were finally resisting all kinds of natural disasters. And they didn't even have the chance to get out of the planet. However, now Lin Feng is not only standing on the top of the players, but also on the top of the Destiny continent. Maybe there will be a chance to go out of the planet and see more distant worlds. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the star map in his hand. If you want to explore the endless starry sky in the future, then this map is very important. Too bad it's under seal. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately clicked the seal. Suddenly a line of comments appeared. Sealing, this item is sealed by a mysterious power. And unlocking the seal requires special items, or super god peak level strength. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. He put the props into his backpack. And he didn't need to look at other holy level props. Since they are all in a sealed state, these holy level items cannot be used for the time being. However, if there are special props to lift the seal, or let the super asterisk peak level powerhouse unlock it, it is also possible. When Lin Feng thought of this, he thought of the final reward for this job transfer mission. There is also a version opening scroll for this job transfer reward. That is to say, after completing this job transfer task, a new version of the game can be opened. At that time, some restrictions on the world power level will be lifted, and super god level powerhouses will also appear. Then wait until then. Lin Feng looked at other items. Saint level items are the least, and there are not many super god level items. Most of them are some equipment or the currency of the heavens, and there is not much that can really be used. There are more god level items, various architectural drawings, props, treasures, pet eggs and so on. But most of these things couldn't get into Lin Feng's eyes. As for the mythical level and below, it occupies 90% of the number. Lin Feng just glanced at it a little and didn't care anymore. After thinking about going back, put it in your own chain department store, guild warehouse or army warehouse for Huaxia and Yinwang players to buy it. Tianyu Battlefield, Vault of Heaven Kingdom Camp. At this time, the hearts of countless strong men were inexplicably throbbing. They all looked in the direction of the palace of the Kingdom of God. A very powerful destructive force appeared there for a short time. This level of strength is no less than the full blow of a mythical high-level powerhouse. If that's the case, it's nothing. After all, who of the alien geniuses have no strength at all? If they didn't break through to the pinnacle of mythology, how could they overwhelm their contemporaries, and even stand on top of the world? The surprise is the surprise. Where the accident happened, that place, but the core of the Kingdom of God, is also the most dangerous place. Only, who dares to be so presumptuous in the palace of the Kingdom of God? You must know that the powerhouses of the Vault of Heaven camp will be immediately discovered as long as they approach the palace. In the palace, there are many mythical super-level peak powerhouses. There are still many forbidden laws. Even the super god-level powerhouses dare not be so presumptuous. Unless, it is the arrogance of the gods from the other world. Because the same camp will not have much defense. However, why did Tianjiu from the other world destroy the palace of the Kingdom of God? This makes absolutely no sense. Shouldn't it be? Get the approval of the Emperor of the Kingdom of God, and then accept the official position, and then lead troops to crusade against the Vault of Heaven camp. The otherworldly geniuses are at a loss. But right now, the announcement of the Qianyu battlefield sounded abruptly. Qianyu battlefield announcement, human race Xingtian. Slaughter the palace of the Kingdom of God. Assassinate the Emperor of the Kingdom of God. Now the Emperor of the Kingdom of God has issued a proclamation, declaring that Xingtian of the human race is the eternal enemy of the Kingdom of God. And the strong of the Kingdom of God see it. Everyone can be executed. Tianyu battlefield announcement, the human race Xingtian. Fierce and monstrous, with unparalleled suffocation. The special award title, Peerless Murderer, Mythic Elementary. Boom! The otherworldly geniuses of the Vault of Heaven camp were all stunned. What's the situation? There really are otherworldly geniuses who dare to do it in the palace of the Kingdom of God. Not only that, but also slaughtered the palace and assassinated the Emperor of the Kingdom of God. Is this crazy? This is awesome. Xingtian? Isn't that the powerhouse of the Destiny human race? The guy at the bottom of the fortune ranking, Alien Tianjiao, who often pays attention to changes in the list, immediately thought of Lin Feng's origin after hearing the announcement. Originally, he thought he was just a cannon fodder-like character. What about Tianjiao? This world is divided into big and weak. In the real big interface, in front of the arrogance of the powerful ethnic group, the arrogance of these small local groups is no more than a little. At most, talent and luck are much deeper than ordinary people. But this punishment day seems to be different. Xingtian, is he so fierce? As soon as I entered the Tianyu battlefield, I made trouble. And it's so big. Massacred the palace. Assassinated the emperor. Really bullshit. Xingtian. Is he our undercover agent? Yu Tianqiong camp. The otherworldly Tianjiao was confused. However, the alien arrogance of the Divine Kingdom camp is even more confused. What's the situation? Who is this Xingtian? The palace has been destroyed. Doesn't it mean that the home has been stolen by others? Are you sure that the Divine Kingdom array can still be played? Mad. Xingtian. Don't let me meet you. Or I want you to look good. By the way, which camp does he belong to? The sky is the sky. Otherwise, what would you do against the kingdom of God? It may be from the God Kingdom camp. Otherwise, he won't even be able to enter the palace. His fierce people. The people of the kingdom of God are still going to kill the emperor. This brain circuit is really sick. Somewhere in the battlefield of Tianyu, the figure of the boy was hurrying. He looked in the direction of the Divine Kingdom palace in surprise. Surprised? He said. The power of the forbidden spell? This Tianyu battlefield is really fun. He smiled and said, I have a super god level powerhouse disguised as me. As well as the arrogance of the first clan in the endless Starry Sky clan. And this grumpy little guy from the human race. TSK. When the time comes, the few of us don't. It would be better if the powerhouses of the upper realm were provoked. Think of the upper bounds. The boy's relaxed face instantly became solemn. Chapter 107, Battle of Tianjiao. Lin Feng finished collecting the treasure house. He pondered a little. The Tianyu battlefield is different from the main world. The main world has an upper limit of strength. And Dingtian is also a super level peak powerhouse. And here, it is very likely to encounter the existence of super asterisk level. Or even super god. Just now I used almost the immortal material. It's time for another wave. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the replica gem and immortal material fragments. Hint, you used replica gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment asterisk 10,000. Hint, you used replica gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment asterisk 10,000. Hint, you used replica gem and successfully obtained immortal matter fragment asterisk 10,000. Lin Feng directly used 20 replica gems in this wave and obtained 20 immortal material fragments. Synthesized 4,000 immortal substances, plus the 300 remaining points. A total of 4,300 points. Lin Feng looked at so many immortal substances with a smile on his face. I have food in my pocket. Don't panic. With so many immortal substances, it should be enough to meet the super asterisk level. When Lin Feng thought of this, he thought of what to do next. He opens the map. This map changes in real time. The above clearly records the progress of both the Divine Kingdom camp and the Vault of Heaven camp. Now the Vault of Heaven camp naturally has the upper hand. Whether it is the natives of the Tianyu battlefield or the otherworldly arrogance, the strongest have chosen the Vault of Heaven camp. On the contrary, the Divine Kingdom camp is declining day by day. It's just relying on a fairly deep foundation to persevere. On the map, the Vault of Heaven camp has advanced to the Yunyang city of the Divine Kingdom camp. At this time, Yunyang city became the place where the two camps faced off. It is also a stage for the talents of other worlds to display their strength. Lin Feng wrote down the route and closed the map interface. He used his skill to volley and vanished instantly and disappeared in place. Outside Yunyang city, hundreds of mythical powerhouses gathered again. Among them, the number of otherworldly geniuses in the Divine Kingdom camp is more. There are about 60 otherworldly geniuses, and dozens of local mythical powerhouses in the Kingdom of God. And there are only more than 40 otherworldly geniuses in the Vault of Heaven camp, and dozens of local mythical powerhouses from the Vault of Heaven kingdom. At this point the two sides are at a confrontation. Brush. Lin Feng's figure appeared 100 miles away. He looked at both camps from a distance. Now he is in the Tianyu camp. Although he is called the Otherworld Tianju of the Divine Kingdom camp. But because he plundered the treasure house of the Kingdom of God and drove away the Emperor of the Kingdom of God, he is now wanted by the Kingdom of God. And his task is to deal with the Kingdom of Heaven. It can be said that they are all enemies. But Lin Feng didn't care. He intends to watch quietly at this time, waiting for both camps to suffer. By the way, let's take a look at the true strength of the otherworldly genius. At this time, a local mythical high-level powerhouse appeared in the Vault of Heaven camp. I am the general of the sky, Lung Chuan. Can there be a strong person in the Kingdom of God who dares to fight? Lung Chuan has a straight body and holds a giant sword, pointing to the Divine Kingdom camp from afar. God's camp. The otherworldly geniuses are not afraid of the local mythical powerhouses. They are even more afraid of the powerhouses in the Vault of Heaven camp, who are also the geniuses of other worlds. Mythological high-level powerhouse. With average strength. Who should we go? I don't want to go beyond the superorder. I'm too lazy to do it. You can just send someone there. Then I'll come. The God Kingdom camp walked out of an alien genius. He was young, with dark purple skin, holding 2 sledgehammers, and speaking in a sonorous voice. Rock Clan. Lennon! Lin Feng took a deep look at it. The Rock race? It's a strange race. I've never heard of it. Lung Chuan frowned. He looked at Lennon and said in his heart, Mythology Elementary? The arrival of the genius of another world has changed the 3 views of the local mythological powerhouse. Lung Chuan didn't dare to underestimate this heavens chosen from another world, who was only at the beginning of the myth. On the contrary, he became more cautious. Witnessing the power of heavens chosen from the other world made him understand a truth. The worse the superficial strength is, the stronger the real strength is. Lennon carried his weapon and rushed towards Lung Chuan. His attack method is the same as his character. Simple and rough. When Lung Chuan saw the sledgehammer coming, he had to block the giant sword in his hand. However, in the eyes of the otherworldly arrogance of the Heavenly Vault camp, they shook their heads one after another. Madness. The Yin clan is known for its strength, and it is really unwise to fight head-to-head. Lung Chuan is dead. Who's next? Come on. I like the stupid big guys like the Rock clan the most. Really? Lung Chuan crossed the sword to block, and with a clang, his giant sword was smashed and bent. Lennon's sledgehammer hit Lung Chuan's shoulder without any suspense. Boom! 8562W. Bash! Lung Chuan was smashed upside down, and half of his body was smashed to pieces. With a flash of coldness in Lennon's eyes, he immediately chased after him. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly when he saw this. This otherworldly arrogance of the Rock clan. The casual damage actually has the full blow of a high-level powerhouse. He still remembered that when Luo Ping was at a high level, he did not use immortal substances, and his full output was such an intensity. If you use immortal matter, the output will easily exceed 100 million. Is this the power of Tianjiao that suppressed the contemporaries and suppressed the entire interface? Not bad. Lin Feng said in his heart. You must know that Lin Feng's strongest output method is unlimited continuous output, and it is a large amount of superimposed output. In terms of single damage, it may be only average, but in terms of total damage, it can reach the level of tens of billions. Therefore, Lin Feng is qualified to make a condescending comment, and he is in the same position as the genius of another world. At this time, Lennon caught up, and his sledgehammer had already rendered a layer of immortal divinity. This is to kill Lung Chuan. Lung Chuan's face was extremely pale, and he knew that the arrogance of the other world should not be underestimated. But I never imagined that the gap between the two would be so huge. He suspected that his high-level strength was fake. The mythical low-level powerhouse Lennon, who can still be crushed in the face of leapfrog challenges, is like a child as a high-level powerhouse. Lung Chuan clenched his teeth and wrapped himself in golden light. At the juncture of life and death, he uses all his immortal divinity to increase his defenses. Boom! The sledgehammer in Lennon's hand buzzed, and the golden light rose sharply. Behind him, a giant hammer covering the entire world appeared, and with a movement of the hammer in his hand, he smashed Lung Chuan fiercely. Boom! 16,000 W. At the same time, the phantom of the giant hammer dissipated, and Lung Chuan's figure suddenly disappeared between heaven and earth. Mythical high-level powerhouse. Lung Chuan. Die! The expressions of the main body mythical powerhouses of the Vault of Heaven camp changed greatly. Lung Chuan was smashed to pieces by this hammer. Sizzle. This Rock clan alien from heaven is truly terrifying. However, the otherworldly geniuses looked indifferent. It seems to have known this result. The reason why they became Tianju is that they had the strength to kill the powerhouse in seconds. Who is not the child of luck of their respective interface? Who is not the existence of their own interface, who dare to call the invincible existence at the same time? Who is not a powerhouse with all kinds of trump cards, all kinds of heaven-defying treasures, and all kinds of supreme talents? This scene is so normal. The secret technique of the Yin clan is really good. I don't know how far Lennon has cultivated. No matter how far he has cultivated, when Jones Heller arrives, everyone on the opposite side will die. Yeah. Jones Heller of the Star Clan is the arrogance of the arrogance. He went to the top of the Cloud Peak, And I don't know if he can reach the top of the top that no one has climbed for thousands of years. Let's ignore him. We are the Endless Starry Sky clan. How can we let the Xioxiang clan be presumptuous? Don't worry. I will deal with Lenin in the next battle. Lin Feng looked at the result coldly. The otherworldly Tianjiu has too many trump cards. And it is common practice to leapfrog the enemy. Next, let's see how the otherworldly arrogance of the Vault of Heaven camp reacts. It's better to come out and fight against Lenin. In this way, we can better know what level the geniuses are. Chapter 108, Clan. Battle of Luck. The otherworldly Tianjiu and the local powerhouses in the Tianyu battlefield. The line is crushing. Only the battle between Tianjiu is the biggest attraction. Lin Feng closely watched the confrontation between the two camps. At this time, a strong man with green flames and chains all over his body came out. He looked at Lenin and said lightly, "Prison clan. Wu Gang." Lenin raised his sledgehammer to protect himself. Expressionless, Wu Gang looked at Lenin with interest. He suddenly smiled. Boom! Suddenly, the whole world changed color. Wow! Countless chains flew out of Wu Gang's body, turning into overwhelming chains and rushing towards Lenin, facing the attack like a landslide and tsunami. Lenin's eyes flashed a stern look. He still remembered what the elders of the family told him when he said goodbye. Lenin, you are going to the Tianyu battlefield. You are no longer representing yourself, but thousands of Yin people. The fate and future of the Yin clan are now up to you. You may encounter dangers and setbacks, even desperate situations. As long as you think about the Rock clan, you will endure endless natural disasters after you die. And I believe you will gain strength from it. This is the power to protect the ethnic group. It can make you invincible. Lenin's vision was full of extremely dangerous chains. At this time, his eyes were red. And he shouted, swish. Two sledgehammers pierced the space and smashed at Wu Gang. Wu Gang smiled coldly and pointed with one hand. A chain appeared like a tentacle, sending the two sledgehammers flying. Snapped. At this time, Lenin's body was full of golden light, and he suddenly rushed towards Wu Gang. In the Divine Kingdom camp, there was a lament. They can see that the strength gap between Rumba and Wu Gang is a bit big. Even Wu Gang could make Lenin die without a place to be buried with only a part of his power. Lenin. Ugh. This is our small world. The sorrow of a small ethnic group. We came from the Tianyu battlefield, and the luck points are not enough for us to choose a camp. We can only choose the kingdom of God. Yeah. Like the great realm of the heavens. The big ethnic group. They have enough luck points to choose the Vault of Heaven Kingdom camp. Can we powerhouses only become cannon fodder like existences? Lenin is going to lose. Who will deal with the prison clan's Wu Gang in the next battle? Wu Gang is too strong. We are not opponents. The Vault of Heaven camp has always been calm. They were not surprised to see Wu Gang gaining the upper hand. We're going to win this battle. Throughout history, the Vault of Heaven camp has never lost. And this time is no exception. Wu Gang of the prison clan alone is estimated to be able to penetrate all the otherworldly geniuses on the opposite side. Wu Gang is not even the most powerful Tianjiu in our camp. We still have Protoss powerhouses. Whoa! The endless chains, like tentacles, kept hitting Lenin, and the blood on Lenin's head decreased every time he hit Lenin. 5000W. 4820W. 3252W. Even countless chains locked Lenin's limbs. Then the chains wrapped around Lenin, as if the bees smelled the honey. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Prison clan? It's also a race I'd never heard of. He thought to himself, but Wu Gang's strength is indeed stronger than that of Yin clan Lenin. Lin Feng could see it. Until now, Wu Gang, the strong man of the prison clan, has not used his full strength. However, Lenin, the strong man of the Rock clan, has been pinched by Wu Gang. Die! Wu Gang, a strong prisoner, shouted. Countless chains glowed with golden light. It seems that Wu Gang wants to forcibly strangle Rumba. Boom! There was a huge explosion where the chain was wrapped. Whoa! The chains were loosened, and Rumba was no longer there. A smile appeared on Wu Gang's face. Alien arrogance? Nothing more than that. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed. The Divine Kingdom camp and the Vault of Heaven camp both exclaimed, Lenin isn't dead. How is it possible? Isn't he dead? It's amazing, Lenin. What a move to change shape. Lin Feng also saw this scene. I saw the two sledgehammers that were blown away. and one of them suddenly turned into a round. Another sledgehammer automatically flew into his hand. Brush! Lennon turned into golden light and rushed towards Wu Gang. At this time, he used the secret technique of the Rock Clan again. But seeing the void, the giant Lennon and the sledgehammer phantom appeared. The phantom followed Lennon's movements and smashed into the prisoner Wu Gang. If you look carefully, you will find it. At this time, the big hammer in the virtual shadow's hand has turned blood red. Lennon was on fire at this time, burning golden flames. He is actually burning immortal divinity. Lennon's face was hideous, and he slammed the sledgehammer in his hand with all his strength. He roared death. Wu Gang only had time to protect his entire body with his immortal divinity. The sledgehammer hit Wu Gang without any suspense. Boom! Whoa! In the sky, a broken chain fell to the ground. At this time, Wu Gang, the strong man of the prison clan, was smashed to pieces and died. However, after the phantom behind Lennon dissipated, the breath on his body dropped sharply. Puff! Golden blood flowed from Lennon's 7 orifices. He hovered precariously in the sky, but he still stood up straight. We are not the weaklings to be bullied by your big family and the great world. No matter how small or weak the Yin clan is, they have never lost the courage to challenge their fate. I prove with my life that even if we are as weak as me, we can still defeat the big clan and the strong on the big screen. As an ant, it is also possible to overthrow the giant beast. Lennon was extremely weak at this time, but he still insisted not to let himself down. He glanced at the opposite camp and returned to the Divine Kingdom camp. At this moment, countless otherworldly geniuses looked at the Rock Clan boy who created a miracle. His existence, his deeds, and his words can even touch the geniuses of otherworldly talents of the same camp. Since we cannot choose our destiny, why not conquer our destiny? Weakness may be just an excuse for failure. As long as you do your best, even in the face of a powerful opponent, you may not have the power to fight. Since the opening of the Tianyi battlefield, the Divine Kingdom camp has never been successful. That is precisely because the big clan of the endless starry sky and the great interface Tianyi form a circle. And from a small clan, the geniuses of the small interface have no choice but to choose the God Kingdom camp that is doomed to fail. They are different from the powerhouses from the big clan and the big interface. Those who were born in the strong family have superior luck points. They are able to accept their failures, and the loss is just a little bit of luck. However, these small clans and otherworldly geniuses of small interface cannot bear the punishment of mission failure. They not only represent themselves, but also represent their respective interfaces, the billions of people from their respective ethnic groups. Death is not terrible. The terrible thing is that after they die, the clansmen will suffer endless natural disaster punishment forever. Humans are the same. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He also can't afford to lose, because Lin Feng represents the entire human race. As long as the luck point drops to a negative number, the Terran will be punished. Lin Feng would never let this happen. He did not want the human race to experience all the disasters he had experienced in his previous life, because that was really scary. Like a nightmare that never wakes up. Even an ant has the power to look up at the stars. Lin Feng secretly clenched his fists. He vowed that he would lead the human race to defeat all disasters and enemies. He wants to lead the human race to see the incomparably vast starry sky. Chapter 109. Shot! Facing the scene where Wu Gang was attacked and died, the otherworldly geniuses of the Vault of Heaven camp were silent. Wu Gang of the prison clan was powerful, but died tragically at the hands of Lennon of the Yin clan. Although they were surprised, they didn't think it was anything special. Wu Gang's strength in this faction is just average. How many strong people in the Divine Kingdom camp dare to give up a blow like Lennon? You know, Lennon is nothing but good luck. Now that the arrogances of the Vault of Heaven camp are prepared, what can the arrogances of the gods and other worlds do? It's time to end. A strong man came out of the Heaven's Vault camp's otherworldly arrogance. He is tall and straight, with a strong stance, and an extraordinary heroic spirit. The otherworldly arrogance of the Divine Kingdom camp saw this strong man appear, and they all took a breath. Lu Shan. God's arrogance. He didn't even follow Jones Heller to top of Cloud Peak. It turns out that Jones Heller dared to climb to the top when the task was not completed, because Lu Shan stayed. The otherworldly arrogances of the Vault of Heaven camp also showed anticipation. They know that the arrogance of the Protoss is very strong. Lu Xiaoan once used his own strength to break through the border fortress of the Kingdom of God. He killed countless mythical powerhouses. Even if it was a genius from another world. He was killed in seconds. Lu Xiaoan can't wait. He wants to go to the top of Cloud Peak with Jones Heller. Lu Xiaoan shot. The overall situation has stabilized. Unless there is a dark horse on the opposite side that is comparable to Xiaoan's strength. Everyone, be careful. The other side may have to fight against the odds. Lu Xiaoan stepped in the void step by step. Every time he walked, it was like stepping on the hearts of the otherworldly geniuses on the opposite side. Lu Xiaoan glanced at every strongman on the opposite side. His eyes glowed with divine light, as dazzling as the sun. Of the many powerhouses in the Divine Kingdom camp, no one dared to look directly at him. Protoss. Lu Xiaoan. Lu Xiaoan stopped and said lightly. God's camp. What should I do? This is Lucian. I know his record. He once selected the entire fortress by himself and killed 3 alien geniuses. This child is so terrifying. If it is to kill local powerhouses in seconds, even if it is the peak of mythical superorder, they will not feel anything, because they can do it too. But killing 3 Tianju in seconds, this record is a bit terrifying. Lin Feng is also watching all this closely. Protoss? A flash of reminiscence flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He remembered the past life. When the game merged with reality, various natural disasters are rampant, and the human race has suffered various heavy blows. The human race is always in turmoil, and it may be destroyed at any time. There have been strong people who have contacted the God Realm several times, praying that the God Realm powerhouse will help the human race. But from the beginning to the end, the God Realm did not send the strong to the lower realm. In the end, the Terran gave up asking for help from the God Realm. On the contrary, he managed to steal his life. With this origin, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lu Xiaoan. Lu Xiaoan is indeed very powerful. At least he has crushed the entire opponent in terms of momentum. But since the Protoss is so powerful, why not help the human race? Why sit and watch the human race on the brink of survival or destruction? Is it just because the human race is just one of the many planes under the jurisdiction of the God Realm? Insignificant? Even worse than ants? He remembered that the human race suppressed the Devil's Den in order to resist the invasion of the Devil's world by the gods. The human race is guarding for the God Realm. However, the realm of the gods is desperate to save the human race. Lin Feng couldn't help but look complicated when he thought of this. God's camp. Let's go together. Lu Xiaoan can't be defeated by one person. Okay. I have the hope of the ethnic group. And my personal life and death are insignificant. But I can't be sorry for the ardent expectations of the hundreds of millions of people behind me. I may never go back. So let me shed the last drop of blood for the tribe. Swish swish. Dozens of otherworldly geniuses suddenly erupted. They led the local mythological powerhouse, and suddenly rushed to the Vault of Heaven camp. Tianju of the Vault of Heaven camp has already made preparations. Many of them showed disdain and joined the war one after another. Boom boom boom. For a time, the battlefield of God's domain broke out. The melee. Start. Fight. Fight. And finally I'll pick up the peaches. Lin Feng watched this scene indifferently. In his opinion, the life and death of the otherworldly geniuses in the Divine Kingdom camp has nothing to do with him. In addition to being responsible for the human race, Lin Feng doesn't have to be responsible to anyone. It's best if both sides play the dog's brain. This way you can save a little more effort. The battle continued. There were screams from time to time in the battlefield of God's domain, and several corpses fell from the sky every once in a while. Among them are the local mythical powerhouses and Tianju of the Divine Kingdom camp, as well as the mythological powerhouses and Tianju of the Vault of Heaven Kingdom. This battle went on for a long time. I don't know how long it took. The battlefield of God's domain was suddenly silent. When the battlefield of God's domain dissipated, the winning side was revealed. This side, unsurprisingly, is the Vault of Heaven camp. At this time, the local mythological powerhouses of the Vault of Heaven camp have all died. There are only a dozen or so geniuses left. Many of them were seriously injured. Only like God Clan Lu Xiaoan and Prison Clan Mountain such arrogant bodies are intact. The arrogance of the Divine Kingdom camp is really powerful. Except for the lack of background. It is not much different from us. There is still a gap. But compared with the top big clan, it is a lot worse than us. Yeah. The 2 geniuses of the prison family. Wu Gang is dead. Shanru has nothing to do. And so is Lu Xiaoan. No matter what, the mission should be stable this time. And it will be over as long as you push all the way. They finally finished. Lin Feng looked at them with a smile on his face. One step at a time. Swish. Lin Feng suddenly appeared. Swish. The arrogance of the Vault of Heaven camp involuntarily turned their attention to Lin Feng. Their eyes are complicated. There are doubts, surprises, shocks, panic, and curiosity. Destiny human race? Lu Xiaoan opened his mouth and wondered. Lin Feng blinked and said lightly, "Can you see my origin?" Laugh. Lu Xiaoan sneered and said proudly, "As a master, if you don't even know the details of your servants, wouldn't it be very unqualified?" Lucian, is he a servant of your god realm? So you're a friend rather than an enemy? Not necessarily. I think this human race is not good. Lu Xiaoan sneered. My god realm controls dozens of planes in the big and small worlds. And one of them is called Destiny human race. He explained the otherworldly arrogance of the camp. The human race of their lineage fled from the endless starry sky. If it wasn't for my god realm giving up a continent, they would not even have a place to live. The human race is a second-class race in the endless starry sky, and they do not mix well. How can they become the servants of your asterisk realm? It turns out that they are just a branch of the human race. Like their prisoners too. Although they are both prisoners. Shanru and Wu Gang are not the same main line. Therefore, it is possible to enter the Tianyu battlefield. This human race can be regarded as a second-class race in the endless starry sky. It was also the first time that Lin Feng knew such a secret. And he felt an eye-opener. Lu Xiaoan condescendingly said to Lin Feng, the human race is not allowed to participate in the heavenly field battlefield. This is the Iron Law since ancient times. Your human race violated the Iron Law and participated in the heavenly field battlefield without authorization. When I go back, I will report to the God Realm. When the time comes, you won't be able to eat and walk around. Lin Feng frowned when he heard the words, and said coldly, why can't our human race participate in the Tianyu battlefield? Humph. Lu Xiaoan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, with your Terran and my Protoss signing a servant contract. As a slave, if you dare to disobey the Lord's orders, are you trying to rebel? Lin Feng raised his staff and said slowly, rebel? You reminded me. I didn't even know there was such a shameful contract. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. And he said coldly, now that I know, what if I make you rebel? Me? Xingtian? Rebellion? What are you doing to me? He grinned and said, what kind of dog PI slave contract? If one day I hit the realm of the gods, I will definitely let you sign this contract. You wait for the gods to be slaves. My human race is the master. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Vault of Heaven camp. Xingtian? He is Xingtian. Xingtian who slaughtered the palace of the Kingdom of God and assassinated the Emperor of the Kingdom of God. It turns out that he is the fierce man. Sure enough, he is from the God Kingdom camp. Lu Xiaoan, if you don't kill him now, I'm afraid that one day, he will really hit the realm of the gods. Lu Xiaoan's face was ashen. He could not have imagined that there would be a Tianyu in the Destiny human race. And he would be rebellious. Lu Xiaoan was full of murderous aura. And said coldly, don't worry. I will kill him now. And I will never let him grow up. Chapter 110. Kill the Son of God. Lin Feng got what he wanted to know. It turns out, Protoss and humans still have this level of relationship. That alone makes this trip worthwhile. Thinking of this, Lin Feng instantly activated his clone. Swish. 9 clones appeared and surrounded the otherworldly geniuses. Humph. Separate? Lu Xiaoan snorted disdainfully. He trembled all over. In an instant, thousands of Lu Xiaoan suddenly appeared. Go to hell, Lu Xiaoan said coldly. Thousands of Lu Xiaoan's golden light rose sharply. And various skills suddenly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's skills and Lu Xiaoan's skills are activated at the same time. Ferocious God Realm. The Binding of the Wind. The Source of Darkness. Meteor Shower. Frozen thousands of miles. Thunder. At this time, the world has changed. Countless flame meteors smash to the ground with their tail flames. The icy wind blows and freezes everything. There are also countless thunder element ghosts slaughtering wildly. Lu Xiaoan's skills are also varied. The power is not weaker than the forbidden spell. However, the durability of the damage was not comparable to Lin Feng's. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. Countless injuries floated from the heads of the otherworldly geniuses. 2 otherworldly geniuses who were seriously injured died on the spot. Ding dong, you killed the arrogance of the otherworld Felton Mike. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And obtained the Archer Skill Book Meteorite Secret Technique Skill Book, Mythic Grade. Gold coins plus 120 billion. Ding dong, you killed the otherworldly Tianjuji. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And obtained the Warrior Skill Book Spiritual Armor Skill Book, Mythical Grade. Gold coins plus 115 billion. Lin Feng listened to the system prompts in his ears. At this time he uses skills. 1 step to the end of the world. Swish. Lin Feng kept disappearing and reappearing in place. No matter how many skills Lu Xian had, he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng's speed. On the contrary, Lu Xian continued to lose blood under hundreds of continuous forbidden spell attacks. Moreover, he will also use a large amount of immortal substances to crack Lin Feng's imprisoning skills. Hateful. Is this a forbidden spell? Is this still human? Lu Xian's face was ashen. It's not like he hasn't seen the forbidden spell. I don't know how many strong people in the God realm can ban spells. But there is no one like Lin Feng. Forbidden spells can not only be instant cast. It can go on indefinitely. He couldn't imagine how much magic power was needed to maintain so many forbidden spells. Is this something a human can do? Thinking of this, Lu Xian finally felt a taste of death. He had to admit that now he was at the point of life and death. If you don't use a few whole cards, I'm afraid it will hang here. Golden body of God. Lu Xian's face was ugly. And he finally used his secretary. Only geniuses with extremely powerful potential in the realm of the gods are qualified to learn this secret technique. Before Lu Xian became a mythical powerhouse, he had already learned it. His cultivation of this secret technique has already been slightly accomplished. It can even survive the attack of super god level powerhouses. Swish. Lu Xian's body suddenly glowed with golden light, and the whole person became a statue of a golden seat. If the forbidden curse hits him, only skills such as miss will appear in the air. The Protoss really has 2 brushes. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Who doesn't have a few trump cards these days? Not to mention the great world, the great ethnic group, and the arrogance of the gods in the endless starry sky? Lu Xian can represent the realm of the gods in the battlefield of the sky. In other words, among countless Protoss geniuses, he can suppress contemporary geniuses. Represents peerless invincibility. All Tianji present is like this. So how can there be no 2 brushes to get to this point? Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He continued to slaughter otherworldly geniuses on the field. This time he used immortal substance. Soon, several other heavenly talents from other worlds, who were injured originally fell. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. Ding dong, you killed the arrogance of the otherworld Michael Timothy. You triggered a 10,000 times increase. And obtained the Assassin Skill Book Hidden Star Secret Art, Mythic Grade. Gold coins plus 195 billion. Ding dong, you killed the otherworldly Tianjuji. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase. And obtained the Warrior Skill Book Wandao Divine Blade, Mythical Grade. Gold coins plus 225 billion. Ding dong, you killed the otherworldly arrogance Han Xinqiao. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And obtained the Warrior Skill Book Blood, Mythical. Gold coins plus 220 billion. Lin Feng glanced around. All otherworldly geniuses were killed by themselves. Only the Protoss powerhouse Lu Xian is left. At this time, Lu Xian still maintained a golden state. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. As long as he is willing, his forbidden spell can last forever. However, this time, Lu Xian was in a hurry. The cultivation of the golden body to a high level can last for a long time. But he didn't cultivate to that level. Now he feels like he can't hold on anymore. But once the golden body is unlocked. Thinking of this, Lu Xian used a secret technique to sound transmission. Xingtian. You can't kill me. Lin Feng raised his brows. And a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said slowly, I never choose a target when I kill people. If I can kill the demon race, I can kill the Protoss. Lu Xian said in a hurry, if you kill me, the Protoss and your humans will be immortal. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Xian felt Lin Feng's changes. He was overjoyed. As if he had caught a life-saving straw. Lu Xian continued, I am the son of the God Clan, God Temple, God Lord. If you kill me, your people will be punished by God. He had a good idea. The geniuses from other worlds came to the Qianyu battlefield precisely for their respective ethnic groups. Lu Xian didn't believe that Lin Feng would be selfish to the point of disregarding the demise of the ethnic group. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lin Feng has experienced the most miserable years of the human race in his previous life. And he has also fallen in endless natural disasters. What else could be worse than the previous life? You threaten me? Lin Feng's eyes were sharp. At this time, Lucian's golden body suddenly disappeared. Swish. Countless forbidden spells that destroyed the world instantly drowned Lucian. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. 100 million. Crit. Xingtian. You will regret it. Lucian. Die. Lin Feng sneered. Regret? One day he will hit the God Realm and make the God Realm regret it. Dare to let the tribe sign a slave contract. The Protoss is simply courting death. Ding dong, you killed the arrogance of the otherworld Lucian. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase and obtained special props Golden Body of God, Mythical Superorder. Gold coins plus 395 billion. Ding dong, you killed 12 otherworldly arrogances. You triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained the achievement Suppression of Contemporary. The progress of the current job transfer task is February 3rd. Ding dong, you have completed the side quest of the Qianyu battlefield. Repel the attack of the Vault of Heaven camp. Triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Obtained 100 W of luck points. Ding dong, Qianyu battlefield comprehensive assessment. Reward the human race Xingtian world fragment floating world. Ding dong, the luck points you got exceeded card points. The difficulty of the task *1 W times. Ding dong, Qianyu battlefield, intermediate, the scene and tasks are changing. And there will soon be a mid-level battlefield powerhouse chasing you down. Please be prepared. A series of system prompts smashed Lin Feng into a bit of a daze. Lin Feng grasped several key points. This wave of harvest is really big. Super blood earned. But at the same time, the mid-level powerhouses of the Qianyu battlefield will come to the primary battlefield. Their mission goal is to kill me. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This seems to be a big game. Chapter 111, Luck Rewards. Upgrade the Tyrant Emblem. Hint, your ethnic group luck points are currently ranked second in the luck list. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. His eyes moved slightly. Originally, he was the last one on the luck list. Now, after the quest reward has been increased 10,000 times, Lin Feng has successfully completed a small goal. And he has gained a lot of money. The fate of the human race has reached 100 W at this time. Received an extremely anti-sky luck reward. But also because of the ranking. The points obtained exceeded card points. The card point of the Qianyu battlefield is 500 points. If it exceeds 500 points, the difficulty of the task will increase with the increase of luck points. The luck point after the 10,000-fold increase triggers this mechanism. Therefore, the difficulty of the next task has skyrocketed 10,000 times. Lin Feng felt helpless when he thought of this. There is always a solution to a problem. This wave of Lin Feng's harvest can be called a super asterisk profit. He took out the floating world first. This is Lin Feng's most unexpected. And also the biggest gain. Because this is a fragment of the world. Lin Feng took out a ball directly from his backpack. This ball is similar to a watermelon. Only the size of a palm. Floating world, rare, world fragment. Grade 1. Restriction, exclusive to Destiny human race. Effect. 1. After use, a small world can be generated in the main world. And the small world will randomly select the world structure. 2. After the world is derived, only Xingtian has the authority to control the world entrance, mission system, etc. 3. The world can be upgraded. And there is a chance of mutation. Upgrade requirements, remnants of the world tree, remnants of the creation tree. Introduction. Is the most enviable profession in the world a landlord? No. It's to be the landlord of the whole world. Own it, and you own the world. Lin Feng carefully read the details of the world fragment. After reading it, he took a few deep breaths in a row to suppress his excitement. This is an unexplored world. Maybe just a small world. But what does that mean? This means that the human race finally has its own home. Destiny continent, it is more like the land given to the human race by the gods. And the human race is like a tenant on it. But this floating world is different. This is the exclusive territory of the human race. And it is the home of the human race. This is the Terran's own property. Moreover, Destiny continent is not a plane. It is just a fragment of the world. This is equivalent to Lin Feng and the human race getting an undeveloped version of Destiny continent. This reward is truly against the sky. As expected of the luck reward, Lin Feng secretly clenched his fists. This item is exactly the item that was rewarded by getting 100 W points of luck. It's hard for Lin Feng to imagine that his luck point has reached the stage of 1000 W. What incredible rewards will you get? Lin Feng shook his head. He couldn't imagine it. He took out the second harvest this time. That's a skill book. Lin Feng is the only superclass skill book he has obtained so far. Golden Body of God, Myth Super Order. Grade 1. Tier, Mythic Super Tier. Effect, after use. You can get Golden Body buff. Immune to all attacks. Consumption per second, 10,000 immortal matter. Special, raising the skill level can reduce the consumption requirements. Proficiency, 0/10 W. Introduction, I'm fine. But I'm also invincible. Sizzle. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading the skill details. Invincible buff. But it's not the full version of the invincible buff. Because it consumes a lot. 10,000 immortal matter per second. This requirement is too harsh. But fortunately, the skill level can be improved. At full level, you only need 1,000 immortal matter per second. Although this skill has limitations, it is fortunate that Lin Feng has a copy gem, which can copy immortal matter fragment. That is to say, Lin Feng currently has no pressure to consume. However, this is not a long-term solution. It is best to upgrade the level to 100 and reincarnate and integrate the godhead. Only by merging the godhead can it continuously produce immortal matter. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt that this skill was quite good as a trump card. He directly chose to study. Ding dong, you have learned the skill Golden Body of God. Your skill bar has been updated. Please check the skill details in the skill bar. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt, clicked on the skill bar, and then directly upgraded the skill to full level. Ding dong, you are using potential points. The current skill Golden Body of God is level 2. Ding dong, you are using potential points. The current skill Golden Body of God is level 5. Ding dong, you are using potential points. The current skill Golden Body of God is level 10. After Lin Feng finished upgrading, he read the skill introduction again. Sure enough, the skills after the full level no longer need to consume as much as 1 W of immortal matter per second. Only 1,000 immortal matter per second is required. As soon as Lin Feng thought of immortal matter, he looked directly at the backpack. In the battle just now, he used some immortal substances to directly destroy the otherworldly Tingjia group. Now his immortal substance still has 2,000 points. In other words, you can only use Golden Body of God for 2 seconds. As a life-saving trump card, Lin Feng felt that the 2-second Golden Body was a bit short. Not to mention that the immortal material was also used for battle. Lin Feng directly took out 1970 replica gems and copied 1970 W immortal matter fragments. A total of 39.4 W points of immortal matter were synthesized. So now there are a total of 39.42 W points of immortal matter. Using Golden Body of God alone can last for 394 seconds. Equivalent to direct invincibility for 6 minutes. This time the harvest is not much. But the quality has crushed all previous harvests. Just floating world is enough to crush. Not to mention the invincible buff of the cottage version. Lin Feng thought about this harvest, and did not forget to improve the rewards he had obtained before. He has a Tyrant badge. It can ignore all the player's own limitations, and increase the player's output damage to 100 million. The output of 100 million is the upper limit and the lower limit. He is now benefiting from the bonus of this item. However, Lin Feng had a hunch that the next task would be very difficult. After all, on the primary battlefield, the super peak powerhouses are all over the place, let alone the middle-level battlefield. I am afraid that the super peak powerhouse is there, and it is just cannon fodder. So now there is a group of super god level powerhouses coming down. And Lin Feng will not be surprised. Lin Feng didn't know much about super god level powerhouses. The more so, the more he wants to arm himself to the teeth. Lin Feng decisively chose to upgrade the level of the Tyrant badge. Hint, you are consuming the mythical level skill book to increase the level of the Tyrant badge. Please confirm. Confirm. Ding dong, you have consumed the mythical skill book. And the current Tyrant badge is level 2. Lin Feng continued to upgrade. Ding dong, you have consumed the mythical skill book. And the current Tyrant badge is level 3. Having said that, Lin Feng stopped. Because the upgrade mechanism of the Tyrant badge is relatively harsh. Level 3 is a threshold. And every time you exceed level 3, the required mythical skill books will skyrocket. Lin Feng took a look at the upgrade conditions for the Tyrant badge. The next upgrade requires 500 mythical skill books. Seeing this, he directly opened the detailed attributes of the Tyrant Badge. Tyrant Badge Mythic Grade. Level 3. Tier, Mythical. Special, Growth. Effect, after wearing it, it ignores all its own restrictions, and makes all damage reach 300 million points, current upper limit, but the final output damage is affected by the target's strength. Upgrade Condition, Mythical Skill Book, 0/500. Introduction, Tyrant Badge. The best growth special item. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading it. With the upgraded version of the Tyrant Badge in front of him, he currently has no obvious shortcomings for the time being. Chapter 112, Top of Cloud Peak. The other end. A high mountain soars into the sky, as if connecting the sky and the earth. And the top of this mountain is the top cloud peak of Qianyu Battlefield. Only the strongest arrogance in the heavens can climb top of the cloud peak. However, for thousands of years, no one Tianju has been able to climb to the top. At this time, there are two figures walking on the mountain with difficulty. Looking at their progress, they are still halfway up the mountain. Of the two powerhouses, the leader was a boy. The one who lags behind is the number one in the Qi Luck list, the number one clan in the endless starry sky, and the Tianju of the Starry Sky clan, Jones Heller. At this moment, the two strong men were gasping for breath. The boy was better, but he was sweating profusely, and he seemed to be carrying a mountain on his back. Jones Heller, on the other hand, stopped to take a few breaths every few steps he took. He seems to have reached his limit. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding. No one bothered anyone. They set their goals on the top of the mountain. Just go to the top of the mountain to become the strongest genius of this era. However, at this moment, Qianyu Battlefield announcement, Human Race Xingtian. Defeat the attack of the Vault of Heaven camp. When the announcement sounded, Jones Heller and the boy couldn't help but stunned at the same time. The Vault of Heaven camp is defeated? For a long time, the Vault of Heaven camp is never lost. Every round of the Qianyu Battlefield is opened, and the winner is the Tian camp. But now, the Vault of Heaven camp is lost. Jones Heller listened to the announcement with a gloomy face. Xingtian. Xingtian again. It was you who slaughtered the kingdom of God. And now it is you who stopped the attack of the Vault of Heaven camp. You are amazing. The boy laughed when he heard the announcement. He turned back and looked at Jones Heller. Jones Heller, you paid the price for your arrogance. Your Vault of Heaven camp has failed. The boy shook his head. If only Jones Heller wasn't so eager to come to the challenge to get to the top of Cloud Peak. Perhaps with his existence, then Xingtian would not defeat the Vault of Heaven camp so easily. It was precisely because Jones Heller thought the overall situation had been decided that he came to climb the top of the mountain alone, giving Xingtian a chance. Humph! Jones Heller snorted coldly and said proudly, my star family has unparalleled luck. What are these losses? He paused, looked at the mountain with fiery eyes, and continued, only reaching the top of Yifeng is my pursuit. I am in the endless starry sky, crushing the arrogance of the same generation. Now I only need a proof. Climbing to the top of the cloud peak is the best proof. After Jones Heller finished speaking, he sneered at the boy and said, isn't it because you, a super spiritual peak powerhouse, came to challenge top of the cloud peak many times to make up for the regrets of the previous era? The boy blushed when he heard the words, and scolded, what do you know? You little idiot. He defended, it was because I didn't participate in the Qianyu Battlefield back then. If I participated, I would definitely be able to climb to the top of the cloud peak. Laugh. Jones Heller smiled disdainfully, and buried himself in the climb. The boy complained that he was boring. But he was not annoyed, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the mountain that was submerged into the top of the cloud. Top of Cloud Peak. I, Jonah Alvin, must climb to the top. The two powerhouses no longer communicate. Muffled climb. Ding dong, the strong man who is chasing you will come in 5 minutes. Lin Feng listened to the reminder in his ear, and his heart moved. 5 minutes left. Chasing and killing the strong is the root of the difficulty of this task. Therefore, the difficulty of the task of destroying the Vault of Heaven Kingdom is limited. You must know that completing this task will get 1,000 points of luck points reward. And if you increase it 10,000 times, it will be 1,000 W points of luck points. Moreover, the destruction of the Vault of Heaven Kingdom naturally maintained the rule of the Kingdom of God, which could also gain 100 points, which is 100 W points of luck. In total, there will be 1,100 W of luck value rewards. Lin Feng thought of this, and immediately flew to the Vault of Heaven Kingdom. The king of the Vault of Heaven is above the sky. Swish. Lin Feng appeared. He doesn't dare to waste time. If 5 minutes have not destroyed the Kingdom of Heaven, the hunters will come after him. It will be a lot harder to complete the task then. Lin Feng summoned 9 clones. He waved his staff, and unleashed his skills on the King of Heaven. Meteor shower. Frozen thousands of miles. Thunder. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. The forbidden curse that destroys the world appears instantly. Fire. Frost. Thunder. Appear in the blink of an eye. Buzz. However, a defensive formation was suddenly propped up in the sky above the capital. Countless forbidden spells cannot cause any substantial damage to the capital. The capital actually has a protective cover. Sure enough, the difficulty has really increased. Lin Feng's face sank. There is not much time. We must fight quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively used immortal substance to boost his attack. With the boost of immortal matter, his damage instantly doubled 10 times. 3 billion. Crit. 3 billion. Crit. 3 billion. Crit. Lin Feng is madly attacking the Vault of Heaven capital. Under such terrifying continuous damage, the defense formation of the royal capital could no longer hold on. Boo! It sounded like the cracking sound of glass falling to the ground. This sound is so wonderful in Lin Feng's ears. In less than a minute, I can destroy the Vault of Heaven and complete the mission. Lin Feng was very anxious. At this time, Ding Dong, the chasing has reached the first level Tianyu battlefield. The system beep just dropped. Several rays of light appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. The hunter is here. Lin Feng glanced at the Vault of Heaven Kings reluctantly. He gritted his teeth and injected immortal matter again. 30 billion. Crit. 30 billion. Crit. 30 billion. Crit. Boom. The entire Vault of Heaven King exploded. He was razed to the ground by Lin Feng in an instant. The huge royal city, with a population of 10 million, and countless strong people. It was so easy that it seemed to be erased. At the same time, Ding Dong, you have completed the tasks, destroy the Kingdom of Heaven, and maintain the rule of God's kingdom. You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase, and gained 1100 W luck points. Ding Dong Tianyu Battlefield Comprehensive Assessment. Reward the human race Xingtian Special Item World Tree Seed? Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. In an instant, 3 terrifying auras that permeated the entire world appeared. This is the breath of a super god level powerhouse. Swish swish. The 3 rays of light turned into 3 figures, looking at Lin Feng with great interest. Interesting and interesting. This is the first time I have met. You are such a genius who doesn't take us seriously. The old man who spoke looked like a demon strongman. You know we're coming. Don't hide. Do you look down on us? This person turned out to be a human race. However, it looks completely different from Lin Feng. The subtle differences are more pronounced. This human race turned out to have heavy pupils, white hair, and totems were painted all over the body. And the last strongman is actually a monster. It is very obvious that his body is a black ape. At this time, it held a golden stick in its hand, and slowly walked towards Lin Feng. I haven't seen such an arrogant Tianju for a long time. It held its head high, bared its teeth and said, "If you can catch my Jijiang 3 sticks, I will spare your life." Lin Feng sneered when he heard this. Swish swish. His 9 bodies fled wildly in all directions. Chapter 113, Chase. Lin Feng turned around and fled, which was expected by the 3 super god level powerhouses. The super god level powerhouse can easily crush the mythical level. In their eyes, Lin Feng is sick. However, Lin Feng's speed was beyond their expectations. This speed is comparable to an ordinary super god level powerhouse. Especially Lin Feng has many clones, and the strength of these clones is exactly the same, so that they can't tell who is the main body and who is the clone. The situation in front of them made the 3 super god level powerhouses somewhat passive. Maybe one of the clones who let go is the main body of Lin Feng. This kid is a bit slippery. The demon super god level powerhouse smiled. The human race super asterisk level powerhouse shook his head and said, in front of the super asterisk level powerhouse, "These are useless." The 2 powerhouses didn't move. It seemed that they didn't come to complete the mission, but to watch the play. Jijiang, the monster strongman, has a look in his eyes. The void suddenly cracked a crack that was 100,000 miles long. A nearly substantial ape arm with a length of tens of thousands of miles stretched out from the gap. The 5 fingers on the ape's arm spread out, as if grabbing at all of Lin Feng's clones. Lin Feng's limit speed in one step is 10,000 miles in 1 second. However, that ape arm covered a radius of 100,000 miles. God-level powerhouses don't have God realm. So how can they defeat our super god powerhouses? The human race super god level powerhouses laugh easily. The super god level powerhouse of the demon race also watched this scene with great interest and said, "Yes, the gap between the god level and the super god level is too big, like a world apart. The most important of which is that we have the god level circumstances, but not at the asterisk level." But Ji Zhang's divine realm doesn't seem to be suitable for capture, but more suitable for fighting. The other side, Lin Feng Yin Yang controlled the clone and the main body. At this time, he has felt the change between heaven and earth. Especially the ubiquitous sense of oppression made him breathless. Hint, you are in the Jijiang God realm of super god level powerhouses. God realm. Lin Feng's face changed suddenly. He doesn't know much about super god level powerhouses, but he knew God realm, because in his previous life, he was the pinnacle of mythology, and he has already touched the threshold of God realm. Only a mythical powerhouse with God realm will become a super god level powerhouse. Of course, after the game merges with reality. Otherwise, with the data in the game, as long as you keep upgrading, you can naturally become a super god. Don't break through by yourself. The realm of the gods is also one of the means that requires immortal matter to support. The effect of the title of unparalleled fierce god obtained by Lin Feng can be called little god realm. In a field, have an overwhelming advantage, and at the same time can greatly weaken the target. Just compared to the real god realm, it's a little dwarfed. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly sensed the approaching danger. Without hesitation, he directly used the skills he had just acquired. God's golden body. Swish! Some of Lin Feng's clones suddenly stopped, and the whole body was instantly covered with golden light. Ji Zhang's big hand in the divine realm struck at this time, grabbing several of Lin Feng's clones. Lin Feng still has several clones, fleeing like crazy. When Ji Zhang saw this scene, he bared his teeth and said, "Maid, what a sly boy. You two stop watching the show and catch him together." The super asterisk of the demon race and the super asterisk of the human race looked at each other in surprise. Ji Zhang's strength is not bad among super gods, but he can't even catch that kid? The faces of the two super gods became solemn. They turned into streamers and chased after Lin Feng's other clones. Ji Zhang looked at the several Lin Feng clones that had fallen into the hands of the gods, and he had a headache. Golden body of God. Mad. What does this kid have to do with the god race? Ji Zhang's head is a bit big, and his golden body is invincible. If he can't break his golden body, do you want to spend here with this kid? He can't let go of these avatars. If there is Lin Feng's body in it, wouldn't he be a laughing stock? Damn! Ji Zhang cursed secretly. It suddenly opened its mouth, and the mouth got bigger and bigger, and it opened thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Ji Zhang swallowed Lin Feng's clone and said fiercely, "I ate you." Then he moved his spiritual sense, detected the surrounding area of 100,000 miles, and turned into a streamer to chase. Lin Feng didn't dare to stop. Accelerate! Hint, you used immortal matter. Boom! Lin Feng's speed instantly soared, and there was a sonic boom. Immortal matter is so miraculous, and shocking methods such as resurrection and regeneration are just ordinary methods. Otherwise, what can I say? Immortal matter is divine matter, and it has all kinds of wonderful uses. It increases the attack and can increase the attack output infinitely. It increases the defense and can infinitely stack the defense to reduce damage. It increases the weapons and equipment, and can infinitely increase the effect of weapons and equipment. It increases the speed and naturally can be infinite. Rate of increase. At this time, Lin Feng used immortal matter to increase his speed, making the super god level powerhouse chasing him speechless for a while. What a waste. Even their super god level powerhouses would not dare to abuse immortal substances like this. Lin Feng couldn't manage so much either. Now he has thought of a way to escape. That is to go to the top of Unifying. On the top of the cloud peak is the closest and has special restrictions. It's the only way to escape. Thinking of this, Lin Feng controlled all the remaining clones and rushed to top of Cloud Peak. Just a few snaps. The top Yifeng is already in sight. Lin Feng looked at the mountain in his field of vision with fiery eyes. Accelerate. 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 Hint, you used immortal matter. Hint, you used immortal matter. Under Lin Feng's frantic acceleration, the super god level powerhouses chasing behind him were all stunned. Maid, how much immortal matter does this kid have? He didn't even reach the asterisk level. Right? Where did he come from, Divine? No. He wants to go to top of the Cloud Peak. On the top of Yifeng. In the endless starry sky. The place where Tianju proves himself. It is rumored that only those who climb the top of the Cloud Peak are truly invincible at the same time. The 3 super god level powerhouses were in a hurry. There are special restrictions on the top of the Cloud Peak. No matter what level of powerhouse. Entering the range of the top of the Cloud Peak will be suppressed. Yes. The lower the strength, the smaller the restrictions. But the stronger the strength, the greater the restrictions. Back then, we all wanted to reach the top. But we couldn't hold on halfway up the mountain. And we never thought we would have to revisit the old place again. On top of Cloud Peak. Boom! A sound burst suddenly sounded. Lin Feng plunged headlong into this mountain. His hanging heart suddenly let go a lot. Climbing, Lin Feng did not dare to slack off. Even if he entered the top of the Cloud Peak, it did not mean absolute safety. To be truly safe, you have to go to the top. Climb to the top. Climb to Cloud Peak. Exactly. My job transfer mission is only about ascending to the top of Yifeng. Lin Feng didn't notice any pressure at the foot of the mountain, and walked straight up the mountain. The other 2 tasks have been completed this time. As long as you reach the top, you are considered to have completed the transfer. As for whether he could reach the top, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. It will be safe to climb to the top. And you will die if you don't reach the top. Chapter 114, The Way to Climb. Jones Heller's shock. Right at this moment. Swish. 3 super god level powerhouses chased after them. They looked at Lin Fengdan's figure with ugly expressions on their faces. This mountain has been placed a powerful limit by the supreme powerhouse. The stronger the strength, the stronger the restriction. Conversely, the weaker the power, the fewer restrictions. They are here. The advantage of their own strength has become the biggest disadvantage. If you want to catch Lin Feng again, it will be even more difficult. Do it directly? Ji Jian looked at his 2 companions. The demon race powerhouse shook his head and said, doing it here will consume millions of times as much as the outside world. Yes. If we consume too much here, we will not be able to catch up with him. The human race super god also objected. Ji Jiang snorted coldly and said, could it be that we can only climb up to catch up? That's all for now. Do your best. The rewards and punishments for this task are not heavy. Just do your best. The 3 super god level powerhouses negotiated, and then bit the bullet and climbed the mountain. And next, they climbed the road for a while before realizing that Lin Feng and them were not the only strong climbers. Jonah Alvin? Ji Jian was surprised. This guy is making waves in the middle level battlefield. Every time he gets the privilege, he will come here to climb the mountain. The human race powerhouse smiled. That's the arrogance of the Star Clan. Jones Heller? Rumor has it that Jones Heller has been spotted by the Bronze Tree organization and is going to be cultivated as a seed. The human race powerhouse envied. As long as Jones Heller reaches the super god, he can be on the Star Domain Hidden Dragon list. When the major forces will extend their olive branches, the Bronze Tree organization has a good vision and won this Tianju in advance. Ji Jiang, the monster strongman, said disdainfully, what's so great? It's just because of my background. If I were from the Shinkong clan, I would be stronger than Jones Heller. Hearing the words, the 2 strongmen shook their heads. This universe is so unfair. The Starry Sky is the largest family, although there are only a few clansmen in each era. With the growth of time, the Star Clan powerhouse will awaken the bloodline, obtain the bloodline inheritance, and become the strongest contemporary. Other races can't compare with the Star race. Here, Lin Feng looked behind him. Sure enough, I saw the 3 super god level powerhouses chasing after them. It's just that their speed is not as fast as their own climbing speed. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt slightly relieved. Although he didn't know what was weird about Yifeng on the top. But he thought that since reaching the top is so difficult, there must be many restrictions. Unexpectedly, he really made the right bet. Thinking of this, Lin Feng buried his head and ran wildly. It's just that the higher you go, the more you can perceive that there is an invisible force stopping you. Lin Feng opened the status bar. All is well. But this invisible force is still there. Lin Feng shook his head and continued to climb. After a while, Lin Feng finally felt a little difficult. It was as if the legs were being held by someone, and every step required a lot of strength. At this time, he saw two strong men also climbing not far ahead. Jones Heller? Lin Feng didn't know him, but he heard from the players in the Vault of Heaven camp. It seems the other party is very powerful. However, it seems that their speed is not fast. Even worse than himself. Lin Feng felt a little strange. Although Lin Feng walked a little hard, he was far better than them. At this time, Jonah Alvin looked at the limit. The sweat dripping from his body made him look like he had taken a shower. And Jones Heller's condition was not much better. At this time, he gritted his teeth and had blue veins on his forehead. But no matter how difficult it was, these two powerhouses never thought of giving up. And they persisted desperately. Lin Feng's heart moved when he saw this. Whether it is life or destiny, it is not the same. No matter how bumpy the road ahead is, you have to stick to it. A strong person who can have great achievements will never choose to give up easily. Just like myself, reborn with regret and unwillingness. In this life, I am willing to persevere in any setbacks for the future and destiny of the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued on his way. Soon, Lin Feng surpassed Jones Heller and fell behind Jonah Alvin. Jones Heller looked at Lin Feng's figure in amazement. He is a little confused. I have worked so hard to climb the mountain for so long. I was even succeeded by others. This is outrageous. And more than himself, he is still a genius. Jones Heller is the invincible existence of the same generation that has attracted much attention. This generation refers to the entire universe of Gaia. The same era. More than just a world. However, the sudden appearance of the arrogance of human beings easily surpassed him. Jones Heller's eyes were about to fall out. How can that be? Who is he? Could it be he is Xingtian? Jones Heller was overtaken by Lin Feng, broke the defense instantly, and faintly collapsed. And Jonah Alvin also felt that not far behind, a figure surpassed Jones Heller. Jonah Alvin was unable to take this step. He put his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and his voice floated far away. Jones Heller, do you still have the face to call yourself invincible? That person should be Xingtian. Ha! It doesn't feel good to be slapped in the face. Jones Heller blushed when he heard this. He snorted coldly, his face gloomy. But there was a sour taste in his heart. Lin Feng listened to Jonah Alvin's words and looked curiously at Jones Heller behind him. It turned out that he was Jones Heller. Lin Feng surpassed Jones Heller, and he didn't feel anything in his heart. He felt normal, even taken for granted. Who made Jones Heller go so slow? However, this boy walks more slowly. Lin Feng glanced at the boy lightly, took a few steps with difficulty, and passed Jonah Alvin. Jonah Alvin stared blankly as Lin Feng easily surpassed himself. At this moment, his face suddenly became hot, as if there was an invisible slap on his face. Impossible. How could Xingtian surpass himself so easily? It's too outrageous. Isn't it? Jonah Alvin blinked and looked bitterly at Lin Feng's figure, who was getting further and further away from him. Humph. You have the face to say me too. Aren't you also being overtaken by Xingtian? Behind him, Jones Heller gloated to Jonah Alvin. But Jones Heller's eyes kept staring at Lin Feng's figure. His eyes were full of jealousy and envy. Lin Feng's successive transcendence also shocked the three super asterisk powerhouses at the foot of the mountain. That kid surpassed Jones Heller? He surpassed Jonah Alvin again. I test. What kind of evildoer is he? And he is almost 2/3 of the way up. It's over. The three of us can't catch up with him. The three super gods were dumbfounded at this time. This kid Xingtian is really against the sky. And now it is difficult for them to reach the level of Jonah Alvin. Not to mention catching up with Xingtian. Simply delusional. Ha! Jonah Alvin, aren't you very arrogant in the middle-level battlefield? You are catching up with Xingtian. Ji Jiang threw a mockery. Jonah Alvin glanced at the foot of the mountain with a bad expression. He said coldly, Don't mess with me. Don't even want to go back if you mess with me. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Feng. Jonah Alvin suddenly laughed. Jones Heller is out of the game. Xingtian, let me see if you can create a miracle. climb to the top of that Unifying. Although it's a pity that I couldn't reach the summit in person. It is also an honor to witness the historic moment of Tianjiu's summit. At this moment, his obsession with reaching the summit subsided. Jonah Alvin was looking forward to Lin Feng's ascent. It has been thousands of years, and no one has ever reached the top. As long as Lin Feng can do it, he will be the first person in 1,000 years. Chapter 115, Burn Immortal Matter. Lin Feng is still climbing. It's just getting slower and slower. At this time, he was still tens of thousands of meters away from the top of the mountain. Keep going. 35 kilometers. 32 kilometers. 30,000 meters. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked back. Jones Heller was still chasing. And the other party is actually burning immortal matter. It's just that Jones Heller walked extremely slowly, and every step required a large amount of immortal matter. Go on like this until Jones Heller's immortal substance runs out. Jones Heller is also finished. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head. Lin Feng continued on his way. But the 30,000 meters was more difficult than the previous 300,000 meters. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire. And each step consumed 100 times as much energy as usual. 27,000 kilometers. 25,000 kilometers. 20,000 meters. Tread. Kaka. Tread. Kaka. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. And every time he took a step, the bones all over his body would ring once. As expected of a mountain that no one can climb for 1,000 years. Burn immortal matter? Lin Feng decisively burned the immortal matter. In an instant, he felt that all the shackles on his body disappeared. There is even a feeling of being as light as a swallow. Tread. Tread. Lin Feng quickly climbed up. Halfway up the mountain, the three super god-level powerhouses were all stunned when they looked at Lin Feng's vigorous posture. If Xingtian can maintain this momentum, he will surely reach the top. But does he have so much immortal matter? The powerhouse that Li Lai climbed to the top cloud peak must burn immortal matter at a distance of 10,000 meters, so as to ensure that he has reached the peak. Don't treat Xingtian as an ordinary genius. Yeah, he is using golden body of God again, and he is accelerating frantically. This abuse of immortal substances is even more exaggerated than our super god level powerhouses. Hee. Maybe the abuse in our eyes is just a drop in the bucket in Xingtian's view. That's right. It's the first time I've seen a monster like Xingtian. Let's see if he can make it to the top of the mountain. It is 8,000 meters away from Lin Feng. The immortal substance in Jones Heller is still burning. It's just that it can't be as vigorous as the beginning. And it becomes a little dim. Jones Heller looked at Lin Feng's figure with complex eyes. His star race has the immortal material cultivation speed that surpasses all races in the endless starry sky, and can also accommodate more. However, he now has doubts about his racial talent. Is the star race really the most powerful race? If so, how can Lin Feng explain it? He's not even a god. He can only use immortal substances, and he seems to be able to persist for a long time. All this is true. Jones Heller has some doubts about life, and his three views are a little unstable. According to Xingtian's momentum, it's not difficult if you can maintain the summit. Faced with this fact, Jones Heller has mixed feelings in his heart. He suddenly thought that maybe it was because Xingtian didn't reach the asterisk level. That's why it was so smooth. Hey, the stronger the strength, the greater the obstacles. No wonder the geniuses who have reached the top of the past dynasties are mostly mythological beginners. And there are even many epic level and legendary level geniuses. Can't climb to the top. Is it because I'm too strong? Jones Heller was undoubtedly proud. But at this time, he was a little dejected. In an era, there is often only one genius who has reached the top. In some eras, no Tianjiao can even reach the top. Jones Heller was born in this era, and he thought that the person who reached the top would be himself. This belief is deeply ingrained, even etched into his bones. But now, his faith has collapsed, because in this era, there is another genius who seems to be above him. A strong man with a mysterious origin. Xingtian. Jones Heller thought of this and looked up. The distance between Xingtian and him has actually widened. Huh? Jones Heller couldn't help laughing bitterly. It is 15,000 kilometers away from Lin Feng. Jonah Alvin has stopped climbing. He gave up. Known as the most incomprehensible among the super god level powerhouses, he gave up climbing to the top. Jonah Alvin did not meet Xingtian before. For the dream of reaching the top, it is like a strong obsession that cannot be erased by 10 reincarnations. From unknown to famous. From weak to powerful. From god level to super god. To today's super god peak. Jonah Alvin has been trying his best to get to the top. Why is he so persistent? Because Jonah Alvin's era is the era of Tianju fault. There is no one Tianju who can reach the top of the cloud peak. It's a shame. It's a mockery of the overall genius of Jonah Alvin's era. Jonah Alvin thinks that even the arrogance of his era, no matter how powerful the galaxy is in the endless starry sky, he can't get rid of the weakest shame of this generation. So, Jonah Alvin wanted to erase that stigma. He has been climbing mountains for thousands of years. And his world is only fighting and climbing. Even so, it never reached the top. The mountain is clearly there. But I can't get over it. This feeling is like life is better than death. However, after he met Lin Feng, he was relieved for the most part. The times have eliminated you. And I won't say goodbye to you at all. Jonah Alvin sighed. The last era has passed. Like a dream has passed. No matter what. I will never have the same dream again. Like life. Full of regrets everywhere. Xingtian, your generation depends on you. Jonah Alvin looked at Lin Feng's figure, who was getting closer and closer to the top, and murmured, don't let regrets lead you for life. Rush up. Stand on the top. Announce to the endless starry sky that you, Xingtian, are the strongest of the time. At this time, Lin Feng's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Sweat beads are like golden beads under the golden light. Lin Feng continued to burn the immortal substance. But it was even more difficult. Ahead is the top of the mountain. 5 kilometers, 0.3 kilometers, 0.2 kilometers. Lin Feng gasped and climbed step by step. He can feel the speed of the consumption of immortal matter, which is several times faster. According to the level, maybe his immortal substance will be used up in the next second. But the top of the mountain is already in sight. Lin Feng stopped abruptly. He took out copy gem, an immortal matter fragment from his backpack. He has used 2,000 replica gems. And there are 8,000 left. Although it was only 2 kilometers. Lin Feng knew that the closer to the top of the mountain, the faster the consumption of immortal matter. Lin Feng didn't know how Tianju reached the top in the past. Maybe they have their own talents and secret arts. Anyway, if I don't prepare some immortal material now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the top. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively used 2,000 replica gems. A total of 40 W points of immortal matter were synthesized. Burn it up! Boom! The immortal flame, that had been sluggish on Lin Feng's body, suddenly rose up at this time. Rush, rush. Rush to the top of the mountain. Lin Feng was under tremendous pressure. And suddenly ran. The flame on his body was as dazzling as the light of the pitch-black world. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. This moment, Jones Heller stopped climbing. Jonah Alvin opened his mouth wide, and stared blankly at the flame that was infinitely close to the top of the mountain. On the mountainside, 3 super god-level powerhouses looked at Lin Feng's figure with complex eyes. Is the invincible Tianju of the same generation finally about to appear? The demon strongman said. We are the hunters. But unexpectedly, we have become witnesses of history. The human race powerhouse smiled bitterly. Xingtian Kid is indeed unusual. But if he grows up, it must be a nightmare for all the powerhouses in the heavens and the world. If there is a chance, we must kill him here, Ji Jiang said calmly. The 2 supernatural powerhouses pondered. Ji Jiang is right. The endless starry sky is extremely cruel. Even the 3 of them are fighting to the death. But because of their similar strengths, none of them can do anything about them. And now the 3 of them have a common enemy. In Lin Feng's field of vision, the top of the mountain was already extremely clear. Only the last 50 meters left. However, at this time, the burning speed of the immortal matter suddenly accelerated. The burning speed has become 100 times faster. Hold on to. When you reach the top of the mountain, the mission is completed. For this life to have no regrets. Lin Feng's eyes were red at this time, and his 2 eyeballs were bloodshot. Every time he took a step, he could feel the passage of a large amount of immortal matter. For the sake of the human race, no more precariousness. The last 30 meters. For the human race to have the power to travel to the endless starry sky. The last 10 meters. To live forever. Only one last step left. Lin Feng had already reached the top of the mountain at this time. However, a step appeared in front of him. The only step on the mountain. Stepping on this step, he even reached the top. Lin Feng slowly raised his legs. But right now, Boom! The immortal substance on Lin Feng's body suddenly dimmed. Immortality is exhausted. At the same time, Lin Feng's feet fell to the steps. Chapter 116 Map of the Town of the Clan? Lin Feng's feet were on the steps. Swish! A colorful brilliance appeared on Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared on a high platform. This place is misty and misty. It is top of the cloud peak. Is this the summit? Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked down. I saw the whole picture of the earth and saw the insignificance of all beings. At the same time, Ding Dong, you have completed the job transfer task fate of the human race. Please return the task as soon as possible. Lin Feng's ascension to the top of the cloud peak is one of the job transfer tasks. Now the 3 small goals of the job transfer task have been completed. As long as you go back and return the quest, you can get new version opening scroll. Forbidden Magic Mage Job Transfer Scroll. Ding Dong, you have obtained the achievement covering contemporary. You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained special props Monster Manufacturing Room, Mythic Superorder, Heart of Earth Magic Elements. Lin Feng smiled when he listened to the system prompt. Needless to say about the Heart of Magic Elements. This item is related to the unlocking of time and space forbidden code. Lin Feng had collected 3 elemental hearts before, and this time Earth Elemental Heart is the 4th. As long as you can unlock the time and space forbidden code, you can get the time and space law magic. However, at this time, only 4 have been collected, and there are still 3 left. So I can't be in a hurry. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the reward of Monster Manufacturing Room. This achievement reward has been increased by 10,000 times, and it is actually a superorder special item reward. Lin Feng directly took out the props to see. Monster Maker Room, Myth Superorder. Grade 1. Tier, Mythical. Effect, after use. You can specify a range of 10,000 * 10,000 to refresh the Phantom Spirits. The number of Phantom Spirits is fixed at 10,000, and refreshes every 60 minutes. Kill Phantoms to get basic drops. Special, the user has all the permissions of this item, and the power of the Phantom can be adjusted. Introduction. Items with mysterious origins have a very powerful boosting effect on the strength of aliens. Lin Feng nodded after reading the introduction of the props. This prop is really good. It is equivalent to having an infinite leveling point for spawning monsters. The key is that the monster strength at this leveling point can be adjusted. If it is used by the player, it can improve the player's strength in a short time. Lin Feng put the props into his backpack after reading it. At this point, the system prompt continues to sound. Ding Dong, you represent the Destiny human race to obtain supreme glory, and reward the Destiny human race with 1,500 luck points. Get the luck reward. Special props Jinzu Bailey map, asterisk. Ding Dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained 15 million luck points. Special props Jinzu Jianshan map. Ding Dong, your luck point is currently ranked first on the luck list. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. This time, after a 10,000-fold increase in the luck reward, Jones Heller of the Star Clan was pushed to the 2nd place in one wave. The luck of Destiny human race is directly to the 1st. And the luck reward this time seems to be very extraordinary. Lin Feng took out the props. Map of the towns and mountains? Grade? Equal order? Effect? It can be used in the world of your own tribe. And you can immediately get Jinzu Ancestral Temple * 100. Jinzu Stone Monument * 100. And Jinzu Stone Statue * 100. Ancestral Temple of the Town, within a range of 10,000 * 10,000. Suppress all aliens. Unmovable. Stone Tablet. Each stone tablet can offset the loss of 100 points of tribe luck. Stone Statues of the Township. Each stone statue of the township can be transformed into the sages of the ethnic group for 6 hours. Removable. Introduction. Each big clan has its own treasure, which is an extremely rare treasure. Sizzle. Lin Feng read it carefully. My heart was greatly shaken. How fortunate to be able to obtain such a treasure. This special tool is really very important. With it, the entire human race will not be exterminated no matter how miserable it is. At least have an invincible territory. For the human race in the previous life, it was a good thing that they could not even dream of. Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. And this gain cannot be measured by value. At this time, the last system prompt also rang. Ding Dong, you have reached the top of the cloud peak. Become a contemporary invincible Tianjiao. Do you want to broadcast it in a wide area? Lin Feng pondered slightly. There are so many strong people here. It is useless to hide it. Why not spread the word so generously? Me, Xingtian, debut is invincible. Who will give up on me in the contemporary era? If there is a strong person in the sky and the endless starry sky that refuses to accept it, if you don't accept it, you have to hold back. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said decisively, yes. Destiny Continent. World announcement, player Xingtian. Climb to the top Yifeng to become the contemporary invincible Tianjiao. Whoa! The world announcement sounded abruptly. 3 times in a row. The players are all dumbfounded. What earth-shattering event did Big Xingtian do? I don't know either. But I feel like a lot of bullshit. I don't know it. Invincible Tianjiao. You are so majestic. I will be satisfied when I can be half as powerful as Xingtian. Spirit world. The majestic realm of the gods. Above the 9 heavens. There was a voice in the ears of countless gods. Destiny human race. Xingtian. Is it the Xingtian who killed Lucian? The destiny of the human race dares to commit it. And Xingtian kills my gods. The arrogance of the gods. And the sin is unforgivable. Never let Xingtian grow up. Kill. Suppression. The destiny human race has been out of control. And this clan should also be destroyed. At the same time. Demon world. Frightened demon realm. The familiar name Xingtian was heard again in the ears of countless demon gods. Xingtian? Is it the arrogance of the human race who suppressed my destiny demon race? Destiny continent in the ancient times. The realm of my demon world. God realm lured destiny human race to compete with my demon race. Suppressing my destiny demon race for 10,000 years. This revenge will be avenged. Xingtian will die. He must never grow up. Otherwise my demon world will be in danger. This matter is a long-term plan. Destiny continent is a fragment of the world. And saint-level powerhouses cannot come. Elementary heavenly domain battlefield. Jonah Alvin's eyes flashed. And he looked up enviously at the figure above Yunfeng. He murmured, I actually witnessed the birth of this generation of invincible geniuses. Xingtian is so dazzling. It turns out that only his genius can reach the top of the mountain. It's my fault. It turns out that I have already lost the most precious thing. He looked back and smiled bitterly. This top Yifeng will never be climbed. Swish. He was no longer there. Leaving only a faint sigh. What I've lost is years. Jones Heller looked straight at the top of Cloud Peak. There are both envy and jealousy in his eyes. As well as awe for Lin Feng. He is the Tianju closest to Lin Feng. Jones Heller has personally experienced and seen how Lin Feng reached the top. If it were him, he would never have the ability to go that far. In other words, Lin Feng can do it. But Jones Heller can't do it. This is enough to prove that Lin Feng is stronger than himself. Jones Heller looked at Lin Feng deeply. It seemed that he wanted to imprint Lin Feng's figure in his bones. All the emotion in his eyes suddenly disappeared. At this time, there is only fighting spirit. Xingtian, I have a hunch that you and I will always have a fight. A smile appeared on the corner of Jones Heller's mouth. And he said, I'll be waiting for you in the endless starry sky. Swish. Jones Heller's figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, halfway up the mountain, the 3 super god-level powerhouses, who had given up chasing, were silent for a while. They witnessed with their own eyes how a Tianju stepped onto the top of Yifeng step by step. Now their mission target is enjoying the glory that shakes the entire endless starry sky. From now on, no one knows the name of Xingtian. And no one knows it. Find his world. It's better to suppress this kind of monster-level genius as soon as possible. I'm afraid it's not the few of us who want Xingtian's life. I'm afraid that countless ethnic groups want his life. Forget it. This mission failed. Go back and accept the punishment. Swish swish. The 3 figures suddenly disappeared. Chapter 117, Job Transfer Mission Forming the Dragon Knights. Ding dong, you have completed the mission of Basic Heavenly Domain. Do you want to send it back to Destiny Continent? Lin Feng smiled slightly after listening to the system prompt. Yes. Lin Feng only felt a flower in front of him. After recovering his vision, he has returned to the Destiny Continent. Lin Feng felt inexplicably relieved when he saw everything he was familiar with. It's time to hand over the assignment. As the only level 60 job transfer quest for a hidden profession. This time the quest rewards are different. The biggest expectation is the new version open scroll. Lin Feng was eager to know whether the new game version would be the same as the previous life. Thinking of this, Lin Feng teleported back to Tianqi City. Apocalypse City. Career Mentor Hall. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the job transfer mission Fate of the Human Race. Ding dong, you have obtained new version opening scroll *1. Forbidden spell mage, unique, job transfer scroll *1. Lin Feng listened to the reminder in his ear. At this moment, he was holding 2 scrolls in his hand. Lin Feng first put the new version open scroll into his backpack. Then, he tore the transfer scroll with both hands. Stab. The scroll fragments turned into little golden light, and disappeared into Lin Feng's body. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked, and you can continue to upgrade. After listening to the prompt, Lin Feng chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 61. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 65. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 70. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please transfer as soon as possible to remove the seal on the experience bar. After upgrading, Lin Feng still added all attribute points to intelligence, because he has an attribute engraved metal. Several other attributes have also increased. At the same time, Instructor Lu Yin shot a golden light into Lin Feng's body. Ding dong, do you accept the Forbidden Magic Mage's job transfer task, forming the Dragon Knights? Accept. Ding dong, you have accepted the job transfer task, forming the Dragon Knights. There is a new task in your task bar. Please check the task details on the task bar interface. Lin Feng opened the task bar. Forming the Dragon Knights, Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Task. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission target. 1. Find the entrance to the Dragon Realm. 2. Obtain at least 100 Battle Dragon Mounts. 3. Train at least 100 Dragon Knights. Mission introduction, according to legend. In ancient times, both the human race and the dragon race belonged to one of the ethnic groups in the Destiny continent. In order to fight for a territory for survival, the ancestors of the human race bravely fought dragons and suppressed the demons. However, the third-generation dragon Nabal accidentally obtained a world fragment. So he moved the dragon family and named the world fragment Dragon World. Dragon World is said to be hidden somewhere in Destiny continent, and the entrance to the Dragon World will only appear after opening the new version. Mission time, long term. Quest rewards, Life Fountain. Forbidden Magic Mage Job Transfer Quest. Lin Feng closed the interface after reading the task details. It turns out that the Dragon God got the world fragment and created the Dragon World. Independent, but not separated from the Destiny continent. After opening the new version, the Dragon World entrance will appear. Lin Feng smiled. He was at ease at this time. There was a slight drumbeat in my heart. For nothing else, his relationship with the Dragon Clan is not very good. I remember that I had a piece of Dragon God order. Lin Feng remembered that it was the props he got during the world event. The function of this prop is to make a wish to the Dragon God. I hope Dragon God will be smarter. Lin Feng smiled. It doesn't matter if you make a wish. Just let yourself go to the Dragon Realm. As for how to complete the task in the Dragon Realm, Lin Feng was not worried at all. He has a way. Thinking of this, Lin Feng did not take out the new version open scroll from his backpack. Because before that, he has one more thing to do. That is to use world fragments. Didn't the job transfer quest say that the Dragon God established the Dragon World because he obtained the world fragment? The fragments of the world. I have them too. Lin Feng walked out of the career tutor hall. He used the void crossing skill and went directly to an altitude of 100,000 meters. Then I took out the floating world. Ding dong, do you use floating world fragment? Hint, once used, it cannot be recovered. At the same time, floating world will randomly evolve into a new world. Note, you only have the permission to issue tasks and access to the world fragments. If you want to get the whole world, you need to conquer this plane yourself. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and was not surprised. In a randomly evolved world, there will be natives. If you want to really get the whole world, you also need to conquer the indigenous inside these worlds. After Lin Feng wanted to understand it, it didn't matter. Destiny continent, I can conquer it myself. Not to mention, I also have the fourth calamity. At that time, if you go on any mission, the fourth calamity can completely drown the entire floating world. That's the real natural disaster invasion. and there's a lot of room for action. Perhaps the benefits obtained are even greater than simply gaining a world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng made a decisive choice. Yes. Ding dong, you have used floating world fragment. Ding dong, you have activated the astral world interface. World announcement. Player Xing Tian has activated the astral realm interface. And players can view the astral realm details in the current interface. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. He opened the astral world interface. Whoa! A star map immediately appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. It's just that this star map is very obscure. Only the two spherical planets Destiny Continent and Floating World are highlighted. Other positions are like a layer of fog obscured. Completely unclear. Lin Feng tried to click on Destiny Continent. Destiny Continent, Small World, World Fragments. Grade 1. Level, Beginner. Your permissions, none. Affiliation, Protoss, God Realm. Current upper limit of strength, Mythic Super Level Peak. Required for upgrade. New version opens the scroll. Lin Feng didn't read any further after seeing this. All this information is known to him. So he immediately clicked on Floating World. Floating World, Small World, World Fragment. Grade 1. Level, Beginner. Your permissions. First sequence, Elevated. Affiliation, Human Race. Current upper limit of strength, Mythic Super Level Peak. Required for upgrade, World Tree/Remnant Branch. Genesis Book/Remnant Page. Special, the current world is evolving. Progress, 1%, 0.1%, 0.1%. Lin Feng carefully read the detailed introduction of Floating World. When he compared Destiny Continent and Floating World, he could see many differences. The most crucial point is that Destiny Continent belongs to the Protoss, and Floating World belongs to the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Feng remembered that there was a reward in his backpack. World Tree Seeds? Lin Feng originally wanted to use the seeds for Destiny Continent. Now he has changed his mind. World Tree Seeds are used for Floating World. After all, the Floating World is the territory that truly belongs to the human race. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the World Tree Seed. Chapter 118. The new version of Human Fire is open. Lin Feng took out the props from his backpack. World Tree Seeds? Grade 1. Equal order? Effect. Can be planted in any living world. 1. With the growth of World Tree Seeds, the current world space growth can be made. The space structure will be more stable, and the world rank will be improved. 2. With the growth of the World Tree Seed, the current world creature can gain additional mystic power. 3. With the growth of World Tree Seeds, more and stronger talents can appear in the current world creatures. Upgrade requirements: Water of Life *10. Holy Land *10. Holy Grace *10. Introduction. It is rumored in the endless starry sky that the law of time and space formed the cosmic tree. And the cosmic tree is the source of the universe. It is said that every large interface has a complete world divine tree. Lin Feng's eyes lit up after reading the introduction of the seeds of the world tree. He knows the living world. In the Destiny Continent, any world that gave birth to life is called the life world. In other words, both Destiny Continent and Floating World meet the requirements. And World Tree Seed has the growth attribute. That is to say, as the seed grows, the whole world grows with it. Fragments of the world will become complete and then evolve. Maybe it will be able to grow to the level of God Realm in the end. And the upgrade requirement? Lin Feng remembered that the reward for the job transfer task was the reward of Life Spring. In that case, the World Tree Seed upgrade would not be a problem for the time being. However, the Floating World is currently evolving. So don't worry. It will be available after the Floating World has evolved. So Lin Feng temporarily put the World Tree Seed into his backpack. There are 2 things left to do now. Jinzhou Jianshan map has not been used yet. Lin Feng intends to use this item on Destiny Continent. In that case, the human race will have 2 world territories. Lin Feng was not at all worried that the God Realm would come to suppress or cause trouble. He knew that the small world could not bear the arrival of holy grade powerhouses. When the super god level powerhouse came to suppress it, Lin Feng was not worried. As long as the version is upgraded, there will be a group of super god level powerhouses in the Destiny Continent. As long as God Realm dares to stretch out his claws to Destiny Continent, Lin Feng will dare to cut it off. It's so empowering. In addition to Jinzhou Jianshan map, a new version needs to be opened. Lin Feng went through several versions in his previous life, until the game merged with reality a year later. Opening a new version also means that it can provide players with more ways to play and grow. This is a stage that must be passed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to do one thing after another. He directly took out the Jin Clan Jianshan map. With this picture, the human race of Destiny continent will be invincible, because both Jinzhou Ancestral Temple and Jinzhou Stone Statue have the function of suppressing aliens. And the Stone Tablet can slow down the loss of the human race's luck. Ding dong, are you sure you want to use Jinzhou Jianshan map? Sure. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Ding dong, successfully used. You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get Jinzhou Ancestral Temple *100W. Jinzhou Stone Monument *100W. Jinzhou Stone Statue *100W. Lin Feng smiled when he listened to the system prompt. After his own 10,000 times increase, the power of this prop has increased 10,000 times. Buzz! Suddenly, the scroll in Lin Feng's hand trembled and made a buzzing sound. Lin Feng let go. But seeing the Jinzhou Jianshan map turned into countless golden lights and fell into various places in the Destiny continent, Lin Feng could see clearly in the sky. Some of the golden light fell to the ground and turned into a human ancestral temple. Some of the golden light fell to the ground and turned into a Jinzhou Stone monument. And some of the golden light fell to the ground and turned into a Jinzhou Stone statue. The golden light is scattered all over the Destiny continent. This also means that wherever there is golden light, there is an invincible territory for the human race. Even if the 10,000 races invade in the future, there is no need to worry that the human race will be wiped out. Do it all. Lin Fengkai took out the new version open scroll. He doesn't know whether history has been changed because of his existence in this life. Will the next version be the same as the previous one? But whatever the outcome, Lin Fengdu is not afraid. Today, he has NPC and player resources in 2 regions. Coupled with the strength of his hard work, he is enough to face any difficulties. Ding dong, do you want to use new version to open the scroll? Please note that after using this scroll, the game progress will be updated to the new version. Hint, after the new version is opened, it will not affect all the data of the current player. However, it will have very significant changes to the current world, and everything needs to be explored by the player. Lin Feng said. Yes. Ding dong, you have used the new version open scroll. And the new version Human Fire is open. At the same time, world announcement. Player Xingtian has opened a new version of the game Human Fire. World announcement. Human Fire is now open. Hint, all the changes in the world. Please explore by yourself. Players around the world were caught off guard by this sudden world announcement. When they heard that it was Xingtian again, they discussed with a bang. Boss Xingtian is always so low-key, changing this rotten world every day. 2333. At Xingtian. Big guy. Will the new version of the boat affect me driving a bicycle with one hand? At Xingtian. Big brother. Will the new version delay me finding CP? Upstairs. Looking for CP doesn't care about the version. It has to do with you. New version. CPDD. Players are always so receptive. They are always curious about everything new. But don't be afraid. However, when Lin Feng heard the name of the new version, he frowned. Human Fire? In the past life, there was no such version. Lin Feng's eyelids trembled. The world is always influenced by itself. It can be seen from the previous game progress. But this time is different. It is not as simple as speeding up the process. The game version has a version that has never appeared in the previous life. But no matter what difficulties you encounter, Lin Feng, like before, will suppress all evil that harms the human race. He didn't feel like he was saving. I don't want to have the regrets of my past life. Human civilization should not be so difficult, let alone die. Lin Feng also smiled when he thought of this. Right at this moment, Ding Dong Floating World has successfully evolved. So fast? Lin Feng blinked after listening to the prompt. Floating world after the evolution. It means that you can go in and take a look at this world that belongs to the human race. I'll go explore the path first, and let the players in after it's almost there. Lin Feng thought so. He opened the Astral World interface and clicked on Floating World. After finding the entrance, Lin Feng chose to enter without hesitation. Chapter 119 Floating World. Wild Beast. Reminder, you have come to the Floating World. Ding dong, you found the Floating World reputation plus 10,000. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase and gained a reputation of plus 100 million. Lin Feng appeared in the Floating World. This is a new world. He hovered high in the sky and glanced at the exclusive world of the human race. Lin Feng saw the clear blue sky, white clouds, and smelled the fragrance of leaves in the air. He also saw a lot of monsters running rampant in the world. These monsters are peculiar in appearance and generally huge in size. Among them are birds, whose wings are tens of thousands of miles long. Among them were beasts, like a mighty moving mountain. Now that the world is born, they regard this world as their own paradise. Free to run, free to fly. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this. A world, if ruled by a separate species, especially if there is no civilization ruled by species, then it will be a disaster for the world. Lin Feng flew over a beast and threw a detection technique. Desolate beast, horns, mythology elementary. Special, refreshable. Level, 99, world cap. Tier, mythical. HP, 5 billion/5 billion. Attack, 180W 200W. Defense, 150W. Skills, power of bloodline trading the mountain roaring desolate soul. Drop, bloodline stone, with a chance to inherit the bloodline of the wild beast. Colorful crystal, magical crystal. Desolate soul, precious weapon and equipment raw materials. Introduction, special creatures in the floating world. They have different races, including vegetarian and meat food, and are scattered all over the world. After the awakening of the bloodline, the wild beast can generally reach the god rank, and the current world upper limit is god rank ultra order peak. They are the top of the floating world biological chain, and they are full of treasures. After the specific functions are killed, watch the detail drop. Lin Feng read the introduction carefully. I have a general understanding of the wild beasts in the floating world, just based on the drops from the wild beasts. Lin Feng felt very good. What's more, there is no immortal substance on the wild beast. That is to say, the bloodline power on them has the effect of a part of immortal matter. Lin Feng instantly had a bold idea for wild beasts. For other players, this is simply a shortcut to becoming a god. Now Lin Feng directly regards Desolate Beast as his own livestock. What he didn't know was that while he was looking at the wild beast, the wild beast was also looking at him. Roar! Roar! The wild beast raised his head uneasily and roared at Lin Feng in a low voice. Let's see what the wild beast can do. Lin Feng came into contact with wild beasts for the first time and did not know the fighting mode of wild beasts. It was also important for him to know the battle pattern of the wild beasts. This will be about how he develops a mob strategy for the player. So he is not in a hurry. Lin Feng deliberately lowered the height and came to the face of the wild beast. And he looked at the wild beast like he looked at pigs and dogs. In the vigilant look of the wild beast, there is a monstrous anger. But seeing a flash of blood on the wild beast, he rushed towards Lin Feng. You must know how huge the wild beast is. At this time, it rushed towards Lin Feng. Like a mountain, Lin Feng has always maintained a state of detecting wild beasts. After the blood color appeared on the wild beast, it really changed. Is this the use of the power of blood? Lin Feng found that the various values of the wild beasts had doubled all of a sudden. At the same time, one step to the end of the world. Swish. Lin Feng moved a distance unhurriedly, and evenly avoided the impact of the wild beast. Hoo-hoo! The wild beast was furious, and it shook all over. In the void, a illusory wild beast that looked exactly like him, but countless times smaller, suddenly appeared. Call out. The phantom wild beast shot at Lin Feng at a lightning speed. I don't know how many times lighter and faster than the wild beast's body. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. My dear, is this void phantom the desolate soul? Not bad. Lin Feng smiled and moved away again. No matter how the phantom beast attacks, Lin Feng can always dodge easily. By this time, Lin Feng felt that it was almost the same. This wild beast probably has no other means. Lin Feng glanced at the wild beast under his eyes, and instantly summoned 9 clones, and waved his staff. Ferocious God Realm. The source of darkness. The binding of the wind. Thunder. Boom. With a thunderbolt from the clear sky, hundreds of forbidden spells directly drowned the desolate beast in front of him. Almost instantly. Ding dong, you killed the desolate beast. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Get Bloodstone *1W. Colorful Crystal *1W. Desolate Soul *1W. Lin Feng listened to the system prompts in his ears. He took out the wild beast he obtained and took a look. After all, The detailed introduction of the wild beast did not mention the specific use of the drop. Lin Feng first took out a red stone the size of a pebble. Bloodstone, mythic grade. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect, there is a 1% chance to obtain beast bloodline. And bloodline inheritance can be obtained. Bloodline inheritance, transform into a wild beast. The stronger the bloodline, the easier it is to comprehend the wild beast's talent, skill, wild soul. Introduction. Bloodline stone can be stacked to increase the concentration of bloodline power. Lin Feng was stunned after reading it. It turns out that bloodstones can be stacked. Just accepting the inheritance of desolate beast. It is a bit chilly to need to transform into a desolate beast. Lin Feng shook his head. It was impossible for him to become a wild beast in battle. It's really out of shape. But players should not have some scruples. On the contrary, the more things that can improve their strength, the more they like it, no matter how ugly or ugly things are. Players can also be regarded as fashion trends leading the world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He continued to take out the drop. Colorful crystal, mythic grade. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect. 1. The all-purpose assistant auxiliary material. The colorful crystal increases the success rate by 7%. 2. All-purpose energy materials. The specific use depends on the situation. The current energy storage value is S. Introduction. Colorful crystal. The specialty of floating world. Colorful crystal, it is divided into 9 colors. And more than 7 colors are mythical drops. In addition to falling, there are also colored crystal or veins. Sizzle. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This stuff is amazing. First of all, it is to increase the success rate of deputy training. This alone will be popular with all players. This piece of colorful crystal is now sold for 1,000 gold coins. And some people are rushing to send money to buy it. Or the attitude of how much you want. The second point is even more incredible. Players may not know it yet. Lin Feng has game experience in his previous life and experienced the magic crystal age. At that time, magic crystal had become the main energy source and material in the real world. And because the reserves of Destiny Continent magic crystals are not high, the price has been rising. Moreover, the energy storage value of magic crystal is A. However, the energy storage value of colorful crystal is S. This is many times over. And the two are not the same grade at all. The most important thing is that this thing can be brushed infinitely. With a fourth natural disaster, do you still have to worry about output? Simply superb. Lin Feng took a deep breath and put Kaijing into his backpack. Just these 2 falls. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Next, there is another highlight, which is Desolate Soul. Chapter 120, Lord Prophet. A cloud of mist appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This is the Desolate Soul. Desolate Soul myth. Grade 1. Tier, mythical. Effect. 1. All-purpose weapons and equipment materials. After adding Desolate Soul, the basic attributes of weapons and equipment plus 10% to 50%. 2. Integrating Desolate Soul training can make your Desolate Soul stronger. Introduction. Floating world, the drop of wild beasts. Top-level manufacturing materials. And at the same time, it can also increase its own Desolate Soul level and strength by absorbing Desolate Soul. Lin Feng blinked after reading it. Desolate Beast as expected. It is worthy of the name of treasure. The importance of this Desolate Soul is no less than Kaijing and Bloodline Stone. And this thing also complements the Bloodline Stone. After using Bloodline Stone, there is a chance to awaken the wild beast talent Desolate Soul. Then you can also use the Desolate Soul drop to improve your strength. This perfectly forms an ecological closed loop. The most important thing is that Desolate Beast can be refreshed. In other words, this is an endless piece of treasure. And want to dig the treasure here. The best tool people are hundreds of millions of players. And a group of mythical powerhouses under their command. As long as Lin Feng can arrange it well, he can make money lying down. Thinking of this, Lin Feng continued to explore the floating world. Lin Feng flew over the ocean, and he found that there were actually sea beasts in the ocean. And this sea beast is also one of the wild beasts. Among them, the largest sea beast has the strength of the Super Peak, and its body is more than 100,000 miles long. Lin Feng flew over the mountains. In the mountains, he found many desolate beasts with low levels and ranks. Lin Feng deliberately stayed, leaving several teleportation formations here as future teleportation channels. This world is still in its nascent state. so there are no obvious traces of civilization. It was not until Lin Feng flew over the plains and hills, over the rivers and rivers, that he discovered the traces of civilization. Those were humanoid NPC natives, who still lived a tribal life. At this time, the human tribes depended on the mountains to eat the mountains, and the water to drink water. And it was extremely difficult to survive. After all, the top of the floating world food chain is wild beast. The endless wild beast is the overlord of the newborn world. Humans are relatively rare. Lin Feng flew all over the world, and only found more than 1,000 human tribes, of which the largest tribe had only 1,000 people. So, floating world, the total number of human races in the world is less than 1 million. Thinking of this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, and already thought of how to become the master of the floating world. Black Flag Tribe. In the nameless mountain, hundreds of human warriors, wearing shabby clothes, fled in the desperate mountains. Run away. Run away. We annoyed the big guy. That big guy shattered the earthquake with one kick, and the forest collapsed with a roar. It's really terrifying. We knew that it was its territory, so we shouldn't have broken in. This is a big disaster. The Terran warriors panicked, as if the sky was about to fall. However, among them are young people who do not believe in evil. You too. What do your hunting team want to do? Why don't you run for your life? Yeah. That big guy is definitely not something we can deal with. Run for your life. You too. It's true that you are the first warrior of our tribe, but you can't deal with it alone. A group of young people are swimming upstream. The leading young man Yutu had a face full of determination. He said, "The warriors of the Black Flag Tribe are not afraid of anything except that the sun will not rise again. I want to challenge that big guy." As soon as he finished speaking, the young people around him agreed. Yes, the Black Flag Tribe is invincible. Yutu has awakened the high-level Baron soul. I believe him. Support Yutu. Yutu is invincible. This group of young people ignored the dissuasion of the old hunters and went all the way backwards. Finally saw the big guy. The big guy's body is like an ancient mountain, and its two eyes are like two suns hanging high. Yutu looked at the big guy in front of him. Without fear, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Beast transformation! Roar!" In an instant, Yutu's whole body changed. He has become a wild beast, but compared with the big guy in front of him, it is not as good as the gap between a baby and an adult. Roar! Yutu roared and rushed towards the big guy in front of him arrogantly. The big guy waved his palm and instantly slammed the fish into the air. Cough cough. There was blood flowing from Yutu's mouth, but he still didn't give up. Desolate soul. A phantom appeared from his body and rushed towards the big guy. Hoo-hoo! The big guy seemed to be disdainful, and with another slap, Yutu's beast soul was swept away. Puff! Yutu's beast soul suddenly became dim, and his body protruded from a mouthful of blood. He could no longer maintain the ability of beast transformation and turned into a human body. Yutu's whole person slumped, and the young people who were with him ran over to watch Yutu's injury. Cough cough. Hurry up. A flash of despair flashed in Yutuo's eyes, and he let his friends leave. And this time, boom, 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 the big guy walked over here quickly. Every step of it. It will trample the earth and shake it. Like an earthquake. It's over. We're all going to die here now. The faces of the young people showed despair. However, at this moment, swish, a stalwart figure suddenly appeared. He stood in front of the group of young people. Lin Feng smiled and looked at the big guy in front of him. This desolate beast is only the first level * level. Lin Feng waved his staff. Ferocious God Realm. The source of darkness. The binding of the wind. Light divine arrow. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. At this moment, the world has changed. Under the control of Lin Feng, countless meteorites and meteors smashed into the wild beasts endlessly. In an instant, the wild beast was instantly killed. A wild beast without immortal matter is not too easy to kill. When he runs out of their blood, they're dead. Even Lin Feng didn't need to summon a clone, and he didn't even bother to use the forbidden spell. Ding dong, you killed the desolate beast. You triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Get Bloodstone *1W. Colorful Crystal *1W. Desolate Soul *1W. Lin Feng was not surprised when he heard the system prompt in his ear. When traveling in the floating world, he killed various levels of desolate beasts. Whether it is a common rank, a legendary epic, or a mythical rank, the drop remains the same. That is to say, there is no 10,000-fold increase for ordinary players to farm monsters. And the basic drop quantity of each wild beast is always 1. Lin Feng classified this situation as the particularity of the floating world. After all, this is a new and unfamiliar world. Lin Feng doesn't care. When he harvests players in the future, he will increase it 10,000 times. Hey. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about these questions, he didn't notice that a group of teenagers from the human tribe behind him looked at him with awe and admiration. "You two is the most courageous." He knelt down reverently and said in a trembling voice, "Respected God, are you sent by God to help us?" Lin Feng turned around and looked at the group of teenagers in front of him below. These young people are full of vigor, especially if they dare to fight. He sees them all. Lin Feng decided to train a human agent and build an ideal civilized world. And these young people are Lin Feng's tools. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head to you two. "No, I'm not a god. Because of God, we will eventually be trampled under the feet of our human race." Lin Feng smiled and said, "You can call me Prophet." Whoa! A group of young people all knelt down and said respectfully to Lin Feng, "See Lord Prophet." Chapter 121, Pain and Gain. Super God level powerhouse promotion. Lin Feng looked at the tribe boys in front of him. They are 5 parts worship and 5 parts fear of themselves. Li Wei is very successful. The plan can start. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly placed 3 items: Bloodline Stone, Kai Jing, and Desolate Soul. Each took out 1 W and placed them in front of him. The group of you two looked at the prophet suspiciously. Lin Feng said, "Let's make a deal. Promise me. These things are all yours." You two respectfully said, "Lord Prophet, please speak." Lin Feng said indifferently, "By relying on these things, you should be able to develop and obtain a safe land." You two heard the words and looked at the objects on the ground. He is someone who has awakened the soul of a beast. And of course, he knows the value of these items in front of him. Bloodline Stone can empower the human race. Kaijing more people have energy. Desolate Soul can make the powerhouse of the human race stronger. Possessing these items will indeed make the Black Flag tribe a powerful force. Lin Feng saw his expression in his eyes, and said lightly, "The condition for obtaining these items is that for every 10 wild beasts killed, I need you to leave some of the things you get to me." Yutu was very excited. He said quickly, "As your Lord Prophet, thank you for your generosity. Although he is young, he can know the good and the bad. If you can't get the items in front of you, whether the tribe can exist or not is a problem. On the contrary, with these items, the tribe will definitely become stronger. Not to mention how strong it is. At least it has the power to protect itself. As long as you have a safe piece of land, you can get stable food. And with food, the tribe will have more population. This is a very simple account." The young people around you two also agreed. Seeing their agreement, Lin Feng nodded. Through such transactions, before the player has grown up, he has a stable output income in floating world. Lin Feng has a 10,000-fold increase system, and any items that pass through his hands can be increased by 10,000 times. If the millions of people in the floating world develop, the items Lin Feng will get will be astronomical. These indigenous peoples, to put it bluntly, are all Lin Feng's leaks. From the beginning to the end, all he paid was 1 W sets of mythical wild beast drops. But the harvest is the output of wild beasts with infinite time. Although the human race is less than 1 million now. What if it grows to 10 million? Hundreds of millions? The items Lin Feng harvested will fill the entire world. The player is Lin Feng's next target. At this stage, although players can't deal with mythical wild beasts, they are more than enough to deal with ordinary wild beasts. If they are organized, it is not a problem to kill legendary wild beasts. It's a little slow to wait for the player to grow up. But it doesn't matter. Lin Feng has a monster manufacturing room. The core function of this item is to quickly improve the player's strength. With this item, players grow much faster. The 4th natural disaster's terrifying ability to spawn monsters is definitely stronger than that of the local natives. No matter what, Lin Feng can always make a lot of money, and make a lot of money. After Lin Feng, you two and others agreed on some details. There was no need to stay. Even the floating world, he detected almost. This world is very interesting. Like a blank sheet of paper. I can come here often in the future. You two returned to the Terran tribe, with the tribe's strong hope. After returning, he told all the encounters and transactions to the elders of the clan. The elders had to believe them when they saw the fetishes on a large number of wild beasts in front of them. Turn out to be the strongest person in this world is called the prophet. And the prophet is also a human race. The elders are no better than the young. And they cherish the existence of the prophet. They think the prophet is the guardian of the human race. So, they immediately decided that the patron saint of the Black Flag tribe would be transformed into a human prophet in the future. First build the prophet temple. Then, according to the image of the prophet in the mouths of the teenagers, stone sculptures were shaped for the prophet and enshrined in the prophet temple. After completing these, the human tribe will make today the largest festival of the tribe. It's called the Prophet's Day. After doing all this, the tribe leader gathered the most powerful youths in the tribe and started to use the bloodline stone to awaken them to the power of the bloodline. At the same time, let the powerhouses who have awakened the wild soul devour the wild soul to increase their strength. Then use Ching to create an extremely sharp weapon. After a few days, the Black Flag tribe quickly grew into the most powerful tribe. And the number of wild beasts they hunt is also increasing day by day. In this case, they still kept in mind the agreement with the prophet. All the 10 wild beasts that are obtained will be put into a set in the prophet temple, waiting for the prophet to come. At this time, Lin Feng had already returned to the Destiny continent, Yanwan district, imperial capital. When Lin Feng returned to the imperial capital, he was approached by his executives. Luo Ping, the master of the Temple of the Gods, said slowly at this time, Master, the Temple of the Gods has 2 super god level powerhouses to advance. Do you think? Super * level powerhouse? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. After the opening of the new version, as the traditional largest force, the imperial forces will naturally have the quota of super god level powerhouses. It was like that in the past. But now it's different. Lin Feng is now on top of the world. After the super god level powerhouse quota appeared, the biggest beneficiary was Lin Feng. Unlike the previous life, the appearance of a super god level powerhouse has nothing to do with him. Lin Feng pondered. There are now hundreds of mythical powerhouses in the pantheon. In terms of closeness, of course, it was Luo Ping and Imochi. So he didn't think much about it. Lin Feng said lightly, then arrange it. You and Imochi will be promoted to super god level powerhouses. Luo Ping said calmly. Thank you, Master. Lin Feng nodded and said, when I straighten out the backlog of things during this time, I will take you to the floating world, and then arrange the mythical powerhouses in turn to hunt the wild beasts inside. The mythical powerhouse has nothing to do for the time being, and he is also idle when he is idle. It's also very good to arrange for them all to work part-time in the floating world. Yes, Master. The subordinates retire. Luo Ping slowly stepped back. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, the next turn was the envoy sent by the Huaxia Emperor. And the Emperor gave Lin Feng a big gift. The waiter smiled and said, Lord Xingtian, His Majesty the Emperor sent ministers this time to ask you how you will arrange the promotion of the 2 super gods in the Huaxia temple. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. He quickly came to his senses and suddenly smiled. Lin Feng is now supreme in the Yanhuang district. And he is also unparalleled in the Huaxia district. Even His Majesty the Emperor did not dare to canonize the supergod level powerhouses of the temples easily. For such important matters, Lin Feng needed to make up his mind. After all, how important Lin Feng is, His Majesty the Emperor of Huaxia district still understands very well. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was not polite. Of course, the quota for super god level powerhouses is chasing after the powerhouses closest to him. Lin Feng said with a smile, Go back for me, and thank your Majesty. The other 2 super god level powerhouses in the temples will be promoted to Lin Yi and Lin Air. As ordered, Lord Xingtian. The waiter was very knowledgeable, and hurried back to Huaxia district. Lin Feng was very happy when he saw the figure of the messenger go away. The places for the 4 super god level powerhouses in the 2 districts were all won by himself. Just not too beautiful. When the level of mainstream players reaches level 50, after the start of the national war, the super god level powerhouses in other regions will be killed and then resurrected. And a group of super god level and god level powerhouses will arrive. Another point. Other races on the Destiny continent now also have super god level powerhouses. Lin Feng's mind also hit them. If the life and death of these alien races are controlled, These alien super god level powerhouses have to obey themselves? In this way, a group of super god level powerhouses will serve themselves. This is why Lin Feng has the confidence to fight against the god realm. No matter how many god level powerhouses you come down from the god realm, they are all serving dishes. Moreover, the fragments of the world cannot carry saint level powerhouses, and even super god level powerhouses cannot descend too much. Since there are not many super god level powerhouses, Lin Feng dares to kill them. Kill as many as you want. It's just that the weather is calm now, and Lin Feng is too lazy to think about the thoughts of the god realm. Develop your own power is the kingly way. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said lazily, "Next, Mu Yun asked to see you." When Lin Feng heard that it was Mu Yun, his expression became solemn. Mu Yun controls the Legion players. Presumably, Mu Yun holds the secrets of many players exploring the new version of the game. Lin Feng's interest increased greatly. Chapter 122, New Version Clue. Subordinate Mu Yun, join the adults. Mu Yun saluted when he saw Lin Feng. Lin Feng said straight to the point, "Tell me about you." Mu Yun took a deep breath. The things he is responsible for are all related to the players, including the former Dongying players. This is also the place that Lin Feng values most. During this time, he has achieved great results in accordance with Lin Feng's plan. Mu Yun responded, "My subordinates are acting according to your plan. At present, more than 90% of the players in the former Dongying district have been transformed into lifestyle players. A few diehards have been brutally attacked by us. I believe that after a while, there will be no more fighting players for the original Dongying players." Lin Feng smiled when he heard the words. It was originally his plan to transform the original Dongying player into a lifelike profession. You know, there are more than 100 million players in Dongying. The growth characteristics of the players cannot be ignored. And it will be a big trouble if the Dongying players grow up. So the best way is to prevent the original Dongying players from becoming professional combat players, all turned into life occupations. There is no capital to make them want to turn the tide. In this way, all the players in Dongying district became Lin Feng's wage earners. Cut them however you want. Lin Feng nodded and said, "What about those undead?" Mu Yun said with a smile, "Sir, the passage of the undead in Dongying district is now guarded by more than 10 epic elite regiments of our Dongying Legion, blocking the retreat of the undead." He paused and said, "Now this group of undead has become a tool for our players to rank and treasure. And let us deal with it." Lin Feng hummed lightly. Undead natural disaster. It was raging in the original Dongying district. After Lin Feng occupied the original Dongying district, he did not immediately eliminate the undead forces. The purpose is to treat them as leaks and brush them for the players, in order to prevent these undead from escaping back to the undead world. Lin Feng sent troops to block their retreat. Now these undead have become the leveling babies of players in Huaxia and Yinhuang districts, to be able to plant natural disasters into leaks. It is estimated that no second player in the history of the game can do it. Lin Feng admired, "You guys did a good job. How about the information about the new version?" Mu Yun's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. He had a very cautious look on his face. "Just listen to," Mu Yun said, "Sir, we have collected a lot of information about the new version. But the information is very strange. Weird." Lin Feng frowned and motioned Mu Yun to continue. Mu Yun said, "Every night when night falls, inexplicable sounds will appear in the ears of the players." "An inexplicable sound? What is it?" Lin Feng frowned. Mu Yun pondered slightly and explained, "Some people claimed that they heard the sound of a lively market. Some people said that they heard a few conversations in a family. And some people heard the noise of a tea house and tavern. Some people heard the battle of weapons and the roar of war horses on the battlefield." Mu Yun said in surprise, "And not a few people say that. Almost everyone can hear some unusual sounds. But according to the analysis of the data we collected, we found that there is no such sound near the Jinzhou Ancestral Temple and Jinzhou Stone Statue." Lin Feng snorted and asked curiously, "Is there something unusual between Jinzhou Ancestral Temple and Jinzhou Stone Statue? There is something abnormal." Mu Yun was very sure. He continued, "Many people see at night that the stone statue will have phantoms glowing exactly like the stone statues. And these luminous phantoms will travel with weapons at night, and even appear on their weapons. Bloodstains. This is very interesting." Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The core function of the stone statue of the town is to protect the ethnic group. These stone statues will have phantoms traveling at night, and there are bloodstains on their weapons. Can it be said that these stone statues will automatically cut off all hidden dangers that are not conducive to the human race. The abnormality of the town clan stone statue, as well as the strange noises that appear, are very interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Feng asked, "So do you have a conclusion?" Muyun hesitated for a while before saying, Yes, but this conclusion is a bit inconceivable." Lin Feng heard the words and smiled. "Just talk about it and see." Muyun said seriously, "We believe that one of the secrets of the new version is that the night in this world belongs to another world." Boom! Lin Feng's head roared. He seemed to catch something, but he didn't catch it at all. Strange sounds. There will be stone statues that cut off evil, and the night belongs to another world? Lin Feng blinked. Is this one of the faces of the new version of the game? Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "Very good. You guys did a good job." He continued, "Continue to explore these secrets, and don't let go of any small clues." Muyun respectfully said, "As you order." "My lord." Lin Feng looked at the back of Muyun's departure, and his eyes were full of brilliance. The new version of the game is so interesting. Directly opened up the second world. It's just that this world and the main world overlap. Distinguish between day and night. It seems that I need to investigate it myself. Lin Feng thought of this, and took out the prop monster manufacturing room. This prop is important now. You must know that Lin Feng's job transfer mission requires training 100 Dragon Knights. Dragon Knight must be matched with very powerful players. And this item can make the player stronger and faster. What's more, Floating World also needs players to grow up. The monster manufacturing room in front of you can produce 1W of various types of ghosts. And the power of ghosts can be adjusted artificially. However, increasing the level of the monster manufacturing room can shorten the refresh time. Not only that, but after upgrading, the number of this item will also change from 1 to multiple. Lin Feng directly took out the monster manufacturing room and looked at its upgrade conditions. It turned out that 10 god-level pet eggs were needed for sacrifice. Thinking of this, Lin Feng thought that he still had a lot of points. I still have a lot of points in the National War. Lin Feng directly used the National War points to exchange for a bunch of god-level pet eggs. Ding dong, did you use the mythical pet egg to upgrade the item monster manufacturing room? Sure. Ding dong, monster manufacturing room has been upgraded, and the current level is level 10. Lin Feng raised the monster manufacturing room to full level in one breath. After reaching the full level, 10 items can be used at the same time, and the refresh time is also reduced from 60 minutes to once every 6 minutes. After doing all this, Lin Feng left the palace. He set up 5 monster manufacturing rooms in each of Yanhuang District and Huaxia District, and set the level of monsters to a level that is conducive to players' leveling. Then set the ticket fee and set it to be used by guild players. In this way, it will not only cut a wave of players' leaks, but also allow guild players to quickly improve their strength. With the improvement of the player's strength, the difficulty of this item will continue to be adjusted in the future. Lin Feng placed the props, and it was almost evening when the guild announcement was released. Just to see what secrets are there tonight. Chapter 123, Unknown Girl. It was dark. Lin Feng was standing on a mountain outside the imperial capital. The night wind blew his clothes and hair. Lin Feng waited quietly. Muyun said that there will be auditory hallucinations at night, and the stone statue of the town clan will also appear abnormal. The conclusion is that the new version of the world overlaps. Day and night are the boundaries. The day belongs to the Destiny continent, while the night belongs to the mysterious world. At this time, Lin Feng's ears moved inexplicably. Phantom. Here we come! Sizzle. Smash smash. A noisy voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears. The sound is intermittent, but it is very regular. Some voices are long, some are short, some are loud, and some are weak. He didn't know what the scene was for a moment. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. What is the purpose of the new version to create such a world? Do you want to find the secret of human race? Lin Feng hasn't figured it out yet. However, he found that he could actually see the blurry phantoms appearing around him. In Lin Feng's field of vision, a faint phantom appeared, but the appearance of the phantom was not coherent. Just like the sound. Is it only me who can see it? Why didn't Miyun say this? Lin Feng had many doubts. These virtual images are a faint landscape painting. Sometimes the outline of the city appears, and sometimes there are scenes of people coming and going. It's just too illusory. And Lin Feng doesn't see it very clearly. Simply amazing. It's like being in a movie with a 4D surround scene. Lin Feng watched patiently. At this time, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. The light became clearer and clearer. And it turned out to be the phantom of the Stone Clan stone statue. I saw a faint white light emitting from the phantom. It was a knight, holding a long spear and galloping on a horse. The stone statue phantom ran and disappeared suddenly. What Lin Feng saw with his own eyes. The phantom actually disappeared into the night out of thin air. It has disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. Before long, the light rushed out from the other direction. It was the same stone statue phantom powerhouse of the town clan, who rode his warhorse back with vigor and vigor. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp, and he saw the bloodstains on his spear that had not disappeared. This is exactly what Muyin said. At this time, whoosh! A phantom suddenly appeared in front of Lin's cover. The hairs on Lin Feng's body stood up. He saw a ghost. The phantom was so clear. Su Ying was a girl in her teens, looking at Lin Feng curiously. Lin Feng's eyes widened, and he was also looking at her. At this time, the distance between the two is very close. So close that they can touch each other as long as they reach out. The girl hesitated to reach out. With a strong curiosity in her eyes, she slowly raised her arm and stretched out her palm to probe forward. Lin Feng didn't move. The palm in the phantom continued to stretch forward, directly penetrating Lin Feng's body. The girl looked very surprised, with a look of surprise in her eyes. She kept saying something, but Lin Feng couldn't hear it at all. This scene is really amazing. It seems that the beings of the two worlds are communicating through a strange restriction. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He also tried to reach out. But just like the girl, his hand penetrated the air. The girl seemed to hear something, and a worried look appeared on her face. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth, took off a pair of earrings from her ears, and threw them at Lin Feng's feet. Then quickly left here. Lin Feng blinked. He looked at the earrings under his feet, and threw a probing technique. Unknown earrings? What? Lin Feng snorted in surprise. Can this earring be detected? Doesn't that mean it's an entity? Lin Feng reached out and picked up the earrings on the ground. Sure enough, the earrings are real. The earrings are cold to start, and the style is similar to the jewelry of Destiny Continent. It just seems a little old. Is this a quest item? Or a prop from another world? Or what token? Lin Feng held the earrings, and many question marks flashed in his head. At this time, the abnormality of the guild channel attracted Lin Feng's attention. Dawning guild channel. The coordinates of Yanhuang District, 1241.231. There is a cave here. I just saw the phantom of the stone statue of the town clan appearing back and forth many times in it. There must be something abnormal. It's amazing. You dare to go out at night. And now we don't dare to go out at night. You're too courageous. Some brothers died inexplicably tonight. I also heard that a few players in the Huaxia district also died tonight. And the death prompts are very vague. Are you telling a story at night? I don't even dare to go to the toilet. Lin Feng glanced at the guild channel. Guild players are discussing the weird events that happened today. There are players who will be killed by mysterious attacks. Of course, that coordinate cave is also very mysterious. Where is there something that will make the phantom of the town clan stone statue visit back and forth? Lin Feng opened the map and entered the coordinates. He found that the coordinates were near a small town in the northernmost part of the Yanhuang district. As soon as Lin Feng stepped, the whole person disappeared in place. Swish! Lin Feng appeared in front of the cave. At this time, some guild players have gathered here. When they saw Lin Feng, they greeted each other. The president is here. President, this cave is a bit strange. Yeah. It's just been night. And a lot of weird things have happened here. Lin Feng snorted and asked curiously. What strange thing happened? A player said, there will be many figures here. These figures appear and disappear from time to time. As soon as they appear, they will show their teeth and claws at us. And the phantom of the stone statue of the town clan has also been back and forth many times, which is obviously abnormal. Lin Feng asked, have you gone in to investigate? Of course there is. The guild player said, we have all gone in several times, but nothing has been gained. And the cave is not big, and it took a few minutes to walk to the end. Lin Feng nodded. Although the other players had nothing to gain, he wanted to go in and have a look. President, do you want to go in? Can we follow along? Yes, President. Take us with you. We may gain nothing. But not necessarily with the President. Facing the request of the guild player, Lin Feng agreed after a little thought. Anyway, they are all players of their own guild. Not outsiders. And they went in so many times without gaining anything. And they might not gain anything by going in by themselves. Thought here? Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay. Thank you, President. President is mighty. Finally have the opportunity to fight side by side with the President. What are you thinking? Just go in and have a look and you won't fight. Lin Feng glanced at the cave and led a group of players into it. There are hundreds of these players. And no one dares to be presumptuous when they follow Lin Feng. The players didn't even dare to speak too loudly. For fear of offending Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped into the cave. And without the stars and moonlight, his vision became even darker. Flash technique. A priest player decisively used the flash technique, which instantly illuminated the entire cave. The inside of the cave also looks unremarkable. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the player's ears. What sound? What is this? Look! The space in front is changing. Its space ripples. Lin Feng was at the front of the team. In his vision, the space in front was originally a lake with calm water waves. But at this moment, the calm lake suddenly swayed with ripples. Space ripples radiate all around. This is? Lin Feng frowned and suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand to the rippled space. Chapter 124, Special Copy. Ding dong, you found the special copy 120,000 years ago. Do you want to enter? A system prompt rang in Lin Feng's ear. And he didn't rush to choose. Instead, he said to the players behind him, Have you received a system prompt? The players behind him said one after another. I received the President. It is a special copy. Yeah. We got it. What is it called 120,000 years ago? President Niobe. We went in so many times without triggering the dungeon. The guild leader did it once he came. Amazing. No wonder the President is the man who has contracted the announcement of the whole world. President. Can the copy enter? Lin Feng showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. And said lightly, Of course I'll come in. Although he said so, he couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. Why did I come across a copy when I came? And these players, who have been in and out of the cave many times, will not trigger the copy mechanism. Lin Feng couldn't help thinking of the mysterious pair of earrings just outside the imperial capital. Could it be because he got this thing? Lin Feng shook his head and eliminated all distractions. When encountering a special copy, it is natural to go in. Let's see what's so special about this copy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decisively chose to enter the dungeon. Swish. Lin Feng and the hundreds of players behind him disappeared immediately. Swish. There was a whistling wind whistling in Lin Feng's ears. He was falling rapidly. Below is a valley. If you let it fall, it will definitely fall into the lake in the valley. Void crossing. Lin Feng used his skills to stabilize his body and slowly fall. Strangely, his destiny continent was at night at this time. But it was a bright day when the sun was shining brightly. And what's even more strange is that the guild players did not come with him. Maybe players have descended elsewhere. Lin Feng glanced around. And sure enough, he found something. He saw a plainly dressed girl with a pale face. The girl's feet were still soaked by the lake, and she was staring at herself blankly. Lin Feng fell down, stepped on the ground, walked over and asked, Where is this? The girl blinked and said weakly, This is Soul Eater Valley. Soul Eater Valley? What a strange name. Lin Feng frowned and said, What's your name? The girl said quietly, My name is Ching. How about you? Lin Feng was surprised by the girl's audacity, and actually asked himself. He smiled and said, My name is Xingtian. The human race Xingtian. Lin Feng deliberately made the word human more serious. His years of gaming experience told him that the new version was related to Terran. And the word Terran might be a keyword. Maybe it can trigger a special copy of the task. Ching heard him talking about the human race, but did not react. But suddenly fell silent. Lin Feng blinked. The keyword couldn't be triggered? Is it the timing or wrong? Or is the quest triggering mechanism of this dungeon more unusual? Lin Feng thought about it, and simply found a stone and sat down. He asked tentatively, Ching, why are you here? Ching lowered his head, as if remembering some bad memory and feeling depressed. She whispered, People here don't want to play with me, so I have to play by myself. Ching suddenly raised his head, with a smile on his face, and said happily, I found that there are many interesting places here. Interesting place? Lin Feng felt as if he had caught something. He immediately said, Can you tell me more about it? Yeah. Ching nodded solemnly and said, I found out that in the early morning here, the forest is the most beautiful time. Not only are there many flowers there, but also the place where rainbows appear the most. Lin Feng smiled and said, That must be beautiful. Ching noticed that the young man in front of her didn't seem to be impatient, and she became more interested. I just heard her say, in the afternoon. This is the most beautiful place. The lake here is very cool, and the wind here is very gentle. Then at night, the most beautiful place at night is the edge of the cliff, where you can see the most beautiful moon and countless fireflies flying around. Lin Feng listened carefully, but in his mind was analyzing every word she said, whether to hide the keyword of the mechanism that triggers the quest. Suddenly, Ching's hand stretched out quickly and squeezed hard in the void. Guess what I caught? What? This is a gift. I want to give it to you. Ching grinned, revealing neat and white teeth. Lin Feng smiled and said, Then can I take a look? Ching smiled and slowly spread her palms. There is a rainbow. Lin Feng had just entered the dungeon, and his mind was full of dungeon tasks. Where to notice any rainbows? If it wasn't for the intuition that Ching gave him, like a quest trigger, he wouldn't have such good patience. The smile on Lin Feng's face did not change. He nodded and said, Thank you. Ching smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples, and said, You are so nice. You are indeed the same as in the legend. In legend, there is a monster living in Soul Eater Valley. It can change into anyone and make friends with many people. And then when people are unprepared, they eat people in one bite. Ching looked at Lin Feng fearfully and said, If you want to eat me, can you swallow it in one bite? Because I'm afraid of pain. When Lin Feng heard this, the smile on his face gradually solidified. Soul Eater Valley monster? Eat humans? Is Ching taking me as a legend? Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, I'm not a monster, or even a person from this world. Ching froze for a moment. She suddenly burst out laughing and said, Ha ha ha. You said that you are not from this world. Then which world are you from? Are you from the god realm? Or from the demon realm? Or the undead realm? Or the demon realm? Lin Feng was shocked. He found that Ching seemed a little familiar with these interfaces. Could it be that in this special copy, a multiracial world coexists? Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't come from these interfaces. I'm just as human as you are. He asked curiously, What's the matter with the Soul Eater Valley monster you just mentioned? Ching looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes and said, This is Soul Eater Valley. Soul Eater Valley is the site of the Soul Eater clan. They stipulate that each human race must send 300 boys and girls into Soul Eater Valley every year to feed them and asterisk their souls. Otherwise they will attack the human race. There was a hint of sadness in the blue eyes. And I am the sacrifice chosen by the human race. Boom! Lin Feng's eyes widened. Human sacrifice. It just doesn't make sense. Lin Feng only felt that his blood suddenly boiled. An unnamed fire broke out. However, Ching's voice just fell. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you triggered the special dungeon chain quest. Please guide the sacrifice Ching to tell her origin. Tip: there are new tasks in your taskbar. Please check the details in the taskbar. Lin Feng opened the taskbar with a gloomy face. Blue, side quest, special copy. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission objective, investigate the secrets of the special dungeon. Guide the sacrifice Ching to tell her origins. And unravel the plot line. Mission introduction, in ceiling. Mission reward, unlock the next mission. Mission time, 9 hours 58 minutes and 55 seconds. Lin Feng closed the task interface after reading it. When he looked at Ching again, his eyes were different. Since this blue can be used as a trigger for dungeon quests, it means that she is inextricably linked with the subsequent plot. Even a very heavy roll. Lin Feng maintained an angry look. He said to Ching, What about your parents? Do they care about you? Lin Feng could hardly imagine that her parents would abandon their children like this. Ching, after hearing this, he smiled bitterly. With red eyes, she looked up at the sky. At this time, the wind blew and lifted the blue silk on her forehead. My parents said they would take me to the big city to play and buy me a lot of delicious food. But they couldn't lie to me. I already knew that they wanted to leave me alone in the big city. And then be caught and sent here. Ching's voice trembled a little, but I didn't expose them. Because I know that no matter how much trouble I make, it won't change the result. I can only pretend that I don't know anything. And pretend to happily accompany my parents to Dashang. Then they told me that they wanted to buy food for me. I knew they would not come back once they left. So I kept watching their backs mingle in the crowd. Getting further and further away until I could no longer see them. I hope they don't feel too sad about losing me. And I also want to keep my happy side in my parents' hearts forever. And then, I was sent here, waiting for the Soul Eater to take my soul away. Ching suddenly turned his head, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a grin, "Are you saying adults are stupid? You always think that I don't know anything. But I know everything." Lin Feng was stunned and said, "So, as soon as you saw me, you mistook me for the Soul Eater?" Ching smiled embarrassedly and nodded. Lin Feng also smiled and said with a smile, "Don't worry. The Soul Eaters will not be afraid when they come." He stood up slowly and said, "From now on, they will die as many as they come here." I said. Ching's eyes lit up again and again. And he nodded heavily. Chapter 125. Lin Feng ran away. Devoured his soul. At the same time. Ding dong, you have completed the mission Ching. You have started the mission Soul Eater in the next stage. Hint, your taskbar has a new task. Please check the details in the taskbar. Lin Feng opened the taskbar. Soul Eater, Chain Quests, Special Dungeon. Mission level, SSS. Mission objectives, 1. Kill the Soul Eaters and rescue the human sacrifice. 2. Lead Ching to Sky Star City. Mission introduction. Please note that the strength of Ching will continue to change during the mission. You must ensure that Ching cannot be killed or seriously injured. And that Ching cannot make Ching feel bad for you. Mission time, 9 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Mission reward, the next stage of the mission. After reading the mission introduction, Lin Feng thought that it was indeed the case. Ching is the key character in this special dungeon. However, I was lucky enough to find Ching as soon as I came in. Unlike other players after entering the copy, randomly appear in every corner. For the sake of safety, Lin Feng, he directly took out the replica gem and synthesized hundreds of thousands of immortal matter. Ching curiously watched Lin Feng do things she couldn't understand. She didn't bother, just watched quietly. After Lin Feng got the immortal substance, he smiled at Ching. He said warmly, "Other human races' sacrifices are also in the valley?" Ching nodded and said, "They are all concentrated in the wooden house." Lin Feng blinked and said, "Take me there." Ching took Lin Feng to somewhere in the valley. There, several large wooden houses are connected in a row. Hundreds of boys and girls were scattered nearby. Their expressions were lethargic. Their spirits declined, and their faces were haggard. Even seeing Ching and Lin Feng appear, he looked numb. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng frowned and looked at Ching curiously. Ching pursed his lips, seemed to understand Lin Feng's doubts, and explained, "They feel that they have been abandoned by their clansmen and relatives. And it is very uncomfortable, very painful and sad. So they have always been like this." After Lin Feng heard it, it was even more strange. What is strange to him is that Ching is also a sacrifice of the human race. And she was also abandoned by her parents. Why is she not like these people? Rather, I like to laugh. Even when Lin Feng was regarded as a soul eater, she showed a not very sad look. Lin Feng didn't ask, but suddenly understood why Ching said that no one wants to play with her. Those who are an asterisk and look up to heaven are always lonely. At this time, suddenly a group of black clouds flew in the sky. Ching also saw it, and her face suddenly turned pale. Soul Eater. Lin Feng's eyes filled with murderous intent. Soul Eater. Swish. Lin Feng flew directly into the sky and rushed towards the pile of black clouds. Ching putting his hands together. He looked nervously at Lin Feng's figure. Lin Feng flew over, and the black cloud stopped. But in the black cloud, there were all the Soul Eater clansmen in black robes with black mist all over their bodies. They suddenly saw Lin Feng, and their expressions changed. "Who are you?" the black-robed man shouted. "The one who will kill you." Lin Feng's body was shocked, and 9 clones appeared. "Dare to bully my human race. Court death." He waved his staff, and his skills poured out like a torrential rain. Ferocious God realm. The source of darkness. Meteor shower. Thunder. Frozen thousands of miles. How terrifying the power of hundreds of forbidden spells. In Lin Feng's vision, the damage numbers kept emerging. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. The Soul Eater clansmen suffered heavy casualties within the range of the forbidden spell. They don't even know who killed them. Is this a forbidden spell? Damn. How could the human race have forbidden magic mage? The human race doesn't even have a few god-level powerhouses. How could this person cast a forbidden spell? After a few seconds, Lin Feng's ears kept ringing the killing message. In a blink of an eye, this group of Soul Eaters has been completely killed by him. The murderous aura in Lin Feng's eyes subsided a little. Back then in the Destiny continent, in the Tianyu battlefield, Lin Feng dared to kill no matter who he faced. What about even the Protoss? These Soul Eaters don't know where they came from. But they dare to let the people offer sacrifices. Just looking for death. As long as it is unfavorable to the human race. Even if you think about it. You can't even think about it. Thinking is a sin. Lin Feng flew back to Soul Eater Valley. At this time, the system prompt also came. Ding dong, you have completed the stage task. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. The first stage of the task. Kill the Soul Eater to complete. The next step is to bring Ching back to the world of the human race. Lin Feng returned to Ching's side. He said indifferently, from now on, the human race does not need to contribute sacrifice to the Soul Eater. Seeing that Lin Feng came back intact, he smiled and nodded quickly. Brother Xingtian, you are really powerful. The Soul Eater is simply vulnerable in front of you. I want to be like you and be a strong person. Boom! When Ching finished saying these words, her aura suddenly changed. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. And he threw a detection technique. Blue, epic. Is this epic? Although Lin Feng was prepared, he was still surprised. There are instructions in the quest. Blue will become stronger during the quest. But I didn't expect it to be like this. And suddenly became powerful. As if after Lin Feng completed, Ching also completed the task. As expected of a special copy, the characters of the copy will change with the plot line. Thinking of this, Lin Feng has to go to the second mission stage goal. He said to Ching, let's go. I'll take you back to Sky Star City. Ching's eyes flashed a ray of brilliance. Sky Star City is the big city of the human race. Returning to Sky Star City means returning to the world of the human race. Finally, there is no need to worry all the time. Worrying about the Soul Eater coming to kill. Well, go home. Ching looked firm. After she finished speaking, she went to find a friend who was also a human sacrifice. Lin Feng looked at it lightly. He found that Ching had a good idea. With the help of Lin Feng's victory just now, he completely wiped out the Soul Eater clan. And he easily persuaded all the boys and girls. And successfully became the leader of these people. However, Lin Feng made a careful discovery. These boys and girls, who were persuaded by Ching, have all improved their strength at this time. Although it did not reach the epic level of blue, it also reached the legendary level. Facing this situation, Lin Feng shook his head. He couldn't help but sigh. This special copy is really not easy. Ching gathered a group of people and walked to Xingtian. She said softly, Brother Xingtian, we are ready. Let's go. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and said, let's go. Special copy somewhere. Several players stared blankly at the village in front of them. Because the terrain here and the name of the village are really too much like a major city in the main world. Xianming, did you read it right? The player Xianming said excitedly, of course I can't read it wrong. When did I miss it? He said loudly, this is the main city of Apocalypse. Sizzle. The players around him took a deep breath. Good guy. If they weren't very familiar with Xianming, they would definitely spray him to death with a mouthful of salt soda. How could the Apocalypse main city, one of the 7 major main cities, be the small village in front of me? However, this small village is indeed called Apocalypse Village. Xianming, are you proficient in game history? Yes, Xianming. Can you tell me what happened 120,000 years ago? Xianming took a deep breath and said slowly, 120,000 years ago, there were many human tribes, and they were regarded as puppets by different races from all walks of life, which led to the strife within the human race and the continuous attack. It was an extremely chaotic time. People are struggling to live, and fires are everywhere. 120,000 years ago, the Soul Eater was wiped out by a mysterious force. And the Tianqing city, one of the great forces of the human race, was razed to the ground by the sudden skyfall meteorite. Chapter 126. If I were the Qing Emperor in his age. Lin Feng took a group of people out of the valley. A beep sounded immediately in his ear. Hint, you found Sky Star City. Of course. There is no such thing as hurrying in the copy. The transition of the scene is so smooth and straight to the point. Lin Feng's vision was on the big city in front of him. This is a majestic and huge city. It's just that the style and architecture have a rough taste. Wildness and roughness are the most direct impressions this big city brings to Lin Feng. Sky Star City? Lin Feng recalled the City of Destiny continent in his mind. It seems that there is no such city in the Destiny continent, because the naming of the city is extremely strict. At the beginning of the word Tian is the name of the main city. Among the 7 major cities, there is no Sky Star City. However, at this time, Tianqing City is suffering a war. Both inside and outside the city are heavily armed with swords, and countless human warriors are fighting each other. The sound of the battle was thunderous, and the two sides of the human race were red-eyed, as if they had a deep feud in the sea of blood. Lin Feng frowned when he saw this. In the game, all he has experienced is the human race to the outside world, and this is the first time he has seen the asterisk battle within the human race. They are all human races. Why do they kill each other like this? Soon he had an answer. Ching exclaimed from the side. This is a call from Mola tribe. The boys and girls behind her were also in turmoil. Had the Monster Star tribe and the Mola tribe finally fought? Then we can't go back to our home. Not only will we not go back, we may have no home. Lin Feng listened to their conversation and seemed to understand something. It was like a war between 2 human tribes. It's just why their names have some interracial style. Lin Feng asked. Ching, what happened to the Monster Star tribe and the Mola tribe? Ching sighed and said several times, Demon Star tribe is the main tribe of Tianqing City, with a population of several million, and is supported by Demon World behind it. And behind Mola tribe is Demon World supporting. She said sadly, actually, this world is not only the world of demons and demons, but also the world of the gods, the world of the dead, and the world of the void. They support our human race, but they also use our human race as their pawns and tools. Our human race is the puppet of these other worlds. They want us to live, and we want to die. They have always let us kill each other. Endless conquests. The territory they grab is theirs. The resources they get are also theirs. And even our human race itself is theirs. Brother Xingtian, do you think our human race is very sad? This is more than sadness. It's utterly sad. When Lin Feng first started listening, his face was already ashen. When he heard it, his eyes instantly turned red. Lin Feng's face was gloomy, and his mood fell to the bottom at the same time. He really can't imagine that the human race here is so speechless. Human race? How come this is? The human race is a group of puppets and toys dominated by all walks of life. An earth-shattering murderous aura suddenly erupted from Lin Feng. Big brother Xingtian? Ching asked nervously. Lin Feng stared at the human race battlefield in front of him, gritted his teeth and said, Human race? It shouldn't be like this. The human race shouldn't be so degenerate. Ching asked carefully, what should the human race look like? Lin Feng's voice was hoarse at this time because of his anger. He said hoarsely, the human race should be united. Humans should strengthen themselves. Humans should have dignity. Humans should face all ethnic groups equally. Humans should have the ambition to conquer everything. Lin Feng looked at Ching deeply. In short, the human race shouldn't be so degenerate. Ching secretly wrote down Lin Feng's words. She said with admiration and seriousness, Brother Xingtian, what you said is really good. If the human race can really do what you said, then how happy our descendants will be. Brother Xingtian, I will help you. Lin Feng looked at Ching with a serious face, and shook his head with a wry smile. At this moment, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Ding dong, you have completed the mission Soul Eater. Ding dong, you have obtained the next stage task Soul of the human race. Hint, your taskbar has a new task. Please check the details in the taskbar. Lin Feng opened the taskbar. Soul of the human race, chain quests, special dungeon. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission objectives, 1. Cultivate Ching to become the leader of the human race. 2. Teach the soul of the human race you think to Ching. Lin Feng turned it off after reading the mission introduction. At this time, the task status of Ching in his heart was raised again. The task actually allowed me to cultivate Ching. Moreover, I have to teach soul of the human race to Blue by myself. Ching. Is there any special origin? Lin Feng looked at Ching deeply. He suddenly said to Ching, look at this battlefield. If you had absolute strength, what would you do? Ching slightly stunned. She suddenly smiled and said, if I had absolute power, I would stop the war. Lin Feng blinked and said, how to stop the war? Ching, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. And he said seriously, I will negotiate with the leaders of the two clans. Lin Feng smiled, shook his head, and sighed, you are wrong. You still have the easiest and most direct way. Ching looked at Lin Feng curiously. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, use your strength to conquer them. Conquered to the point where they are afraid. They are terrified. And they are desperate. Break everything. And then reshape everything. Lin Feng's figure slowly rose. And his voice was still ringing in Ching's ears. The old human race needs to be destroyed before the new human race will be reborn. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Feng flew over Sky Star City. Immediately, the two mythical powerhouses of the human race stopped fighting. And they all looked at Lin Feng. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Feng didn't look at them. In order to minimize casualties to the race, Lin Feng did not summon a clone. He raised his staff and looked at the Sky Star City below him. Lin Feng's skills were instantly released. Meteor shower. In the blue sky, countless fireballs appeared in an instant. These fireballs are like meteors falling from the sky. Falling in the Sky Star City like a torrential rain. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Countless bolides descended from the sky like meteors. And their momentum was so great that the human warriors who were fighting couldn't help but look at the sky. Then I was shocked by the asterisk scene in front of me. The tall and magnificent city wall is so indestructible in people's hearts. But it was smashed to powder in an instant. Countless powerful warriors were once their own nightmares. However, under this forbidden spell, it was instantly blown to ashes. Horrible. Fear. The two human mythological powerhouses were trembling. And they looked at Lin Feng in fear. This is a forbidden spell. Forbidden. Forbidden magic mage. Isn't it only God realm that has forbidden magic mage? Countless system prompts sounded like a tsunami in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng didn't care, but looked at the two mythical powerhouses coldly and said, submit. Or die. The two mythical powerhouses trembled and said, I am willing to surrender. Forbidden magic mage. That is a terrifying existence with a terrifying existence. These two mythical powerhouses did not even have the courage to challenge Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the two strong men, and suddenly aimed his staff at Ching. He said slowly, not to surrender to me, but to surrender to her. From today, she is your king. Chingy! The two mythical powerhouses looked at Ching in amazement. At this moment, Ching suddenly burst into a momentum. That is the momentum of a god-level powerhouse. However, Ching was still ignorant at this time. Ching just looking up in admiration. The figure in the sky that dominates the world. The two mythical powerhouses did not dare to go against it, and immediately bowed to Ching. See Chingdi? See Chingdi? In front of Tianqi village. Xianming. Tianqing city was destroyed by a meteorite from the sky? This meteorite is a bit of a craze. I'm afraid it's not the great forbidden spell. Xianming. What happened later? What records are there in the history of this game? Xianming smiled bitterly and complained. The official website of the game has all these information. You don't even read it? The players immediately refuted. Who sees such unpopular historical materials? That is, we only look at the current historical data. Who has looked so long ago? The history of the game adds up to hundreds of thousands of words. I'm afraid I'll forget the front after reading it. That's right. What happened next? Xianming said impatiently. Let me think about it. He paused, then said, then Qingdi was born. Qingdi, the origin of the sages of this human race, is a bit mysterious. How can I say it? Xianming smiled wryly. Anyway, when I look at history, it's like she's hanging on. The players became more and more curious when they heard him say this. Chapter 127, Newspaper and Peach Blossoms Bloom Together. Star City. Lin Feng is like a god. The staff in his hand pointed at Blue. All beings are obedient. See Qingdi? The god-level powerhouse bowed to Ching. See Qingdi? Behind Ching, the boys and girls paid their respects. At the same time, rays of light flashed across them, and their strength instantly reached epic level. See Qingdi? On the battlefield, the surviving warriors from the two great tribes of the human race were blessed with their hearts, and they knelt down and worshipped. At the same time, Ching, the breath on his body skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the asterisk level. Lin Feng flew back to Ching's side. Ching, suddenly at a loss. She said, "Brother Xingtian, this. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You already know the human race world I want. Didn't you say you want to help me?" Ching, slightly stunned, then nodded. "Brother Xingtian, I am willing to help you," Lin Feng said lightly. "Then you can do Qingdi well." Ching eyes firm and said, "Well, from today onwards, I am Qingdi." After hearing her promise, Lin Feng smiled and said, "These people are your people from now on, and you are going to settle them now." Ching said, "I will take them back to their hometown Tianqi village. Let's build another city again." Lin Feng blinked when he heard the words. Apocalypse Village? The name seems a little familiar. Could it be the predecessor of Tianqi City? Lin Feng shook his head and removed the distracting thoughts. Ching has mastered two god-level powerhouses, Shirley and Lingsu. With the help of these two tribal powerhouses, the remnants were quickly gathered. Lin Feng watched with his own eyes, and the smiling girl in front of her changed from ignorant to capable, and from capable to shrewd, from smart to mature. She is growing up so fast. "Brother Xingtian, let's go." Ching showed a bright smile. Although she has various faces in front of others, in front of Lin Feng's cover, she is always the same girl who loved ignorance when Lin Feng came to Soul Eater Valley. Lin Feng nodded. Swish. Just like walking out of Soul Eater Valley, the scene of the copy switches again. At this time, everyone around Lin Feng disappeared. Even Ching is gone. Instead, there was a small town rising from the ground in front of him. Apocalypse City. Lin Feng looked deeply at the small town that suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, the small town of Apocalypse has some shadows and outlines of the main world Apocalypse main city. Inexplicably kind. Suddenly, right at this moment, President, Idtian. I finally met the president. It's not easy to find an organization. Woohoo. Guild players gathered from all directions. They saw Xingtian as if they saw their relatives. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You all showed up? It seems that the plot point of the dungeon is now." Some players responded and said, "President, you mean that the current dungeon scene will be the key point of the entire dungeon?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. Otherwise we wouldn't meet again so soon." At the same time, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded in the copy. Dungeon announcement, Qingdi is about to ascend the throne. Dungeon announcement, Qingdi ascended the throne, angering the heavens and all walks of life. God realm, Qingdi is rebellious and should be killed. Devil world, Qingdi is the enemy of the heavens. Asterisk it. Void realm, Qingdi is trying to integrate the human race, provoke the heavens, and destroy it. After Lin Feng heard the dungeon announcement, his face instantly gloomy. Among the players, there was a sudden exclamation. Xian Ming exclaimed, "So it is. 120,000 years ago, Qingdi was born and ascended the throne as one of the three emperors of the human race. We are experiencing an era firsthand." A flash of light suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind. In Tianqi City, countless palace maids are painting the Qing thrush eyebrows, putting on the appearance of the emperor's symbol, and wearing the sword of the emperor. However, at this time Qing was in a trance. "What time is it now?" Qing's voice was cold and full of majesty. The palace maids around her were silent for a while, and a bold maid trembled. "Report to Qingdi. There are 10 minutes left, and your enthronement ceremony is about to begin." 10 minutes? Qing, a thick tangle flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip lightly and said in her heart, "Brother Xingtian, why haven't you come yet? Today is Qing's enthronement ceremony. You asked Qing to do Qingdi well, and Qing did it. But where are you?" Qing, a hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. She suddenly said, "Send the order. Prepare the dragon cavalry. Now prepare the dragon rider." The palace maids looked at each other in dismay. It's about to be ready to be enthroned. What does Qingdi prepare a mount for? Qing scolded, "Don't hurry up." Yes, your majesty." Roar. Soon, a dragon roar sounded in the palace. Qing stood up, and the palace maid walked out of the door. "Great Emperor, where are you going?" Yu clan elders saw Qing and asked. Qing said coldly, "Find someone." "Looking for someone?" The clan elder looked blank. Ching, keep going. Surely. Ling's the two mythical masters stopped Ching. Your Majesty. The enthronement is imminent. Don't be rude. Yes. Your Majesty. The bigger picture is the most important thing. Ching firmly said, I want to find someone. Is this person better than the hundreds of millions of people of the human race? Masterly said sadly and indignantly. Yes. Ching said without hesitation. Masterly's face froze suddenly. Your Majesty. Does this person surpass your 10,000 li of land and great cause? Lingsa said sharply. Ching's footsteps stopped. She looked up at the flying dragon in the air and said without hesitation. Yes. Lingsa speechless. Swish. Ching flied on the back of the dragon. She glanced at the sentient beings in the city without any reluctance. And rode the flying dragon away. Roar. Outside Tianqi City. A dragon shadow appeared. Then it quickly landed in front of Lin Feng. Whoosh. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng. Green. Lin Feng looked at Ching. Although because of the changes in the copy scene, the two never seemed to have left. But Lin Feng knew that this was because of the effect of time acceleration. Today's Ching's strength has reached the pinnacle of mythology. She is also slim. And she is no longer the young girl she used to look like. But her eyes were still clear. Ching looked at Lin Feng and grinned. Just like before. Brother Xingtian. You are here. Lin Feng nodded and said. Today is your enthronement ceremony. Of course I will come. Ching's smile deepened. And he slowly said, with big brother Xingtian here, even if I am an enemy of the heavens and the world, I have no fear. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said with a smile. You did a good job. Keep doing it. Today is your Qingdi's enthronement ceremony. And it's also my slaughter god and demon celebration. Can you play this scene? Ching is firm as ever. He said. I can. Got an affirmative answer from Ching. Lin Feng took Ching back to Tianqi City. Players naturally have to follow the president. President Niobe. He is directly connected to the most mysterious emperor in history Qingdi. Qingdi, something is wrong. The look in our president's eyes is a little ambiguous. Be serious. This is a copy. Qingdi is a character who lived 120,000 years ago. We are equivalent to modern people traveling to ancient times. Prepare to fight. There will definitely be a wave of enemies coming later. You prepare a wool yarn. It's all god level. Have you ever beaten it? Can't I just pretend I can't beat it? Tell you. It's called a robbery. Chapter 128, War to the End. Lin Feng stepped in the air. When he entered the range of Apocalypse City, the system prompt rang at the same time. Ding dong, you have completed the mission Soul of the Human Race. Hint, you have opened the final mission final chapter. There are new missions in your task bar. Please check the details in the task bar. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he opened the task bar. The final chapter of the battle, Chain Mission, Special Copy. Mission Difficulty, SSS. Mission Objective, kill all the enemies that come. Mission Content, Qingdi refused the threat of the heavens, and is the only human power behind the human race that is not controlled by other worlds. Humans cannot be used by aliens, and they will become enemies of the heavens. Protect Qingdi, and kill all intruders. Mission Time, 9 hours 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Quest Reward, Special Dungeon Human Fire Opening Scroll. Level 80 Forbidden Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Lin Feng closed the task bar after reading the task introduction. He understood. The task of battle to the end was the last task in the dungeon. However, the reward of the task is the starting point of the next instance. The next dungeon is the main body of the new version of the game Human Fire. It turned out that it was all intertwined. Unexpectedly, there is also the Forbidden Magic Mage's Transfer Scroll. With the Job Transfer Scroll, you don't need to take quests anymore. But he is still level 70. After completing the level 70 Job Transfer quest Dragon Knights, you can directly use the level 80 Job Transfer Scroll. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stopped abruptly. Ching looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm here waiting for the enemy of the all heavens. Go and prepare for the enthronement ceremony. He is a forbidden magician. And this profession is somewhat special. Protection is impossible. Destruction is king. If there is a fight, Lin Feng casts a forbidden curse, and this Apocalypse City will be destroyed. So Lin Feng could only stop at the Tianqi City gate. Ching smiled slightly. Yeah. After she finished speaking, she rode the dragon cavalry and flew towards the city. The appearance of Ching made the human race powerhouses in the city breathe a sigh of relief. They thought that Ching was no longer coming back. Ching, riding a battle dragon, looking down at his subordinates, continued the ceremony. The ceremonial officer received the order and did not dare to neglect. The ceremony begins. War drums start. Boom, boom, boom. In the city, a very rhythmic sound of war drums suddenly sounded. Coming. Lin Feng was suspended in midair. In his field of vision, an endless black cloud appeared. On the ground are foot soldiers and knights in black robes and black armor. Soul Eater. They were the first aliens to appear. This time they appeared in the millions. Almost all of them. When the players in the city saw the Soul Eater appear, they immediately showed a warlike look. Brothers, the ones in the sky are handed over to the president, and the ones on the ground are contracted by us. Don't fight without BB. It's over. Kill. Hundreds of players picked up their weapons one after another and rushed over in the face of millions of Soul Eater warriors. Lin Feng looked at the players' performance and smiled. Today, there will be no Soul Eater. Swish. Lin Feng's figure flashed, but disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already rushed into the black cloud. Ferocious God Realm. The source of darkness. In the dark cloud. It is the mythical powerhouse of countless Soul Eaters. Court Death. Kill him. Go. For a while, the Soul Eater powerhouses threw various attacks at Lin Feng. Swish. Lin Feng disappeared in an instant. When Lin Feng appeared again, he had summoned 9 clones. Meteor shower. Frozen thousands of miles. Thunder. The forbidden mantra poured out, and the color of the world changed. In an instant, all the Soul Eater powerhouses were shrouded. At this moment, the Soul Eater powerhouses realized what it means to struggle to the death. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. The dense system prompt sounded like a tsunami in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng didn't care. In fact, he doesn't like the fall of these dungeons now. It's almost an instant kill. The Soul Eater powerhouses. The group is destroyed. Lin Feng walked out of the battlefield of God's domain. At this time, another alien army is coming. It's a demon. And there are several tyrannical breaths in the demon race. That is the breath of the mythical super-level peak powerhouse. Who is standing in the way? In the distance, the demon powerhouse asked. Lin Feng said lightly. The one who wants your life. Kill. The demon powerhouse stopped talking nonsense. Swish. With murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes, he flew in the air. In Tianqi City. Tread. Tread. Ching step by step to the high platform. In front of her are millions of people from the human race. See Ching? See Ching? See Ching? The people of the human race were enthusiastic, and their voices were loud. Ching's eyes are in the distant sky. There is a fight. Countless corpses and blood fell from the battlefield of God's domain like a torrential rain. Please, Ching, make a speech. The crowd calmed down immediately, and countless pairs of eyes looked at their great emperor. Ching, there is a strong fighting intent in his eyes. She pulled out her sword and said coldly, My human race, pursuing the ideal of equality and freedom, will never stop. Anyone who blocks this idea will fight against the human race. Anyone who enslaves my clan will fight against the human race. My human race is born fearless, and will fight to the end. As soon as the voice of Ching fell, the whistling of the people of the human race sounded. Battle. Fight. Fight. Ferocious God Realm. The source of darkness. Meteor shower. Frost from the sky. Thunder. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. Lin Feng seemed to be the supreme being that dominates life and death at this time. Under the forbidden spell, the world was turned upside down, and countless powerful demons were unable to survive within the scope of the forbidden spell. Demon powerhouses are high above. They enslave thousands of sentient beings and look down at the sky. However, before Lin's cover, they were as fragile as babies. When did the human race appear so strong? Supernatural. This person is invincible. I kick the iron plate this time. Just a few seconds later, this group of demon powerhouses was wiped out. Players refreshed their understanding of Lin Feng's combat power again. They fought quite hotly with the pawns on the ground and paid a lot of price. But compared with President Xingtian, their fight here is like two children playing at home. Is this the president's forbidden spell? My guild leader is amazing. One forbidden spell can be turned into hundreds of shots. The key is that it hasn't cooled yet. It seems to be still infinite blue. Plus instant cast. This is the strength of our president. The legendary nuclear peace messenger. Lin Feng walked out of the battlefield of the demon world. God realm. Demon realm. Undead realm. Void realm, and other powerhouses from other worlds came one after another. That scene was earth-shattering. And they have 10,000 god-level powerhouses on their side. So many god-level powerhouses. Even in the face of super god-level. Is enough to die? The players are not worried about their own guild leader at all. Quantity means nothing to Big Brother Xingtian. Lin Feng saw this scene, and tightly held the staff in his hand. He turned into a streamer, and rushed over first. What about the 10,000 strong? Those of you who are aloof. Have you ever seen a group that is as humble as an ant? Today, I want you to bow your proud heads. Chapter 129. The task is completed. The time and space are dislocated. Kill! Countless powerhouses swarmed, and used their skills to surround and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his staff, and released the forbidden spell. Millions of flaming meteors fell from the sky. And there were icy snowflakes. But each of its snowflakes was a weapon to kill the enemy. Countless thunder element phantoms madly attacked the god-level powerhouse. Countless injuries floated out. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. It's a crazy and brutal scene. I don't know when it started to rain. Bright red rain. Ching bathing in the rain. She is a god-level peak powerhouse. And she could have been dripping water without touching her body. But at this moment, she let the rain shower herself. Ching's eyes never left for a moment. The battlefield of God's domain in the distant sky. There is the final battlefield. If the Terran wins, the Terran will have the opportunity to turn over and call the shots. If the human race loses, then they can only become slaves of the heavens. And the result of winning and losing is all on one person at this time. Punishment Day. Under Lin Feng's forbidden spell, there is death but not life. Many mythical powerhouses were instantly killed in 1 second. In the face of such a powerful forbidden spell, the god-level powerhouses are desperate. How can the human race ban curses? Your Protoss actually passed the forbidden spell technique to the human race? Ha ha ha. The Protoss is stupid. Shooting itself in the foot. Before the death of the powerful people of various ethnic groups, they angrily rebuked the powerful people in the god realm. They couldn't figure it out. The method of forbidden spells was the secret technique of the gods. Why the strong human race could use it? Of course, the first suspect is the god realm. Because the god realm supported 2 of the 3 emperors of the human race. It is the most powerful force in this world. However, the powerhouses of the god realm are also very confused. The technique of the forbidden spell is the secret technique of the gods. How can it be easily taught to the people? But right now, there are indeed people who are powerful people, who use the forbidden spell to kill thousands of them, and throw away their armor. Damn it! The powerhouse of the god realm did not argue. Actually, arguing is useless. Because soon, they will all die. Boom! A bang! The battlefield of God's domain dissipated at this moment. A figure reappeared in the world. Lin Feng walked out of the battlefield of God's domain, and looked at the player. There are few players left at the moment. After a few top players held on for a few seconds, they were killed by warriors from all walks of life. Lin Feng waved his staff indifferently. Frozen thousands of miles. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. Whoa! All the creatures on the ground were instantly destroyed. At the same time, ding dong, you have completed the mission battle to the final chapter. Hint, you have obtained a special copy human fire to open the scroll. Hint, you have obtained forbidden magic mage transfer scroll, level 80, *1. Finally, this chain of missions is complete. Lin Feng didn't care about the job transfer scroll, because now is not the time. He only took out the copy to open the scroll. Human fire, special dungeon, exclusive to Xingtian. Use restriction, mythical. Current, unable to enter. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading it. This copy actually has a strength limit. God level can only use. Then it is useless now. Lin Feng glanced at it, and put it into his backpack. He hovered in the air. And there were no living enemies in sight. Ended. As soon as Lin Feng's voice fell, the space made a vibrating sound. The scene changes. Lin Feng often experienced this dungeon. But his expression was calm. Copy scene switching. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. and he found that he had returned to Soul Eater Valley. It was also a sunny afternoon. The lake is still clear, and the breeze is still gentle. It's just that there is no girl sitting by the lake washing her feet in front of him. It was like a dream. Ding dong, the dungeon has 3 minutes to close. Ding dong, the dungeon will be closed in 1 minute. Lin Feng quietly listened to the system prompts in his ears. Suddenly, a streamer flew from a distance. Jing Guang even dragged a golden tail light, because he flew too fast. Swish. Ching, a golden armor appeared suddenly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Ding dong, the copy has 50 seconds to close. Blue, I didn't care that there was sweat oozing out of my forehead. She smiled and said, Brother Xingtian, are you leaving? Lin Feng smiled lightly and said, Yeah, I'm going back. Ching's smile froze. She lowered her head and said disappointedly, Then can I see you again? Yes. Lin Feng said affirmatively. Really? Ching suddenly raised his head and said in surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, God-level powerhouses have a long lifespan. As long as you live well. We will always meet again. Then we agreed to meet here. Okay, Ching said with anticipation in his eyes. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. Ching smiled and smiled. She suddenly stretched out a hand, palm down into a fist. Brother Xingtian, I'll give you something. Lin Feng blinked and said, What is it? You take it. Ching smiled shyly. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, only to feel that a warm object fell into his palm. Ding dong, the copy has 5 seconds to close. Ding dong, the copy is about to close. Lin Feng's last glance in the copy was Ching's face with a shy smile. Swish. Lin Feng returned to the main world. He looked around. Destiny Continent was already at daytime. Moreover, his location turned out to be outside Apocalypse City. I don't know if the location is coincidence or random. Lin Feng shook his head. At this point, he felt a little strange. Ching, the last item handed to him. Why is there no system prompt? The key is that there is no prompt for the 10,000-fold increase system. Is this gift very special? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at his palm. He spread his palms. In the palm is a wrist rope made of colorful ropes. Although the style of this wrist rope is very rough, it is very carefully woven and looks good. That is, Lin Feng carefully discovered that there were several blue silk on the wrist strap. Blue silk, it turned out to be woven together with colorful ropes. This is blue as hair. Lin Feng was silent. At the same time, world announcement. Player Xing Tian has activated the special dungeon 120,000 years ago. Players can first complete the prerequisite tasks to get the dungeon key, and enter the special dungeon to experience the lifestyle of the human race 120,000 years ago. As soon as the world announcement came out, players were boiling. A copy, or a special copy. One trip in is to earn blood. It didn't take long for a group of players to complete the daily ring-running tasks and accidentally obtain the dungeon key. There are also players who have spawned monsters and also revealed dungeon keys. They entered the copy one after another. However, the player who walked out of the dungeon looked surprised, because they summed up a rule. This special copy varies from person to person. Each player has a different experience entering a copy. The only difference is that when players enter and exit Soul Eater Valley, they will see 2 sculptures there. Those 2 sculptures are very familiar to some players. This male sculpture is very similar to our President Xingtian. This girl looks familiar. Isn't this Qingdi? Xingtian boss Niobi actually has such a good relationship with the Qingdi of the 3 ancient emperors. But in history, what was the final result of Qingdi? Mysterious disappearance. 100,000 years ago, Qingdi disappeared. Otherwise, why would Qingdi's power be destroyed? Finally, it was Black Emperor's turn to unify the human race, and then take the god race as the suzerain. The screenwriter hired by the game designer can't do it. Mysterious disappearance? It's just perfunctory. Chapter 130, Journey to the Dragon Realm. Lin Feng gained a lot in the special dungeon. The final reward item of the quest, Forbidden Magic Mage Transfer Scroll, can save you a lot of things. As for the special dungeon exclusive to Human Fire, it is not easy at first glance because it is closely related to the main body of the new version. It's just that these 2 harvests are temporarily unavailable. Put it back and forth. Lin Feng thought of this and scrutinized his own affairs. The first is that the total national war has not yet opened. The level and number of mainstream players are still a little bit worse. A total national war should not be too late. For the all-out national war, Lin Feng must not only participate, but also get all the benefits. such as the pantheon of the various regions. Each region has a place for 2 super god level powerhouses. Lin Feng is bound to win. Then, there are the alien forces in the various regions. Each faction has 1 or 2 super god level powerhouses. Lin Feng intends to conquer all the super asterisk powerhouses of the alien race. In this way, there will be a bunch of super god level powerhouses under Lin Feng's hands. Then, there is the development of floating world. Because the player's level is not high, the desolate beasts of the floating world cannot be caught. And of course, the mythical level desolate beasts cannot be dealt with. And they can only brush ordinary level desolate beasts. But wild beasts do not lose experience points and gold coins. This is a bit detrimental to the player's growth and delays time. It is best to wait for the player's level to reach a bottleneck period, and then arrange for the player to open up the wasteland floating world. Of course, what is more important at the moment is the task of changing jobs. The job transfer task Lin Feng received was forming the Dragon Knights. This mission requires a trip to Dragon World. Dragon World after the new version is opened. An entrance will appear. But Lin Feng didn't want to be so troublesome. I have Dragon God Order. Lin Feng blinked. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the Dragon God Order. Ding dong, are you sure to use Dragon God Order? Please note that it will be sent to the Dragon Temple in Dragon World immediately after use. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, yes. Ding dong successfully used. Sending. Swish. When Lin Feng reappeared, he had already arrived at the Dragon Realm. Ding dong, you discovered Dragon World. Reputation plus 1,000 points. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And a reputation plus 1,000 W points. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt at his ear and looked around. This is a palace. The palace is magnificent. In that palace, the walls are made of crystal. The ceiling is made of crystal. The floor is made of crystal. And the sculptures are made of crystal. Even the light stand is made of crystal. Under the light of the lights, this crystal palace was bright and blinding. Sure enough, it is consistent with the legend that the dragon family likes to be bright. In front of Lin Feng is the Dragon God sculpture. He threw a detection spell directly. Dragon God sculpture, Super God level peak, Dragon God clone. Super asterisk level? Lin Feng blinked. But he figured it out in an instant. This dragon world itself is a small world like his floating world. The upper limit that the small world can withstand is only super asterisk level. No matter how awesome this dragon asterisk is, he can't come to the small world. So this will definitely be its clone. As for its body, where love is, Lin Feng has a mission. He needs at least 100 dragons. So he doesn't want to waste time here. And it's not too much to catch a little dragon silently. Right? Lin Feng lifted his legs and walked outside the dragon temple. It's easy to say that he can't enter Dragon World. The key is that he's here now. And he can't come back empty-handed no matter what. After Lin Feng left, on the Dragon God sculpture, the Dragon God clone slowly opened his eyes. But listening to the Dragon God clone snorted coldly and muttered, this person has a deep hatred with my dragon clan. And actually has a Dragon God order? I'll just pretend to sleep. Ignore you. And never think that I will fulfill your wishes. Humph. Lin Fengfei was over the Dragon Realm. This Dragon Realm is not big. It is about the size of the Destiny continent. In his previous life, Lin Feng remembered that some mage players had acquired the hidden profession, the Dragon Mage. According to the information he disclosed on the forum, there are at least 1 million dragons in the Dragon World. Battle Dragon, Battle Dragon, Battle Dragon. All of them are god-level dragon powerhouses. What a terrible force this is. Lin Feng can also understand. Just because this dragon clan is the same as other big clan, belong to the innate race. Meaning, strength grows with age. Basically, as long as you are an adult. If you are not a waste, you can reach the mythical level. Instead of the human race, orc race, elves, dwarves, and other acquired races, it is necessary to continuously improve their strength in order to reach the ranks of the strong. So it is not surprising that the dragon family has millions of fighting dragons. If it weren't for the low fertility rate of the dragon clan, there might be more than 1 million. When Lin Feng thought about this, he had already flown over a city. This city is famous. Dragon City. Lin Feng gang stopped on the Dragon City. Hundreds of dragon patrols came roaring. Stop! Who are you? Do you have a passing order on you? Lin Feng naturally did not. He looked at the group of guards and found that they were all god level. Isn't this the dragon? Looking at his age, he should be able to be a mount. The patrolling general of the dragon clan saw Lin Feng not speaking, and his eyes were thirsty. It was immediately furious, and shouted that the guards were ready to fight. Lin Feng frowned. Are the tempers of the dragon race so irritable? He said lightly, I don't know whether to live or die. After speaking, Lin Feng waved his staff. The binding of the wind. Ferocious god realm. The source of darkness. Light divine arrow. SHHHH. The divine arrow of light, with a divine color, instantly pierced the dragon general in front of him dozens of times. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. Ding dong, you killed the dragon powerhouse Arthur Gary. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You obtain the dragon armor, mythic superorder. Dragon scales, mythic superorder. Dragon claw, myth superorder. Gold coins plus 256.5 billion. Whoa! The patrol general of the dragon clan. Die! There was a bang in the heads of the dragon guards, and they were all blinded. For countless years, no one in the dragon world has taken a ruthless shot, killing the strong dragon in the dragon's own territory. Such behavior is unheard of. The dragon powerhouses who quickly reacted angrily looked at Lin Feng. Take him down and dare to kill the powerhouse of my dragon family. The sin is unforgivable. Arthur Gary. Why did you kill Arthur Gary? Kill him! The dragon guard shouted to activate skills. Magic. And wanted to kill Lin Feng. So not afraid of death? Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and it seemed that his hand was still soft. He waved his staff again. The binding of the wind. Ferocious god realm. The source of darkness. Light divine arrow. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. 300 million. Crit. Ding dong, you killed the dragon powerhouse Mallory Keene. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You obtain the dragon gauntlet, mythic ultra order. Dragon scale, mythic ultra order. Dragon claw, myth superorder. Gold plus 220 billion. Ding dong, you killed the dragon powerhouse Wells Yang. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You obtain the dragon blade, mythic ultra order. Dragon scale, mythic ultra order. Dragon claw, myth superorder. Gold plus 250 billion. Ding dong, you killed the dragon powerhouse Sherwood Duin. Triggering a 10,000-fold increase. You obtain the dragon staff, mythic superorder. Dragon scales, mythic superorder. Dragon claws, myth superorder. Gold plus 232 billion. Lin Feng used teleport to dodge the skill. As the staff waved, the dragon powerhouses in front of him were killed one after another like a piece of paper. Lin Feng killed dozens of dragon powerhouses in one breath. He only stopped when he saw fear on the faces of the remaining dragon powerhouses. Dragon God is above. This human being is good and strong. Dragon God. How did this devil come? It's terrible. I'm a war dragon. I can't be afraid. Lin Feng glanced coldly at the dragon powerhouse in front of him, and said coldly, submit or die. However, at this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the dragon world. Immediately, countless dragon whistles resounded in the dragon world. Between heaven and earth, an angry roar suddenly sounded. The soul of the human race. You dare to kill in my dragon world. It's really damn. These dragon guards heard the voice, and they all showed their surprise expressions for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe. It's the dragon god. Dragon god is here. Damn human. The dragon god killed him. A sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. What if the dragon god came? But it's just a clone. Chapter 131. Dragon World beheading Dragon God. Roar! 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 The entire dragon world seems to be awakened by Dragon God. In almost every corner, the sound of dragon roar sounded. In the blink of an eye, countless battle dragons came from all over the dragon world. At this moment, the golden dragon asterisk descended with an unrivaled aura. Dragon God is here. Lin Feng glanced around. At this time, about several thousand battle dragons had surrounded him. These battle dragons are all god level, and the dragon asterisk has reached the peak of super god. However, Lin Feng's expression was calm. Human, how dare you kill my people? The roar of the dragon asterisk resounded throughout the dragon world. It roared angrily. The small human race. Who gave you the courage? Prepare to die? Lin Feng frowned. He said lightly, small? Your dragon race is too arrogant. Lin Feng glanced at the million battle dragons in front of him and sneered. The dragon god's eyes flashed with a strong murderous aura. His body twisted in the sky. And he shouted, "Kill it!" Thousands of war dragons, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately showed their magical powers. There are war dragons chanting in a low voice, mobilizing the power of the surrounding elements, and using dragon language magic. Yu Zhanlong relied on his extremely powerful physical strength to smash into Lin Feng arrogantly. Don't say it's Lin Feng at this time. In front of many fighting dragons. It is a super god level powerhouse. And it is not good to face the siege of the dragon clan. Lin Feng is not a super god, but he is more difficult to deal with than a super asterisk powerhouse. I saw countless negative buffs falling on Lin Feng, and they were purified in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng unhurriedly used his displacement skills and appeared in an empty spot. He instantly summoned 9 clones and waved his staff at the same time. Ferocious God Realm. The Source of Darkness. With the effects of Fierce God's Domain and the Source of Darkness, the strength of the dragons fell by 50%. Meteor Shower. Frozen thousands of miles. Thunder. As soon as the 3 forbidden spells came out, hundreds of forbidden spells appeared in an instant, and their scope covered all the battle dragons. Looking at the scene in front of him, the dragon god was quite astonished. Oops. This human race powerhouse is not ordinary. In the blink of an eye, countless war dragons died under the attack of the 3 elements of magic. Fire, ice, and thunder. 300 million. 300 million. 300 million. Countless battle dragons died under the forbidden spell. Lin Feng's ears kept ringing the sound of the system's 10,000-fold increase. Just by killing so many god-level powerhouses, this wave can make a small profit. It is useless for the dragon god to save his own people at this time. Lin Feng's skills are too fast and too powerful. Thousands of war dragons were cut down like weeds. And the dragon god's heart was so painful. Dragon God Realm. The dragon asterisk ran wild, and displayed the god realm that only super gods have. But I saw that a hole suddenly opened in the void, and a huge dragon asterisk phantom tens of thousands of miles suddenly appeared. The elemental power of the forbidden spell was completely blocked by this phantom dragon god. The dragon god said angrily, "Today, my dragon god, and you will never die." Lin Feng's forbidden spell had stopped at this time, because thousands of dragons of the dragon race had died. Faced with the threat of the dragon god, Lin Feng was not at all panicked. "You can't stop me if I want to leave. So you're not afraid that I'll make you restless in the dragon realm?" The dragon god roared, "If you destroy my dragon clan, I will destroy your human clan." Lin Feng looked cautious, although the development of events is a bit off the trajectory of his booking. Fortunately, he had already prepared a backup plan. Dragon God is very brave and strong? Then try it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said lightly, "Come out." At this moment, his space ring suddenly flickered. Swish. Out of thin air. 4 super god level powerhouses suddenly appeared. Luo Ping. Mochi. Lin Yi. Lin Air. Master. The 4 super gods looked at Lin Feng one after another. When the dragon god saw Lin Feng conjuring up 4 super god powerhouses out of thin air, his heart skipped a beat. "Now, I'm afraid it's going to be bad." A sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, and said coldly, "Kill the dragon god." The 4 super god level powerhouses turned to look at the dragon asterisk with cold eyes, and their eyes were extremely firm. Even Lin Feng told them to die without hesitation. Not to mention the dragon god, who is only dealing with the peak of the super god. Boom boom boom. The 4 human race super asterisk powerhouses resolutely revealed their god realm. Although their strength has not reached the peak for the time being, they are all elites cultivated by Lin Feng. All equipment skills are top-notch. "Kill!" Luo Ping was the first to shout loudly, rushing towards the dragon god. Afterwards, the 3 superhero gods attacked the dragon asterisk one after another, in the face of the attack of the human race super asterisk powerhouse. The dragon asterisk gritted his teeth and bit his head. Saint-level powerhouses cannot be accommodated in a small world. The true body of the dragon god has been roaming in the star field, and there are only the clones left by the true body of the dragon god. However, the clone of a saint-level powerhouse is not so easy to deal with. Lin Feng waved his staff and used immortal matter to increase his skills without any distress. Ferocious God Realm. The Source of Darkness. The Binding of the Wind. Light Divine Arrow. 30 billion. 30 billion. 30 billion. Lin Feng's skills were augmented by immortal matter. reaching a terrifying level. The negative buffs hanging on the dragon god can no longer be easily purified. To purify, more immortal substances must be used. Moreover, Lin Feng's attack instantly increased 100-fold. In this wave, Lin Feng has made a lot of money. The consumption of immortal matter alone counts in hundreds of points per second. Dragon God is also powerful. The siege of the 4 powerhouses of the opposite human race, coupled with Lin Feng, a ruthless man who recklessly squandered immortal material. Although the resistance was hard, he was still tenacious. The 4 super gods of the human race had just been promoted. Facing the peak-level dragon god, they all began to get injured. Lin Feng did not panic, and put a lot of immortal material into the 4 super god-level powerhouses. No matter how badly they were injured, they could recover in an instant. At this time, Lin Feng was like a panacea for dungeon brushing boss. Output, treatment, and assistance can do anything. With Lin Feng's unlimited support, the 4 super god-level powerhouses quickly killed the dragon asterisk and shriveled. Roar! The dragon roared in pain. It's unthinkable anyway. I have been at ease for countless years, and I will fall to this point today. The Dragon Clan, one of the dignified innate races, is in existence that even the 2 great clans of gods and demons dare not offend easily. At this time, it was actually regarded as an ant, and the small human race was forced to such a degree. Their human race is simply daring. No, it is lawless. If I die, what will my Dragon Clan do? It was the first time that the Dragon God thought of this question. God is pitiful. Even if it was the world destruction war in the ancient times, the Dragon God had not considered this issue. The Dragon God, who has swept through countless strong winds and waves, actually thought of this question at the last moment of his life. Seeing that the Dragon God was sluggish, Lin Feng immediately said, "Go all out and kill it." The 4 superheroes of the race are still in full state at this time. Jumping around is not enough to describe it. With Lin Feng's almost infinite immortal material blessing, they have never felt so refreshing. Immediately, various stunts bombarded the Dragon God. The Dragon God has come to a dead end. Master, Luo Ping suddenly shouted. He immediately brought other super asterisk powerhouses to the battlefield. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth, who already had a tacit understanding, curled up. Meteor shower. Minus 30 billion. Blessing. Exaggerated damage numbers kept popping up above the Dragon God's head. Boom! A thunderbolt from the sun. In an instant, a system prompt rang in Lin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you killed Dragon God clone. Super God level. Chapter 132. 10,000 times increase. Punish the sky and become a god. Ding dong, you killed Dragon God. You get a special item innate spirit. Super God grade. Asterisk 1. You get special props profound truth of elemental law. Super God Elementary, asterisk 1. You get the forbidden spell skill grade Holy Light, Super God Elementary, asterisk 1. The harvest of killing the Dragon God is too much. Various materials, currency, experience, etc. are simply countless. Lin Feng ignored it directly, and only focused on a few core items. Almost instantly, the system prompt beside Lin Feng's ear sounded again. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You get a special item innate spirit, Super God grade, asterisk 1W. You get special props true solution to the law of elements, Super God advanced, asterisk 1. You have obtained the great forbidden spell Holy Light Mantra, Super God advanced, asterisk 1. 10,000 times increase. What a superb drop from the Dragon God. However, after 10,000 times the increase, it has become the best of the best. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly after listening to the system's prompt. However, it's not over yet. World announcement. Player Xing Tian killed Dragon God. Become the first player to kill Super God Peak Boss. Special reward for this player's reputation plus 1 million. Gold plus 1 million. Specially reward players with special props Eternal Heart, Super God Peak. The world announcement contact rang 3 times. Players were once again shocked. Super God level boss. Super God level reward? What kind of character is this? God defying. We just pushed a legendary boss. And we were still complacent at first. But compared with the big boss Xingtian, it's nothing. Super God level reward? I am speechless. I got the ceiling props just after opening the new version. Xingtian is simply invincible. God of War Xingtian is invincible. Ole. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get gold coins plus 10 billion. Prestige plus 10 billion. You got a special item, Immortal Heart, Holy Grade. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Holy level. Incredible. Lin Feng quickly took out the reward and looked at it. Immortal Heart, Holy Grade, Growth Class. Grade 1. Rank, Holy. Effect, 1, after use. Immortal Matter can be condensed. 2. You can use Innate Spirit to upgrade the level of Immortal Heart. The higher the level, the faster the Immortal Matter condenses, and the more it can hold. 3. You can use Innate Spirit to sacrifice Immortal Heart. And the number of sacrifices reaches the critical point to awaken God Realm. Sacred Realm. Special. Immortal Matter Condensation Speed, 60 minutes/1 point. Immortal Matter Accommodating Space, 500 points. The current upgrade required, 5,000 points, Innate Spirit, /10. Current sacrifice, unknown, please sacrifice with caution. Introduction. The difficulty of getting this item is about equal to the difficulty of your parents hiding from you that you are a rich second generation. Sizzle. Lin Feng took a deep breath. This tool is simply invincible. That is to say, with it, can make people become a god. It is also an item with growth properties. In other words, in theory, its effects can be superimposed infinitely. Hiss. Terrible. Lin Feng felt that this was the treatment with hundreds of thousands of lucky points. With just this one item, you've made a lot of money. Lin Feng immediately invested 5,000 points of Innate Spirit. The Immortal Heart that obtained the Innate Spirit was immediately upgraded to level 10. Immortal Heart's Immortal Matter Condensation Speed was immediately increased to 6 minutes/1 point. And the capacity was also increased to 5,000 points. Ding dong, are you using the special item Immortal Heart? Yes. Ding dong, you have used the special item Immortal Heart. Boom. Lin Feng's body suddenly shook. Gone. Lin Feng became a god. Godhead? A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. This godhead is a way to become god. However, the way to become a asterisk is not the only way to integrate the godhead. I don't know how many races there are in the endless starry sky, and they have a special talent similar to Immortal Heart. They will not merge with godhead. Lin Feng used 5,000 points of Innate Spirit and still has 5,000 points. This Innate Spirit is like a kind of omnipotent material. Only the super god level powerhouse of the innate race will drop it. The next stage of Immortal Heart requires 10,000 Innate Spirit to upgrade to level 20. Lin Feng didn't have enough on hand. However, as long as you continue to kill the super asterisk powerhouses of the innate race, you can obtain the Innate Spirit. It's not that hard. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out other rewards. Holy Light Mantra, Super God Advanced, Great Forbidden Spell. Level 10. Equal Order, Super Asterisk High Order. Effect, after use. It can condense the power of the extremely terrifying light element. Wash away all the filth in the world. Damage 300 million points per second, depending on the character's damage output. And at the same time add absolute defense to itself. A defensive shield per second absorb 300 million points of damage. Damage output conversion shield. Special. Consumes 10% of character mana per second. Introduction. You said, if there is light, then there will be light in this world. And all evil will have nowhere to hide. Great Forbidden Spell. And it's still light magic. Incredible. This skill can not only cause damage to the enemy, but also obtain a protective shield with the same amount of damage. Lin Feng couldn't wait to learn. Ding dong, you have learned the Great Forbidden Spell Holy Light Mantra. Hint, there are new skills in your skill bar. Please check in the skill bar for details. After listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng continued to take out this harvest. True solution to the law of elements, Super God Advanced. Grade? Equal Order, Super Asterisk High Order. Effect, you can use this item to deduce various elemental magics. Even forbidden magic and forbidden magic. Deduction effect. 1 million points of Innate Spirit can deduce forbidden magic. 10 billion points of Innate Spirit can deduce forbidden magic. Introduction. Encyclopedia of Magic in front of this prop. It's a spicy chicken. Do you want to learn forbidden spells? Do you want to learn forbidden magic? This book contains. Incredible. Lin Feng was shocked. This is the second time he has come across items with the word taboo so far. You must know that any taboo is bound to go against the sky. Like Forbidden Code of Time and Space is the top level and supreme forbidden magic book. Straight through the truth of the universal law space-time. It is the end of all magicians. However, in the universe, there are not only two taboos of the two laws of time and space. There are also taboo like law powers such as reincarnation. cause and effect, life and death, destruction, prophecy, destiny, and so on. Lin Feng remembered that the official website forum had a ranking created by players spontaneously and give play to the imagination of players, although the players have not been exposed to the forbidden power. But that doesn't prevent players from having fun. Among the taboo law rankings, time and space is undoubtedly the most supreme. Next is the Great Destiny technique. Once again, it is Great Prophecy. Then, there is the Great Reincarnation technique. There is also Great Causality. Originally, players were just using their imaginations and messing around. But this world does have the power of such forbidden laws. And this prop true solution to the law of elements. This kind of forbidden magic can be deduced. Simply invincible. Lin Feng shivered and put the item into his backpack. Although this prop is invincible and invincible, it is a pity that the conditions for the deduction are too harsh. 10 billion points of innate spirit. A little bit more. Lin Feng put down this prop for the time being. This harvest can no longer be described by blood earning. Make money. But Lin Feng knew that he could earn more. Because at this time Dragon World has no owner. This is wonderful. It is equivalent to Lin Feng entering a treasure house. But the treasure house is unattended. Lin Feng thought of this and smiled. Chapter 133. Loot the whole Dragon World. Dragon God is dead. The Dragon World is naturally ownerless. The current Dragon World is in front of the cover of Lin. Like a lamb to be slaughtered. That is to say, I can do whatever I want in the Dragon Realm now. Lin Feng's eyes showed a look. The Dragon family has a long history. And I don't know how many good things they have. Think of this. Lin Feng asked the 4 super god level powerhouses under his command to suppress the entire Dragon World. Those who obey me live. Those who oppose me die. In this Dragon World, every grass, every tree, every brick and tile, but everything that is worth a little money, will not be kept. Lin Feng knew that when the Dragon God's clone was destroyed, the Dragon God's incarnation in the endless starry sky would immediately sense it. But the true body of the Dragon God could not come. Only through avatars. But how can avatars be so easy to practice? One clone is not very useful. So it's not enough to have hundreds of clones? Therefore, in a short period of time, he is not afraid of the Dragon God coming to find trouble. The biggest trouble is that a group of clones of the Dragon God came to the Destiny continent. But Lin Feng is not afraid. At that time, maybe his strength will skyrocket to the point of hanging super asterisk level. No matter how many clones the Dragon God comes. It is also a delivery. Lin Feng even hoped that the Dragon God would send more. In short, the pressure does not exist. Lin Feng sent 4 super god level powerhouses to loot the quartet. He looked at the Dragon City under him, and suddenly descended. Dragon City is the only city of the Dragon Clan. The people living inside are all descendants of the Dragon God lineage. Lin Feng is also welcome. It walks straight towards the City Lord's mansion. Anyone who stands in the way will be killed without mercy. Soon, Lin Feng smashed the stone tablet of the City Master. Ding dong, you broke the stone monument of the City Master. Please choose Occupy or Destroy. Lin Feng blinked and said, Occupy. Hint, you occupy Dragon City. Lin Feng smiled at the corner of his mouth. He opened the Dragon City treasury. All of them are the accumulation of dragons for many years. Lin Feng saw a lot of dragon crystals. Dragon crystal, mythic grade, consumable. Grade 1. Equal order, myth. Effect. 1. The all-purpose secondary auxiliary material. Dragon crystal increases the success rate by 10%. 2. All-purpose energy materials. The specific use depends on the situation. The current energy storage value is SS. Introduction, Dragon Crystal. The specialty of Dragon World. Lin Feng was in a good mood after reading it. Mong Jing is also a superb energy source. Even the level of colorful crystal is 1 level higher than the drop of Desolate Beast. Reached SS level energy storage value. I don't know how many times it is the magic source crystal. Incredible. Without blinking, Lin Feng looted the entire Dragon Clan's treasury. The poor Dragon Clan has accumulated countless wealth, and made wedding dresses for the clan in vain. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now he doesn't know how much he has. Lin Feng immediately took out the Tyrant Badge. Upgrade. Upgrade immediately. Ding Dong Tyrant Badge, the current level is 4. Ding Dong Tyrant Badge, the current level is 5. Ding Dong Tyrant Badge, the current level is 10. Lin Feng raised the Tyrant Badge to level 10 in one breath. Now his damage output has reached 1 billion. In other words, Even if Lin Feng knocked someone with a mage stick, he could knock out 1 billion points of damage. 1 billion! What is this concept? It has far surpassed the mythical powerhouse. Even hitting a super god level powerhouse. It would be very painful. However, the super god level powerhouse has god realm. You can't just judge by damage. At this time, the 4 super god level powerhouses under Lin Feng's command rushed back. Master, we found the Dragon Washing Pond and Rising Dragon Terrace. Master, we found Dragon Valley and Dragon Island. The 4 super gods came back and reported to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng heard the report, he immediately followed. The 2 buildings Washing Dragon Pool and Xinglantai are next to each other. Zolonki it is said to be a pond, but it is a lake. In order to figure out the effect of the Dragon Washing Pond, Lin Feng jumped in. The system prompt rang immediately. Ding dong, you got 1 free attribute point. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and gained 1 W free attribute points. Ding dong, you got 1 free attribute point. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and gained 1 W free attribute points. Ding dong, you got 1 free attribute point. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and gained 1 W free attribute points. Lin Feng only stayed for 10 seconds before having to leave, because 10 attributes have reached the upper limit of Dragon Washing Pool. After 10,000 times the increase, Lin Feng got 100,000 attributes. 100,000 points. Just horrible. Lin Feng added all attributes to intelligence. The fixed damage now provided by his Dominator badge is pretty good. Attribute points? Unless it can provide damage beyond the Tyrant's emblem. Otherwise, it is more cost-effective to wear the Overlord badge. After Lin Feng finished the Dragon Washing Pond, he came to the Rising Dragon Terrace. Rising Dragon Terrace is a high platform made of crystal. As soon as Lin Feng stood up, a system prompt appeared. Ding dong, you got 1 point of immortal substance. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained 5,000 immortal matter. The immortal matter currently obtained exceeds your capacity, and the immortal matter will overflow. Lin Feng shook his head listening to the system prompt. Don't be too greedy. You must know. What level is 5,000 points of immortal matter? That is the level that super asterisk powerhouses can achieve. The peak of the mythical powerhouse will only have a capacity of 2,000 points if it dies. As soon as Lin Feng became a god, he had 5,000 points of immortal material capacity, which was already very against the sky. After Lin Feng tried these 2 treasure places, he was still not satisfied. Such a good thing should be used as a tool for cutting leaks to harvest players' leaks. Thinking of this, he looked at the 4 super asterisk powerhouses and asked, "Can you move these treasures away?" The 4 super asterisk powerhouses smiled bitterly and shook their heads silently. The reason why this treasure land is a treasure land is because its place is very special. They exist in the dragon world, and they are born from the dragon family. Lin Feng also understood this truth, but he also felt a little regret. Can't move? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If it can't be moved, I will take it away, and I will dismantle it. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out 2 jars. These 2 jars are also super asterisk props obtained from the Tianyu battlefield. It is the storage item obtained by looting the treasure house of the Divine Kingdom last time. They are the best, and they have a super large space capacity. Lin Feng immediately said, all the water in this dragon washing pond is filled. By the way, don't let the soil around the lake go. And this rising dragon terrace, it's all demolished. These crystal stones, as well as the soil below, dig 3 feet into the ground and take them away. The 4 super asterisk powerhouses were stunned and quickly obeyed. Soon, the strong men handed over 2 big jars full of harvest to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jar and said, "Go to Dragon Island." Dragon Island is an island. But there is something special about this island, because all the islands are dragon eggs and dragon treasure chests. What is this? These are wealth. Lin Feng's eyes were straightened. So many dragon eggs and dragon treasure chests. Get rich. Find them all for me, Lin Feng said with red eyes. Soon, the system prompt rang. Ding dong, you got dragon pet egg *1. Ding dong, you got the dragon treasure chest *1. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get dragon pet egg *10,000. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Get dragon treasure chest *10,000. Lin Feng desperately stuffed it into his backpack. How many plugs are there? Anyway, the capacity of this backpack is unlimited. The 4 strong men under Lin Feng's command watched the master's crazy scene. They are thinking. After the master goes back, this dragon world is afraid that there will be no soil at all. Chapter 134, Million Dragon Knights. At this time, the pet eggs and dragon treasure chests on Dragon Island were looted by Lin Feng. You know, these 2 things can be multiplied 10,000 times. So what Lin Feng actually got was equivalent to 10,000 Dragon Island treasures. What an amazing wealth this is. Lin Feng returned with a reward and almost laughed. This job transfer mission originally only required 100 battle dragons. Lin Feng packed the entire dragon world. Unfortunately, this dragon realm cannot be moved. Otherwise Lin Feng will definitely move the dragon realm away. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said, "Where is this dragon valley?" Hearing this, Luo Ping responded, "Master, the dragon valley is equivalent to the barracks of our legion. And there are countless fighting dragons living in it." Battle dragon? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Go to Dragon Valley. Over the Dragon Valley. The coercion of the 4 super gods broke out. The breath belonging to the super asterisk powerhouse shivered to suppress the millions of war dragons in the valley. Lin Feng glanced at the countless battle dragons in front of him. Just like his own pets. These war dragons have long known that they are the supreme existence of the dragon world. And the clone of the dragon asterisk was mutilated by these human races. Some of them are afraid. Some are angry. Some are confused. Lin Feng saw their expressions in his eyes. So many battle dragons. All of them are god level. If all income is under his command, his power will skyrocket again. A wave of fat. In the future, even in the face of any major forces, there is still the power to fight. At this time, it is time to conquer them. Not to be missed. Lin Feng glanced at Luo Ping beside him and said, "Luo Ping, you go ask them if they are willing to sign a life and death contract with me." Luo Ping asked, "What if they don't want to?" Lin Feng raised his brows and said, "If you don't want to, kill it." Luo Ping nodded when he heard the words. He flew to the front of the battle dragon with other strong men. Wait for the dragon race. Surrender. Or die. The dragons were silent. Of course they are unwilling to surrender. As an innate race, they have their own pride. But in the face of life and death, arrogance is worthless. The world is so cruel. If you want to become a supreme race, you must have supreme strength. As soon as the dragon god died, their millions of battle dragons did not have the confidence to deal with the 4 super asterisk powerhouses in front of them. Roar. A war dragon suddenly let out a long howl. It roared, "Dragon god is above. My dragon family never yields. Don't make us surrender." Luo Ping frowned, stared at it coldly, and said, "Repression." Mo Chi immediately swung a sword. Whoosh. A sword light suddenly appeared, and the sword of the dragon was split in half. The dragon's blood suddenly fell like a torrential rain and sprinkled on the land of the dragon world. Luo Ping glanced coldly at the dragon in front of him. "It's like looking at a bunch of bugs," he said coldly. "Who else is dissatisfied?" The dragons were silent. However, at this moment, a group of war dragons burst out suddenly, rushing towards the 4 super gods. They roared in despair. "The little human race also wants to enslave my dragon race. It's ridiculous. It's a big deal to die together." Dry. Luo Ping narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Humph. Want to blow yourself up? Blow yourself up in front of the super god. You don't know how high the sky is. God realm." Luo Ping's body trembled. In the void, a phantom figure of Luo Ping suddenly appeared. That Luo Ping phantom stretched out a slap, and the range of this slap could cover the entire Dragon Valley. But seeing Luo Ping's illusory slap pinching these dragon powerhouses, and then ruthlessly exerting force, bang bang bang, Luo Ping actually crushed all the dragons. It's as easy as crushing bugs. Sizzle. The war dragons present shuddered when they saw the scene. They hide their vengeful eyes and gradually become numb. Luo Ping looked down and asked again, "Submit or die?" "Submit. I am willing to surrender. I don't want to die." The dragons spoke up one after another. They find themselves now fish on sticky boards, only to be slaughtered. If you don't want to die, you can only choose to surrender. Luo Ping nodded and said, "Sign the life and death contract and you can live. Don't sign. Die." The war dragons had no choice but to sign a life and death contract. As soon as this life and death contract is signed, they have no autonomy over their own life and death. The owner only needs a thought to make them go away. But in order to survive, they can only sign contracts. Lin Feng watched this scene coldly. He was wondering if the situation that the human race faced at the beginning was the same. In front of the aloof Protoss, the leader of the human race humiliated and signed this slave contract. They handed over the life and death of themselves and the tribe to the Protoss. In exchange, the survival of the human race. Only it's different now. Aliens are destined to rise. All the races and ethnic groups that used to be high above and despised all living beings. They did not know what they would face. Master, all the dragons have signed the life and death contract. Luo Ping reported, we got 1,000,000 dragons in total. 1,000,000 dragons are 1,000,000 mythical powerhouses. Lin Feng nodded and said, very good. Take them back. The trip to the Dragon Realm has come to a successful conclusion. This time the harvest was even bigger than Lin Feng had imagined. The drop of the Dragon God clone alone is worth the ticket price. There are also countless dragon eggs and dragon treasure chests. This wave is no less than making a small world. Lin Feng arranged for 4 super gods to asterisk the dragon back to the main world. When dense battle dragons appeared in the main world, the whole world is boiling. Damn. What's the situation? So many dragons? President Niobe. This is how many little brothers he has received. I can't count. It's amazing. Xingtian. Is this emptying the dragon realm? Players are buzzing about this discussion. After all, that's a dragon. Although it is a Western dragon, it is also a powerful symbol. However, such a powerful dragon family will be conquered by players. Players are also honored. Lin Feng arranged the 1,000,000 Dragon clan in several of his own cities in Huaxia district. His move immediately disturbed the alien forces of all parties. In the last battle, the alien race had been damaged by Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's cities are all located within the sphere of influence of alien races. 1,000,000 dragons are equivalent to 1,000,000 mythical powerhouses. This kind of strength makes the surrounding aliens tremble. However, after the new version, the aliens have super asterisk powerhouses. But there is no life and death crisis. Lin Feng returned to Yanhuang district. He arranged both Dragon Washing Pool and Rising Dragon Terrace in the Imperial capital. Both NPCs and players can improve their strength. But there is a price to be paid. For example, a contract was signed, guaranteeing to serve Lin Feng for 3 years and 5 years. If the appointment is missed, a large amount of compensation will be pursued. And this compensation will make players and NPCs unable to pay for the rest of their lives. In short, if you want to lick Lin Feng's wool, it's impossible. As for the dragon egg, it is the pet egg of the dragon family. In order to form the Dragon Knights, Lin Feng put it on the list in the Legion and Guild. If you want to get a dragon pet, yes, then sign a lease contract. That's right. It's rent. The ownership of dragon pet eggs belongs to Lin Feng. And all the costs of hatching and cultivation belong to the player. If you can't pay the rent, you'll have to return the pet you've cultivated obediently. However, the rent is not expensive, and it is basically a free gift. After all, Lin Feng was always there to cultivate players, not to exploit players. As long as you sign a rental agreement, you can spend money and pay points to get pet eggs. Lin Feng did this to prevent some players from thinking that their development was good, and wanted to go out and establish their own portals, pulling up a force to compete with him for control of the players. Because now, players have more guilds. Lin Feng always had to guarantee that his guild would be a crushing guild against other players' guilds. Chapter 135, Continuous Upgrade. Lin Feng's job transfer task is to fight 100 dragons. However, he won 1,000,000 battle dragons in the dragon world. It is 10,000 times more than the demand for job transfer tasks. Lin Feng directly handed the battle dragon to the Heavenly Tribulation Corps for management. Soon, the Heavenly Tribulation Corps selected 1,000,000 players. These players are all top players. Their lowest talent is also A level. And their level is also among the best. Lin Feng directly made millions of players become Dragon Knights. Named Dragon Knights. And take out the top-notch Dragon Knight suit. These suits are all things that came out of the Dragon Island treasure chest anyway. No need to be white. Players were overjoyed to get so many top-level suits and dragon companions. Although Zhanlong has already signed a contract with Lin Feng, it does not belong to other players. But the players of the Dragon Knights are still excited. Ride a dragon and play in the wind. Handsome is a lifetime thing. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the job transfer task, forming the Dragon Knights. Ding dong, you have obtained Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Life Fountain *1. Lin Feng listened to the reminder in his ear. There are also special props for this job transfer task reward. He looked at the life fountain he obtained. Water of Life. Grade 1. Equal order. Effect, after use. World tree or stubble can grow faster. Introduction. The mysterious spring of life is said to be a special product of a secret realm with magical effects. Lin Feng pondered slightly. He now has the World Tree Seed. This fountain of life is obviously a matching item with World Tree Seed. Very nice reward. The growth of World Tree Seeds can directly affect the growth of the small world. Therefore, Fountain of Life is very important. But now Lin Feng still has a lot of things to do. I can't open my body for the time being to plant World Tree Seeds. Save it to get things done. And then plant again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the Forbidden Magic Mage Job Transfer Scroll. Then, he tore the transfer scroll with both hands. Stab. The scroll fragments turned into little golden light, and disappeared into Lin Feng's body. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked. And you can continue to upgrade. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 71. And you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 75. And you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 80. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed. And the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please change jobs as soon as possible and contact the seal of the experience bar. After upgrading, Lin Feng took out another copy of the Forbidden Magic Mage's Transfer Scroll from his backpack. This is a level 80 transfer scroll. Ready to use right now. Lin Feng didn't scoff, and used it directly. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked. And you can continue to upgrade. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 81. And you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 85. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 90. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed. And the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please change jobs as soon as possible and contact the seal of the experience bar. Level 90. 20 levels up again. Now Lin Feng's level has reached level 90. Only 10 levels away can be reincarnated and merged with Godhead. But now the fusion of Godhead is not very attractive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng has the immortal heart on his body. Now he is actually a god-level powerhouse. It's just not recognized by the system. However, in order to obtain the reward of the first player to become a god, Lin Feng was also happy to integrate the Godhead. And his Godhead is already ready. Or a superior Godhead. At this moment, the system prompt sounded abruptly. Ding dong, your level has reached level 90. Will you accept the task of Forbidden Magic Mage in the next stage? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. It turned out that after reaching level 90, there is no need to go to Tianqi main city to find Lu Yan's mentor. Directly change to the system release task. Man, this is very convenient. Of course Lin Feng would not refuse. Accept. Ding dong, you have accepted the job transfer task, Great Forbidden Magician. You have a new task on the taskbar. Please check the task details on the taskbar interface. Lin Feng opened the taskbar. Great Forbidden Magician Transfer Task. Mission difficulty, SSS level. Mission target. 1. Obtain 3 magic elements Great Forbidden Spell. Mission introduction. Although Forbidden Spell Mage is powerful, only the Forbidden Spell Mage, who has mastered the Great Forbidden Spell, can be called the ceiling of the wizard world. However, the Great Forbidden Spell is more difficult to obtain than the Forbidden Spell, because the Great Forbidden Spell is a secret technique of the God Realm. It has never flown to the Destiny continent. Mission time, long term. Quest rewards, Forbidden Spell. Win Spirit Puppet *1. Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Scroll *1. After Lin Feng finished the task, his eyes moved slightly. In addition to the Forbidden Magic Mage's Transfer Scroll, this time the transfer task reward, there is actually an extra Forbidden Magic Skill Book, or the Skill of the Wind system. The needle does not poke. And the task is to obtain the Great Forbidden Spell of the 3 elements. which is also very simple. I now have a line. The Great Forbidden Spell of the Light Department Holy Light Mantra. In other words, you only need to obtain the second line Great Forbidden Spell. Not much pressure. Lin Feng closed the task panel. He summoned the pet phoenix, used the experience pool to raise the pet to level 90, and then stuffed it back. After all, killing an enemy with a pet will not increase it 10,000 times. Lin Feng is not stupid. Isn't the 10,000 times increase delicious? Pets should be mascots. Just play for yourself. Yinhuan District. Lin Feng summoned a group of Legion executives. What is the situation of the alien race now? Mu Yun is also in charge of intelligence collection. And at this time, he said, aliens are very honest and well-behaved. Even if there are super asterisk powerhouses in charge, they would not dare to attack us easily. Lin Feng nodded. Although the interracial people are honest and good, but there is no room for others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch. Without unifying the alien races in the two districts, Lin Feng couldn't sleep well. After all, aliens all have super asterisk powerhouses. This time, Lin Feng's idea was naturally to hit the super asterisk powerhouse. He immediately said, raise the army. Fighting aliens. Alien forces that do not vassalize my human race are not allowed on the Destiny continent. The eyes of the executives of the two legions shone. Finally, the war begins again. Yes, my lord. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Every alien will have a super asterisk powerhouse. If these super asterisk powerhouses are controlled, Lin Feng's forces will be invincible in the Destiny continent, even in the face of the invasion and attack of the heavens and the world. Lin Feng also has the strength to fight back. Now, Lin Feng is not thinking of passively attacking the invasion of another world. And as long as they dare to come, they can make the heavens and the world go in return. The first step is to unify all the super asterisk powerhouses in the control area. This has to be done. Chapter 136. Alien Super Asterisk hears the sound and descends. Lin Feng gave an order. The war machines of his forces were launched immediately. The scouts first collect information from all parties. Tens of millions of troops from the two legions began to assemble. On this expedition, players not only saw millions of dragon knights. I have a more intuitive understanding of Lin Feng's power. Now, all the legions under Lin Feng's command are top-level special arms. The level is full. The best equipment is full. And the top legion formation is full. This strength can absolutely sweep all enemies. Even the million dragon knights alone are enough to sweep everything. Yinhuan District. It is rare for all the alien super asterisk powerhouses to gather together. The super asterisk powerhouses, who were sitting all looked solemn. I was speechless for a while. Who is the most popular person in the Destiny continent today? Punishment Day. This man has been invincible since his debut. Almost from scratch. He has obtained the foundation of today's huge. With thousands of soldiers under his command, he is almost invincible. Turning over the record of Xingtian of the human race. It is a sea of corpses and blood. And it is revealed without any dead ends that this person is invincible. This is also why the alien races are more low-key than usual when they have super asterisk powerhouses. It's not good to be low-key. Who knows when Xingtian will call you when he sees that you are upset? In the eyes of alien super asterisk powerhouses, Xingtian means disaster. We are here for a meeting. Not to be miserable. What can we do? The dwarf super god sighed. The orc super asterisk powerhouse glanced at him and said in a loud voice, what? Do you still want to fight against Xingtian? The dwarf super asterisk powerhouse was choked by him and was suddenly speechless. Confrontation? What to fight? Human race super gods are not vegetarians either. What's more, there is Xingtian who is more terrifying than super god. Today, Xingtian almost raised the flag with great fanfare. I'm going to hit you. Are you ready? But they are really unprepared. The elf super asterisk powerhouse said, the information shows that this time Xingtian dispatched tens of millions of troops. 1 million dragon knights are god level. Of course these are nothing. She took a deep breath and said, what's really scary is that there are 4 super god powerhouses accompanying the army. For super gods, this is almost the strength that makes the aliens desperate. There are only 6 super gods sitting in this room now. And it's still their own abacus. How many are really willing to work hard? For example, Xingtian wants to fight the elves. This orc and the dwarf super god are willing to fight to the death for the elves. And her elves do not believe it. Although there are a lot of them. They are all rabble. What should I do? The elf super asterisk powerhouse glanced at the powerhouses. If they could find a way, they wouldn't get together. What else can we do? Fight or surrender? Want to test Xingtian's bottom line? Hee hee. Weren't you grumpy when Xingtian? Can't you hold a knife when you are punished? Is it bad for you to be a punishment sword? They discussed for a long time, but never came to a conclusion. Lin Feng followed the army to the dwarves' territory. At this time, my lord, the dwarf super gods are here to discuss, Mu Yun reported with a smile. Discuss? Lin Feng smiled and said, go talk. My bottom line is that all alien super gods must sign a life and death contract with me. It's okay if you don't sign. Then I will erase their ethnic group from the Destiny continent. If you sign the contract obediently, I can guarantee the survival of their ethnic group. Mu Yun's eyes lit up and responded. As you order, my lord. Lin Feng nodded. The ethnic groups on the Great Road of Destiny have a dead end. That is the question of continuation of the ethnic group. In a small world that was originally not big, there were many aliens living in it. They are all fighting to survive. Therefore, they attach great importance to the interests of the entire ethnic group. Lin Feng believed that the super asterisk of the dwarves would definitely bow to him. Otherwise, Lin Feng will definitely destroy them. Not one left. Really. Mu Yun brought the strong dwarves over. My lord. He agreed. The dwarf race super asterisk powerhouse glanced at Xingtian in awe, and said, Dwarf race Sam Harry. See master? With the dwarves super asterisk strong take the lead. The rest of the other alien powerhouses have no more burdens in their hearts. Without even waiting for Lin Feng's army to arrive, he came directly to surrender. Facing Lin Feng's request to sign the life and death contract, they only struggled for a while. They reluctantly signed a contract. They really don't have the confidence to fight against Lin Feng. In almost just a day or two, the number of super gods under Lin Feng's command skyrocketed. 10 places have been reached. After unifying all the alien races in the Yin Huang district, then it was the turn of the aliens in the Huaxia district. Lin Feng didn't want to make trouble this time. He directly led 10 super asterisk powerhouses to the Huaxia district. Find out your purpose. Aliens, in the Destiny continent, either surrender to the human race or die. Surrender is the continuation of the race. If you resist, the tribe will perish. In the face of so many super asterisk powerhouses, how dare the aliens in the Huaxia district dare to resist? One by one, they had no choice but to sign a contract. Then he recognized Lin Feng as the master. From then on, their life and death were in Lin Feng's hands. And this wave, the number of super asterisk powerhouses under Lin Feng's command has risen to 16. The world is so cruel. Lonely people may have nothing to worry about. As long as there are strong people of ethnic groups, they can only bow to the stronger forces. This is the eternal truth. After Lin Feng unified all the alien races in the 2 regions. At this time, the world announcement also sounded. World announcement. The number of players over level 50 has reached 1 billion. Comprehensive national war is officially launched. All national border teleportation arrays. All open. The world announcement sounded 3 times. Boom. The power of this world announcement is no less than that of the atomic bomb. The players were shocked. Of course, it wasn't the world announcement itself that shocked them, but they invariably associated with one person. A terrifying existence. Punishment Day. The meaning of the all-out national war is that there will be no border guards. All regions can use the national border teleportation array to go abroad. However, all the players and NPCs in the region have no such thoughts at this time. They are now thinking frantically. What will Xingtian think when he hears this news? Which region will he use first? What if it's your own area? To resist? Or to lead the way? At this time, the World Channel was extremely popular. It's over. It's over. My beautiful country will definitely suffer first. Oh! It's a national war. Come to us, Xingtian, and I'll show you the way. The super gods from all over the world are gathered together, and they may fight against Xingtian. Stop dreaming upstairs. I advise you not to resist. At Xingtian, please come to Nanyu district first and destroy this rotten world. At Xingtian, big guy, can I book the Legion seat first? I'm so brave. Those of you who don't want billion, you have absolutely no 3 views and bottom lines. Courage and backbone. Cough. At Xingtian, the boss can't accept people. I can. The moment Lin Feng heard the announcement from the world, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Full-scale national war begins. Good, very good. In this way, you can play whichever region you want to play. Conquer whoever you want to conquer. But conquest is not the key. The key is to collect super asterisk powerhouses. If there are 8 super gods in each district. Lin Feng blinked. Then he could have dozens more super asterisk powerhouses under his command. Chapter 137, Raptors Cross the River. Conquer. Lin Feng still underestimated his influence. At this moment, players all over the world are focusing on him. Not just because Lin Feng is the strongest player. Because Lin Feng has the most powerful player forces and NPC forces. On the current world rankings. Of the 1 billion players over level 50, Yin Wang Huaxia players account for 99.999%. Infinitely close to 100%. However, without Lin Feng's order, none of the players in the 2 districts dared to start a national war. And no region dares to take the initiative to fight the 2 regions. They weren't even interested in joining forces. Yin Wang Huaxia is invincible. Punishment is invincible. This is not only the consensus of all players in the region, but also the NPC forces in the outer region. Lin Feng decided to exclude ordinary players and all ordinary NPCs from the battle sequence of participating in the national war. That is to say, this time, Lin Feng did not plan to dispatch an ordinary regiment. Just bring the Dragon Knights. The reason? Lin Feng doesn't like to procrastinate. Simply neat is the real man. It is really a waste of money to assemble tens of millions of legions at every turn. It is better to let players continue to improve their strengths. And now the high-level combat power has been updated. Under the suppression of the super asterisk powerhouse. The number has no meaning. In addition, Lin Feng also wanted to be more formal. In the past life, there were unwritten rules for the initiation of national wars in each region. For example, before starting a war, the player should issue a declaration of war to declare war on the target area. The declaration of war in each region is based on the classics. And the thousands of words of crusade and payment are really like that. After the player declares war, the system announcement will be made to declare war. In this way, players in various regions are given opportunities to display a lot of diplomatic strategies. It is also a characteristic of the times when heroes are born in large numbers in the previous life. However, this life, Lin Feng is suppressing the whole world. No matter how asterisk you are, you will shiver in the shadow of Lin Feng. Compared with the previous life, it is a bit dull. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the game for him. Made a direct post. Declaration of war. The 3 districts of Azerbaijan. The content of the post is also very simple. Just one sentence. First stop. Asen. His post has racked up billions of views in a short period of time. Players all over the world knew it for the first time. Xingtian's first battle was in the same state's Asen district. Indo-Pacific players have left comments under the post. Arrogant! Arrogant! At Xingtian, we are not Dongying district players. The number of our players is 10 times that of Dongying district. Although I'm an Indo-Pacific player, I'm not a fool. If you fight against Xingtian, I surrender. Indo-Pacific players are really weird. It seems that he is born with his own SSS level talent. Confidence is invincible. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Feng's birth, Indo-Pacific players dare to call themselves the best in the world. Most of the Indo-Pacific players decided to give Xingtian a good look. Let Xingtian know why the flowers are so red. There are also a small half of Indo-Pacific players who stayed awake and rational, and decided to be an ostrich. Confident Indo-Pacific players have been ridiculed by players all over the world. How dare you? That's right. Xingtian can pick you all alone. Oh guys, make a bet how long it will take Xingtian to take over the Indo-Pacific. I guess one day. Lin Feng gave an order. Millions of Dragon Knights have gathered in the National Border Teleportation Area. On this expedition, there are 16 super asterisk powerhouses to follow. Lin Feng's original intention was to show off his might. After all, if you really want to do it, 16 super asterisk powerhouses are enough. Could Lin Feng just wanted to show off? I have 1,000,000 Dragon Knights. Destroy you. Even I don't have to do it myself. Set off. A burst of light flashed across the border. And soon the world announcement sounded. World announcement. The Yinhuang Huaxia Joint District has officially declared war on the A3 districts. A3 districts. The National Border Teleportation Array. Lin Feng was suspended in midair. In front of him is a sniper army composed of Indo-Pacific players. There are still many people. More than millions. But at this time, millions of Indo-Pacific players raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng, who was floating in the air. Xingtian, have you become a god? However, a bigger shock is coming. Roar. 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 But I saw the Huaxia player flying out from the National Border Teleportation Array riding a dragon. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. Millions of battle dragons gathered in a tight and orderly formation in the sky. In this scene, it was like a left hook smashed firmly on the heads of the Indo-Pacific players. Confused them again. Nima. Dragon Knight. There are still millions of Dragon Knights. This is also a chicken feather. Hirala. Indo-Pacific players scattered faster than ever. Even the leader of the Legion could not contain the players' dispersal. Some Indo-Pacific players posted what they saw and heard on the forum. Soon, inexplicably confident Indo-Pacific players began to slap themselves in the face. They are already discussing how to negotiate with Xingtian and strive for their own interests. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. He calmly watched the Indo-Pacific players disperse. In the previous life, Huaxia District also fought a national war with Indo-Pacific players. He is well aware of the urination of Indo-Pacific players. This is completely expected. Lin Feng shook his head. At present, players have not grown enough to master the main resources of a region. Still rely on NPC forces. So players are not in the first order. The important thing is the NPC power in a large area. This is the most important place. And NPCs tend to be more sane than players. Lin Feng waved his hand directly. Go to the Imperial Capital. 3 districts. The Imperial Capital. At this time, the Emperor was swaying under the oppression of the powerful people in the temples. Your Majesty. Surrender. Yes, Your Majesty. Xingtian subordinates can now produce more than 10 super asterisk powerhouses. There are only 2 super gods in our temples. How can we fight against Xingtian? The Emperor cried and said, But I'm not reconciled. The powerhouses of the temple shook their heads one after another and said, There is no way to be reconciled. Your Majesty, for the sake of the world, let's vote. The Emperor was suddenly speechless. Good guy. As the backbone of the empire, and the most powerful institution of force, has always been very strong. This flip came a bit by surprise. Shouldn't it be that the Emperor is cowardly and incompetent, constantly begging for peace? And the powerful people in the temples angrily scolded the Emperor for being incompetent? Why did it become like this? The powerhouses of the temples wished that the Emperor would go to Xingtian to surrender. It's too difficult. The Emperor sighed deeply. Lin Feng came to the sky above the imperial capital. Surprised to see many powerhouses in the pantheon greeted them with a smile. There was no sign of hostility at all. This is not the case. There are even super asterisk powerhouses who come to the Emperor. It seems to mean, brother, you have come from a long way. And please accept this meeting ceremony. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. These NPCs can understand their survival. But if you want to let them go so easily, but stop dreaming. Lin Feng directly issued the conditions. First, the Emperor must abdicate and take the throne himself. Secondly, all the powerhouses of the temples must sign a life and death contract with themselves. Become your own slave. Agree. Everyone is their own. Disagree? Ha ha. Chapter 138, Conquer the World. The conditions proposed by Lin Feng are very simple. It is to be the master of the Indo-Pacific region. Master the highest authority in the Indo-Pacific region. Talk if you can. Fight if you can't. After all, Lin Feng has the resurrection altar. Killing the super asterisk and then resurrecting it is not bad. Just spend a few bucks. The Terran NPC forces in the Indo-Pacific region are still under consideration. However, the alien powerhouses in the Indo-Pacific region are decisive. In front of the temples and the Emperor, Lin Feng signed a life and death contract with the alien super asterisk powerhouse in the Indo-Pacific region. As a result, more than 20 super asterisk powerhouses are eyeing the human race NPC. Among them, the alien supergods in the Indo-Pacific region wished that the temples had a bit of backbone and quickly rejected them, so that they can show their hands in front of the new owner and take credit. Submit or die. There is no way for the super asterisk powerhouses in the Indo-Pacific region. Just choose to surrender. The Emperor abdicated, and all the temples signed the life and death contract. At the same time, the world announcement sounded. World announcement, player Xingtian. Occupy the Indo-Pacific region. Boom. the world announced. Immediately, all players were stunned. How long has it been, Nima? 1 day. No. Not even half a day. Indo-Pacific players are so stubborn. Yet they let Xingtian take over so quickly? It can only be said that it is not that the Indo-Pacific players are weak, but that Xingtian is too strong. Terrible. Lin Feng obtained the highest authority in the Indo-Pacific region. Almost invincible. But it's not over yet. Next is the policy for Indo-Pacific players. Compared to NPCs, players are more difficult to deal with. But Lin Feng was a player himself. Only magic can defeat magic. So Lin Feng formulated a series of strategies for Indo-Pacific players. And this strategy will become the template. It will be promoted in the major regions occupied in the future. Lin Feng spoke. And the administrative NPC beside him was in charge of drafting. 1. Only Indo-Pacific players who have registered as members of the Mercenary Corps are eligible to continue to upgrade and improve their strength. This mercenary army is a foreign mercenary group created by Lin Feng. It is mainly fighting players from other areas. It is not reliable to make all the players in the outer zone become life players. After all, the fun of the game is to become stronger. So Lin Feng set up this foreign mercenary group. But a lot of terms are set on the registration threshold of foreign mercenary groups. In a word, honestly working for Lin Feng. Nothing happened. Those who are dishonest are miserable. You stay in the novice village for the rest of your life. And you still have unfinished debts on your back. Lin Feng continued. 2. Encourage Indo-Pacific players to transform into professional life players. The administrative NPC quickly took note of these 2 points and released it under the authorization of Lin Feng. All Indo-Pacific players received regional announcements. Some of them objected, calling it the castration clause, claiming that Xingtian is to castrate the players in the Indo-Pacific region. They even took it to the game forum. Of course they do. Players in other regions cannot feel the pain of Indo-Pacific players. There are even Dongying players showing up to say, sue Xingtian's injustice. They also want to play combat careers. But they have no choice. Because Dongying players currently only have one choice. Become a life player and continue to be exploited by Lin Feng. The Indo-Pacific players are just saying that as long as there are players who dare not to execute, and there is no registered foreign mercenary group, all the cities in the region, even the novice village will not be open to you. Go to the old forest in the mountains and play in the mud by yourself. Lin Feng completed the settlement of the Indo-Pacific region. Another post on the game forum. Next stop. Goryeo District. Players in Goryeo are rare players who are united. They clamored under the post one after another. Rather stick to your guns. Since Xingtian wants us to surrender, let's drag the world and be buried together. Goryeo District won't be left to Xingtian if it's smashed. Players in the Goryeo District jumped up and down, actively communicating with the NPC forces. The result was to persuade the NPC forces to decide to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to Goryeo District. There is no sniping in the border teleportation area. Surprisingly, the alien super asterisk powerhouses in the Goryeo District have been waiting for a long time. I'm waiting to come down. My clan is willing to serve you as the Lord. We are willing to surrender. Lin Feng blinked, decisively subduing the alien powerhouse, and then went directly to the imperial capital of Goryeo District. At this time, the imperial capital in the Goryeo District was heavily guarded, and there were many swordsmen. A sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The Goryeo District is as stinky and hard as in the previous life. This time just gave him the opportunity to destroy the Goryeo District. However, Lin Feng was about to start. There was a sudden riot in the imperial capital of Goryeo District. The powerhouses of the Pantheon and some players actually slaughtered their compatriots, and tied the Goryeo Emperor and twisted them to Lin Feng. Lord Xingtian, we pretended to be persuaded by these aliens to resist your forces. All of this is to better clear your enemies, and we are sincerely relying on you. Lin Feng was speechless. The Goryeo District was taken down just like that. All players are treated the same as Indo-Pacific players. At the same time, system prompt, player Xingtian has occupied Goryeo District. Since then, the world prompt has not been interrupted. System prompt, player Xingtian occupied the US region. System prompt, player Xingtian occupied the European region. System prompt, player Xingtian occupied Ross District. System prompt, player Xingtian occupied Nanyang District. System prompt, player Xingtian occupied Nanyu District. 12 regions. So far, they were all occupied by Lin Feng in one day. But all kinds of tricks happened in the process, such as the United States. If the local NPC forces want to unite with the European region, they will face Xingtian. As a result, players from the two major districts took to the streets to march in a parade, united with an alien supergod. And even the players took the initiative to break out an uprising and surrounded the imperial capital. Players expressed extreme dissatisfaction with the NPC forces wanting to punish the sky hard. Lin Feng has not come yet. It has already stirred up the situation in the major regions. There are 10,000 players who do not want to be with Xingtian gang. They would rather go to war with the local NPC forces than fight against Lin Feng. After all, they had already tasted the power of Lin Feng during the Little Country War in the Secret Realm. Now, with Lin Feng's continuous capture of other regions, players in these regions blew Lin Feng's strength and power into a myth, even more so that they do not have the heart to resist. Therefore, players are not afraid of Lin Feng's call, but they are afraid that the NPC will start a war. After angering Lin Feng, there might be no normal treatment. It will become the same as the Easterning players. In the face of the enthusiastic players, the NPC forces have no choice. They had to surrender. As such, on the day the national war started, Lin Feng quickly occupied large regions of the world. This harvest is really huge. The most important thing is that the number of super gods under Lin Feng's command has skyrocketed. He has 96 super god level powerhouses. The second gain is to master all the resources of the 12 regions. In the end, it is the players who completely control billions of players. Lin Feng returned to Yanhuang district. Just came back, but suddenly received a message from the Emperor of Huaxia district. His Majesty the Emperor wants to pass the throne to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. His Majesty the Emperor of the Huaxia region is too impatient. It is too irregular to say such an important matter in person, and to send an envoy in a hurry to announce the decree. Lin Feng could imagine it. His Majesty the Emperor was probably frightened by himself. He has almost occupied the whole world. But the Huaxia region is not under Lin Feng's control. His Majesty the Emperor was afraid of the indignity of abdicating. That's why he announces the renunciation in such a hurry. As such, Lin Feng is considered to have truly mastered the 12 major regions in the world, become the king of the world. At the same time, the continuous reward reminder sounded. Chapter 139, 10,000 times increase. Get the sky-defying reward. Lin Feng unified all the regions. At this moment, the world announcement sounded. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Xingtian for occupying all the players' regions, becoming the first player to occupy all the regions, and rewarding the player with the current version of the top skill book optional treasure chest. Asterisk 1. World announcement. The new version will open the second stage Twilight of the Gods. World announcement. Gods Ragnarok start the countdown. 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It is rare for the world to announce so closely, and the content is pretty awesome. In addition to announcing that Lin Feng had won the reward, there was actually a second phase of the new version. It's just that no player can understand the first stage, and the second stage has already arrived. It's getting more and more interesting. Now players, in the context of the great unity of the world, have shown a very optimistic attitude. Players are no longer at risk of internal war. They can devote more time and energy to the progress of the game. Raiders new version. Raiders all copies. Raiders occupation configuration and so on, including the new second stage. It has also aroused great curiosity among players. The system prompts ringing in Lin Feng's ears continued. Ding dong, you have obtained the achievement World Conqueror. Ding dong, World Conqueror achievement rewards. Career skill random treasure box? Asterisk 1. Special item random treasure box? Asterisk 1. Talent random treasure box? Asterisk 1. Ding dong, you got the World Reward Skill Book optional treasure box? Asterisk 1. Achievement rewards. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took out the reward directly. Among them, the most interesting thing for him is the talent reward. The role of talent is quite powerful and superb, which can be seen from Lin Feng's two talents, Infinite Firepower talent and Endless Halo. These two talents, no matter which player is given to, which player can take off, become the pinnacle of the pinnacle players. His achievements may not be as exaggerated as Lin Feng's, but they are not bad either. Lin Feng expects that he will be able to develop another heaven-defying talent ability. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the reward. Talent random treasure box? Grade? Equal order? Effect, after use? You can get a talent randomly. Introduction. SSS level talents are unique talents. That is to say, if you get SSS level talents, others will never get them. And SSS level talents will only be obtained by extremely lucky people. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Ding dong, are you sure to use the talent random treasure box? Please note that this item will disappear once used. Sure, Lin Feng said decisively. Ding dong, you have obtained the S-rank talent unyielding battle body, S-rank. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And you have obtained the SSS level talent battle holy body. What? It turned out to be a talent of the combat body. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. From the name, it seems that the combat type is very suitable for warriors. It would be narrow-minded to think so. Battle body applies to all occupations, not just for melee players. Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the talent bar. Battle Eucharist, SSS grade, unique. Grade? Equal order? Effect. 1. The attributes of weapons can be fused, and the mandatory casting interval can be cancelled. Weapons and people are 1. 1 second instant unlimited skill. 2. The acquisition speed of immortal matter is plus 100 times. Immortal matter capacity plus 10 times. 3. 4-dimensional attributes can be converted and superimposed on top of a single attribute at will, with no number and time limit. 4. The blood volume and blue volume can be converted and superimposed at will, without the number and time limit. 5. You can dismantle all the skills in your own release at will. Introduction. Do you know how the sky was broken? It's broken. The Battle of the Eucharist. Lin Feng read the detailed introduction of talent. Cannot help but tremble all over. Defying the sky. Defying the sky. Excellent. Excellent. Going crazy. What kind of luck is this? Invincible. There is wood. Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He is willing to call it Battle Body YYDS. This talent. Lin Feng shook his head. Invincible. He took out the staff in his hand. Use combat effects. Suddenly, the staff gradually melted into Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng still noticed that he could use magic. Just no longer rely on his staff to cast spells. This is the first effect of the combat body. Fusion weapons. However, it is not that simple. The first effect is really unbelievable. Canceling the restriction on the mandatory casting interval. You know, this game has a mandatory casting interval limit. There is a mandatory interval limit of 1 second. In other words, no matter how fast Lin Feng was, it would take 8 seconds to unleash 8 skills in one breath. However, after obtaining this battle holy body talent, there is no such restriction. Lin Feng can release 8 million skills in 1 second. In theory, you can put as much blue as you want. It's such a bullshit. It's so defiant. Gatling still has time to turn the wheel. And now Lin Feng is gone. Now Lin Feng can really destroy the world in one thought. And the second effect of the Eucharist. The speed of obtaining immortal matter is increased by 100 times. It used to be 6 minutes of a little immortal substance. So now it's 100 immortal matter in 6 minutes. This speed, even the super asterisk powerhouse will be jealous when he sees it. Not to mention, the capacity of immortal matter has been increased by a factor of 10. In other words, Lin Feng's immortal material reserves now reach 5 W points. This is not an immortal substance made from replica gems. It was the immortal substance that Lin Feng obtained by himself. Are two concepts. It can be said that with this effect, Lin Feng's strength has skyrocketed by 10 times. The third point of talent is not a man. It's really against the sky. The 4-dimensional attributes are converted to a specific attribute point. The effect is so powerful that it explodes. Lin Feng can add his million attribute points, 4-dimensional total, to defense. Think about the effect of this. Millions of attribute points. With the bonus of immortal matter. Standing and hitting the super asterisk powerhouse can also make the super asterisk powerhouse vomit. However, the most explosive is the fourth point. Blood volume and mana volume are converted and superimposed with each other. What is the amount of blue Lin Feng has now? That's more than 1 trillion points of blue. If Lin Feng added all the mana to the HP, then combine it with the third point effect attribute stacking. Oh! Let a group of super gods fight from day to night. Play from Monday to Sunday. Lin Feng didn't lose a single hair. Then, there is the fifth effect, which seems to be stronger and more technical. Lin Feng faintly felt that this fifth effect was the key to the battle holy body. But you still need to find out how to do it yourself. Thought here? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Blah blah blah. Suddenly, blue circles appeared in the sky. Ice cones formed by the elemental ice are forming in the sky. Frost fell. After fusing the weapon, Lin Feng can no longer use the staff. With a single thought, you can unleash your skills. Lin Feng felt that the release of this skill was different from the previous one. Soon, he suddenly had some grasp on it. But see, the skill of the ice pick from the sky is still activated. The ice elements are gathering frantically to form ice cones. But the ice pick did not come down. Previously, skill release was uncontrollable. Frost from the sky is frost from the sky, and the icicles fall like raindrops. But now it's different. Lin Feng controls the gathering of ice elements. Almost instantly, a tall ice element suddenly appeared. The ice element giant actually volleyed and stepped in the air. It honestly stood behind Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Suddenly, the ice element giant dissipated. The tower turned into a crystal clear ice armor to protect Lin Feng's whole body. And on Lin Feng's fist, 2 huge gloves were condensed. Lin Feng looked at the changes in his body. Feel some peculiar changes in control skills. He gave a mean smile. Battle mage? Lin Feng's eyes showed fighting intent. I like it. Chapter 140, 10,000 times increase. Great forbidden spell. Lin Feng thought for a moment. The power of the ice element on his body suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the 5th effect of Battle Holy Body was so powerful. Can disassemble and reassemble all released skills. The greater the strength of the skill, the stronger the power. If you dismantle and reorganize the Great Forbidden Spell, it will be extremely terrifying. The key is to be able to stack skills at will. And it also retains the special effects that have the effect. Battle Holy Body so powerful. The achievement rewards and world rewards Lin Feng obtained were all boxes. This opened the first box. And there were 3 more. Lin Feng took out another box. This box is a special item random treasure box. Special items random treasure box, super god level. Grade 1. Level, super asterisk level. Effect, after opening, you can get special props randomly. Introduction. The particularity of special props is that they have extremely anti-sky effects. If they are used well, they will destroy the balance of the world. The props themselves are good and bad. So what kind of special props you will get depends on luck. Lin Feng took a deep breath after reading the introduction. He decisively clicked open the box. Ding dong, you got a special item regeneration potion, super god elementary. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. The good guy is actually a potion. And it's a regenerating potion against the sky. But it's not over yet. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase and obtained the item Immortal Potion, Super God Peak. Boom! Lin Feng's head was stunned. Incredible. The 10,000 times increase is really powerful. Immortal Potion. Invincible Rhythm. Lin Feng quickly took out the potion. For him, medicine is more affordable than anything else. Because the medicine has a buff. And Lin Feng's 3 major SSS level talents. Among them, there is the Endless Halo talent, which is specially designed for buffs. Any buff on him will automatically become permanent. And it can't be purified. It can't be driven out. This immortality potion. Great to come. Lin Feng looked at the potion in his hand. Immortal and Immortal Potion, Super God Peak. Grade 1. Level, super asterisk level. Effect, after use. Get the buff Blood Rebirth, full status, within 60 minutes. Rebirth from a drop of blood. You only need to leave a hair and a drop of blood. And you can reborn in full state. Introduction. The potions circulated in Endless Starry Sky have obvious advantages. But the disadvantage is that they only last for 60 minutes. Lin Feng's hand holding the potion bottle was trembling slightly. Because to him, this potion has no drawbacks. Simply perfect. Lin Feng couldn't wait to drink the potion. Gulong. Gulong. Ding dong, you have used the potion Immortal. Your status bar is currently updated. Please check it carefully. After Lin Feng finished drinking, click on the status bar. Sure enough, the buff took effect. Blood Rebirth buff, continuous, talent bonus, continuous effect, permanent. Gone! Lin Feng clenched his fists fiercely. Permanent. Incredible. In other words, Lin Feng can have unlimited rebirth from a drop of blood. Become an immortal being. Of course, the premise is that it is not erased out of thin air by the super strong. Next, Lin Feng still had 2 boxes to open. And these 2 boxes are skill treasure chests. Lin Feng had a hunch that he could get a super big harvest. Thinking of this, he took out a treasure chest. Skill random treasure box, super god level mage. Grade 1. Level, super asterisk level. Effect, randomly obtain a professional skill book. Introduction, random? No. This is a time to look at the face. Lin Feng opened the skill treasure chest. Ding dong, you open the skill treasure box and obtain the forbidden spell skill book Endless Flame, Super God Elementary. Forbidden spell. It's a forbidden curse. This grade has been improved immediately. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained the great forbidden spell Cold Flame Ember Burning, Super God Peak. Great forbidden curse. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Cow batch. Lin Feng moved in his heart. The job transfer task is to collect the great forbidden spell of the 3 elements. If you add this book, you can complete the job transfer task with only 1 book. However, Lin Feng still has a skill treasure chest. In other words, the job transfer task is completely hopeful to be completed. Wonderful! Lin Feng hurriedly looked at the skill book. Cold Flame and Ember Burning, Super God Peak. Restrictions, Forbidden Mage. Level, 10, full level. Level, super asterisk level. Effect, summons Cold Fire Cinder Blossom. This fire is blue. It freezes when touched. And it burns when frozen. Specializing in soul, with the same soul defense. Special, damage, defense, is the base attack power of the caster. Consumption, 10% mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Introduction, according to legend. There is a secret realm in the endless starry sky, which is called Ice and Fire Juzanshan. And there is a cinder burning flower in this realm. And this skill evolved from this. Soul attack skills. Rare. Excellent. And it's a big ban. What else can Lin Feng say? Study decisively. Ding dong, you have learned the great forbidden spell Lung Yen Ban Ran. Hint, your skill bar has new skills. Please check the details in the skill bar. Lin Feng simply ignored it. He still has a skill box that has not been opened. This skill box is not random, but a self-selected treasure box. Lin Feng opened the box. Skill optional treasure box, Super God level. Ding dong, you use the skill optional treasure box, Super God level. Please select the skill book you want. Swish. In Lin Feng's field of vision, a selection interface popped up immediately. There are various career options. Lin Feng chose mage. Then came the skills of the mage profession. He looked at it and decided to choose the dark skill book. Ding dong, you chose the mage skill book forbidden spell. Endless night. Please confirm. Lin Feng chose dark skills because dark skills were difficult to obtain. And the debuffs, negative debuffs, of dark skills are fierce after all. Now Lin Feng does not have the debuff skills of the forbidden spell. So choose it. Sure. Ding dong, you have obtained the forbidden spell skill book Endless Night, Super God Elementary. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained the great forbidden spell Eternal Night. 10,000 times the increase is really fragrant. Lin Feng sighed and took out the great forbidden spell skill. Forbidden spell Eternal Night, Super God Peak. Restrictions, Forbidden Mage. Level, 10. Level, super asterisk level. Effect, after use. Eternal Night will be summoned within a range of 50,000 asterisk 50,000. And all lifeforms within the range will be forced to sleep. Pollute the mind. Close the 5 senses and other effects. Drowsiness, make the target enter a state of drowsiness. Pollution spiritual mind, permanent damage to the target's spiritual mind. Close the 5 senses. The target cannot see, cannot speak, cannot hear, cannot smell, and cannot touch. Consumption, 10% mana. Duration, 10 minutes. Introduction. This is an extremely terrifying dark magic. If you encounter a magician with this skill, run away. Boy! Powerful. Too strong. Lin Feng quickly learned skills. Ding dong, you have learned the great forbidden spell Eternal Night. Hint, your skill bar has new skills. Please check the details in the skill bar. At the same time, ding dong, your job transfer mission has been completed. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked, and you can continue to upgrade. Chapter 141, Dragon God's Revenge. Endless Starry Sky. Jialan Star Field. Dragon God. Are you here too? Dragon God. Long time no see. Dragon God will come to sit with me later. The dragon god smiled and greeted the strong man he knew. The mood is very depressed. Speaking of which, the reason why the dragon god was worried. Just one day, a demon king of chaos appeared in his hometown. This man is called Ching. That Ching not only had a bad relationship with the dragon clan, but also killed his clone when he came to the dragon realm. That's it. It's a sin. But Ching was insatiable greed and dared to enslave the entire dragon clan. Such evil deeds made the dragon god wish he could swallow Ching alive. However, saint-level powerhouses cannot come to the small world. Therefore, if the dragon god wants to take revenge, he must be able to cultivate a clone. Dragon god, why are you unhappy? Is it because Jingxi first broke through to the tribulation saint and was unhappy? The dragon god was taken aback and quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense that I don't have one." He looked at the rogue youth surrounded by the crowd. "Jingxi," the dragon god said with emotion, "it's just that something happened in my hometown. It's Senior Jingxi's celebration now. Let's see what Senior Jingxi is capable of." The dragon god followed the crowd and followed Jingxi all the way to the center of the city. Countless delicious food and wine are already prepared there. Many strong people have taken their seats. Although the dragon god is a saint-level powerhouse, the saint-level powerhouse is just a stronger ant in the endless starry sky. He honestly chose the last seat, waiting for the celebration of Jingxi to start. Jingxi was originally a saint-level powerhouse, but he recently broke through to the Jiaxing level. Status immediately skyrocketed. Even the dragon god didn't dare to call him by his first name. He had to show respect with the word senior. The celebration has begun. It started. The dragon god watched intently. A young man with long hair and a robe. Jingxi stepped into the center step by step in the void. He just hovered there. Jingxi glanced around the guests and smiled slightly. He said lightly, "I want this world to bloom." Boom. But see, the out-of-season flowers are blooming here. Then the whole city. The big cities. The whole world. In this world, all flowers, no matter what species or season, bloom. Amazing. As expected of a robbery-level powerhouse. The guests were shocked and applauded. Jingxi was very calm. He said lightly, "I want snow in this world." Boom. The hot weather suddenly turned cold. There were snowflakes in the sky. You know, this was supposed to be hot weather. Jingxi remained calm and continued, "I want this world to praise wind." Moment. Among the guests present, 80% of the saint-level powerhouses were horrified to find that they could not control their mouths. They kept opening and closing their mouths, whispering softly, "Wind, wind, wind." Even the dragon god couldn't control himself. He said wind, wind, wind. Half of the remaining 20% of the guests were also at the level of robbery, so they were not affected. The other half is beyond the existence of ordinary robbers. They looked relaxed and calm. But it doesn't stop there. The creatures in the entire city, no matter what they are doing at the moment, have a look of horror, listening to a word popping out of their mouths. Wind. A smile appeared on the corner of Jingxi's mouth. This is the robbery powerhouse. It feels so good to be strong. He waved his hand suddenly. The blooming flowers in this world quickly returned to their original state. The snowflakes of this world also disappeared. The creatures in this world no longer sing wind. Everything is as if it never happened. Jingxi nodded slightly and signaled to the strong people that he had finished showing. The dragon asterisk looked at Jingxi's figure with fiery eyes. The thirst for power in his heart had never been stronger. It would be great if he could become a saint of tribulation powerhouse. At least, you can follow the causal line on your own body. Find the line that belongs to Xingtian, and erase him directly. There is no need for any avatars at all. And there is no need to come. But to become a robbery strong. Too difficult. In the gloom of the dragon god, he cast his eyes on a strong man in the front row. He knew the existence. That is a powerhouse stronger than Jingxi. Hua Qi. If you pay a little price yourself, you should be able to move him and erase Xingtian. After the celebration, Dragon God found Hua Qi. Dragon God. The world of life is protected by laws. So you want me to follow your causal line and kill Xingtian? The success rate is not guaranteed. Moreover, I still need to bear the backlash of the law. The meaning of Hua Qi is to want benefits. The robbery powerhouse is not accessible to everyone. They have their own circle. For them, the powerhouses below the robbery level are all bugs. Dragon God is famous for his wealth. It is precisely because of this that Hua Qi is willing to befriend the Dragon God. Dragon God also knows that his status cannot be faced by existences like Huaqi. The two are not even qualified to talk about friendship. If you want Huaqi to make a move, you must pay a big price. Originally, the Dragon God wanted to refine the clone and go to revenge. But he thinks it's more efficient to ask someone to do it directly. So this price, he is willing to pay. After all, in the endless starry sky, only the strong robber can penetrate the cause and effect line. The strong robbers can also follow the causal line to find creatures they have never met, or have never even met. With a single thought, they can make the soul of this student fly away. It's nothing. A truly powerful robber. You can't read their names, look at their portraits, or even use what they've used. Can't even think about it. As long as you move your thoughts, you will be perceived by these existences. This is the power of the robbery saint. And the robbery powerhouse wipes you off just like a rag to wipe off the dust. The powerful robbery not only erases you in the current time and space, it can also erase you at any time and space where you appear. Just like editing a video. Cut out the time and space that exists in you. Just ask if you will die. And Huaqi is not a very strong robbery saint. But erasing a creature is not a problem. He was able to find the causal line related to Xingtian from the Dragon God. In this way, Xingtian can be found. And Xingtian can disappear in a single thought. However, the living world is protected by law. Xingtian is in the world of life. Even if Huaqi erases Xingtian along the causal line, it is not easy to succeed, let alone suffer the backlash of the law, unless Dragon God can find a high-level robber stronger than Huaqi. However, the high-level Holy Catastrophe powerhouse is not accessible to the level of the Dragon God. The Dragon God frowned and said, Senior Huaqi, is 1,000,000 square dragon crystals enough? Huaqi glanced at the Dragon God. He said lightly, Not enough. The Dragon God took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. What about 5,000,000 squares? Huaqi's smile appeared on his face. I can barely give it a try. The Dragon God immediately took out a card made by Xingyuanjing and said, Senior, this is 5,000,000 square dragon Jing. The most important thing in the dragon family is the dragon crystal. But dragon crystal needs a long time to nourish to produce. 5,000,000 squares is enough to make the Dragon God's flesh hurt. Huaqi nodded. Suddenly, there was a white light in Huaqi's eyes. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I found him. Xingtian. Then, Huaqi tried to erase Lin Feng. Suddenly, puff! Huaqi he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, golden liquid flowed from his eyes. Huaqi screamed, Dragon God. You have heard me. The Dragon God's head banged. His face blank. Huaqi hatefully said, that Xingtian has boundless luck. With the protection of the laws of the life world, I can't obliterate him. Instead, it was attacked by luck and laws. What? Xingtian is so powerful? With infinite luck? Dragon God is stunned. He knew that his 5,000,000 square dragon crystals were thrown into the water. Xingtian was more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Unless he can find a stronger robber than Huaqi. Thought here? The dragon asterisk had a sad expression on his face. Chapter 142. I am invincible. Ding dong, your job transfer mission has been completed. Ding dong, you got the great forbidden spell wine spirit puppet asterisk 1. You got the forbidden spell mage transfer scroll asterisk 1. Lin Feng listened to the system prompts in his ears. There was a smile on his face. The final reward of the job transfer mission is not only the job transfer scroll, but also the great forbidden spell. However, at this moment, an inexplicable heart palpitation suddenly emerged. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were holding his heart. It was as if there were a pair of omnipresent eyes staring at him everywhere. This feels not good. Suddenly, the feeling of palpitations disappeared. It came inexplicably and disappeared inexplicably. Lin Feng's forehead oozes cold sweat. He couldn't figure out what was going on. This made him feel vigilant in his heart. Lin Feng took out the transfer scroll he obtained. Stab it. Successful job transfer. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked. And you can continue to upgrade. Lin Feng's experience pool has stored an unknown amount of experience. He immediately chose to upgrade. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 91. And you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 95. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 100. and you have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please transfer as soon as possible to remove the seal on the experience bar. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. Level 100. As long as you are reincarnated and merged with the godhead, you can become an officially certified mythical powerhouse. Then you can get the reward of the first player to reach god rank. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you have obtained the assignment of Forbidden Magic Mage. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Ding dong, you have accepted the Forbidden Magic Mage's job transfer task Mythical Powerhouse. Tip: there are new tasks in your taskbar. Please check the taskbar for details. Lin Feng followed the system prompt and opened the taskbar. Mythical Powerhouse, Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Task. Restrictions: Forbidden Mage. Mission difficulty: SSS level. Mission objectives: 1. Become a mythical powerhouse. Task introduction: if you want to become a mythical powerhouse, you must reincarnate in the temple, and then merge with the godhead to officially become a mythical powerhouse. There is only temple in the reincarnation pool, and the temple is located in the Destiny continent, 1475-215. However, the real difficulty is that to obtain godhead, it is necessary to collect 100 pieces of godhead to synthesize. In order to obtain a complete godhead, it is divided into 3 categories: lower, middle, and upper. The best is upper, and the second is lower. If you want to lead everyone, you must choose the upper godhead. Mission time: long term. Quest reward: Reincarnation Pool Construction Blueprint *1. Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Lin Feng read the mission introduction. There was a twinkle in his eyes. This job transfer mission is a bit unusual. The rewards are too precious. It's actually the Reincarnation Pool Construction drawing. If there is this thing, then Lin Feng will be able to mass-produce mythical powerhouses and players. Of course, the premise is that both players and NPCs can reach the threshold strength of breaking through the god level. This is of course a superb tool. In addition, this job transfer task is really simple. Lin Feng thought of this and smiled. In the backpack on him, the superior godhead has been prepared. That is to say, Lin Feng only needs to go to the temple to reincarnate and merge with the godhead. The job assignment is complete. Jane is not simple, but vaguely. Why does Lin Feng think it's a pit? A bit of a bad feeling. Lin Feng shook his head. He still has a book of forbidden spell skills that he hasn't read yet. This is the reward for the job transfer task. Wind Spirit Puppet, Super God Peak. Restrictions: Forbidden Mage. Level: 10, full level. Level: Super * level. Effect: summons countless wind spirits, which can be attached to the target and become your puppet. Special: this skill belongs to the debuff category. Consumption: 10% mana. Duration: 60 minutes. Introduction: the Great Forbidden Spell of the Wind Element. A strange and unpredictable negative skill. Can control the target of this skill. Lin Feng nodded after reading it. This skill is good. In terms of combat power, Lin Feng has no shortcomings. This is why Lin Feng needs negative skills. He clicks to learn the skill. Ding dong, you have learned the Great Forbidden Spell Wind Spirit Puppet. Hint: there are new skills in your skill bar. For details, please check in the skill bar. Lin Feng did not have any system prompts. What he is thinking about now is to reincarnate and integrate the godhead. After all, he has a special copy of his own. Human Fire. The limitation of this dungeon is the mythical level. In other words, as long as the godhead is integrated, Lin Feng can open this exclusive copy. But before again, Lin Feng opened the National War Points interface. Redeem all your points. He exchanged a lot of myth-level skill books and myth-level equipment. Mythic-level equipment can be used to enhance the Forbidden Staff. Myth-level skill books are used to upgrade the Tyrant Badge. It just so happens that these two props are props that belong to the growth category. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose to upgrade the Tyrant Badge and Forbidden Magic Staff. Ding dong, you have successfully used the item. The current level of the Forbidden Staff is level 50. Ding dong, you have successfully used the item. The current level of the Forbidden Staff is level 80. Ding dong, you have successfully used the item. The current level of the Forbidden Staff is level 100. Level 100 Forbidden Magic Staff. After Lin Feng fuses the weapon, it is equivalent to having the effect of the Forbidden Magic Staff. That is to say, Now Lin Feng's skill effect has been improved again. After the forbidden magic wand, it is the badge of the tyrant. Ding dong, you have successfully used the item. The current level of the tyrant badge is 21. Ding dong, you have successfully used the props. The current level of the tyrant badge is 25. Ding dong, you have successfully used the props. The current level of the tyrant badge is level 30. After the tyrant badge is upgraded, Lin Feng's current attack has reached 3 billion points. 3 billion damage is just the base. If Lin Feng uses continuous damage skills, the damage numbers will skyrocket. Of course, after having the battle holy body, it depends on how Lin Feng dismantles and reorganizes his skills. The entity has raised a wave. Lin Feng was not immersed in the thrill of strength improvement. He knew that the Destiny continent was just a fragment of the world. Not even a small world. Compared with the universe, it is as inconspicuous as the leg hair on an ant. And the universe is as small as dust in the endless starry sky. So the current strength improvement is certainly gratifying. Can't be too proud. Otherwise, people will make fun of sitting in the well and watching the sky. It's time to reincarnate and fuse the godhead. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He opens the map and enters the coordinates. Immediately found the location of the temple on the map. Lin Feng frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that his job transfer mission was not that simple. Is it because the job transfer task is too simple? So I am a little uncomfortable? Lin Feng shook his head. He used his skills to fly to the temple. Chapter 143, Who is not to fight with God? Lin Feng galloped all the way according to the coordinates. When he arrived at his destination, he did see a temple. This temple looks like a church and exists on the edge of the continent. There was a thick golden pillar in the sky that enveloped the entire temple. The temple glowed with golden light. It looks very holy. Hint, you found the edge of the world. Reputation plus 1,000 points. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. And your reputation will increase by 10 million points. Lin Feng glanced at it and flew straight over. The guards of the temple are a little strange. There are 2 stone guards. 2 stone sculptures are placed at the entrance of the temple. Lin Feng glanced at them and walked into the temple. He had just stepped into the temple. A voice sounded in my ear. "O lost traveler, you need God's guidance." At this time, the space in front of Lin's cover was distorted. A smiling, kind old man slowly walked out of the twisted space. As soon as he appeared, his eyes turned to Lin Feng, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. Lin Feng directly threw a detection technique. LV? Temple wishes, Super God Beginner, Protoss. Temple blessing? Lin Feng saw the detection information. He said calmly, "I'll be reincarnated." In the past life, Lin Feng's reincarnation had never been to the temple, because at that time the game and reality have merged. Reincarnation is just a simple process. Players can become gods as long as they obtain godhead fragments. It was the first time to enter the temple for reincarnation. After hearing this, Miaoshu smiled and nodded. God is more than happy for his followers to be strong. Miaoshu's voice changed, but before that, you need to express your respect to God, and God will also give you blessings. Lin Feng snorted and said, "Then what should I do?" Miaoshu smiled and said, "Kneel down. Become the most loyal servant of God. No matter how desperate you are. I swear to never betray God." Temple Ju's voice was full of temptation. After taking the oath, God will give you eternal life and incomparably powerful power. Lin Feng's eyelids jumped suddenly. At the same time, Ding dong, have you signed a slave contract with God? Hint, signing a contract can get God's buff. Kneel down? Servant contract? Servant of God? God-given buff? Lin Feng sneered. He rejected the system prompt for the first time. If you want Lin Feng to kneel down, not even God. Lin Feng now wins and loses the luck of the human race. It is the king of the world in Destiny continent. If Lin Feng knelt down, wouldn't it mean that the entire Destiny continent, the entire human race must kneel to God? If Lin Feng signed the servant contract, wouldn't it mean that the entire new group of aliens would surrender to the Protoss from now on? Not to mention God. Even if there is supreme existence in this time and space, it is absolutely impossible to want Lin Feng to kneel down and to submit to Lin Feng. How can my people be slaves? The face of the God realm is not that big. Lin Feng refused without thinking. No. Ding dong, you refuse to sign a servant contract with God. Lin Feng looked at the temple blessing. He said lightly, "What if I don't swear?" Miaoshu was surprised to hear the words. He blurted out, if you don't become a servant of the gods, you can't be reincarnated. Unable to reincarnate? Lin Feng's murderous aura was condensing. Miaozhu said with a solemn expression, a lost person. I can feel that your soul has been polluted by the devil. God will always reject you. Lin Feng grinned and said, rejecting me will cost a lot. Boom! An earth-shattering evil spirit erupted from Lin Feng. Lin Feng said coldly, I said, there must be light. The great forbidden magic. Holy light mantra. Buzz. The temple was dazzlingly bright at this time. But I saw a white and transparent light glowing on Lin Feng's body. That light is so dazzling. Just momentarily. A blood-red damage number appeared on the top of Miaozhu's head. -3 billion. -3 billion. -3 billion. God realm. The temple was very surprised. He decisively released the divine realm of a super god level powerhouse. But see the void split. An 8-winged angel with a spear suddenly appeared. 8-winged angel. Already at the level of an archangel. Angel appeared to protect Miaozhu, so that the amazing damage could not fall on Miaozhu's body. Archangel? Lin Feng blinked. It is worthy of being a super god level powerhouse of the Protoss. This is the first time Lin Feng has challenged a super god level powerhouse alone. And it is the super asterisk level of the gods. Lin Feng was very calm. He even has absolute confidence. This stemmed from Lin Feng's own invincible strength. The great forbidden spell Eternal Night. Go to sleep. Miaozhu and the Archangel fell into a coma instantly. Right at this moment, a black flame appeared in Lin Feng's left hand. The breath of that flame is skyrocketing at an astonishingly terrifying speed. Soon, the flames of the flame swayed, and even the space was burned into a distorted state. The flame of death. Unquenchable. The flame that burns all things. This group of flames condensed millions of superimposed skills. Its power is already earth-shattering. Lin Feng invested 1,000 points of immortal matter in it. Chi. With the increase of immortal matter, the space around this flame has actually collapsed. Now the flame in Lin Feng's hand has no shape. He seems to be holding a massive black hole. A black hole that destroys everything. Die! Lin Feng has a finger. In the blink of an eye, the world-annihilating flame fell on the sleeping temple blessing and the Archangel. Boom! The phantom of the temple and the Archangel suddenly disappeared. Spike. Lin Feng killed the super asterisk of the Protoss. Ding dong, you killed temple wish. Reminder, your relationship with the Protoss has reached the level of hatred as deep as the sea. Ding dong, you have obtained innate spirit *1. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000-fold increase and obtained innate spirit *10,000. A series of system prompts sounded. Lin Feng automatically ignored the drops of experience, gold coins, and equipment. He got to the heart of the matter. Innate spirit. The Protoss is also an innate race, and naturally also drops the innate spirit. This is one of the core items that Lin Feng needs at present. As for the level of his relationship with the Protoss, Lin Feng doesn't care. Hatred as deep as the sea? Lin Feng sneered. Not to mention hatred as deep as the sea. So what if he never died? Boom! At this time, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, precisely projected on the 2 stone guards at the entrance of the temple. Just a snap of your fingers. Kaka! The stone guards turned into flesh and blood. At the same time, the momentum of their bodies has been increasing. Reached the super asterisk intermediate level. Human race Xingqian. It's outrageous. You should be punished. Inside the temple, Lin Feng only felt that 2 inexplicable pressures suddenly appeared. Then, 2 Protoss super asterisk powerhouses appeared in his field of vision. Die! God realm. When the super asterisk powerhouse of the Protoss saw Lin Feng, he attacked the killer. They unfolded the realm of the gods at the same time. The 2 super asterisk realms can merge. After the fusion is a picture. Endless power poured from the picture to the 2 guardians of the gods. At this time, they had a faint sign of breaking through the super god's middle-level strength. Chapter 144. The God realm is furious, facing the attack of the guardian of the gods. Lin Feng was not afraid. Full of fighting spirit. He just had a surge of strength. Got the 4 elements great forbidden magic. There is also the heaven-defying battle holy body. Lin Feng is full of belief that he is invincible in this world. This belief made him dare to pierce the sky. I am invincible with the world, and I will not fight with God. Now. Right now. Lin Feng's whole body was burning with blood. 1 step to the end of the world. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared, he was already in front of the two guards of the God Realm. Lin Feng has trillions of skill combinations, but he chose to be positive and tough. One person singled out two gods, the myth of the human race, confronted with the two super gods of the asterisk race. Die! Lin Feng shouted violently. His fist was instantly wrapped in lightning. The fist slid through the air, like a meteor hitting the earth. His fist left a shattered space trace in the void. This punch shattered the space. Boom! Lin Feng hit the guard of the God Realm with a punch. Burst! Boom! The guardian of the God Realm was smashed by Lin Feng. One punch hit. Ding dong, you killed the God Realm guard. Reminder, your relationship with the Protoss has reached Blood Sea enmity. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained innate spirit asterisk 10,000. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. He stopped suddenly, watching the attack of another God Realm guard with cold eyes. The spear of the Guardian of the Gods condensed the terrifying power and stabbed at Lin Feng. The spear is near, only 100 centimeters away from Lin Feng. Just for an instant, a layer of transparent ice wall suddenly appeared. Whoa! The spear of the Guardian of the Gods moved forward, piercing the ice wall. However, at the moment when the ice wall was pierced, countless ice walls appeared layer by layer. In an instant, there were millions of ice walls lying between the spear guarded by the God Realm and Lin Feng. This short distance of a few centimeters, for the guards of the God Realm at this moment, it is like a gulf between heaven and earth. Can't get over it. Can't break through. The look of the Guardian of the God Realm went from initial anger to ecstasy, to surprise, to hesitation, and finally to dazed. Until now, his expression turned into despair. Powerful. Strong. So strong. So strong. This human being in front of him is simply incomprehensible. Impeccable. So powerful that he seems like an ant trying to shake an elephant. Incredible. The powerhouses in the realm of the gods strongly doubt the life of the gods. Is this Nima still human? Lin Feng looked at the last guard of the God Realm indifferently. Suddenly shouted, "The wind is coming!" The God Realm guard only felt his body stagnate. There seems to be an invisible force imprisoning them all over their bodies. Keep them in a fixed state. Lin Feng's eyes were murderous. This is what makes Lin Feng terrifying. He has many negative skills, so he can easily control the rhythm of the entire battle. And his methods are unpredictable. With unlimited skill sets, it can also stack countless skills at the same time. At this time, Lin Feng dissipated the defense in front of him, while his hands condensed into fists. A long sword burning with blue flames was held in his hands. This fire is blue. It freezes when you touch it, and it burns when you freeze it. Great forbidden spell, cold flame embers burning. Lin Feng was close to the Guardian of the God Realm, with no expression on his face. He said coldly, "One day, I will go to the God Realm and crush you, because enslaving the human race is a sin. The crime condemned by Xingtian." Puff! The long sword slowly, but surely pierced the body of the Guardian of the Gods. Afterwards, the entire body of the Guardian of the God Realm burned into ashes. Ding dong, you killed the God Realm guard. Reminder, your relationship with the Protoss has reached inseparable. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. You have obtained innate spirit asterisk 10,000. At the same time, the world announcement sounded abruptly. World announcement. Player Xingtian killed Temple Zhu and God World Guard on the edge of the land. And the relationship with the God World has reached the point of inseparable. The realm of the gods is furious. Call the believers of the gods in the Destiny continent. Kill this scorpion. Eliminate the devil and defend the way. Boom! All the creatures in the Destiny continent were stunned. Xingtian actually clashed with the God Realm, and also killed the agent of the God Realm in the Destiny continent. Temple blessing. This thing can be regarded as breaking the sky. However, players are very excited. Amazing, my president. The boss is worthy of being a boss. Fighting the sky and the ground. Fighting for the air. Cattle critics. What kind of thing is the God Realm? We dare to kill if we dare to show the blood bar. That's right. Is our fourth natural disaster a vegetarian? The big guy deserves to be my idol. Worship. Players have no concept of class in their minds. And all of them are existences who are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Not to mention killing gods. Even if Lin Feng hits the realm of the gods, they all feel that it is normal. Players have strength. Of course, they must be advanced to spawn monsters. In the eyes of players, The God Realm is just a higher level map. And God is nothing but a high level monster. Lin Feng listened to the world announcement. He really didn't feel it at all. Calling believers to kill themselves? A sneer appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. His expression was full of disdain. He even hoped that the God Realm could do it himself. It's best to let yourself kill 1 million super asterisk powerhouses. Gather 10 billion innate spirit, and deduce a forbidden magic. It's not enough hatred. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. If the powerhouse of the God Realm does not come, then you will go up. Go to God Realm. Cut the sky. God Realm dared to get stuck in the neck of the player. Players are also required to kneel. You cannot be reincarnated without signing a servant contract with the God Realm. How abominable. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was still a little indignant. But he quickly calmed down, thinking about waiting for a mythical powerhouse to trouble them again. The temple's mourner was killed. Lin Feng didn't panic. The reincarnation pool can't run again. The reason why the temple exists is because there is a reincarnation pool here. Lin Feng quickly found the reincarnation pond. It's just that the reincarnation pond is shrouded in prohibition. It is not easy to break the ban. But that also depends on the person. Lin Feng looked at the forbidden spell in front of him. Break it for me. Boom. The ban on the reincarnation pool was destroyed. It's like a door that originally required a key to open, but was broken open by Lin Feng. Ding dong, you broke the ban on reincarnation pool. Hint, reincarnation pool, the ban is destroyed. And the self-destruction mode will be activated after 5 minutes. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. He stepped into the reincarnation pool unhurriedly. God Realm really has one hand. The reincarnation pool actually hides a self-destructing device. No wonder I always feel something is wrong with this job transfer task. It was only at this moment that Lin Feng was stunned. This time the job transfer task rewards are different. It was actually rewarded with reincarnation pool. Simply incredible. However, now Lin Feng can understand the intention. The system predicted Lin Feng's prediction. In other words, the system gave Lin Feng a hidden option. If you choose to surrender to the God Realm, then you don't need the reincarnation pool reward. This reincarnation pool can be used to cultivate one's own forces. If you choose to reject the God Realm, then this reincarnation pool will be the player's only choice. To become a god, Lin Feng must agree. In other words, Lin Feng has mastered the only way for players to become gods. Because the consequence of rejecting the God Realm is that the reincarnation pool here will be destroyed. When Lin Feng thought about this, the system prompt sounded. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful reincarnation. Hint, you can fuse godhead now. And after fusion, you can become a mythical powerhouse. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. He left the pool and took out the superior godhead directly from his backpack. Chapter 145, 10,000 times increase. Rare props. The godhead in Lin Feng's hands is a superior godhead. This is the highest godhead. Ding dong, please confirm the fusion of the upper godhead. Once it is confirmed, the upper godhead will disappear. Lin Feng said calmly. Yes. Ding dong, fusion upper godhead success. Boom. A thunderbolt from the sun. A mythical aura overflowed from Lin Feng. Mythical. Lin Feng has officially become a god. At the same time, world announcement, player Ching successfully merged with high-ranking godhead, becoming the first player to reach mythic rank. Special reward plus 1 million prestige. Plus 1 million gold coins. Special reward, special item, random treasure box. The world announcement sounded 3 times in a row. Once again shocked all players. Mythical. Be the first among players to become mythical. Punishment Day. This is an epic-making milestone event. The player has grown to a mythical level. Xingtian. He did it. I would like to call the boss God of War. Sa Huai. We have to work hard. We can't be left too far by the big guys. Struggle. Please don't compare us with the big guys. I choose to lie down. Days. You still have to have a dream upstairs. Otherwise, what is the difference between being a salted fish and a person? Squint. Ding dong, you have triggered a 10,000-fold increase. Prestige plus 10 billion. Gold plus 10 billion. You got special item, random treasure box, rare and unique. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and took out the treasure chest. Random treasure chest of special props, rare and unique. Grade? Equal order? Effect, after opening, you will get a rare item randomly. Introduction, badges, titles, talents, potions, skill books. Lin Feng glanced at the displayed information and open the treasure chest directly. Ding dong, you have opened the special item random treasure box, rare and unique. Ding dong, you got the rare item Godslayer badge, unique. Lin Feng took out the badge. Godslayer badge, unique, rare. Grade? Equal order? Effect: after wearing this badge, all the powerful gods above the asterisk level will get God Blood Crystal, God Soul, God Bone, God Blood Crystal, special material that can be used to fill the reincarnation pool. Soul, special material that can be used to fill reincarnation pool. God Bone, special material that can be used to fill reincarnation pool. Introduction: if the gods want us to bow down, let them see the pride of the human race, with the blood and soul bones of the gods. Refine my reincarnation and strengthen my clan. Lin Feng read the introduction carefully. He took a deep breath. This prop. It was actually matched with the reincarnation pool. With it, the reincarnation pool can be filled. If there is a lack of materials, go to slaughter the Protoss powerhouse. Simply perfect. The Protoss regards me as a slave, and I regard the Protoss as livestock. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to wear it. Ding dong, you have worn the Godslayer badge. Whether it is a badge, a title, or a buff, it can be superimposed infinitely. There is also no problem of insufficient space. So wear it and you're done. Lin Feng just put on his badge. The system prompt rang. Ding dong, your job transfer mission has been completed. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful job transfer. Hint: you have obtained Forbidden Magic Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Reincarnation Pool *1. Reincarnation Pool. Lin Feng took out the props. That's a model of a pool. Reincarnation Pool, rare, unique. Grade? Equal order? Effect: after use, you can get Reincarnation Pool. Reincarnation Pool. It is used to reincarnate the player and fuse the godhead. Introduction: the Reincarnation Pool is also called the Transforming God Pool, which is similar to the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Dragon Clan. After Lin Feng finished reading, he put the Reincarnation Pool into his backpack first. He intends to use this item in the floating world. Changing jobs now. Lin Feng directly took out the Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Scroll. He tore off the scroll, and the system prompt came. Hint: the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked, and you can continue to upgrade. Lin Feng decided to upgrade. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 101, and you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 105, and you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 110. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint: you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please transfer as soon as possible to remove the seal on the experience bar. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt and added attribute points. Level 110. It is only 90 levels away from the 200 level Super * powerhouse. Ding dong, you have obtained the assignment of Forbidden Magic Mage. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Lin Feng was vaguely expecting. Ding dong, you have accepted the Forbidden Magic Mage's job transfer task, the Mystery of the Ching Emperor, 1. Tip: there are new tasks in your taskbar. Please check the taskbar for details. The Mystery of Chingdi? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Green. What's up with her? Lin Feng quickly opened the taskbar. The Mystery of the Ching Emperor, Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Task. Restrictions: Forbidden Mage. Mission difficulty: SSS level. Mission objectives: 1. Go to the Human Raid Dungeon and get the truth of Ching Emperor's disappearance. Mission introduction: Chingdi, one of the 3 great emperors of the human race in the chaotic era. She was born 120,000 years ago, and took only 20,000 years to occupy 2/3 of the territory of the Destiny continent. However, 100,000 years ago, Chingdi mysteriously disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. The prosperous era of Chingdi came to an end. The mystery of the disappearance of the Chingdi has become a historical unsolved case that various historians have been pursuing for tens of thousands of years. All the intricate clues all point to the source. 100,000 years ago. Mission time: long term. Quest reward: letter from Emperor Ching *1. Forbidden Spell Mage Transfer Scroll *1. Lin Feng silently closed the taskbar. Green. He raised his hand and looked at his wrist. There is a bracelet woven from colorful rope. Are the colors of the rainbow. He still remembered that by the lake. The girl stretched out her hand and shook it suddenly in the void. I'll send you a present. Look! She spread her hands out, and the rainbow was reflected in her palm. Lin Feng suddenly regained his senses, shook his head, and eliminated the distracting thoughts. Blue disappeared, and the clue is in the dungeon of human race. And after completing the task, you will also get a letter left by Blue. Lin Feng planned to go to the floating world first, and then go to the dungeon. Now is the time to open the floating world. Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared. In the floating world, Lin Feng was suspended in midair. Ding dong, whether to use world tree seeds for floating world. Once it is used, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. World tree seeds' nature is extremely precious. The props that can make the life world grow. I am afraid that they belong to the best existence in the endless starry sky. Once it is determined to be used in floating world, then floating world will inevitably surpass Destiny Continent in the future. Lin Feng had nothing to hesitate. Although he is now the Lord of Destiny Continent, but also failed to get the highest authority. However, in the floating world, his authority belongs to the first sequence. In this comparison, the natural selection floating world is better. Yes! Ding dong, you have used World Tree Seed on Floating World. Chapter 146, Floating World Channel opened. The moment the World Tree Seed sank to the ground. Boom! The sky is shaking. The ground is shaking. At this moment, the world is shaking. The countless creatures in the floating world are all at a loss. The wild beasts stopped running, and the humans stopped moving. Countless creatures looked around blankly. They don't know what's going on. But there was a vague feeling that something big must have happened. On the same day, the leader of the Black Flag tribe led the tribe to the Prophet Temple with offerings. Pray for the fate of the human race to the great prophet who brings vitality and hope to the human race. Lin Feng's figure fell. At this moment, in front of him, the hard ground became soft. Withered grass blossomed, and budding flowers bloomed. A small sapling broke through the soil layer, revealing sharp buds. World tree, sapling state, sleeping. A smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He took out the fountain of life from his backpack. The world tree needs the nourishment of the three treasures to continue to grow. Spring of life, book of creation, sacred grace. Of these three, you only need one of them. A system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's ear. Ding dong, are you sure you want to use Life Spring? Please note that this item is extremely precious and will disappear once it is used. Sure. Lin Feng did not hesitate. No matter how precious the props are, they must be used to reflect their value. The spring water of life is used to water the world tree. No loss. Hint, you have used Life Spring. Hint, the current world tree can increase the upper limit of this limit to complete small world. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Complete world. Although it is a small world, it is still stronger than the fragments of the world. This will be the first exclusive complete world in Terran history. Although the start is a little low, there is still hope for continued improvement. Lin Feng looked at the world tree in front of him. World tree, sapling status, growing. Current maximum limit, sapling state, complete small world. Growth status, growing, 0.000001%, 0.000002%. Lin Feng finished all this. They looked for another place. He took out the reincarnation pool. Ding dong, please make sure to use the reincarnation pool. Once confirmed, the item cannot be transferred. Sure. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Hint, you have used the reincarnation pool. Reincarnation pool instantly landed. Turned into a pond with a radius of 100 miles. It's just that the pool is currently empty. If it needs to be officially activated, it still needs materials. At present, the only way to obtain materials is to slaughter God. Lin Feng knew the meaning of this reincarnation pool. It will be the only way for countless players to become gods. It's about the future of all players. Lin Feng finished arranging the world tree and the reincarnation pool. He returned to the Yinhuang district. For the first time since becoming king of the world, a world announcement has been made. World announcement. Player Xing Tian has opened some access permissions for Floating World. This permission is currently limited to Huaxia Yinhuang players. Floating World is an independent world. Players can gain a lot in it. Please start your adventure in another world. As soon as the announcement was made in the world, there was an uproar. Independent world? Good guy. Is Xing Tian already so floating now? Even the independent world has been played. Just this permission makes people want to complain. The players in the outer area had nothing to do with Xing Tian's favoritism. Xing Tian is from Wuxia. What happened to taking care of his own people? So they can only protest weekly. At Xing Tian, Big Brother, please don't forget our players in the outer area, grievances. At Xing Tian, ah, another world. I really want to go t.t. At Xing Tian, the current meaning is, we still have a chance to be right. Please lie to me, expect. The players in Huaxia and Yinhuang districts were immediately excited. Another world. What kind of world is that? Humans are always curious about the unknown. And the spirit of adventure is the belief of the players. They all want to see the customs of the unknown world. I bet. This world must have been taken over by Xing Tian. You don't need to gamble. Xing Tian can open the authority. Who are you, stupid? Niobe. My idol will always drop God. What does this other world look like? I don't know. Let's take a look. Anyway, I'm stuck in the job transfer mission and can't upgrade. Players have been working hard during this time. Their strength increased rapidly. Lin Feng also knew it. In the previous life. At this point in time, the level of the players was still around 50. However, now, the level of the players is far beyond the previous life. Players have not experienced the national war. So there is no drop level. They also have Lin Feng's monster manufacturing room. Players rely on this item to quickly level up. And the environment for development is perfect. Plus Lin Feng's strong support for guild players. Countless top-level equipment, skill books, etc. are piled up in the warehouse. There are also banks to provide players with a steady stream of financial support. So the growth rate of players is amazing. They should have reached the bottleneck stage of development in the world rankings, except for Lin Feng, who is level 110. He is the best. Players are generally at level 80. After all, although hidden occupations bring players great strength, they also give players the most difficult tasks. On the contrary, it is an ordinary occupation, and their job transfer task is simpler. It's natural to upgrade quickly. It's just that when the threshold of level 80 is reached, the tasks are generally upgraded. So there are a lot of players stuck on job transfer tasks. Lin Feng opened Floating World at the time. It will not delay the development of players. Let players touch Floating World. This is only the first stage of Lin Feng's plan. At that time, players will definitely be allowed to build and develop Floating World. Make Floating World a real human homeland. Lin Feng explained something to his executives. The main purpose is to guard against the sudden arrival of the God Realm, as well as matters related to the Floating Realm. After explaining, Lin Feng took out the copy and opened the scroll. Dungeon of Human Race, exclusive to Xing Tian. This copy is a very special exclusive copy. In other words, only Lin Feng can use it. Only Lin Feng can enter this copy. The new version is called Human Fire. The copy is also called Human Race. There must be a connection. And Blue also mysteriously disappeared because of this version. Lin Feng expects to gain something from the dungeon. He pondered slightly. Salary. Poor for a salary. Fire is passed. I don't know what it's all about. This means, although the body is destroyed, its spirit is passed on from generation to generation. This is the meaning of fire. Lin Feng thought of this and chose to use a copy. Ding dong, you have used the special copy Human Fire. Hint, you will witness a history that has been covered in dust for countless years. Swish. Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 147. Hint, you have entered the dungeon. Lin Feng's eyes flashed, and he recovered in an instant. At this moment, he seemed to be in the starry sky, the planet of life. The world of life is as small as gravel, covering his feet like a desert. The world of life is as numerous as stars, but at the moment it is underfoot. At this time, Lin Feng seemed to be from the perspective of the creator. He also saw a long river. That long river surrounded the entire desert. That is, time and space. It turns out that the long river of time and space looks like this. I saw a ragged strongman coming from the void. He was carrying a giant axe and was seriously injured. Every walk seemed to pay dearly. At this time, there are still countless sword lights surrounding him. Every time the sword was stabbed, there was one more wound on his body. In just a blink of an eye, the wound is healed. The mighty axe comes from the void. He actually crossed the long river of time and space. Who is he? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Able to cross the river of time and space. So strong. It is simply unbelievably powerful. The moment when the giant axe crosses the long river, his body suddenly shrank like dust, hidden in the gravel sea of stars. At this time, Lin Feng's perspective changed. He also turned into dust. Lin Feng saw the giant axe stumble to a galaxy. The giant axe suddenly spread out his hand at this time. Countless creatures flew out of his palm. That is, human race. Countless human races appeared. They all looked sad and looked at the giant axe. Your Majesty, are you okay? Great Emperor. We escaped? The giant axe took a deep breath. He glanced at the crowd and grinned. Just escape for now. The enemy can find us at any time. You guys settle down here first. I'll go back. Everyone worried. Great Emperor. You can't go. Great Emperor. I'm afraid I'll have no life to return here. Let's fight together. Great Emperor. The giant axe had sharp eyes and said, No. The enemy is strong and I am weak. It doesn't matter if I die. The ethnic group must not kill me. The people endured their sorrow. If the Emperor is here, will he not come back? The giant axe said with a faint smile, Then it will never come back. After I die, you can all live. If I don't die, the battle will never end. So you have to live a good life. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to cover his left eye. Then his palm stretched out. A treasure eye appeared in the palm of his hand. The eye socket of the giant axe's left eye was empty at this time. With this treasure as a gift, thousands of worlds can go there. He turned his own eyes into treasure eyes. The reason is that the ethnic group can offer treasures in exchange for the foundation of life. The sage of the human race trembled and took the treasure eye. They know that the Emperor has made up his mind. No change. Immediately, countless human races knelt down and said, Congratulations to the Emperor. Congratulations to the Emperor. Congratulations to the Emperor. The giant axe was reincarnated. And he stepped out of the galaxy, stepped out of the star field, and stepped through the long river of time and space. He was ragged. He was scarred. He was high in fighting spirit. Here goes. No return. Go here. Don't come back. This is? Lin Feng stared blankly at this picture. He suddenly remembered that he was in the Tianyu battlefield. The Protoss Tianjiao Lu Xiaoan said that the human race escaped from the endless starry sky. If it wasn't for the land given to the human race by the God realm, the human race would have no place to live. Is it? This is the sage of the human race. That giant axe was the first emperor of the human race. He came from the void and crossed the long river of time and space. He has stepped into this universe with countless human beings. Then, he went back again. For the continuation of the clan. He went back to fight. But the giant axe is so powerful. Who forced him to such a point? Who is it? Who is so powerful? Who is the real enemy of the human race? In Lin Feng's field of vision, the picture continued. The sages of the human race led countless human race powerhouses to wander in the starry sky. They have suffered countless glances and taunts. Even attacked and abused. The sages of the human race endured humiliation. Finally, they found the realm of the gods. Spirit world. The emperor of the god race is condescending. You and other Shanghai remnants. You will get evil consequences if you are guilty. God realm will not take you in. When the sages of the human race heard the words, they took out the treasure eye. My family? I would like to exchange this treasure for a place to live. The asterisk emperor's eyes showed greed. That is, the secret treasure transformed by the body of the high-level robber. Maybe with this treasure, I can step into the ranks of high-level robbers. This treasure must be obtained. The god emperor looked at treasure eye greedily. But he unabashedly showed fear towards the sages of the human race. Humans are aliens. So powerful. There must be the danger of the guest bullying the master. Thinking of this, the asterisk emperor said, My clan has a fragment of the world, called destiny. Air and other ethnic groups are strong. I'm afraid this world can't accommodate it. My clan only acts as a blessing. Unless you wait. There is no strong person below the holy level. He means, I can take you in. But you are too powerful. And the small world cannot hold too many of you. And because of your strength, it makes me sleepless. Unless you don't have a saint-level powerhouse, you can make me feel at ease. The sages of the human race heard the words. They looked at each other. There was determination in his eyes. God Emperor. We need to go back to discuss. We'll be back in a day. There was a smile on the corner of the asterisk emperor's mouth. There was coldness in his eyes. Can. The god emperor watched as the sages of the human race retreated. He immediately summoned all the Protoss powerhouses. It is decided that if the sages of the human race come back a day later, if we cannot negotiate, immediately kill, capture the treasure. The sages withdrew from the realm of the gods. Get together to discuss. The Emperor is afraid of our strength. The Asterisk Emperor has ruled more than 10 realms. But he insists that I wait for the fragments of the world. How about robbing the world ruled by the God realm? I'm waiting for the outside world. All the worlds in this universe have a master. And the relationship is intricate. Yeah. If we use strength, we will be besieged by the powerhouses in this side of the universe. It's about the life and death of the ethnic group. And we can't take this risk. The great Emperor handed over the tribe to us. And we cannot be entrusted by the great axe. The Emperor is waiting for the sacrifice for me. And I am afraid to die when I wait? No fear. Only death. The ancestors of the human race agreed. Called the human race powerhouses. Today's forbearance is for the infinite future of the ethnic group. Take our heads and the Emperor's precious eyes to see the Emperor. If we die, the human race will have no threat to the Asterisk Emperor. And he will definitely agree. Yeah. Immortality is not enough. Even if we leave this universe, the Asterisk Emperor will be afraid. I'm afraid that the Emperor will wear small shoes for you. It's better that we make a decision and completely cut off the hidden dangers. The Emperor may still treat you well, but you still have to beware of the God Emperor. Before the matter is settled, you separate the clan. And if the God Emperor goes back, the clan will not be destroyed. The sages explained it. They called for a new leader. Give it to the leader Treasure Eye. They drew their knives and cut off their heads. The leader of the human race secretly clenched his fists, tears blurring his eyes. Spirit world. The leader of the human race arrives. He carries the head of a sage. There is also the precious eye of the giant axe. The Asterisk Emperor gladly accepted the treasure. Arrange the human race general destiny continent. There is no strong man in the human race. So I can take this treasure with peace of mind. The God Emperor couldn't help but sigh. How dare the human race take such a gamble? But it was right in his arms. Only when the human race is weak can he feel safe. Even if the sages of the human race escape from this universe, he would have trouble sleeping. Humans will be human. However, the Super Asterisk powerhouse is also a hidden danger. As soon as I arrange it, I can feel at ease except for the Super Asterisk of the human race. Lin Feng saw this scene. An unspeakable feeling could not be suppressed. It turned out that the Destiny human race came like this. It turns out that the place where the human race lives is not through the charity of the gods, but the sages of the human race took their lives in exchange for it. Chapter 148. Super God and God Punishment. This is the origin of the Destiny human race. Lin Feng was silent. He was stunned at this moment. Salary. The body is destroyed, but the spirit is passed on. This spirit is not a militant spirit, nor the inheritance of knowledge, but for the sake of the ethnic group, sacrificing one's own inheritance. The fire of the human race. It is sacrificing life. Is this what the new version is about? Lin Feng was greatly shocked. He witnessed the giant axe strong, the first emperor of the human race to move forward, for the continuation of the ethnic group. He resolutely went back and died. Lin Feng even witnessed the sages of the human race. In order to get a place to live for the ethnic group, they all killed themselves. There is always something in this world more important than your own life, regardless of whether it is in the Great Axe Emperor and the human race powerhouse. I chose without hesitation. Clan. Lin Feng's vision changed again. This time it became normal. If what you just saw was the opening CG plot, so now, what you see is the real copy world. The world 100,000 years ago. Hint, the copy is officially opened. The system prompt proved what Lin Feng saw. This time, it was 100,000 years ago. Lin Feng was suspended in midair. He vaguely remembered the location of Tianqi City. Ching ascended the throne in this city. Apocalypse City, there must be clues. Lin Feng flew towards Tianqi City. However, Lin Feng has not yet arrived at Tianqi City. Then he saw a scene that made him extremely angry. This is a human city. The entire city was shrouded in a faint black mist. Countless miserable screams came from the black fog. Lin Feng glanced at it. You can see that in the black mist. There are countless evil spirits slaughtering the entire city. Fragile humans were killed by evil spirits, and their souls and blood were drawn out by evil spirits. The women and children had no resistance, and were immediately killed by the evil spirit's butcher's knife. The strong human race was besieged to death by countless evil spirits. This place is like asterisk on Earth. And the initiator of all this. A mage wearing a black robe. Suspended in the city. Watch this scene excitedly. You deserve to die. The black-robed mage said in a hoarse voice. Your death will be the source of my strength. As long as I am infinitely close to the super asterisk powerhouse. I can become the first human being to break through the super god. The day I become a super asterisk is when I dominate the human race. Swish. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. His appearance shocked the black-robed mage. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at him coldly, as if looking at a corpse. Why slaughter the same clan? The black-robed mage said, of course, in order to become stronger. To become a super god. Lin Feng was full of murderous aura. Super god? The black-robed mage laughed wildly. I, the greatest necromancer Ellen Eve, will become the first super asterisk of the human race. Ellen Eve laughed. Those stupid god-level powerhouses, one by one, fought against god punishment desperately. And they all fell apart in the end. That's because they don't have the strength to fight god punishment at all. And I, the great necromancer Ellen Eve, can use the power of life, soul and death to gather power infinitely. So that I am not afraid of god punishment. I will definitely be the first super asterisk of the human race. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. God punishment? What is that? It seems to be preventing the human race god-level powerhouse from breaking through the obstacle of the super god. But why is it not recorded? Lin Feng just thought for a moment. Now, he just wants to send the black-robed mage in front of him to die. You touched my bottom line. You shouldn't slaughter your fellow clan, Lin Feng said coldly. Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The necromancer Ellen Eve froze suddenly. Moment! A loud bang. The necromancer Ellen Eve flew with flesh and blood and was blown into powder. Blow up. Not Ellen Eve's voluntary self-destruction. It was Lin Feng who let him blow himself up. Great forbidden spell. Wine spirit puppet. Ellen Eve was easily controlled by Lin Feng and watched himself explode. However, Lin Feng was completely unscathed. Ellen Eve is dead. The black fog of the entire city instantly dissipated invisible. The evil spirits roared unwillingly and disappeared. Lin Feng looked at this scene and shook his head. He continued flying. It didn't take long for him to see two mythical powerhouses. These two mythical powerhouses are a man and a woman. The two look alike, but they are a father and daughter. Lin Feng didn't bother them. Just curious about what they are doing here. Hiding in the distance. Both were sitting cross-legged. At this moment, the father suddenly said lightly, Jing Qian, I remember when you were naughty when you were young. You pointed at me with a sword and asked me, why do others have mothers, but you don't? The father smiled indifferently and said, now let me tell you, your father, I, have been addicted to the way of cultivation all my life. Your mother couldn't stand me. She gave birth to you and left. Jing Qian looked at his father silently. At this time, her eyes were red and tears were accumulating. The father continued, do you know, Qianer? I thought cultivation was the most difficult thing in the world. But I was wrong. It turns out that it's even more difficult. Father suddenly smiled and said, I don't know if you're hungry. I don't know if you're cold. And I don't even know if you're sick. In order to make your life better, I asked a group of women for help. That's what pulled you up. In a blink of an eye, you have also reached the pinnacle of mythology. He said very comfortably, your father. I am timid. After living for countless years, the souls of those of the same generation have long been scattered under the god punishment. Even some juniors went forward and tried to defeat god punishment. But they all died. Father stood up suddenly. He said indifferently, I originally thought that it is better to die than to live. And it is only the fool who breaks through to become a super god. What's so good about super god? Father looked at Jing Qian with pity and smiled bitterly, but now it's your turn. Your father, I, live a long life. Whether it's not contributing to you or the human race, it doesn't matter. For my father, I am left with this corpse. And I will block god punishment for you. Help you fulfill your dreams. Jing Qian burst into tears and trembled. She shook her head. Speechless. Girl. Father smiled brightly. You said when you were a child that other people's fathers are heroes. But my father is not. Now, give me a chance to be a hero. Jing Qian cried and hissed. No. This is super god. I don't want it. Father. As long as you are fine. I don't want anything. The father said firmly, you must. Your dream is to become the first super asterisk of the human race. You said you wanted to take Ching as an example and benefit the human race. You said you wanted to protect the clan. The father was shocked all over. Boom! His momentum continued to rise. The world shook at this moment. This is the prelude to breaking through the super god. Father! Jing Qian was shocked and screamed in pain. Father turned his head and looked at the sky. Girl, you protect the ethnic group. And I protect you. He stretched out his hand and pointed at San Xiong angrily. God's punishment. Come on! At this moment, Jing Qian's breath also climbed to its peak. Father. Tears clouded her eyes. A father who never existed in the past. At this time, it is as majestic as the sky. Boom! 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 A golden sword pierced the sky. Sword! Crushed the space. The sword, dragging the space debris down suddenly. At this time, Lin Feng's hair stood up all over his body. An earth-shattering coercion made his eyebrows jump. That is a breath more powerful than super god. Belongs to the breath of a saint-level powerhouse. That sword. It's holy. Is this God's punishment? The sword light suddenly swept towards the father and daughter. Father holds a weapon and glares at the sword light. Break it for me. Break. 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 The father burned the immortal substance, condensed the strength of the whole body, and rushed to the divine punishment. The sword light instantly penetrated his father's body, and then passed Jing Qian one after another. Father, I will protect you in the next life. Jing Qian smiled miserably, watching his father's figure shatter under the sword light. And she gradually disappeared. 2 people. In this moment. All dead. Swish. The sword came faster and disappeared faster. God's punishment is gone. Tribulation failed. Human race has no super god. Lin Feng witnessed all this. He understood instantly. The realm of the gods has locked the human race's path to the super asterisk powerhouse. Them. How dare you do this? Chapter 149, Ching cut the sky. Lin Feng witnessed the so-called divine punishment. That god punishment was actually the sword of the god realm. Like a catastrophe. As long as the powerhouses of the human race mobilize their strength and break through the super gods, there will be divine punishment. The sword of the gods is a holy weapon. Killing a strong family is like killing a chicken. The heart of the god realm is clearly revealed. Lin Feng could see it clearly. He continued to fly to Tianqi City. Apocalypse City. The outline of the city appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. Although the city is not as grand as it was after 100,000 years, it is still much larger than it was at the beginning. There is a faint shadow of a big city. He came to the apocalypse. But another thing happened. At this time, in Tianqi City, a high platform that reaches the sky rises from the ground. Its height is tens of thousands of meters. A group of strong men are flying towards the high platform. The faces of these strong men were heavy, and they only nodded lightly when they met each other. When they reached the high platform, they sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. It seems that there is already a tacit understanding. Lin Feng was mixed in. He asked a new strong man, "What are you doing?" The strong man glanced at Lin Feng in surprise, and saw that he did not look like an alien strongman. But he was indeed a personal strongman. So he said, "We are all invited to come here to participate in the second falling heaven. Who are you? Could it be that you don't know about such a big thing? Cut the sky? Excuse. What a great ambition." Lin Feng wondered, invited to come? Who was invited? Why do you want to cut the sky? Why is it the second cut the sky? The human race powerhouse was dizzy when asked. He looked at Lin Feng seriously again, and blurted out, "Are you really a strong human race? Didn't you pretend to be an alien?" Lin Feng smiled, shook his head and said, "I have been in retreat for many years, and I really don't know." The powerhouse of the human race was stunned. If it is the ascetic practice of loving seclusion, it does make sense. After all, the mythical powerhouse has a long history, often retreating for as short as a few days, and as long as hundreds of years, not knowing worldly things. Of course, thinking of this, the human race powerhouse let go of his guard. He explained patiently, "You asked too many questions. Let me start from the beginning." Lin Feng nodded. The human race powerhouse said slowly, "It is said that since Ching was born 20,000 years ago, my human race has gradually grown and become a powerful force in this destiny continent. Ching is one of the 3 emperors, but the territory is bigger than the other 2 great emperors combined. Speaking of which, The strong human race showed pride, but his words changed abruptly. But the power behind the other two great emperors is the God Realm, the ruler of the Destiny continent. God Realm wants two great emperors to fight Ching to the death. Lin Feng frowned when he heard this. God Realm is trying to provoke a civil war among the human race. No matter who wins or loses in the end, the human race will suffer greatly. But the God Realm has not lost a single cent. A good trick. The human race powerhouse sneered. Then the God Realm underestimated our human race. The two great emperors will naturally not cause heavy losses to the human race for the sake of the God Realm. So they favor the yang and the yin. But in this way, the God Realm was furious. God Realm has established God punishment. God's punishment. Lin Feng heard the words clearly. That's how God's punishment came about. It is the impotent rage of the gods. It is also a means for the God Realm to curb the growth of the human race. As long as the human race does not have super gods, then the human race is still not a threat. The human race powerhouse continued, God punishment is a big killer. He suddenly sighed. Since then, the human race has no super god. So 3 years ago, Ching held the first falling the sky. Cut the sky. Lin Feng blinked. Ching, you have such courage. Fight against the gods with the power of man. It's just that the human race can't even fight against God punishment. How can they fight against the entire God Realm? Isn't it going to deliver food? Ching, some have lost their minds. But this spirit is shocking. No matter how powerful the enemy is, nor will you take a step back. In terms of sturdiness, it is peerless. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head. The strong human race continued. The first time falling the sky was hosted by Emperor Ching. I still remember the grand occasion of that time. Almost all the powerhouses of the human race have arrived. There are more than 500 people. However, Ching dismissed all the strong men, saying that she wanted to leave seeds for the people. She only led a few of her old subordinates and rushed to the realm of the gods. Ching only brought a few people. She knew that there would be no return. So there is no intention to live at all. Lin Feng asked. What happened later? The human race powerhouse smiled bitterly and said. Afterwards, Ching had no news and never appeared again. There are rumors that Ching is dead. There are also rumors that Ching was imprisoned by the Protoss. In short, this is the first time falling the sky. It turned out that Ching disappeared like this. But is Ching dead or alive? Where is she? Are you still in the God Realm? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said. Then what happened to the cutting of the sky this time? The human powerhouse said. This time falling heaven is led by the human powerhouse Yun. She was originally an orphan adopted by Ching. So she is quite prestigious among the mythical powerhouses. What Yun is asking for is different from Ching. Ching wants to completely break the unequal status of gods and humans. Cloud wants to break the confinement of the God Realm. Lin Feng nodded and said. She wants to defeat God punishment? The human race powerhouse smiled faintly. That's right. Lin Feng shook his head and said. God punishment is probably not easy to defeat. The human race powerhouse smiled and said. This is natural. So this time Yun wants to use the power of formation to gather the power of hundreds of mythical powerhouses to defeat God punishment. Formation? That's a chance. Lin Feng thought. With the power of a holy weapon, he could crush all God-level powerhouses in a single fight. But if the mythical powerhouses of the human race unite, it may be different. But is the formation method reliable? This is unknown. When Lin Feng was thinking about this, hundreds of powerful people flew in. Soon, a Xingyi woman suddenly appeared. She is Yun. However, Lin Feng was stunned the moment he saw Cloud. Lin Feng actually recognized her. 120,000 years ago, before this special copy was opened, Lin Feng accidentally saw an unknown girl in the dark. The girl and Lin Feng were close at hand, and they seemed to be in different time and space. Finally, the girl took off a pair of earrings and threw them at Lin Feng's feet. Only then did Lin Feng open the special dungeon 120,000 years ago. And the cloud in front of you. It was that girl. Lin Feng quickly recovered. Only then did he realize that everything seemed to be destined. Ching at first it was just a sacrifice. Because of Lin Feng, he became Ching. And Ching adopted an orphan named Yun. But Yun was the one who let Lin Feng meet Ching. It all seems like a cycle. Doomed. But it's confusing. Lin Feng shook his head to drive away the distracting thoughts in his mind. The situation now is simple. Ching the first time to cut the sky. The whereabouts are unknown. Cloud then organized the second expedition. Unpredictable consequences. Lin Feng thought. It's time to take action. This punishment. Look how much it weighs. Chapter 150, God's Punishment. Lin Feng was confused among a group of strong men. Yun glanced at the strong men in front of him and went straight to Lin Feng. There was no change in her expression. Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. Cloud does not recognize himself. Probably what I encountered that day was just a cloud in a different time and space. Not the clouds of time and space. After thinking about this, Lin Feng wanted to see how Yun did it. Cloud glanced at the strong men. Shut up. She drew her sword and slowly pointed to the sky. She said coldly, I called you all here today, just to destroy God's punishment. If you don't achieve your goal, you will never stop. Yun Lang said, although God's punishment is strong. After I retreated, I finally found a way to break God's punishment. That is the formation of cohesion. A smile appeared at the corner of Yun's mouth. Just gather 300 strong people. Connect chi and blood. Gather strength. Burn immortal divinity. And you can condense God realm. Boom. Cloud's voice fell. All the powerhouses looked surprised. God realm. That is the characteristic of super asterisk powerhouses. A long time ago, the human race also had super asterisk powerhouses. According to ancient books, super asterisk people have asterisk realm. In other words, condensing the power of 300 mythical powerhouses can condense the divine realm. In this way, maybe it can really resist God punishment. Immediately a strong man asked, Senior Yun, what level of strength has God realm reached? Yes, the asterisk realm is also divided into strong and weak. If it is only slightly stronger than the mythical powerhouse, it is useless. Yun replied, Super God high rank. Sizzle. Horrible. The realm of the gods can reach such a level. The super asterisk high level is not weak. Faintly, the faces of the strong men showed excitement. However, some strong people asked, how much immortal divinity do you need to burn? Yes, this is also a problem. You must know that immortal divinity is the lifeblood of the mythical powerhouse. The amount of immortal divinity determines the strength of the mythical powerhouse. Cloud hesitated. She said slowly, the formation of cohesion that I researched cannot be stopped once it is activated. Burning immortal divinity until death. Boom! The strong men were shocked. This is the rhythm of rushing to sacrifice. And it is sacrificing a whole 300 mythical powerhouses. The strong men took a deep breath. They only understand now. Why can it be condensed into God realm? Why can this asterisk realm reach a high level? It's because you want to sacrifice hundreds of powerful people. What a terrible formation. Seeing that the strong men hesitated, Yun gritted his teeth. She said, for this battle, I am willing to give my life. Just to defeat God punishment. Yun's eyes firmly said, there will always be people who bleed and sacrifice in the struggle. So it starts with me. As soon as her voice fell, a strong person stood up to support. Okay. Count me Linla. Linla stood up and glanced at the strong men. And said boldly, you may not have reached the peak. And you have no desire to break through for the time being. So there is still a way out. Which I can understand. But one day, you will break through. Maybe it's not you, but your relatives, friends, students, when they broke through and were killed by God punishment. How should you deal with yourself? Linla sneered. The realm of the gods thought that using the mere God punishment would make my human race shrink their heads and make their dreams come true. Don't teach the gods to look down on us. And don't let the world and the younger generations look down on us. Having said that, he glanced at Yun and said loudly, Mo Jiao later generations said that we are not as good as a good boy. The words of the strong Lin made the strong people of the race ponder. There's nothing wrong with this. Immediately another strong man stood up and said, count me in. I am waiting for today's sacrifice. So that countless strong men in future generations can break through. If we back down in this battle, our children and grandchildren will be sacrificed in the future. He said impassively, it is recorded in the ancient books. People plant trees today, and future generations will enjoy the shade. Aren't we even inferior to the ancestors? There are strong people standing up in a row. Count me in. It's just death. I've lived enough anyway. Count me in. Count me in. Soon, countless strong men stood up one by one. They knew where they stood. And there was only one result. That is to be drained of immortal divinity. Stand up and die. But they came forward resolutely. If you are afraid of death, who in this world is not afraid of death? Who dares to say that they are not afraid of death? But there is always something more important than life in this world. For some, it's money. For some, it's fame and fortune. For some, it's family. However, this time, countless people did not choose money, fame and fortune, nor did they choose to join. They chose the tribe. Die for the race. Die for countless strong men in future generations. No regrets though. Most of the strong people present stood up. It has far exceeded the number of 300. This shows that the blood of the human race. As long as there is this blood, humans will never die. Yun picked out the top 300. She arranged the formation. Just wait for the god punishment to appear. Then burn the immortal substance of hundreds of mythical powerhouses. Gather the realm of the gods. Defeat god punishment. Lin Feng witnessed this scene. He secretly clenched his fists. The world is so unfair. The world is so dark. The world is so rotten. The strong enslave the weak. And the strong dominate everything. Strength means everything. Lin Feng had already figured out this truth. So he has been madly pursuing strength. Invincibility is not what he wants. Victory over everything is what he wants. He continued to watch the plot unfold. Yun Zhao nodded to a mythical peak powerhouse. The mythical pinnacle powerhouse had a resolute expression and burst into breath in an instant. His breath kept rising. Finally reached the peak. Faint breakthrough. Buzz. Suddenly there was a humming sound. Swish. A golden sword with the potential to shatter the space suddenly appeared. Just as the cloud is about to order the burning of immortal matter. But see. A figure suddenly appeared. The man seemed to be ordinary. But he possessed an unparalleled aura. Lin Feng appeared, facing the holy artifact-level treasure. He looked calm. Where the sword passed, the space shattered. If that sword hit Lin Feng, he would definitely be torn apart by space. Boom! Lin Feng burns immortal matter. Golden flames rose from him. When Yun saw the scene, he was shocked and said, "No!" Many strong people also looked at this scene in shock. Especially the strong man who talked to Lin Feng the most. At this point, he was stunned. Lin Feng clenched his fists and said slowly, "I said, there must be light." There was a light on his fist. The light was so dazzling. Just this moment, Lin Feng spent a lot of mana. He superimposed his skills to 10 million. In just an instant, his blue volume was full. At this time, the light on his fist was great. Like a sun. Black sun. Because the surrounding space could not carry this power. The space collapsed. Break it for me. Break. 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 God punishment not yet. Lin Feng has taken the initiative to rush over. He waved his fist and collided with God punishment. Sword and fist meet. Boom. The whole space was in turmoil. Two extremely powerful forces collided. And the overflowing breath suddenly lifted the high platform. And hundreds of mythical powerhouses fell off the high platform in shock. Collapse? Kakaka. I saw a slight crack in the sword. Soon, the sword was covered with cobweb-like cracks. And the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it collapsed into countless pieces. God punishment. Destroy. Chapter 151. I want to kill the sky. The sword light is broken. God punished. Lin Feng appeared unscathed. He maintained this position. But as the sword light dissipated, Lin Feng's entire body collapsed like gravel. Dissipate little by little. Is this the same return? Of course not. Lin Feng's figure appeared strangely on the high platform. He steadily retracted his space ring. Then he raised his head and stared at the sky coldly. Sky. Between the rolling waves. A translucent face was also staring at Lin Feng coldly. Soon, the faces in the sky disappeared. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth showed a smile. 1. This god punishment sword is indeed a holy weapon. It must be the natal weapon of the saint-level powerhouse. Among them is the majestic holy realm power. Not to mention a super asterisk high-level powerhouse. Even a super asterisk peak powerhouse. It may not be able to resist the blow of God's punishment. But Lin Feng couldn't help but resist and destroy the weapon. Annoyed the saint-level powerhouse in the realm of the gods. Causing him to appear in person. Fortunately, I have immortal. Lin Feng smiled. At that time, he first collapsed God's punishment. Then it was strangled by a terrifying force. But although this power is strong, it only destroys the body. Lin Feng knew that it was the power of a saint-level powerhouse. Holy Land. The Holy Realm is a force even stronger than the Divine Realm. Lin Feng faced the Holy Land and was crushed. So Lin Feng couldn't resist. and he didn't know how to resist. But Lin Feng didn't care at all. He has long left hair. A lot of backhands are hidden. It doesn't matter if you die here. Therefore, Lin Feng relied on immortality and immortality. And he did not die. He relied on his own brute force to forcibly destroy the holy artifact-level weapon. Finally solved the punishment. God's punishment is nothing but this. Saint level is nothing more than that. Lin Feng had never fought against a saint-level powerhouse. Through this fight, he already has a countermeasure in mind. At the very least, the body will not be killed in seconds by the saint-level powerhouse. This is also a gain. The powerhouses of the human race were blown away by the overflowing power. This shocked everyone in their hearts. That is divine punishment. God's punishment. Like a catastrophe, it hangs above the heads of the human race powerhouses. As long as the strong human race dares to break through, they will be slaughtered. From God's punishment. I don't know how many strong people of the human race died under this sword. Among them, there are many people who are amazing and talented, and those who are arrogant and arrogant. But no one can break through. This sword alone made the entire tribe panic. Today, however, they witnessed a strong man who, by himself, resisted God's punishment. And its strength is simply unparalleled. Just fighting against God's punishment. The aura that escaped made hundreds of powerhouses fall. What a powerful strength this is. Super Asterisk powerhouse? Are there super gods in this world? Could it be the ancestors who lived in seclusion? They are full of question marks. So it flew back the first time. Want to know how it turns out? How about the ancestors? How about divine punishment? However, when they came back, gone. God's punishment is gone. But the seniors are intact. This, God punished. At that time, there were countless human race powerhouses bursting into tears. They greeted Lin Feng one after another. Senior Gao Yi. Thank you, Senior, for taking action. Senior does great things for my human race. And it will surely be able to live on forever. How the strong are not grateful. You must know that they are preparing to sacrifice themselves. Not intending to live. Don't die now. God's punishment disappeared. There is no better result than this. Yun even more solemnly bowed 90 degrees. And did not get up for a long time. She choked. Yun. Thank you, Senior. Lin Feng looked at the powerhouses calmly. He said slowly, I'm also a human race. But I'm just doing my best. It's nothing. Seeing the humility of their predecessors, the powerhouses have even more favorable impressions. They thanked again. Lin Feng smiled. He thought of Ching. Ching after cutting down the sky. It disappeared without a trace. Then it must have something to do with the god realm. I can't say that I want to go to the realm of the gods. Lin Feng's job transfer mission was to find clues to Ching. God realm must go. Thinking of this, Lin Feng naturally thought of the face that appeared in the sky just now. Saint-level powerhouse of the god realm. If you want to go to the god realm, you will inevitably conflict with the god realm. There are not only super gods in the god realm, but also saint-level powerhouses. And there are even more powerful existences than saint-level powerhouses. But Lin Feng was not afraid. I am immortal. As long as I go to the god realm, I will never be the one who suffers. Lin Feng is confident. Then the remaining question is, how to go to the god realm? Lin Feng looked at the many strong men in front of him. He said, I want to find Qingdi. But I just don't know how to get to god realm. Do you know how Qingdi got there in the first place? As soon as Lin Feng's words fell, all the powerhouses had strange expressions on their faces. 3 years ago, Qingdi disappeared after going to the god realm. Seniors also want to go to the god realm? Cut the sky. This is the second time to cut the sky. Yun raised his head and said, Senior, I know. She hesitated. Senior is going to the god realm. And he must also know that the god realm is extremely dangerous. Qingdi went up 3 years ago. And there is no news so far. I am afraid of you, Senior. As soon as she said these words, countless strong men persuaded her. Yes, Senior. You can't go to the realm of the gods. That god realm is the base camp of the Protoss. There are countless strong people. It is too dangerous. God realm just used God punishment to make my clan miserable. I don't know what other powerful methods are available. Senior, think twice. Lin Feng saw the strong people persuade them one after another. He shook his head, just looking at the cloud. How did Qingdi get there? Yun knew that Lin Feng was determined to leave. So he could only say, at the beginning, Qingdi threatened the many temples in the Destiny continent, Broke the religion of the God Realm. Forced the God Realm to show up. Opened the God Realm channel. And then went to the God Realm. Threatening the God Realm? Break the religion of the God Realm? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Why can the God Realm dominate the Destiny continent? Rely on the religion? Religion is the foundation of their rule. Wonderful. Lin Feng smiled and said, so. Then I will do this again. But I don't know where the religion of the God Realm is. Yun responded, Senior. All ethnic groups in the Destiny continent have temples. Like the orcs? They enshrine the Temple of War. Like our human race? It is the Bright Temple. Lin Feng can get through at one point. He nodded and said, farewell. Lin Feng came directly to Tianqi City. He remembered that there was a bright temple in the main city of Apocalypse that had been passed down for countless years. When the player arrives at the main city for the first time, they can go to pray for blessings and get a short-lived buff. Lin Feng didn't like this buff because his strength was progressing very fast. Based on his impression, he really found the bright temple. Lin Feng displayed his skills and instantly appeared in the temple. This temple is similar to the main city of Apocalypse. Lin Feng just glanced at it lightly and walked directly to the bright god statue. He let out his breath. Boom! Just momentarily. Statue of light and abnormality has occurred. The god's eyes glowed. At the same time, a majestic voice filled the air. You came. The human who broke my sword. Gone! Lin Feng was taken aback. Good guy. It turned out that the sword was the sword of the god of light. God's punishment is created by the god of light. Lin Feng could not have imagined that it would be so coincidental. He sneered, opened the space channel. I want to go to the God Realm. The god of light was surprised. He suspected that he had heard it wrong, and asked in confusion. What are you doing? God Realm. What are you doing in the God Realm? Cut the sky. The god of light suddenly laughed. It's like hearing the funniest joke. He suddenly said, okay. You come. Come on. I'll be waiting for you in the God Realm. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill you. Lin Feng smiled. An acquaintance is good to talk to. Going to the God Realm is not difficult. Chapter 152, All Spikes. Hum! The space swayed with ripples. A portal appeared out of thin air. Lin Feng looked at it, and pushed open the door fearlessly. Swish. Reminder you discovered God Realm. Reputation plus 10,000 points. Ding dong. You have triggered a 10,000-fold increase, and gained plus 100 million reputation points. Lin Feng looked around. This is the realm of the gods? He is now at a remote place that does not know where the God Realm is. But as far as the eye can see are all barren mountains. However, the barren mountains and ridges in the God Realm are truly extraordinary. The realm of the gods is the big world. The world level is 3 or 4 levels higher than floating world. But in Lin Feng's eyes, that's it. Lin Feng was extremely fast. Using his infinite teleportation skills, he quickly visited most of the God Realm. On the way, Lin Feng secretly left his hair behind. Basically, there are secret hands near every city of God. The city of the Protoss opened Lin Feng's eyes. The divine city is 100 times larger than the human race imperial capital, with hundreds of millions of living beings and innumerable high-rise buildings. Surprisingly, there are still many alien races in the city of God. These alien races are of various kinds, and many races are not recognized by Lin Feng. It is indeed a big world that claims to rule more than 10 planes. A word popped out of Lin Feng's mind. All nations come to the DPRK. However, Lin Feng did not come to admire the God Realm. He's here to do things? Lin Feng stood in the air. He knew that soon there would be strong men looking for trouble. As predicted, a group of powerful gods came together. They stopped not far from Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng one after another. Is this the Destiny human race? The teacher said that this person is very strong. And he has killed my clan's genius Lu Xion. His terrifying. Lu Xion, I know, is the youngest son of the Lord of the Temple of God. Known as Peerless. Bragging. He is invincible at the asterisk level. And his brother Theodore is the evildoer. I know. Theodore is invincible below the holy level. Hey. It's crooked. We are now ordered to challenge this person. I think he is God level. We are all super gods. Will we bully him? Then let the weakest Wagner Petty play. Lin Feng looked at the group of Protoss powerhouses calmly. These Protoss are not very old. He was uniformly dressed, and had a book-style badge on his chest. It was just a group of students. At this time, A strong man came out of the Protoss. He glanced at Lin Feng up and down, and said arrogantly, God Race Yunxia Academy. Wagner Petty. Boom. As soon as Wagner Petty's voice fell, a supernatural aura suddenly appeared from him. Super asterisk level powerhouse. Lin Feng was expressionless and said lightly, Human. Xingtian. He didn't know what the light angel meant. Do you feel that you are not worthy to challenge him? So send some shrimp soldiers and crab generals to deliver the dishes first? Protoss is quite arrogant. God Realm. Wagner Petty activates his own divine realm. His divine realm suddenly appeared from the void, and it was a huge bee glowing with golden light. A group of Protoss powerhouses said after seeing this scene, Wagner Petty is going. It's not bad. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. He is indeed a student of Yunxia Academy. We Yunxia Academy are the top academies in the God Realm, and there are no fools in it. That is, the weakest Wagner Petty, who is also a great master outside. Lin Feng glanced at Wagner Petty's divine realm. A light smile appeared on his face. The breath of this divine realm is far worse than that of Ji Jiang. How dare you underestimate me? Court death. When Wagner Petty saw Lin Feng's relaxed look, he was furious. Boom! The divine realm pearl slammed into Lin Feng with an unparalleled strength. Lin Feng frowned. He suddenly found that the surrounding space seemed to be a little stagnant. The wind is slowing. The air also became solidified. A bit of a doorway. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Moment! Thunder. Boom! Sunny suddenly thundered. Lin Feng superimposed countless skills and condensed the thunder element into a giant palm. There is a faint flow of immortal divinity in that giant palm. Break it for me! Lin Feng shouted loudly. The thunder element giant palm and the asterisk realm bee collided firmly. Boom! Click! Divine realm pearl. Destroy it. Puff! Wagner Petty's divine realm was destroyed, and he was immediately backlashed, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But it's not over yet. I saw that after the giant palm smashed the divine realm orb, it was unscathed, and then slapped Wagner Petty. Boom! Wagner Petty wanted to dodge, but who knew that the giant palm suddenly accelerated? He couldn't dodge in time, and was covered by the giant palm. Crackling. The giant palm disappeared. Wagner Petty. Die! Spike. Ding dong, you killed the god's powerhouse Wagner Petty. Obtain God Blood +1. God Soul +1. God Bone +1. Innate Spirit +1 point. Gold Coin +5,642 10,000. Experience +56.22 million. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Obtain God Blood +10,000. Soul +10,000. God Bone +10,000. Innate Spirit +10,000 points. Gold Coins +564.2 billion. Experience +562.2 billion. Lin Feng smiled when he listened to the system prompt. Divine Blood, Divine Soul, Divine Bone are all good things. They are all materials to fill the reincarnation pool. Moreover, Innate Spirit is also an extremely important item. Lin Feng also pointed to gathering 10 billion Innate Spirit to deduce forbidden magic. Wagner Petty is dead. The Protoss powerhouse was suddenly shocked. A spike. It's a spike. Good guy. The human race powerhouse in front of him is really powerful, and should not be underestimated. The potential of this man is simply incredible. That human race powerhouse is god level. If he becomes a super god level powerhouse, that's fine. For a moment, the god race powerhouses all had solemn expressions on their faces. There are no more than 3 who can kill Wagner Petty in the entire Yunxia Academy. Wagner Petty died tragically. I never imagined that the opposite would pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Although he was so strong, he was still so low-key. Who's going next? My strength is about the same as Wagner Petty, so I won't die. And me? I still have the Sky Eye in charge of live broadcasts for the teachers and students of the academy, so it is inconvenient to participate in the war. Hey, a bunch of cowards. Here I come! Yunxia School Palace, the top school of the Protoss. School teachers and students gathered. They watched all this through the treasures in the hands of the students at the scene. When they saw that Wagner Petty was killed in seconds, they were all shocked. Spike. What power is this? A school teacher analyzed. This strong human race makes good use of the power of elements. That's thunder magic. A student wondered, since it's magic, why don't you see this person using a staff? Ugh. This question immediately choked the teacher. Cough cough. A teacher said immediately. This endless starry sky is full of mysteries. We can't understand it. It doesn't mean that there are no magical things. I think this person is only god level. And he must have used secret techniques to improve the power of his skills. The students were convinced. Most of the secret arts have their limitations. Yes. Is it understandable that this person is good at outbreaks, and not good at long battles? It should be. You must know that magic power is sometimes poor. If the energy consumption kills this person, then it is a victory. The teacher is very pleased with the student's inferences. The next battle is Bree Heyman. His wit and strength are first class. And he must be able to crack the key. Bree Heyman can win as long as he takes advantage of this person's lack of magic power. In this battle, our winning rate exceeds 50%. Chapter 153, Invincible. A strong man jumped out of the Protoss strong. This strong man has a shrewd and powerful appearance. His small eyes look back and forth on Lin Feng. Protoss. Yunxia Academy. Brei Heyman. Lin Feng was silent. He is a little bit disgusted by the Protoss doing this. Grinding and chirping. Not dry or brittle. If this is a battle of wheels, when will it be fought? Let's fight fast. Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Let's go together." As soon as he said this, all Protoss powerhouses were stunned. Good guy. Is it so arrogant? Still together? This is completely disregarding Yunxia Academy. Hateful. Brayman felt slighted. He laughed in anger and sneered, "You can beat me. Let's talk about it." God Realm. Boom. An island suddenly emerged from the void. The island is not weaker than the main city of the human race. The breath in it is stronger than that of the previous god race powerhouse. It is already comparable to Ji Zhang's divine realm. Brei Heyman was very angry with Lin Feng. After summoning the island, he rushed to Lin Feng with the island. For a time, the entire space seemed to be a little unstable. The powerhouses of the god race were shocked. Brei Heyman has become so strong. What's so special? It turns out that Brayman has been hiding his strength. Brei Heyman has a chance to win. In the Yunxia Academy, teachers and students also saw the scene. A teacher exclaimed, "Brei Heyman. Stronger again. His strength is in the top 3. Brei Heyman's divine realm has omnipotent effects. And it can withstand and smash people. I'm afraid this battle is stable." However, Lin's cover was expressionless. "I said let there be light. The great forbidden magic. Holy light mantra." A ray of light suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's palm. I saw Lin Feng gently push the holy light forward. Buzz. Boom. The holy light erupted into a huge beam of light. The beam of light penetrated Brayman and his divine realm extremely fast. The light of the holy light was extremely dazzling. For a while, the god race powerhouses closed their eyes one after another. I was shocked. What kind of magic is this? The holy light suddenly disappeared. When the holy light disappeared, Brayman's figure and his divine realm also disappeared. Brei Heyman. Die! Spike. Another spike. Ding dong, you killed the god's powerhouse Brei Heyman. Obtain god blood +1. God soul +1. God bone +1. Innate spirit +1 point. Gold coin +6,042 10,000. Experience +65.22 million. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. And obtained god blood +10,000. Soul +10,000. God bone +10,000. Innate spirit +10,000 points. Gold coins +604.2 billion. Experience +652.2 billion. The powerhouses of the Protoss were stunned. Lin Feng actually killed Brei Heyman in 1 second. What kind of power is this? The teachers and students of Yunxia Academy were also stunned. The 3 views simply collapsed. Brayman is the most elite student of Yunxia Academy. That's how it ended. Spike. And the human race powerhouse on the opposite side is just a mere asterisk level. God level. Is it that strong? It just subverted their cognition. Good guy. I've been talking about how Brayman is so good. The victory or defeat is 5-5. It was instantly killed. Slap in the face. There was embarrassment on everyone's face. This human race is strong. Very strong. Yeah. I think that the super asterisk can't reach the peak. And no one can match. I'm afraid the group will be destroyed this time. The eyes of the Protoss powerhouses opposite Lin Feng were about to fall out. Brayman is their strongest classmate here. This was instantly killed. Then they don't have to fight. Call again to deliver food. Lin Feng looked at the Protoss powerhouse, with a surprised look. He shook his head. I called you up early. A group of weak chickens. Quick! Quick! Notify the Devil Slayer army. No need to notify. They are already here. Hoo-hoo. That's good. There is Devil Slayer army. And the strong human race won't be able to jump around for long. At this time, a legion appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. It was a legion composed of millions of gods. Lin Feng just looked at it a little, and his eyelids jumped. Because of the Protoss Legion, their warriors have the lowest level of Super Asterisk level. Among them, 2/3 of the warriors are Super Asterisk Intermediate. Is this the powerful foundation of the God realm? Innate race. It has been powerful since birth. The dragon race can only be regarded as just entering the door of the innate race. Adult dragons are god level. However, the Protoss can smash the Dragon Clan 10 streets. The young children of their Protoss were born with god level strength. With the growth of age, it will become stronger and stronger, and it can generally reach the peak of asterisk level. With a little effort, you can easily break through and reach the super asterisk level. This is the authentic innate race. When they were born, they were the culmination of many plane powerhouses. Otherwise, what virtue and what ability can dare to be called a god? This is also the reason why the Protoss can rule more than 10 planes. Of course, all of this is because the god realm itself is a big world. The creatures bred in the big world are born with their own halo. It's just that the god-given must be incomplete. Protoss fertility is extremely difficult, and there are not many mouths. Therefore, the countless years of the Protoss have only accumulated tens of billions of divine mouths. There is a great world with only tens of billions of divine mouths, which is not much. There are billions of small blue stars. There are more than 10 billion players in Destiny continent plus NPCs. They are just small worlds. In this comparison, the number of tens of billions of the Protoss is even lower. It can be said that every Protoss tribe is a resource that cannot be regenerated by the Protoss. It's all baby. And the innate race. In Lin Feng's view, it was nothing more than that. The potential of the player is not smaller than the so-called innate race. Even stronger in some ways. So while he was surprised, he also became greedy. Lin Feng's eyes glowed green. In his eyes, isn't this legion a moving treasure house? Millions of Protoss warriors can gather 100 million innate spirits. As long as you kill 100 legions, you can gather the innate spirit. Good deal. Devil Slayer army is out. The powerhouses of the Protoss suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the teachers and students of Yunsha Academy. The teachers also discussed. Devil Slayer Legion is one of the 5 major legions of our Protoss. Relying on the formation, it can easily reach the strength of the Super God's peak. The advantage of Devil Slayer Legion is not in the peak of the Super God, but in its continued combat power. Yeah, the immortal divinity of millions of Super Gods is so terrifying. Ordinary Super Gods will die as many as they come in the face of this kind of Legion attack. The students were also excited. They exclaimed, "Look! Devil Slayer army is burning immortal divinity." Stimulating. Burning immortal divinity so quickly. Do you want to go all out? This wave should be stable. And the strong human race will undoubtedly lose. Our winning rate is at least 90%. Boom! The Demon Slayer Legion stopped. At the same time, millions of super gods burn immortal matter at the same time. Lin Feng's pupil shrank. Surprised in his heart. He said, "Is it so rigid? As soon as you make a move, you play so big." At the same time, Lin Feng's fighting spirit soared. At this time, millions of super gods gathered in front of him. Millions of super gods who burn immortal divinity. But so what? Lin Feng was not afraid. Not to mention millions of super gods. It is tens of billions of super gods. Lin Feng is also just a chicken slaughterer. Quantities mean nothing to him, unless you encounter a single strong powerhouse. For example, Holy Level. Chapter 154, Suppression of the Protoss Legion. Boom! Void burst. A golden giant tore open the space and suddenly appeared. Devil Slayer Legion burning immortal divinity. Legionnaires burn themselves, providing immortality to support the golden giants. This giant volleyed and stepped in the air, shaking the space between his gestures and gestures. The space is vaguely unstable. You know, the realm of the gods is a big realm. Its space is extremely stable. But since the appearance of the golden giant, the space has not stabilized, which shows the power of this giant. The golden giant is the realm of the gods. It is the divine realm summoned by the Devil Slayer Legion. This asterisk realm has already reached the peak level of super asterisk combat power. The students of the Unxia Academy looked up at the giant. Their faces were full of excitement. Destroyer Demon General. With this divine general, why fear the human race to punish the heavens? This wave is stable. Cloud under the school palace. The Devil Slayer will appear. It turns out that this is the asterisk general. I have always heard of it before, but never seen it. It is also his honor that Xingtian of the human race died in the hands of a god. Temple of Light. In the air, there are mirrors. This mirror is about 100 meters long and 100 meters wide. It shows all the scenes where Lin Feng is located. In fact, since Lin Feng appeared, all actions are in this picture. In other words, Lin Feng appeared in the realm of the gods, and was under the control of Betsy L from beginning to end. Betsy L is the master of the Temple of Light, possessed the strength of the first-level saint. He is one of the masters of the 12 halls of the God realm, and one of the 3 holy-level powerhouses in the God realm. In addition, he is also the deputy palace master of Unxia Academy. He found the students of Unxia Academy. He used it to test Lin Feng's depth while training the students of the academy. Similarly, Devil Slayer Legion is also one of his arrangements. Even Betsy L arranged other programs for Lin Feng. If Lin Feng can clear all the customs, it's worthy of Betsy L's own shot. Betsy L watched calmly as the Demon Slayer Corps summoned the generals. He focused his attention on Lin Feng. Xingtian. Lin Feng frowned. The divine realm summoned by the Protoss Legion. Extraordinary indeed. There is a faint power of God punishment, but compared with divine punishment, it is not as good. After all, divine punishment is a holy weapon. Among them, there is the holy realm of the saint-level powerhouse. Lin Feng now looks at the Devil Slayer army like a plate of meat. Clone. Swish. Lin Feng summoned 9 clones. The Great Forbidden Magic. Holy Light Mantra. The Great Forbidden Magic, Eternal Night. The Great Forbidden Spell Wind Spirit Puppet. The Great Forbidden Spell. Cold Flame Ash Burning. Meteor Shower. Thunder. Frozen thousands of miles. Lin Feng frantically consumed his mana and superimposed his skills. It even uses a large amount of immortal substances for attack amplification. Just for a moment. But within 10,000 miles around, the color of the world changed. Countless elemental powers gathered crazily and turned into violent energy that destroyed the world. Minus 30 billion. Substance bonus. Minus 30 billion. Substance bonus. Minus 30 billion. Substance bonus. Under the cover of its scope, it includes the Devil Slayer Legion. And it also includes the students of Unxia Academy. The students of Unxia Academy were immediately shocked. Not good. It's the Great Forbidden Spell. What's the panic? We just need to resist a round of forbidden spells. Yeah. I don't believe that the magic power of the human race Xingtian is endless. The warriors of the Demon Slayer Corps motivated the Golden Giants. Tread. The Golden Giant stared at countless forbidden spells and ran towards Lin Feng. But obviously, the Golden Giant has been greatly weakened, because the source of the immortal divinity that feeds him is extremely unstable. I don't know how many Demon Execution Legion soldiers have fallen asleep, extinguishing the immortal divinity on their bodies. And they are also full of negative skills. Now the 10-point power of the Demon Slayer army can only exert 2.3 points. How terrible is this? Lin Feng sneered. He silently looked at the Golden Giant in a struggling and extremely unstable state. Really? The Golden Giant couldn't hold on anymore. As the immortal matter that feeds its source becomes less and less, his figure became more and more blurred. Shout! The Golden Giant roared at Lin Feng unwillingly, and suddenly dissipated. Not only that, the students of Unxia Academy actually discovered that the human race Xingtian is really a monster. Lin Feng's skills continued all the time, and the magic power was like a bottomless abyss. They have resisted 1 round, and are now undergoing the 2nd round of baptism of the Forbidden Curse. And it seems that Lin Feng's forbidden spell seems to be far from the limit. This is impossible. At that time, there were some disciples of Unxia Academy who could not bear it and were destroyed by the forbidden spell. Even if they have the realm of gods, they won't be able to resist for long. And the Demon Slayer army was even worse. Totally slaughtered. One-sided slaughter. Many soldiers of the Demon Slayer Legion were trapped by Lin Feng's negative skills. There is no resistance at all. Just like a living target. They fell in pieces. All the teachers and students of Unxia Academy were stunned. When have they seen such an incredible picture? Countless forbidden spells were smashed down. and the demon execution army was forcibly smashed. That's an army of millions of super gods. However, in front of Lin's cover, it looks like a piece of paper. What is even more terrifying is that the skills of the human race Xingqian are simply bottomless. Endless. There is a teacher who can ban spells in Yunxia Academy. He was even more astonished. This is impossible. Damn it. How can the forbidden spell still be used like this? The Great Forbidden Spell. That is the Great Forbidden Spell. No. Even the Great Forbidden Spell can't last for such a long time. The stronger the skill, the more blue it is. The teacher of Yunxia Academy is about to be driven crazy by Lin Feng. This human race Xingqian simply broke the shackles of the forbidden magic mage. He doesn't need to chant. No need for a staff. Super crap. His skills are endless. What's more nonsense is that his magic power is bottomless. If a single one of the above appears in a strong person, it makes sense. It's scary that these conditions are present in one person at the same time. It just doesn't talk about martial arts. How does Nima fight? Don't say that the teacher is stupid. The student simply collapsed. This is the forbidden spell? What is the forbidden spell I learned? My magic power has always dominated the academy. But compared to Xingqian, it is like a pond compared to the sea. The key is that he doesn't have a staff yet. Can you believe it? Human Xingqian doesn't need to sing yet. It's collapsed. My 3 views are gone. Temple of Light. Betsy Eller's face was gloomy. Loss. Big loss. Blood loss. 1,000,000 gods. The number of Protoss is not much. That's 1,000,000 away. Pain. Betsy Eller felt pain all over her body. It was like being slashed by 1,000 knives by Lin Feng. Betsy Eller looked at Lin Feng with red eyes, wishing to swallow him alive. He also wants to understand now. The punishment of the human race is no trivial matter. This is a guy worth his shot. We can no longer send Protoss powerhouses to die. It's all about delivery. You should do it yourself. Thinking of this, Betsy Eller snorted coldly. His figure disappeared instantly. Devil Slayer Legion is not a small fish or a shrimp. There are countless Protoss legions. But Devil Slayer Legion can rank in the top 5. Betsy Eller must be held responsible for this loss. It's good to be able to kill Xing Tian. But if he can't kill Xing Tian, he will be in big trouble. You know, the Protoss pays the most attention to casualties. And Lin Feng is here. Under his countless forbidden spells, none of them survived. The crazy sound came like a tsunami. Lin Feng smiled when he listened to the system notification sound in his ear. This wave of blood earned. Make big money. Chapter 155. Forbidden Magic Law of Cause and Effect. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Get God Blood plus 10,000. God Soul plus 10,000. God Bone plus 10,000. Innate Spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold Coins plus 405.6 billion. Experience plus 518.4 billion. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. And obtained God Blood plus 10,000. Soul plus 10,000. God Bone plus 10,000. Innate Spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold Coins plus 326 billion. Experience plus 445 billion. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. And obtained God Blood plus 10,000. Soul plus 10,000. God Bone plus 10,000. Innate Spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold Coins plus 401.2 billion. Experience plus 501.8 billion. Countless information tsunami hit. Lin Feng's ears kept ringing the prompt tone of the 10,000-fold amplification system. He was secretly happy. This wave of harvest is against the sky. The filling material of the reincarnation pool alone is enough to support the reincarnation of countless players. This is not even the harvest of innate spirit. 1 million Protoss powerhouses are 10 billion innate spirits. 10 billion points of innate spirit can deduce a forbidden magic skill. The previous error has been corrected. And 100,000 times 1 million is 10 billion. Lin Feng thought of this, and took out the true solution to the law of elements. True solution to the law of elements, Super God Advanced. Grade? Equal order, Super * high order. Effect: you can use this item to deduce various elemental magics. Even forbidden magic and forbidden magic. Deduction effect: 1 million points of innate spirit can deduce forbidden magic. 10 billion points of innate spirit can deduce forbidden magic. After Lin Feng read it, he directly consumed tens of billions of innate spirits. Ding dong, do you spend 10 billion points innate spirit to deduce forbidden magic? Yes. Hint, after the deduction is completed, you will get Forbidden Magic. Law of Cause and Effect Skill Book. Hint, the next deduction function will be activated in 30 days. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. Especially the last tip. The deduction function also has this limitation. It turned out to take 30 days of cooling. Actually, it's pretty good. There is no time limit for the deduction process. Directly in one step. If the game takes a lot of time, that's a headache. That's not bad either. Law of Cause and Effect? Lin Feng raised his brows. This is a good forbidden magic law. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the skill book. Law of Cause and Effect Skill Book Taboo Law System. Grade? Not upgradable. Equal order? Effect. 1. After learning, you can obtain the special ability power of cause and effect. 2. After learning, the defense of causal attack can be enhanced. Power of cause and effect can see the causal line, cannot attack the cause and effect line, and change the current causal line. Introduction. The primary law of cause and effect. If you want to study in depth, you need to break through your own realm. After reading the introduction to the skills, Lin Feng decided to learn. Ding dong, you have learned the law of cause and effect. Hint, this law is a primary law and cannot be improved. Continuing to improve requires perception of the realm of the law of cause and effect to unlock more power of cause and effect. Lin Feng listened to the system prompt. He understood. It turns out that the taboo laws are also graded. Obtaining this level on your own is a beginner. If you want to continue to improve, you must delve into it and gain insight. But at present, Lin Feng's strength is not strong, and there is no props to improve his perception, so it can't continue to improve. Lin Feng also knew that he took advantage of the game system and took a shortcut. Taboo laws like this are like Book of Heaven. It is not possible without great wisdom, great perseverance, and great opportunity. However, Lin Feng only killed a Protoss Legion, consuming innate spirit to get this kind of power. True a bit. Opportunistic. Causal line? Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He saw that he was densely packed, with countless lines involved. These lines are also available in various colors. Lin Feng currently does not know the mystery of this. Suddenly, he was drawn to a causal thread. It was the thickest and brightest line of cause and effect on his body. Lin Feng tried to click. Boom! Lin Feng's vision changed. He saw a god-level, saint-level powerhouse. It is the God of Light. Lin Feng was stunned. This line is the causal line related to the God of Light. And that causal line is changing. Is constantly shortening. Just momentarily. The causal line trembled. Swish. What Lin Feng senses. He looked up. The God of Light has arrived. Not far from him. Betziel looked at Lin Feng coldly. He said condescendingly, Xingtian, I underestimated you. Boom! Betziel's body burst out with the breath of a saint-level powerhouse. Immediately behind him, a vision appeared. But seeing the power of countless elements gathered, a strange light group seemed to form behind him. Lin Feng looked at him, and then looked at his causal line. At this time, the main line of him and Betziel has derived many branch lines. I seem to understand a little bit. Lin Feng thought to himself. He looked at Betziel and said, God of Light? Don't you want to fight? Then come to fight. You are going to fight. Then fight. Betziel sneered. He stretched out his hand, and the palm became as big as the sky. Instantly covered all Lin Feng's vision. Swish. Betziel slapped it with the palm, wanting to suppress the strong human race in front of him. The cause and effect line in front of Lin's cover changed instantly. There is a branch line that trembles and highlights like crazy. Lin Feng clicked. Swish. He saw that Betziel's huge palm would slap him to death. The reason is that the two are mortal enemies. As a result, it was Betziel who suppressed himself. This is the cause and effect of the two. Lin Feng couldn't change the cause, but Lin Feng can change the result. He suddenly changed the causal line that was shot to death. Changed the final death result to use the golden body. According to the original trajectory, Lin Feng couldn't escape this slap. Betziel is a saint, and Lin Feng is only a god. There is a whole super asterisk level between the two, and Betziel has not yet used his holy realm. It seems normal. Betziel will kill Lin Feng in seconds. But Lin Feng is not what he used to be. He learned the law of cause and effect. Possessed the ability to change the line of cause and effect. Golden body of God. Lin Feng's body instantly turned golden. Betsy Eller's slap suddenly fell. But it couldn't cause any damage to Lin Feng. How is this possible? Betsy Eller was stunned. He was not surprised by Lin Fenghui's golden body. Although a surprising thing. Because the golden body of God is a secret that is not passed down in the realm of the gods. But this secret technique is no longer important at this time. The important thing is that Lin Feng is not dead. Impossible. Betsy Eller roared in her heart. He is a saint-level powerhouse. It has already surpassed the shackles of ordinary speed. It can be described as attacking from the heart. In other words, a thought can lead to results. This speed can be said to be faster than the speed of light. It's like a saint-level powerhouse said to eat fruit. This idea has just occurred. And he has already finished eating the fruit. This speed? Can Lin Feng escape? Simply incredible. Absurd. 3 views exploded. Betsy Eller did not know. But Lin Feng obtained the power of cause and effect. Although Lin Feng can't reach the level of attacking the causal line, he can change the causal line. As a result, Lin Fengshen died. Lin Feng changed to use the golden body himself. The golden body can be invincible for a short time. So, how could Lin Feng die? No matter how powerful you are, Lin Feng will not die. Unless Betsy L. He also has the law of cause and effect. But Betsy L won't. At the beginning of the holy level, it is worthy to touch the threshold of the law. This shows how lucky and opportunistic Lin Feng is. Acquired abilities that even saint-level powerhouses do not deserve. Lin Feng instantly cancelled the golden body and looked at Betsy L with a sneer. He has learned to use power of cause and effect. More confidence. Chapter 156, Kill You. Betsy Eller was surprised. Lin Feng was secretly happy. This wave made a profit. Understand the use of the power of cause and effect. Lin Feng felt that his strength had reached a new level. Even, he has to take the initiative to attack now. What about the saint-level powerhouse? Gone! The Great Forbidden Magic. Holy Light Mantra. The Great Forbidden Magic, Eternal Night. The Great Forbidden Spell Wind Spirit Puppet. The Great Forbidden Spell. Cold Flame Ash Burning. Meteor Shower. Thunder. Frozen thousands of miles. Lin Feng condensed all the elemental power into an elemental ball. 7 skills or 7 elemental balls. He was ruthless. Consuming 80% of his mana. And instantly superimposed countless skills. At the same time, Lin Feng frantically consumed his immortal substance. Amplify skills. At this time, the cause and effect lines of Lin Feng and Betsy L have changed again. He still clicked on the most active and brightest one. Boom! Lin Feng saw his attack, and was easily resisted and resolved by Betsy Eller. This will not work. How could Betsy Eller be left unscathed? Lin Feng immediately changed the result. Let Betsy Eller take her own blow. Swish. The 7 elemental asterisk in front of Lin Feng suddenly attacked Betsy L. However, a sneer appeared on Betsy L's face. That's it? Use the attack method below the holy level to deal with the holy level powerhouse? Foolishness. Spicy chicken. Saint-level powerhouses can come with one thought. Not just an attack. Any ability. In the face of Lin Feng's attack, Betsy Eller can think of countless ways to make himself unscathed. There are 2 heaven and earth below the holy level and the holy level. When you reach the holy level, you are a creature of another dimension. In their eyes, there are bugs below the holy level. Below the holy level, they are all ants. Betsy L punches. Just a thought. Under normal circumstances, his punch can not only smash 7 elemental balls, but also smash Lin Feng by the way. But, swish. Betsy L's fist passed the 7 elemental asterisk perfectly. Just a tiny bit more. Impossible. Betsy L's eyes widened. Does this work too? Funny too. But there was something even more surprising to him. Betsy L wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But dodge anyway. It's all useless. It's as if someone is going to die today. This man also knew that he would die today. Therefore, he did not dare to go out. Not to eat or drink. Or even to move. He lay flat on the bed. However, he still died. It may have been choked to death by his own saliva. It may have been poisoned by the air. Or it may have been killed by falling from the ceiling. After all, God wants you to die. You have to die. This is the horror of the power of cause and effect. Therefore, Betsy L cannot escape no matter what. Lin Feng's 7 elemental asterisks were all bombarded on him. -30 billion. -30 billion. Minus 30 billion. The result is the same. Betsy Eller endured Lin Feng's blow. If it weren't for a saint-level powerhouse, it would be considered a creature of another dimension. Every cytokine is different from the powerhouse below the holy level. When placed at the Betsy L super asterisk level, he will definitely be killed in seconds. Even so, Betsy was hurt. But traditional attacks have been useless against Betsy L. Betsy Eller returned to normal in an instant. He was suddenly enlightened. This is the power of the law. Betsy Eller was horrified. Is it the law of fate or the law of cause and effect? Betsy Eller wasn't sure. He is the first level saint. And he has just touched the threshold of the law. Such a high level thing. He can't tell the difference at all. Xingtian. He actually has the power of law? Betsy Eller was stunned. High level goods that he can't even be at the holy level. Even at the little asterisk level? It's outrageous. Betsy Eller's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Feng. He waited solemnly. Lin Feng was not surprised. Since mastering the power of cause and effect, he knew that he was different. That is a kind of law. The supreme power. Although it only mastered the power of the most elementary laws. But that is also the law. Lin Feng clenched his fists fiercely. It feels good to be strong. Betsy Eller said cautiously, Xingtian, you really surprised me. I thought you were strong enough. Super asterisk powerhouses are like chickens in front of you. Betsy Eller said lightly, this is enough to give me the capital to make a move. But I didn't expect that you actually master some of the power of the law. Betsy Eller took a deep breath and said, now you are qualified to be my opponent. Holy land. Boom. Heaven and earth change. Lin Feng's vision changed dramatically. Feeling at this moment, he seemed to have arrived at a mysterious place. There is no elemental power here. In other words, Lin Feng's core elemental magic cannot be used. Lin Feng's combat power was directly reduced by 50%. And he also lost Betsy L's vision. Lin Feng couldn't find Betsy L's shadow. But he can know through the causal line that Betsy Ella is still there. Is this a holy place? Lin Feng frowned. The holy realm of Betsy L he had come into contact with was terrifying. But this time is different. Xingtian. This is my holy realm. In my holy realm, I am the master. I think there are elements here and there are elements. And I think there are no elements here without elements. The laws of this place are all in my hands. You are dead. Between heaven and earth. Betsy L's voice drifted. Lin Feng was silent. He looked at the causal line. There are countless causal lines of this jump. Lin Feng opened one by one. Every result is the same. Lin Feng. Die. There are thousands of ways he can die. Dead. Can Lin Feng change the outcome? Can change. But as a result, there is no choice. Only to die. Although infinite dolls can be nested, 10,000 times can temporarily survive. But 10,001 times. Or die. So the infinite nesting doll is useless except for delaying time. Thought here? Lin Feng was relieved. He said lightly, the saint-level powerhouse really has something. But it's delusional to want to kill me so easily. Lin Feng said loudly. God of light. I have a bargaining chip. Chip? Betsy L's voice sounded between heaven and earth. That's right. Lin Feng said with a smile, with your Protoss as a bargaining chip. Would you like to talk to me? Betsy Eller sneered. You are cheating me. How do you use the billions of people of the Protoss as a bargaining chip? Lin Feng shook his head and said, since you don't believe me, then I'll show you. I killed you so terrified. Boom. Lin Feng suddenly exploded. Betsy Eller was shocked. Xingtian blew himself up? What is he doing? Swish. A city of the gods. Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared. He was suspended above the city of God. Instantly summoned 9 clones. God of light. This city is for you. Lin Feng smiled coldly. The great forbidden magic. Holy light mantra. The great forbidden magic, eternal night. The great forbidden spell wind spirit puppet. The great forbidden spell. Cold flame ash burning. Meteor shower. Thunder. Frozen thousands of miles. Boom boom boom. The city of God was instantly destroyed. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Obtain God blood plus 10,000. Soul plus 10,000. God bone plus 10,000. Innate spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold coins plus 308.8 billion. Experience plus 300.2 billion. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000-fold increase. And obtained God blood plus 10,000. Soul plus 10,000. God bone plus 10,000. Innate spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold coins plus 402.8 billion. Experience plus 405.6 billion. Ding dong, you triggered the 10,000-fold increase. Hit God blood plus 10,000. God soul plus 10,000. God bone plus 10,000. Innate spirit plus 10,000 points. Gold coins plus 315.2 billion. Experience plus 417.8 billion. Lin Feng's ears were filled with hints like the sea. He stood tall and did not leave. Just waiting. Really. Almost instantly. Betsy Aller has arrived. The sanctuary opens. Lin Feng was pulled into his holy realm again. At this moment, there was only Betsy L's roar between heaven and earth. Damn you, Xingtian. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Bone and ashes. Chapter 157, Job assignment completed. Betsy L is going crazy. This is a whole city of gods. There are not hundreds of millions, but also tens of millions of Protoss inside. Originally, there were not many Protoss. Only about 1 billion in total. So much has been lost at once. Betsy Eller was furious. He could not have imagined that Lin Feng's self-destruction would be resurrected. And instantly resurrected near the city of God. This is outrageous. Although saint-level powerhouses can come with a single thought. But Lin Feng originally went with the heart of slaughter. No hesitation at all. Betsy L can't stop it if she wants to. Lin Feng was pulled into the Holy Land again. Under the wrath of Betsy L. Lin Feng died again. Swish. Lin Feng reappeared in a certain divine city. There was a grim smile on his face. Come! Come! God of light. Come and kill! Lin Feng raised the butcher's knife again. The great forbidden magic. Holy light mantra. The great forbidden magic, eternal night. The great forbidden spell, wind spirit puppet. The great forbidden spell. Cold flame ash burning. Meteor shower. Thunder. Frozen thousands of miles. Boom. Boom. God city. Destroy it. This is the second divine city that was destroyed by Lin Feng. Countless Protoss were slaughtered again. Betsy Aller is back. Only this time he didn't do it. Just now, he was so angry that he really lost his calm. However, the cost is also heavy. The second city of gods is the price. Betsy Eller didn't know how many times Lin Feng could be resurrected. If Lin Feng had to drag a city to be buried with him every time he was resurrected, Betsy L couldn't even think about it. He would be asterisked to death by Lin Feng. At the same time, it will also make the gods' big bosses angry. The consequences. Betsy Eller shuddered at the thought of this. You must know that the saint-level powerhouses in the god realm are divided into several parts. The holy-level powerhouses, who sit on other planes, are part of it. Saint-level powerhouses who travel through the endless starry sky are part of it. The holy-level powerhouses, who practice and retreat, are part of it. Another part is a saint-level powerhouse with low strength like Betsy Eller. They do not yet have the strength to sit on other planes. At the same time, I don't dare to go to the endless starry sky to explore easily. His cultivation has not yet reached the bottleneck. And he does not need to retreat to practice. Therefore, saint-level powerhouses such as Betsy Eller are responsible for the affairs of the god realm. At this time, there were only 3 saint-level powerhouses in the god realm. And Lin Feng was picked up by Betsy Eller himself. The realm of the gods was devastated. Betsy Eller is to blame. Let the wolf into the room. Shooting yourself in the foot? Betsy Eller felt extremely regretful. He looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes. Feeling a headache for the first time. This man is clueless. Lin Feng looked at Betsy L calmly. He is barefoot, and not afraid to wear shoes. With the buff of immortality and immortality. Lin Feng's courage is not ordinary. As long as Betsy Eller dares to continue, Lin Feng will dare to kill the entire Protoss. If you have the ability, come try it. See if Lin Feng dares. Betsy Eller visibly flinched. Lin Feng also knew in his heart that Betsy Eller should be able to see the situation clearly. Because Betsy Eller didn't know how many cards Lin Feng had. This is what makes Lin Feng terrifying. You never know how many times Lin Feng can be resurrected. However, every time he is resurrected, he can make the enemy's heart ache. Just ask if you accept it. Do you dare to bet? I bet that every kill was the last time Lin Feng was killed. Even if you win. If you lose a lot. Betsy Eller dare not bet. He can't afford to gamble. Can we talk now? Lin Feng said arrogantly. Talk? Betsy L's forehead burst with blue veins. Are you talking about this? Killed the most talented student of the Protoss. and an entire legion. Plus 2 divine cities. If you want to talk about it, you should have said it earlier. He had forgotten that when Lin Feng entered the God realm, he had no intention of talking about it. Betsy Eller completely regards Lin Feng as a toy. However, in the process of fighting against Lin Feng, he found out this strong human race is qualified to be his opponent. Is this the attitude you want to talk about? Betsy Eller spit out. Lin Feng sneered when he heard the words. The realm of the gods is strong, but I am weak. If you don't use this method, are you willing to talk to me? You lied to a fool. Betsy Eller was embarrassed. He snorted coldly. What do you want to talk about? Lin Feng said lightly. I want to know. Where did the Qingdi go to 3 years ago? Qingdi? Betsy L frowned. That's right. She fell to the sky for the first time 3 years ago, and hasn't been seen since. Lin Feng said. She disappeared right after she came to the God realm. You wouldn't say it has nothing to do with your God realm, would you? Betsy Eller groaned. Naturally. He did not dare to lie to Lin Feng. In his heart, Lin Feng was already the kind of cunning, shrewd and ruthless character. If you lie to him, you are insulting your own intelligence. Thinking of this, Betsy L said. Naturally there is a relationship. Betsy L said slowly. But why should I tell you? Lin Feng grinned. I said that your Protoss is the bargaining chip in my hands. Betsy Eller was furious. He instantly calmed his anger. What would you do if I told you? Lin Feng said. What do you think I should do? Betsy Eller said angrily. Get out of the God realm. I don't want to see you again. The dignified God-level saint-level powerhouse actually said such words. Obviously, there is no way to take Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard the words and sneered. It depends on whether you can satisfy me. Betsy Eller said. The Emperor Ching went to the endless starry sky. Endless starry sky? Lin Feng's pupil shrank. He immediately said, You dare to lie to me. Qingdi is not at the asterisk level. How to go to the endless starry sky? What is she doing in the endless starry sky? Betsy Eller sneered. Why should I lie to you? Who said God level can't go to the endless starry sky? How do I know why she went to the endless starry sky? Don't mess around. I already told you. Lin Feng felt that there must be something tricky in it. But right now, ding dong, your job transfer mission has been completed. Ding dong, you have obtained the letter from Emperor Ching *1. The forbidden magic mage transfer scroll. Lin Feng listened to the system prompts in his ears. He took a deep breath. The job assignment is complete. The job transfer mission, this time, was to find Qing's clues. And Betsy Eller explained the clues. The task is completed naturally. It's just that there are some things that are confusing. Lin Feng also couldn't force Betsy Eller, a saintly powerhouse, to explain clearly. Maybe Qing's letter has more clues and details. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer struggled. He said, God of Light, I want to go back. In Betsy El's heart, Lin Feng was eager to get out of the way. However, he was yelled and drunk by Lin Feng. This feeling is really uncomfortable. He waved, and the space shook, revealing a portal. Let's go! If you dare to come again, I will not forgive you. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Spare me? It's almost as good as if I spared your Protoss. Dead duck has a tough mouth. Swish. Lin Feng immediately flew out of the portal. Came to the copy. Whoosh. It's finally back. Lin Feng shook his head. Thankfully I have immortality. Otherwise, it's useless to come with a million self. Saint-level powerhouses are so terrifying. Even if the law of cause and effect is mastered, it is of little effect. Lin Feng took out the reward for the job transfer task. A letter. There is also a transfer scroll. Chapter 158, Letter from Emperor Ching. Lin Feng completed the job transfer. Received mission rewards. He first opened the letter from Qingdi. Seeing the words like meeting, Yun. When you saw this letter, I was already in a corner of endless starry sky. Yes. I left God Realm. God Realm tell me that our ancestors came from another universe. We are the remnants of Shanghai, and we came to Destiny Continent as a last resort. I want to find the hometown of the ancestors, because I don't know why. It's hard for me to find a sense of belonging in Destiny Continent. Although this place raised me and nurtured me, I always felt bound everywhere, like duckweed falling into the sea, and I could only be at the mercy of the destiny. We're like poor bugs, or toy. It feels hopeless and suffocating. So I want to find hometown, even if I die on the way, or hometown is just a distant dream. or I die in the unknown on the way to find my hometown. I don't regret it. I call this journey full of unknowns route search. Besides route search, there is one more important thing. Remember the stories I told you when you were young? Actually, that story is true. I had a promise with that person. I once said that I would see you again. Unfortunately, we will never see each other again. I waited for tens of thousands of years. But I never thought that the person who missed the appointment was actually me. Time flies. Time is like water. These tens of thousands of years of days and nights. I have never felt a bit of torment. Because compared to seeing him, waiting is actually a kind of happiness. It's funny. In my life, it's either waiting or looking for. What's even more ridiculous is that I became Emperor Ching because of that person. And I wanted to stay by his side. But I had to take the initiative to leave because I became Emperor Ching. This fate. What a trick. If one day, that person comes to an appointment, you tell him that Ching is dead. Don't wait any longer. Finally, I wish you a happy life and all the best. Your best relatives and friends. Ching. Lin Feng silently read Ching's letter. Obviously, this is a letter from Ching to her adopted daughter Yun. This letter tells the whereabouts of Ching and the cause and effect of route search. And also, a contract. Xing Tian and Ching made an agreement tens of thousands of years ago. When Lin Feng saw this, his mood was a little complicated. Fate tricks people. Lin Feng shook his head. He is very special. He did not immediately use the forbidden magic mage transfer scroll this time. Instead, it flew to the Soul Eater Valley in memory. Soul Eater Valley. A rock stands. It is engraved with 3 big characters Soul Eater Valley. Outside the valley, you can smell the fragrance of flowers inside. Swish. Lin Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the valley. He looked around, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. In Soul Eater Valley, there is a sea of flowers, full of fragrance. The lake is still there, still clear. There is a wooden house by the lake. In front of the wooden house, there is a girl with a sword on her back. She is stern and determined, confident and restrained. She is Cloud? Lin Feng looked at her and couldn't help thinking of Ching. Ching compared with Cloud? It is more common and more ordinary. Ching like an innocent girl, weak in appearance and firm in heart, born with a heart full of imagination about the world. And Yun seems to be a strong man who has been experienced in the red dust and transcended the red dust. Lin Feng was used to seeing the strong. On the contrary, I feel that Ching looks extraordinary. Ching with the hearts of mortals. Build a great cause that the gods fear. This is very much within reach. Swish. Yun felt the appearance of Lin Feng. She came quickly. Senior. You are back. Yun was shocked. Emperor Ching went to the realm of the gods. But his whereabouts are still unknown. But this senior went to the god realm. But was able to come back. How could Yun not be shocked? However, Yun wants to know more. What about Qingdi? Why can't she come back? Lin Feng looked at Yun and nodded. But suddenly asked. You've been here all the time? Yun replied, yes. This Soul Eater Valley is the home of the younger generation. The younger generation is the only child adopted by Qingdi. This is a very important place for Qingdi. Before Qingdi left, he asked me to stay here. Lin Feng was silent. He handed Qing's letter to Yun and said lightly, this is the letter from Qingdi to you. And also, Lin Feng suddenly handed a pair of unknown earrings to Yun together. He said slowly, this is also given to you by Qingdi. Lin Feng lied. In fact, the original owner of this pair of earrings is Yun. Just don't know which time and space the cloud is. In a word, the 3 people were born and died because of this pair of earrings. As soon as Yun heard that it was related to Qingdi, he immediately took the letter and earrings. After reading the letter, she was as determined as she could not help but red eyes. Qingdi is really stupid. Yun Luo said with tears, only she would go to hometown foolishly. Lin Feng was silent again. Yun looked at Lin Feng complicatedly, and said slowly, Senior, you are that person that Emperor Ching said. Right? Lin Feng did not speak. Yun smiled bitterly. I should have thought of that. Apart from you. Who is so powerful? Apart from you. Who is willing to go to God realm to find Emperor Ching regardless of life and death? Apart from you. Who will find Soul Eater Valley and give me the letter? Yun suddenly pointed to the inside of the valley, where the 2 statues had stood for tens of thousands of years. 1 male and 1 female. The male is Xingtian and the female is Qingdi. Apart from you. Who else is so similar to that statue? Lin Feng glanced at the statue. As time passed, the two statues were still there, and it's well maintained, just like it used to be. No wonder Yan Hui recognized himself. Lin Feng did not deny it. He said indifferently, Ching's choice is very reasonable. In the future, the human race will indeed suffer countless disasters. Humans are bugs. Humans are toys. Humans are ants. Lin Feng recalled his previous life. Games and reality merge. The endless invasion will destroy the Destiny continent and the Blue Star. The human race is dying. The human race was forced to the brink of the dead. The human race is like a third-rate gladiator in the ancient Roman arena, fighting with all their strength against countless powerful gladiators. With scars. How sad. It's just that the pattern of Ching is shackled. She anticipated the crisis in the future of the human race, and wanted to break the situation. That's why I go to root search. And Lin Feng is experiencing the darkest moment of the human race. He knows how to break a game. That is the power to overturn the table. Humans do not do gladiators. Nor do they do spectators. Only by being the only one in the sky, and the earth can break the situation. The two people chose different routes. But the original intention is the same. It's just that one person was alone in the starry sky 100,000 years ago. One person will dominate the world after 100,000 years. Lin Feng thought of this. He looked at Yun and said goodbye. Goodbye by fate. At first, it was because of the pair of earrings that he saw Ching. Helped Ching to become Ching Emperor. Emperor Ching adopted Yun. Yun gave Lin Feng the earring again. Isn't this destined in the dark? Reincarnation. The reincarnation of fate. Yun opened his mouth to say something. But Lin Feng's figure suddenly dissipated like the wind. Cloud is silent. She pursed her lips. Her eyes reddened. Chingni didn't wait for you. Are you going to find her? Senior. Chapter 159. City on the Clouds. Lin Feng left the copy. He returned to the overworld. This trip to the copy has yielded a lot. The law of cause and effect is its greatest gain. The second is to fight against the holy level powerhouses of the God realm. I figured out the strength of the saint level primary powerhouse. Although the holy realm of the saint level powerhouse is equivalent to an invincible field. Although saint level powerhouses can come with one thought. But Lin Feng has immortality. Saint level powerhouses can't help him. Lin Feng thought about Ching's whereabouts. Endless starry sky? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The endless starry sky is incomparably vast. And countless universes gather. The sea of stars is boundless. It is the realm of the gods. But it is just a grain of sand. Ching alone dares to create the endless starry sky. This daring. I don't know if she is alive or dead now. 100,000 years later. Lin Feng shook his head. If you had the opportunity to go to the endless starry sky, let's find out the news. Now, it's time to build strength. After seeing the background of the Protoss, he had a stronger sense of crisis for the human race. Compared to the gods, players who have not yet grown up are too immature. Lin Feng took out the job transfer scroll and held it with both hands. Stab it. At the same time, the system prompt appears immediately. Hint, the seal of your experience bar has been unlocked, and you can continue to upgrade. Lin Feng never had to worry about experience, so he directly chose to upgrade. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is 111, and you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is 115, and you have gained 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is level 120. You have gained 20 free attribute points. Hint, you haven't completed the job transfer. The experience bar has been sealed, and the excess experience will be temporarily stored in the experience pool. Please transfer as soon as possible to remove the seal on the experience bar. Level 120. Compared with ordinary players, Lin Feng's current level is getting bigger and bigger. Now the peak player level is still 80. Mainstream players are level 70. Ordinary players are only about level 60. In other words, Lin Feng's level is twice as high as that of ordinary players. At this time, the prompt for the next job transfer task has also arrived. Ding dong, you have obtained the assignment of Forbidden Magic Mage. Do you want to accept it? Accept. Ding dong, you have accepted the Forbidden Magic Mage's transfer task. Complete small world. Tip, there are new tasks in your taskbar. Please check the taskbar for details. Lin Feng followed the system prompt and opened the taskbar. Complete small world, Forbidden Spell Mage transfer task. Restrictions, Forbidden Mage. Mission difficulty, SSS level, Mission objectives. 1. Obtain a complete small world. Mission introduction. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have the highest occupation in the world, and you have supreme combat power. You should consider the entire ethnic group. Territory is the foundation of race survival. In the endless starry sky, ethnic groups without territory are called starry sky nomads. Starry sky wanderers are despised by all parties, because they cannot develop without stable land. They can only get weaker and weaker. And finally the entire ethnic group disappears. So you have to create a territory belonging to your ethnic group. A complete small world. The higher the world level, the stronger the upper limit capacity. The big world can accommodate high-level saint-level powerhouses. The middle world can only accommodate low-level saint-level powerhouses. And the upper limit of the small world is the super asterisk powerhouse. Do your best to stack your world to a high level. Mission time, long-term. Quest reward, life fountain asterisk 1. Forbidden magic mage transfer scroll asterisk 1. Lin Feng read the introduction of the job transfer task. Although the difficulty level of this task is 4S level. But for Lin Feng, there is not even a D level. Because one of the hardest levels is getting a small world. Lin Feng had already obtained the floating world. The hardest has turned out to be the easiest. The second difficulty is to have complete small world. You must know that Destiny Continent is just a fragment of the world. Imagine how difficult it is. However, Lin Feng has the World Tree Seed, which is currently developing. As long as the development is completed, the floating world can be promoted to a complete small world. This difficult task is actually the easiest. Lin Feng thought of this and smiled. It is true that he has hundreds of thousands of lucky points. This luck is more exaggerated than walking to pick up artifacts and falling out of the sky. It's time to run some power. Lin Feng returned to Yanhuang District. Swish. He was suspended in midair. This is? Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He actually saw a city on the clouds. Just the city. Looming. Lin Feng observed it carefully, and could see that the soldiers were fierce, and the aura of the gods permeated the air. God race? Lin Feng frowned. His eyes filled with murderous intent. The gods are so brave. It actually came to Destiny Continent. Gone! At this time. Swish. Luo Ping suddenly flew over. Owner. Lin Feng pointed to the city in the sky and asked, "What's going on?" Luo Ping looked at the city on the clouds and smiled bitterly. Go back to the master. Not long after you left, the city suddenly appeared. Mochi and I went up to inquire. The city on the cloud is the battle city of the Protoss, and it is a war machine specially used to crusade various planes. After Lin Feng heard about it, the evil spirit no longer restrained. An earth-shattering evil spirit overflowed from him, causing Luo Ping to take a few steps back. Master's evil spirit is getting heavier and heavier. Luo Ping couldn't help but be startled. This is how many souls have to be killed to condense the evil spirit. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Is this city on the clouds special?" Luo Ping suddenly sighed. "Yes, master. This city on the clouds is very special. It seems to be isolating the space. For us, this city is transparent, and neither physical nor magic can cause any damage to the city, because this city does not belong to the current space. This must be a very advanced space array." Lin Feng's face could not help but be solemn. Space array. It is like the Destiny Continent is a painting. All creatures, including Lin Feng, are people in the painting, and city on the clouds is outside the painting. No matter what the person in the painting does, it naturally has no effect on the outside of the painting. We are passive. Lin Feng took a deep breath. That is to say, at present, Lin Feng has no means to cause damage to the city on the clouds, unless city on the clouds actively integrates into the space Destiny Continent, into the painting. But it's fine. Lin Feng has a lot of trump cards. He has floating world that can accommodate all players and NPCs in the Destiny Continent. It's just that the existence of the floating world cannot be easily exposed. Otherwise the consequences are very serious. However, Lin Feng still has the amount of ancestral temple and stone statues, which can also bless the human race. What's more, if you want to attack Destiny Continent, you have to integrate it into the painting. Once integrated into a space, Lin Feng can make the Protoss come and go. Passive is just passive. The Protoss can monitor at any time, and can reinforce this aspect. Not a big problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sneered. Let them go. Now we must seize the time to increase our power, improve the player's strength, Chapter 160 Hillside Sheep Starry Sky Nostalgia. Lin Feng returned to the imperial capital. He also doesn't care about City on the Clouds. Anyway, as long as the Protoss dares to come, kill as many as you want. With Lin Feng's current strength, the super asterisk is just an ant. And saint-level powerhouses can't come to the small world. Afraid of wool. The most urgent task now is to improve the strength in an all-round way. Thought here? Lin Feng opened the world panel. World tree, sapling status, growing. Current maximum limit, sapling state, complete small world. Growth status, growing, 36.100002%, 36.100003%. Lin Feng glanced at it and closed the panel. The world is not growing slowly. The progress bar has gone 1/3 of the way. Thought here? Lin Feng took out the magical creation. It's time to build a wave of devices that will come later. Sacred artifacts, mythology advanced. Grade 1. Isometrics, myth. Effect. 1. Grand ceremony. This book has 180,000 copies manufacturing drawings of various utensils and other grades. 2. Sacred works. Use immortal matter to unlock the development direction of technology tree. 3. Open object. You can use immortal matter to automatically deduce manufacturing blueprint. Introduction. The foundation of a strong country lies in the strong, but also in the prosperity of the country and the strength of the people. This book is a superb science and technology book. Lin Feng did not hesitate to use the immortal matter directly. Ding dong, you have consumed the immortal substance and unlocked the technology tree development option. Please select the technology tree branch. The system beep has not ended. Various options appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. Ancestors. Mechanical. Magic. Magic martial arts. Lin Feng directly lit up the two branches of the technology tree. Mechanical and magic. Ding dong, you have lit the two technologies of mechanical and magic. And automatically derived magic tool. Lin Feng lights up the magic tool again. Ding dong, you have lit up the magic tool. Magic equipment, technology. Effect. The technological manufacturing blueprints belonging to the magic tool civilization can be deduced. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after lighting up the magic weapon. In the previous life, the human race relied on wisdom, took many detours, and wasted many resources, only to achieve some achievements on the technological road of magic tool. However, now, Lin Feng only consumed a little immortal substance, and then completed the crystallization of the wisdom of all mankind in the future. That's the benefit of having a gaming system. Just like the law of cause and effect. Now let Lin Feng understand the law. That is really a blind person to guide the way. But relying on the game system is completely different. Easily, Lin Feng knew how awesome this magic tool was. As long as there are blueprints and the equipment is manufactured, theoretically everyone can become Iron Man and Batman. Now Lin Feng has no shortage of materials. Thought here? Lin Feng decisively chose to deduce the manufacturing drawings. Ding dong, you have consumed the immortal substance and successfully deduced the war armor manufacturing blueprint, divine elementary. Ding dong, you consumed the immortal substance and successfully deduced the elemental magic cannon blueprint, divine elementary. Lin Feng smiled when he heard the system prompt. Perfect. A battle armor is a war equipment that is comparable to the one equipped by Iron Man. The elemental magic cannon, literally, is a cannon. It's just that no matter the armor or the elemental magic cannon, the energy and materials used are all made of magic materials and magic energy. Lin Feng opened the drawing. Battle armor manufacturing blueprint, divine elementary. Restriction, god level engineer. Level, asterisk level. Effect, after use. You can create war armor. Battle armor, it can be changed in size at will, partially or whole body, allowing the user to have the power and defense of god level. Materials needed. 1. Class A energy. 2. About purple gold grade accessories. 3. Purple gold grade and above metals. 4. God level magic rune array. 5. God level battle cuneiform. Introduction. The manufacturing blueprint of god level magic equipment, war equipment. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng took out another manufacturing drawing. Elemental magic cannon manufacturing drawing, divine elementary. Restriction, god level engineer. Level, asterisk level. Effect, after use. You can create elemental magic cannon. Elemental magic cannon. It can gather the power of elements and use elemental cannonballs as a killing attack. The longer the time to condense the elements, the longer the attack range. And the maximum damage is god level. Materials needed. 1. Class A energy. 2. About purple gold grade accessories. 3. Purple gold grade and above metals. 4. God level magic array. 5. God level battle cuneiform. Introduction. The manufacturing drawings of the god level magic equipment war equipment. Lin Feng turned off the panel after reading it. These two war machinery manufacturing drawings are very good. And he has all the necessary materials. There are even top level materials than these. Manufacturing isn't a problem at all. As for the god level engineer, there are NPCs in the Destiny continent. Lin Feng recruited an administrative NPC, passed my order, and convened all the god level engineers in the world. After Lin Feng gave the order, there was light in his eyes. After building the armor, only by arming the player's strength can get god level. Imagine that billions of Iron Man will be dispatched together in the future. What a picture! Thinking of this, Lin Feng showed a smile on his face. Endless starry sky. A star island is moving fast. Qingdao is heading towards Destiny continent. Qingdao is generally an island made by a broken world. It belongs to the logo of Star Pirates. Because Star Pirate does not have a fixed life world. Their future is bleak. And they can only survive by constantly plundering in the stars. In Star Island, Musho carried his hands on his back. His purple hair fluttered in the breeze. His purple eyes, looking into the distance, contained hope and deep worry. Yin chiefs have been wandering in the endless starry sky for thousands of years. As the chief of the Yin chiefs, Musho's desire for the life world is stronger than the search for powerful power. Because one day, the Yin chiefs will be destroyed by other star pirates or a passing power. So there must be a living world that can inhabit. As the arrogance of the Yin chiefs that has been rare in millions of years. His strength has reached the half-step holy level. Musho could have successfully broken through the holy rank 10,000 years ago. But the life world in which the Yin chiefs live has come to an end. The entire life world was covered with robbery ashes. If they don't leave, they will all die. Chief Yin can only follow the saint-level powerhouse in the clan to leave his hometown and wander in the endless starry sky. However, in the endless starry sky, saint-level powerhouses are just stronger ants. Within 10,000 years, the holy-level powerhouses of the Yin chiefs were killed one after another. Today, the strongest person in the clan is Musho. Musho is entrusted by the clan. It is the hope of the whole village. The life and death of the entire race depended on him. Under such enormous pressure, Musho couldn't understand his mind. And naturally his inner demons grew. This hindered his promotion. So it can't break through. The strength is stuck at the half-step holy level. If the clan can be settled well, maybe with the background he accumulated, he could reach the holy level overnight. Hongxiu didn't know when she came to Musho's side. Musho looked at the woman beside him and smiled. Hongxiu sighed. Every clan is looking forward to a place to live. Only I don't expect it. Musho was shocked. Why is this? Hongxiu shook her head and said, because we were used by the God realm. We have become pawns in the God realm. It's up to me to live and die from now on. Musho said with a wry smile, I know that the Protoss took out the world of life to catch me. It must be because Destiny continent has a very difficult existence. However, we have no choice. Hongxiu sighed, yes. We have no choice. Continue to stay in the endless starry sky. We will be destroyed. Going to the Destiny continent. I still have a chance to survive. Musho comforted, don't worry. The information God Realm gave us is very detailed. He reluctantly smiled and said, the strongest people there are only super asterisk level. I'm half a step holy grade. Hongxiu bit her lip and hesitated. But finally turned into a sigh. She turned and walked back. But suddenly stopped. Musho. Can you? Don't make too many murders. Musho opened his mouth wide. But remained silent. He looked back at Hongxiu's body and shivered. Then left slowly. Musho was speechless. The endless starry sky is cruel. Musho has done everything for the sake of his family. Star pirates, killers and more. All he wants is to preserve the continuation of the ethnic group. The condition given by the God Realm is to destroy the entire Destiny human race. He is not qualified to bargain. Musho didn't dare to discount. Kill evil. Ha ha. Who doesn't know? The more killings, the stronger the causal backlash. Who doesn't know? The more murders, the stronger the calamity of sanctification in the future. But oh my God. No way for people to live. For what? Such is the cruelty of the starry sky. Mu Shou closed his eyes and felt the breeze.